been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I'll turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you.
Hit me up, dark brown with body McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV. seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I paved my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit it up, top power party, big fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my gray bags on, my acid wash jeans, put metal to the pedal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Feel the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Still want my MTV.
The music's high, the girls are flirting. Come join the party. Come join the party. The sun is high, the bass is pumping. So join the party. Come join the party. Now everybody around the world can't find a boy, can't find a girl. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take it to the floor and sing it.
The morning light, it hits my eyes. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I won't let go of you. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 Let's show the world what we're made of. The fire in our bones never faded. We cannot hold it any longer. 'Cause every day the feeling's getting stronger. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah.
sexy little Robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and droops her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little Robo girl.
You have the Fool, the Wheel of Fortune, as well as the Sun. Okay, I'm seeing you trying something new, and I also see a lot of good luck, a lot of warmth here, a lot of good energy. There's a lot of red and yellow. I'm also hearing the word slacks. What?
How you doing, man? I'm sorry about yesterday.
My name is Poon. I'm from Thailand.
So how is it meeting Slacks in real life?
I mean, you could see his energy in the streams, but in real life, his energy is like way higher than you would expect it.
Ladies and gentlemen, man, please introduce the winner. J-Ball, come on out, come down.
It's been a blast. It's like one of the best weekends so far. I get to meet like everyone. I get to meet Slacks. I get to meet some of the talents. I get to be in one of the best tournaments I have been to. So yeah, it's a blast. If you have an opportunity to apply to one, just go for it. I mean, one day it could be you, like in my position, and it's gonna be like really great. Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity. I mean, like, it's been a blast this weekend, and I wouldn't have made it without like this sponsor and stuff. And yeah, if you have stuff from overseas you need to carry on and need to get delivered, just get it from here.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
We started out with 16 teams here at DreamLeague Season 22. We cut them in half after Group Stage 1. 8 teams remained as they fought it out in the best of 3s in Group Stage 2, and we cut that in half too. Now only 4 teams remain. You guys ready for DreamLeague Season 22 playoffs? I know the Pandas are, so let's hear it. Welcome back, everyone. It's time for playoffs here at DreamLeague Season 22. We gave you a day off, a day of respite, so that you could come back fully re-energized for some weekend Dota, which I hope my panel also spent their time off constructively. Pyrian Flax by my side, looking like he's still cozy, ready for Dota, right?
Yeah, Daddy had a nice chill day, you know? I went into Sweden and I chilled out, and then I played some Dotes, lost a lot of games. Drank a couple of low-alcohol beers. It was a good time.
And now you're ready.
I didn't have to talk to anybody. It was beautiful.
Oh my God, the pure Scandinavian way of spending time off.
Yeah.
Did the beers contribute to your losses?
No. There's so little alcohol in them, and I think they actually, I mean, they may have contributed in the other way. I wasn't loose at all. I was uptight.
I've heard that about some Dota players. You know, some Dota players just play a little bit better when you know, they're able to relax a bit more.
Absolutely.
Why don't you name some names there, Austin?
No, I prefer those people remain anonymous.
Okay.
Interesting.
Don't DUI, Dota under the influence. It's a dangerous precedent to set.
It's true. You might climb too many ranks, and then you'll be accused of buying your account.
Yeah, like Avery.
What? Do I hear someone at the door? Another mystery guest.
Let the dogs out. Who let the dogs out?
Find the step, climb the step, traverse the step. Now onto the couch.
Hey, brother.
There's
You
SVG.
gotta help him out. Help him out.
Help him out.
My other hand.
Help a brother out.
Guide. Yeah, you need to.
They
be
just
the-
make me wear the mask.
No, you gotta sit in the middle. You gotta sit in the middle.
Well planned.
There you go. There you go.
No one cared who he was until he put on the mask.
Oh.
Everyone knows the bit is twice as funny the second time.
Because we don't know who it is. It could be anyone under that mask.
That's true.
You want to play the guessing game again, Cap?
Well, it can't be Gorb because we already had him on.
Exactly.
So it's gotta
We
be somebody else.
We would never repeat a guess like that unless...
Taking this mask
Joe Biden.
off would be very painful.
It's Joe Biden. Oh,
For
he's
you.
doing
But he's a big guy, right? For me. Take off the mask, my friend. Who is it underneath this mask? It is Gork again! The back-to-back two-time Gork. Why are you still here?
Why do you guys make me do this every time? It's a
hazing.
Nobody makes you do it. You've just done it.
I do like the mask. I don't know.
You said to me,
I feel
where is the
powerful.
mask?
The anonymity gives you power because, I mean, I'm sure at one point you were a webcamless streamer, right?
Yeah.
You ever miss that era?
I do actually. It was very nice.
Did this take you back?
Yeah, it took me back to
the good old days.
Yeah.
You can always take that home with you for the next
I will.
stream. Yeah.
Become
I
a
have plenty at home
VTuber.
though.
Become a VTuber. They don't have to share their face. Just get a dog VTuber face.
Hey, there we go.
That's what Raya did, right? AKA Alex, AKA Sheepstick.
That's right. I mean, I like going back in time because we go all the way back in time in Dota. We think back to where was the first international ever held? TI1?
Berlin, wasn't it?
In Europe, that's right. And it's coming back home, my friends! Copenhagen TI, freshly announced.
It's coming out.
It's coming home back to Europe. You are finally going to get a TI in your home continent, Gork.
It feels so good. I mean, Denmark was part of Sweden a while ago, so it almost feels like it's right at home.
Yeah, I'm sure that history is something that the Danes look back at very fondly, right?
Yeah.
You guys
let's
owned
not talk about it.
Sweden owned Denmark. Denmark didn't own Sweden. It was Sweden owned Denmark.
Well, maybe at some point they did, but we don't talk about that either.
Okay.
Recently, I think Sweden were.
Okay, I'm trying to remember Crusader Kings 3, where the kingdom was
Yes.
Sweden. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I'm not into Paradox games. I'm into Valve games. The International has now been announced, Copenhagen, after, I suppose, it was robbed of a European TI. Supposed to be in Stockholm, where we are right now. Then it was supposed to be in Romania, which it did end up happening just without a crowd. And long have Europeans ached,
yearned,
lusted, and all the other deadly sins to finally get a TI on their home soil.
I like how they kept the NA theme, though, you know?
How so?
Well, it's the clowns, the circus, you know? It's nice. They kept the little Seattle touch, you know?
It was nice having it back in North America as a reunion episode, but I'm happy that Europe's getting a shot at it, and I'm looking forward to it. But that's all off in the future, in September, because it has been announced for September. We're not all the way back to August yet, but it's at least not in October anymore. But I want to know about the now. I don't want to know about March.
Okay.
I want to know about what's happening in our tournament, Dream League Season 22. I mentioned it at the very beginning. We started out with 16 teams, chopped them in half, brought them down to 8, round robin, group stage 2, and now just 4 teams remain. This is how our group stage 2 played out. Aurora, Shopify, Rebellion, OG, and Game & Gladiators were eliminated in the thrilling conclusion. I guess Aurora and Shopify already bowed out a little bit earlier, but OG and Gaiman were fighting to the bitter end. But unfortunately, OG succumbed to Team Spirit, and Extreme ended up getting a victory over Game & Gladiators. At the top of the charts, though, Team Falcons comfortably with their 7-0 win-loss score, only dropping a singular game throughout this entire group stage 2 to Aurora.
Yeah, I want to give Aurora a shout because you know, people looking at the rankings be like, "Oh, those guys must suck." But this was the second group stage. So they made it through the first one. They had a stand-in, and they took a game off of a lot of teams. Right. So it's like that score makes them look a lot worse.
And even when they were losing, they were actually looking decent.
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah.
Which is why we can think back to some of our greatest hits during this group stage. In case you missed it, let me give you this highlight reel.
Aberlight's looking for the spear back, but he tries for it. Doesn't land, and a better RP Hits from Ace on to 3 once again. Almost immediately get a high ground ward out. See Savo jump forward. 3-man no from Whisper. Blast off right on top of it. A beautiful chain combo. Wombo OG take that one.
The dagger hit the Tormentor? Dude, I bet that's what it was. The dagger instantly clears some of these illusions. They start going for the tear wave goes out. They manage to get the duel. The duel. Do the damage, trying to finish it up. The damage dealers are gone. They don't have their heroes. They don't have the buybacks. It's not enough. They'll take the Ancient. He's going to have to doppelganger over to the other side of the cliff. He does make it. He fakes it out. What a low-skill dog shit play that was.
Fatalist. Oh, Malrain, he's going to be spotted. Stampede to try to connect with him. BKB is pumped. Arena comes out, and Ame has no one to stun him a bit. The Miro continuing to go with that trample, and the BKB as the black hole comes in onto 2 with the Minds of Save doing so much work.
Well, that's going to run straight into the enemy.
An Arena on 4, on Spear on 2, a second Arena, a second Spear. Collapses, got them in a Venn diagram of hell. All he can do is pop Shivas and die. Oh, the lasso though, BZM gets stuck into the fountain. This is going to be a dieback for him. The Ancient will go down for Falcons if they just ignore everything, and they win it. Unbelievable.
Quite a few great moments out of there in that group stage 2. For me, I don't know if it's recency bias, but that dagger on the Tormentor, I don't think I'll ever forget that play. I don't even know if I should call it a play. That
moment.
Happening.
Occurrence.
Exactly.
Freak of nature that it occurred. My favorite bit was Cap just throwing a player under the bus. What a low-skill dog shit play.
The only person who got thrown under the bus was me by production. What the hell?
Explain the context of it for anyone that missed.
Avery was saying that Phantom Lancer is a low-skill hero.
He is.
In fact, he's saying it's the lowest skill hero.
That's not even true, Avery, but all right.
I agree. That's why I was making fun of him for it.
Wait, I didn't even say it was the lowest skill. I said it was the most dishonest hero.
You said your dog was 8-0 playing Phantom Lancer.
I can tape
that dog right there.
my dog, and it could go 8-0 on Phantom Lancer because the hero's so dishonest.
It's hard getting out of lane with it though nowadays.
It adds to the dishonesty.
Okay.
Like lane me straight up, you know. Don't like go, I'm going to auto lose the lane and then still be annoying for 80 minutes. Dishonesty.
Gordon, you have a standout moment from that group stage 2?
Well, I mean, the last game was like the most memorable, which was great. I think everybody will look at the Tormentor a little bit differently now. I really have to just say, because I felt like it wasn't said enough, Durachi played a great game.
He did.
All right? He really did. It's really unfortunate that Durachi throw took over, but it wasn't his fault this time. No, I hate to see him. It probably broke his heart.
Unforeseen circumstances. I would have always thought that having Watcher vision on the Tormentor is always beneficial, and yet here we are. Other people looked at the play under the microscope. There was added insult to injury in that he threw a dagger at a TB illusion. He did not even kill the TB illusion. The TB illusion getting hit by the dagger primed the crit that ended up killing him on the Tormentor.
Also, the patch gave cast range to that dagger throw in the first place.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So it's possible that a previous patch, that dagger doesn't even connect to the Tormentor.
Wow.
And to think that whole strategy is going to get nerfed in like a week.
Because of Revenant's Brooch, you're expecting a Revenant's Brooch nerf?
I mean, yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if we see more Revenant's Brooch PA in this tournament in like the last 4. That looks incredibly stupid in terms of the damage ramp.
You have to get past the really hard part of the game, which is the beginning, but after that, you're basically the strongest hero.
Yeah.
I mean, they were megaed.
Yeah.
And we've seen it before with this PA late game. You get the Revenant's Brooch. You don't care about mega creeps. You can one-shot people from a million miles away. And if they ban the PA, you can do it with Weaver. And I guess you could do it with Mars. I haven't seen the Revenant's Brooch Mars in this tournament.
It was, I think, debuted by Amar.
Okay. All right. So he did it this tournament.
In the group stage, the
In
first
the
group
group
stage.
stage.
But not in the second one, I don't believe.
Not yet, no. It's been in his pocket.
No, Whisper had a game.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it was that crazy OG game with like 8 to 10 rapiers, and he eventually switched. He remembered that build existed. He's like, wait, why am I building Refresher Yules? Go Divine Brooch and one-shot somebody.
Instead of
Now, that is dishonest. That is actually dishonest.
Yeah, that's pretty.
One mistake and you lose, but you feel so good.
Not as dishonest as Phantom Lancer, but it's like close.
Well, are we going to see Phantom Lancer out of the 4 teams that remain? Let's take a look at our bracket. We have an upper bracket and a lower bracket. We're going to be starting off the day in the lower bracket. Team Spirit will be facing off in Extreme Gaming, a classic matchup of Yatoro versus Ame, which has already happened twice in this tournament, and obviously many, many times before that. That is an elimination series. Loser will go home, and winner will move up to the lower bracket finals, where they will face off against the loser of our upper bracket final, Falcons versus BetBoom team. Predictions.
I think I'll go out on a limb here. I feel like the fact that Extreme Gaming is in the top 4 is probably the biggest surprise out of these 4 teams.
Okay.
They have been a little bit inconsistent. Sometimes they seem unbeatable, and I did not think they would win with that draft against Gaming Gladiators last time, and no one on the panel did. They surprised us. I do think Team Spirit is more consistent, so I think they have that.
Okay. Spirit moves through to lower bracket finals. Then our second series is going to be Falcons versus BetBoom team. Pyrian, you got to read?
Come on.
Falcons?
Come on.
Then I guess the question is, how many games are they going to lose in that series?
None.
2-0.
They're not going to lose a game from here on out.
Oh, the 2-0 against
I'll go on a
BetBoom.
limb and predict
The
that.
grand final 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, I reckon, yeah.
I think it's going to be Spirit. They're going to have an 8-2 run.
Well.
Facing off against Falcons?
Against XG, BetBoom, Falcons in the finals. 8-2 all the way. They're going to take it. Back to my boys.
Nightfall hasn't been the same since all of his Smurfs got banned. Are we just...
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
That seems like a good thing, though, because BetBoom is doing far better than they usually do.
Yeah.
I'm not going to write out Extreme. I like, again, inconsistency in their performance, but when they're on, they could be the best team of the tournament. So, like, that matchup, I think, says a lot. I think whoever makes it through that matchup will very likely go on to the finals.
Okay.
Yeah.
They win with drafts that nobody sees coming. I mean, they did win with the Legion Commander draft, because technically the Legion Commander duel at the end was kind of what won them the game, in addition to the Tormentor, you know?
Probably
So
that.
I guess you could say, do they really deserve to be here? I think so, but it could have been 3 games. That series probably should have been 3 games if it hadn't been
XM
for a bit of
Sniper,
madness.
100% win rate.
Yeah, win
XM
rate.
Sniper every time. All the other heroes are just garnishes.
Yeah.
He's a ranged carry superiority.
Well,
Yeah, he did the same on Lina, too.
He did the same on the Lina, exactly.
What other options we have? Lina Sniper, what other ranged core could he go mid?
Shadow Fiend, it's coming.
Yeah,
it's
A
coming.
currently uncontested hero right now in
Coming
DreamLeague.
for a good reason, but that won't stop XM.
Yeah.
He probably looks at the bottom 10% win rate to the patch. He's like, what can I get out of
Give
this
me them.
pool? You know?
Give me them. Yeah.
The
You're
only
going to
thing-
get your hero.
The only thing that troubles me about Extreme is that I have not noticed any positive trajectory out of them, any trend. I feel like all the other teams have been improving. Falcons started good and they have just continued to be good. BetBoom, I've seen an improvement from Group Stage 1. Spirit, I've seen an improvement from Group Stage 1. Extreme is just...
Yeah, but they
one of
ride
these.
their luck at times. They surprise people with drafts at
So
times.
you will get one of these all the way throughout the playoff
I
bracket.
just think they're very unpredictable. I think it must genuinely be hard to play against them because you don't know where they're going to draft. And then sometimes you think, well, we won this draft, and then you lose all 3 lanes, and the game is over in 25 minutes. You're like, what the hell happened there? So I quite like that. I like them as my dark horse.
Okay.
I'd say, yeah, for sure.
Another thing I am a little bit surprised by. Can we take a look at the regions of these 4 teams? So Copenhagen TI is coming back to Europe. Where's Western Europe in this bracket, Gork?
I see Crit and Falcons. He's Danish.
That is true.
Oh, okay.
But they're a MENA team.
Yeah, that's fair.
Where has Western Europe been?
What? They're not a MENA team.
Yeah.
Falcons.
That's an American team
right,
there,
of course.
baby.
It's coming home.
Coming home.
Oh, dear.
It gets 10 every time, so we keep doing it.
It's just so funny. It's coming home.
It's coming home, and they will be all grabbing a fair amount of prize money and EPT points now that you've made it to this point. 4th place, which will be the loser of our upcoming series, still goes home with a cool 85,000 USD and 2240 EPT points. After that, 3rd place, 120,000, 2,800 EPT points. 2nd place, 175K, 3,500 EPT points. And 1st place, 300K, 4,200 EPT points. So I won't take any more time then. I want to get into this first series of the day. PogChamp Pandas, play me in.
Obviously, we're doing very well in this event so far, and I'm very happy with our team's result. I think we improved a lot over the group stage.
Actually, I think we confident enough to beat any team.
This is the final step for these 4 teams.
There's the arena on to 2, but a quick BKB from GPK. He's able to get off his torch storm as a result. Lasso applying. Oh my god! A little bit longer as Babochka and Mira get deleted by Nightfall.
We've seen things in this tournament that haven't been done before.
Holy shit! 4 banners! This is the first time ever!
There's $1 million on the line for these teams.
There's still a lot of work to be done to like play even better. This is what we're looking for.
We're about to see the 4 best Dota teams in the world.
Oh my god! Peter heals up to full, destroys Miero. No buyback for him as Nightfall also getting...
The EPT points they earn here could be the difference between going to Riyadh Masters or not.
Q is dead. Last off to follow. The Sun Ray not enough to keep Ame alive. Airwave goes out. They manage to get the duel. The duel. Time is the tear wave, but it doesn't matter. They get him anyway. Quinn Weiger. Stonefoot's going for it. Can they do the damage? Can they do the damage? Try to finish it up. The damage healers are gone. They don't have their heroes. They don't have the buybacks. It's not enough.
It was a very different PogChamp that I was looking for. It was a PogChamp video showing us the 4 teams remaining. And now you're ready for the first series of this playoffs. Let's get into Falcons. Let's get into Spirit versus Extreme Gaming.
Hey guys, I want to show you some highlights of why these 2 teams actually made it to the top 4 here in DreamLeague. So I'm gonna start this clip with, first of all, it's gonna be Extreme Gaming, and I want to highlight their smoke and their observer ward, because without this, it couldn't actually work. So let's play the clip out, and I'm gonna highlight the minimap. Look at the drawing the Jin-Q is already drawing in the game, because he's basically understanding where exactly Gaimin are. Like, look at them, they're hiding, they're basically controlling this high ground with their nice ward, which means if you smoke into them right now and you go from here, you're gonna break into a core. If you go here, you're gonna break into a core, and basically the same thing here, which is exactly why Extreme are gonna take this nice route that they're currently doing, where they try to go all the way around here on the minimap to come from the backside. Now we have to highlight this little ward that Jin-Q places right now, because look at the vision that this entire ward gives them. They now see both the backline supports of Gaming Gladiators, and when you play against Venge, TB, or any lineup really that has 2 backlining supports, it's the best thing you can do to go all the way around, because only because of this smoke path and only because of this ward, it allows XXS to get this insane 4-man arena, and basically from this point onward, you know, they press their buttons well, they team wipe Gaming Gladiators, and they just win this game. But they're not the only ones that are very good at understanding their win condition and what to do. In my next clip, as I'm gonna hide this bar, we have OG versus Spirit. This was the deciding game of who would actually qualify to today. So we can see it's a 50-50 win probability game, absolutely even game. Nothing else that can really be said here. The moment that they see that Tomato uses God Strength, they know that they are on a timer, because Sven without his ult can't really fight. So any second that now passes puts OG on an immense timer in this fight. So I want to highlight how Spirit, they move up again just to like kite and keep scouting, right? They see him with the Spirit and they see him with the TB Illusion. And look, the moment they see this, I want to really highlight their positioning and what they do with their heroes. Watch this play out. They onslaught out with Primal Beast, he pikes out with TB, he 4-steps out with ET, and he also uses the Ogre Steel out with Mira. Just like kiting, making more time, and really putting a lot of pressure on OG in this fight, where Tomato, again, half duration, now goes hit the Roche. They see Whisper for just a moment, Mira instantly blinks in, drops a sentry, puts down the lift. And this is the first time in this entire fight where Spirit decide to engage in this fight. And look at the timer already on the Sven ult. Sven ult is basically over. Tomato has no play anymore in this entire fight. He can man up against Yotoro. And from this point onwards, like look, they just get 2 core kills, they take the Aegis, and this play is the only reason why Spirit actually won this game. And these are the highlights that even just allowed these teams to be here today in the playoffs of DreamLeague.
Thank you very much, Kazu, for giving us a primer on what to expect out of these two teams, Team Spirit versus Extreme Gaming. Although this is a matchup that we've seen 2 times already in this Dream League. Once during Group Stage 1 and once during Group Stage 2, as I welcome Effie to the draft panel.
Hello.
What's up?
Pretty good. You know, excited for some good old-fashioned Dota, the El Clasico of Ame versus Yatoro.
It's happening very frequently, shockingly frequently.
It is. It seems like they're, you know, 2 lovers just destined to...
They must
lovers.
hate us for keep saying that. They're like,
Yeah, so when we interviewed Ame, he was trying to get out of the conversation, it seemed, whenever the conversation circled back to Yatoro. But as of recently, he's been getting the upper hand on old Yatoro, because in Group Stage 1, Extreme 2-0'd them, and in Group Stage 2, Extreme got another victory in a 2-1 series. So if the trend is to continue, I would imagine that Spirit may face elimination here, but surely the equation changes at this point, Gork.
We'll see. I do think Spirit have been more consistent. That's all I've been saying, especially in the last 2 or 3 series. So I believe in Spirit on this one, for sure.
And their team fighting has been immaculate as well, which is, Kazu, what you were demonstrating in that.
Yeah, I would say that both teams, when they're very clutch, I would give the favor to Team Spirit. I would say that they're the most clutch team of all time, especially when they're behind. So that's kind of the one thing I'm looking at. But I don't think there's a big gap between the 2 teams. Would you agree, Mira?
Yeah, I don't think the gap is there at all, honestly. They're both incredibly high-skilled teams, obviously, but it felt like the first series that Spirit played against Extreme in Group Stage 1, they were just off. They didn't look like themselves. Yatoro had an exceptionally poor performance relative to what we're used to seeing out of him, and the Spirit that played a couple of days ago doesn't look like the Spirit that got crushed by Extreme Gaming in that Group Stage 1. And Group Stage 2 was pretty close. It was a 3-game series, so we can't just go off of past metrics and say that Spirit will lose today.
The point that Mira made about Yatoro, I have to agree with, because I just read a stat that he has not had a single deathless game at this Dream League. And I feel like when I think of carries who oftentimes have like a perfect game, they know everything, they dodge every smoke move, they dodge every gank, whatever it is. Yeah. I feel like he hasn't had a super perfect game yet. It's been close to it, but not like the prime Yatoro we're used to seeing.
How many other carries had 0 death games this tournament?
I'm not.
I need to know that stat. Otherwise, I feel like you put him on the spot.
I'll try to look it up for you.
Have a dig. I want to know.
There have been
Maybe
0
Nightfall.
death games. There
that's what I was
Nightfall is
Kazu, I
notorious.
want it on the tip of your tongue. Ready to go.
I'll go out on a limb and I'll say
I'm not sure I can do
Ame.
that right now, but I'll look it up for you.
All right, you do that, baby boy.
I'll tell you, Ted. Ame has had at least 1 on his Faceless Void.
Okay.
And so has every other team in the top 4. I think Skeeter's had plenty of deathless games.
Skeeter definitely has had
Yes, yeah.
So Yatoro definitely has been looking a lot better. And honestly, I think that Spirit got cheesed a little bit in Group Stage 1 when they got their troll OD'd. They didn't have that in mind. There was also some drafting errors in Group Stage 2. Actually, it was still Group Stage 1 when their TA got Naga'd. So it was just a TA into a Naga, and it felt like a draft lost at that point. And then Group Stage 2, there was an epic battle between Mipochka and Jinkyu versus Couriers. There was just a never-ending Courier anime battle. So a lot of the games that we watched didn't look normal. And I expect that there's going to be a lot more preparation today coming out of both of the teams where we're not going to really see that much cheese slide through for Extreme Gaming.
But I don't know how often normal favors Extreme, Ted. Like you said, this is a team that is very reckless. Oftentimes, the recklessness is in their favor, but we've seen many moments where they pick themselves into a corner.
I mean, yeah, but sometimes that corner is where they want to be. You know what I mean? Like, at times I feel like you think, are they trolling with these picks? Like, they're so outside the meta of the tournament. You almost think, well, what are they doing? But then they'll win lanes with this. You know, this is they're picking what they want to play. And I think, in a way, a lot of teams maybe lack the courage to do that. They tend to pick what everyone else is picking. Because you don't look like a fool. If you pick Legion Commander and loser there, everyone's like, Legion Commander, if you win with it, they forget that. So you kind of, the bravery, I think, of just saying, yeah, I want to pick this. This is what I want to play. I say, I support that. Go for it.
Sorry to interrupt, I got the stat for you. Yatoro's the only one who hasn't had a deathless game yet.
Now that's a stat.
Ame had 2, Skeeter had 6, and Nightfall had 8.
Wow!
My Nightfall.
Damn.
My Nightfall. The BKB TP out. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Please take it away.
I forgot what I was about to say.
Let's go. Ted, back to you.
Okay. Do you want me to give you some homework as well, Gorg?
Oh, I love homework, especially when I'm the only one without the laptop.
I'll lend you a hand here.
No, quiz me.
No, you guys all get an A+. Thank you, Kezu.
You're welcome.
Because he hasn't had a deathless game. If everyone is stumbling around not having deathless games, the stat is, meaningless. But the fact that he's the only one without, that's statistics.
Now I remember what I wanted to say.
There we go. We're back.
I think all 4 of these teams that are in the top 4 now are actually have quite unique draft styles. I think Spirit prioritizing the Grimstroke stuff and the ET as well. We see some other teams also doing ET, but they really prioritize these. So I feel like it's going to be a clash of styles. This is finally, I think, drafting styles favor the individuals that are brave, like Bjorn said, that take risks. And I think, honestly, both of these teams can be said to do that.
Yeah, they both definitely developed a sense of individualism throughout this tournament. I mean, you know that a team like Extreme Gaming with players like Zenki and XM who have so many cheese heroes in their pocket have that individualism, but it's actually not something that we've seen happen a lot from Team Spirit. Team Spirit in the past have been so telegraphed. Oh, they'll pick their stun hero on Collapse. Oh, they'll pick Mirana or Rubik or Grimstroke on Mira. But now we are seeing these ETs and we are seeing these Rubiks and drafts where it doesn't work.
We saw Extreme Gaming even trying to go for the Falcons draft for a while. But I think they've finally realized, let's not try to be Falcons, let's try to be ourselves.
And we'll see if they're able to bring themselves to victory. Let's get into our game number 1.
Our next opponents will be Extreme Gaming. I hope our games will be interesting and we will win.
And Yatoro able to infest inside of Laurel. Gets on a split up onto 3 heroes. Look at the damage now, the rebuke.
因为中国队伍夺冠嘛，可能大家就会觉得其实中国队伍不比国外队伍差嘛，就后面可能会打得越来越好。
We still want to win every game and every match, and we gonna prepare as maximum as we can. Try to show our best.
The duel is in trouble. How was it not enough? They will finish it up.
就是5个人的目标都很一致吧，都是为了更好的成绩，都是去享受比赛。
XXS just stop the TP away from the spin. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The arena saves him. Once again, the blast off cannot land.
Tensions are high as these teams are trying to get every little bit of EPT points and prize money as they look forward to the finals.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I can't even tell you who's going to be in the finals outside of Falcons. I can confidently say that I think we will see them in the finals. As for the 3 teams that are in contention, I think Extreme Gaming or Spirit or BetBoom could all be there depending on what kind of game they bring today. Actually, Gork, I wanted to ask you a question about the carry meta in this tournament. So obviously you've watched a lot of this tournament progress, and I was curious what your opinion is as a carry player on how it's developed from group stage 1 till now.
Yeah, I mean, before it, I even talked to Skeeter about it, about what carry. He asked me what carries do I think will be meta. And I felt honored, And I told him, like, maybe Alchemist, maybe Slark, like they seem kind of good. They were trash. So I had no good read at the start of it. But I think development is, this TB has been huge because it's a flex pick. Flex picks are really valuable. And Sven got up and shot up in value in the beginning and now is considered kind of bad again. Lifestealer is the big breakout hero for me, though. That one is a huge surprise, and I expect to see it quite a lot now in the finals.
I feel like this new build, or I don't know how new I want to call it, but like Radiance was buffed. I feel like S&Y is buffed. Like just this hero manning up against some of these strength heroes that are kind of here, I think makes this hero just like very good. Like even asked Ame, because I feel like they picked it in a draft where he was up against some counters, and he's like, well, this new build makes it playable against doesn't matter what, even if there's counters, I don't care.
Yeah, S&Y does feel like a very strong item, and any carry that can pick it has managed to look better in this meta. But I actually also wanted to follow up on Sven. So Sven initially was just winning every single game up until like 3 days ago. He's lost much more games than he's won. Is it because the hero's been figured out, or too many teams are trying to brute force it into first phase?
I think sometimes teams draft a little bit weirdly around them, because I think it's actually a skewed statistic because of Falcons. Falcons are just amazing on this hero. They draft around it really well, and they understand the hero well. And I think a lot of people were trying to copy them without practicing the strategy, and that's why we've seen the downfall of the hero more.
I think Spirit is setting up for a Lifestealer pick here. In all honesty.
Yeah, they ban out the Slardar, the Timbersaw, and the Phoenix as we look at our Game 1 draft. Extreme, they take out the Chen, the Magnus, the Centaur, and the DK. Mars remains in the pool, but Spirit end up first picking the Shadow Demon, an Extreme response with a Flex Terrorblade pick.
That's what I wanted to ask. Have they played it as a support before on Extreme? Homework.
I think everyone's been practicing it.
Okay.
Like, that was something that we found out, was that after we'd seen this TB support be viable, people were off practicing it.
Yeah.
And, like, Crit was practicing it. And who else? Someone else was practicing it in pubs as well.
Snaking.
Tofu played it.
Right.
Baboka, Jinkyu, they've all been playing it. It seems like the new tech on the block.
Yeah, but they have. Extreme Gaming have played this.
Right.
And they played it on DY and not on Jinkyu. So they played 5 Terrorblade and they actually completely crushed that game.
Okay.
So this Terrorblade isn't just a 4-1 flex, it's a 1-4-5 flex.
Yeah.
That's a big flex.
I do think the heroes you need to consider for both teams is, first of all, Lifestealer for both, and Sniper potentially later for Extreme Gaming. I do think that Ted has a good hunch about what's going on with the Spirit bans right now. Like, you have Slardar taken out, you have PA taken out. I would say other heroes that need to be considered when you want to play Lifestealer potentially are the ones that, in my opinion, you need to nuclear counter him, that in the mid game when he gets his items, he can't stand his ground. So I'm thinking of like PAs, maybe Enigmas, potentially Doom, he can't ban fight. Like, these are the type of heroes I'm looking for. So if Spirit show us another ban like that, there's a high chance that Lifestealer is on the come up here in the next phase.
Yeah. I like that. Do you think this SD is a preparation for the TB? They probably knew it was coming. Why do you think they opted out for the SD instead of the Grimstroke and the ET they've been playing more?
Seems just like a very annoying hero I feel like to play against. And also, if there is this idea of the Lifestealer, I don't want to overemphasize on it, but I feel like it has to be highly valued. I would say SD protects from a lot of these heroes, and at the same time, he would also be good against Lifestealer if you were to give it.
I think it's also as simple as they left Mars in the pool and they had that first pick. So they drafted themselves a strong meta hero that's a good save support against Mars if they let it through. And it's also a good support against a Terrorblade that could potentially come up in the first phase.
They banned the Lifestealer.
Yep.
I'll shut the hell up.
I mean, banning Lifestealer to me could also indicate that they might want to pick the Mars for themselves if it's still left in the pool here by XG. But also, they might be looking at that Sven that we talked about earlier that can still be a high-value hero, especially if you pair it with a Shadow Demon who, excels at making stacks.
I like that, yeah.
I mean, I guess Extreme have to pick out of phase first. I would assume that it's very likely that they will show either, if they feel like they have to steal the Mars, they would either take it here, otherwise I think you just take the other support.
That's a pick actually Spirit have been prioritizing a lot on Collapse. First phase, I think this is a steal pick by Extreme actually.
Le bête primal.
It's also a very good hero against supports like Shadow Demon, right? You need to be able to gap close on them and take them out early on.
The ulti does annoy Primal Beast actually, because if you press it on him and he charges, it instantly stops the charge, which is very strange.
And it slows down the damage from Trample.
Yeah.
But alternatively, when this Primal Beast gets a blink, he can try to heavily prioritize his Shadow Demon, because that it feels like it is how you have to play against this hero.
I like this Mars pick a lot. I'm surprised they let it through against Primal, because it's a good thing to trap the beast in the cage, so to say. He can't really move around in and out the fight. He has to maybe buy an early BKB. Primals don't love that.
They should probably bring out a Primal Beast counter, new hero, that's a giant gorilla. Because there's the Godzilla vs. Kong movie.
I like that.
But they team up, so you could also have them on the same team. Just saying.
Need more kaiju.
We need some big monkeys running around here.
It's good lore, I like it.
Just buy Donkey Kong rights.
Get the rights to Kong, exactly. He rolls in a barrel down the river.
Yes.
Let Jinkyu get Giant's Ring on Monkey King.
There's a plumber hero, an Italian plumber hero.
Oh, who could it be?
Well, get
Wow.
it in there.
Luigi?
Tad, you've got really great ideas here. How about another idea, though? Doesn't this look like a support Terrorblade now to you, Gork? Because I feel like if it were played as a carry, it feels quite solved in Team Spirit's draft.
Yeah.
They have the Shadow Demon illusions to make of the TB, they have the Hex and the Mandarin from Lion, and they have the Arena that TB would have to play against.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's honestly not the most terrible laner against Mars. From what I've seen, he's won a few lanes against him. I think they're keeping it slightly open still in Extreme, but they will have to make a decision now with these two picks. I would honestly still at least keep it flexed until last pick still, because they do have that. showing your mid laner here does suck a little bit.
You could, I mean, I feel like you have a good opening for Sven, personally, because it's good against SD with the Axiator, you don't really care. That's one of the other heroes. Ame has not lost yet on Faceless Void, actually.
There we go. A good read, I think.
It's kind of some Exodia thing going on when you do get there.
Exodia from Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. It's very powerful.
We're buying all the rights.
16 and 6 this hero.
Yeah, Void with full slots when he's not countered is a very scary hero. They should pick the other support now, obviously, to keep the Primal open, I would say, between 2 and 3. I still feel like one of the strengths of this hero is even when he's countered in lane, he can dodge the lane very easily and then still collapse on the other lane like super quickly.
I would also say they kind of telegraphed the pick a bit with the Naga ban. And on top of that, Faceless Void is actually one of the strongest safe laners against Primal Beast off lane because he can leap away from the damage. So I think it's a very smart pick by Extreme Gaming here. It denies and it's good for them as well.
And as much as I've been hyping up the 6-0 score from XM Sniper, like you said, Kazu, Faceless Void is undefeated in Ame's hands. That's out of 5 games. He's 5-0 on it right now.
Wow.
But I do want to ask, how comfortable is Faceless Void playing versus Shadow Demon? Because we've seen it go both ways, where he jumps the SD first. But if he doesn't go on SD and goes on another priority target, throughout this tournament, we've seen a lot of disruption saves in these chronos.
No, I think it's gonna be annoying, especially they can set up like Team Spirit. Having talked to some people that know them well, they're the best at support positioning in the whole game. Like Miposhka and Mira. I'm gonna expect Mira on the Lion to be in front of Miposhka and like basically insta-hex the Void and disturb him because he will want to catch that Shadow Demon in the back.
I think there's also very high value for Extreme if they can find a hero that jumps with the Primal and the Void. Like, when you play against these lineups, you need either heroes that jump backlines or you need to take many separate fights at the same time so that SD isn't like, okay, Chrono comes, I save you. And it's very simple. So it's on Extreme to like kind of make it more chaotic in a way.
Primal can give you that angle a lot.
I would actually like to see a ranged hero come out of Extreme here. I mean, something like a Puck, which just got taken out, because it feels like the only follow-up damage right now, Primal Beast can't contribute, and there is a sharpshooter, but it's not really going to be enough early on. And your support Terrorblade, I guess in theory, could meta and start punching people in the chrono, but I feel like it's on XM's hero to just pick this really strong ranged hero, something like Alina maybe.
The Invoker is also still in the pool with the Cataclysm combo. Could be good too.
Ooh, I do like
Why are you all proposing heroes that aren't Sniper?
I mean, the Sniper does fit. They honestly have 3 picks here on.
They banned Puck and Storm, 2 gap closey heroes.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, this is good. Sniper, Lina, Invoker. Let's see what Spirit are scared of the most.
I've liked Lina a lot versus Morphling, just because if the Lina gets off to a good start and has a good lane, which XG can set up for a great lane for XM because they have the overall last pick, we often see these like early smokes on Linas where they can just go on the Morphling and shut him down a couple of times, get a few really important kills.
Yeah. Yatoro is a feeder after all, so it should be easy.
Feeds every time.
Feeds every game.
I mean, Spirit should kind of be looking at I would just say like a very classic Laurel hero. Like, you need someone that the supports can kind of combine themselves with, I would say, after like the early game. So you start just playing around your Mars and your mid laner, you leave Yatoro to do his thing, he's Morphling. He's gonna chill in the top lane for as long as he can. So just find this hero that...
What about Leshrac? We've seen a lot of teams pick up a Leshrac, go push towers early, fight early.
It can work.
For which team?
Only if they ban Lina, I think. You need to ban these ranged turret heroes, because I'm personally not the biggest fan of it. It would have to be well protected.
The turrets have to be banned. Well, listen, they're really debating which one to ban here, I think. Taking their time. All 3 are very hard to counter in the lane, and they ban the Doom, so... They actually expect a Primal mid on this one, which is surprising to me.
Yeah, it's like the antithesis of how XM likes to play. A melee brawler.
It's important to cover your bases here, especially if you have a Morphling on your team. Like this Primal flex to mid into a Doom would have been very scary for Team Spirit, because even the best Morphling players suffer.
Oh, the Doom is hell. Yeah, honestly, I've seen a lot of teams just ban it just in case. The OD is also a bit of a cover pick for the Morphling. So.
Just some Void Spirits maybe. Oh, they do go for the Lesh.
Wow. So this is going to be a turret, right? Which one would you guys like?
Effie talked about Lina. I don't see why that hero wouldn't come out here.
Looks good.
And there is always a potential for a Sniper if we're talking about
I mean, why not? 200% win rate heroes on the same team?
You literally can't lose.
What does Coach Waterbottle think? Ask him.
But while they think about this pick, Gork, what do you feel about this Morphling versus Faceless Void carry matchup? How do you think that's going to go?
I think before it used to be considered quite Void favored, but nowadays with the Morphling's Kanda build and stuff, you have a lot of burst on Void, and also turning into him and stealing Dilate is really valuable. There's one of the few carries that's good against Void that's not an illusion hero.
So how do they have to set up Void on Extreme Gaming so that he can have a good game versus Morphling?
I think he has a fairly good lane against Mars. We've seen a lot of Mars outlane people regardless of matchups. Oh, that's
Zeus!
Spicy 2 and 7 turret right there.
It's damage, that's for sure.
I'm telling you that Yadro is going to be stressing when he's morphing down now. Zeus ulti, guys.
Yeah, they have the damage secured for Chrono. It is a hero that lanes well against Leshrac with the Chain Lightning.
Yeah.
But Zeus heavily suffers versus Mars, let's be real. I mean, Zeus cannot do anything if he gets the arena.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not a BKB buying hero to protect itself from the arena like Lina or Sniper would have. So it's something new coming out of Extreme Gaming. I'm not the biggest believer in Zeus.
The hero was 2 and 7 apparently.
Yeah, I feel like because he just gets stunned and he dies regardless of how his lane goes.
But have they been running in those games? Has he been run as a mid, or have they been doing that funky, weird support Zeus?
Nah, he's mid with the shard and lightning hands.
Yeah, that's been popular. Actually, according to Dota 2 Pro Tracker, he's one of the most winning heroes last week.
Really?
Wow.
And I don't know why. Like, honestly, I don't even see him much in pubs, but yeah.
XM is one of the better Zeuses, but I kind of agree. I'm not the biggest fan of it. Well, I wasn't too sure about the Lesh either, but I like Spirits, I would say, kind of like team fighting and going in. I feel like if they find the fights in the mid game where they do go in first, then I feel like it might be hard for Extreme to deal with it. So I favor Spirit at least a little bit.
Yeah.
I think for me, Spirit's gameplay is going to be dependent on their supports and how well they can position themselves in these fights. Because if the Shadow Demon's outside of the Chrono and he can save the primary target that Void goes on, there should be no reason why they wouldn't be able to reset after the Chronosphere. And if Mira on the line can get off to a good start, get a really few key finger kills, Spirit are going to be pretty happy because their supports do seem stronger than Extreme Gaming supports. But on the other hand, this Zeus is a wild card. He could just pop off entirely. What do we know?
Why did they find the desire that we should get a magic damage turret as opposed to the right-click Lina, the right-click Sniper? Because that's the one advantage that a Zeus gives you, is more magic damage.
I would imagine that Zeus is ready to play and rotate a lot earlier than something like a Lina and a Sniper. Like, he can comfortably just, with the power runes, rotate to these side lanes and do more for his team in the early game. So that's probably what they're thinking.
Maybe also the last point, like maybe the Zeus ult to find the supports in the backline could be added benefit, perhaps,
like that,
but not sure.
The vision game is important. Like you said, they have to split up the fight, so that's a way to do it, to find the supports.
And then obviously just to stress out a Morphling player, because you don't want to have to sit around at that low agi when there's Thunder God's Wrath looming above you. Friends, let's get into our elimination series. Let's get into game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome, boys and girls, to the playoffs of Dream League. We're going to start off with Team Spirit versus Extreme Gaming. We've got an XM Zeus on our hands versus a Yatoro Morphling. Avery, how you feeling about this game?
It's going to get spicy. These are two drafts that, outside of the Leshrac, you're kind of playing for those late game team fights. There's not a lot of early aura buyers, not a lot of heroes that want to skirmish really heavy that early. Again, unless Laurel just goes Super Saiyan this game, I feel like we're going to go late. We're going to see a bunch of these fights centered around the Roshan. Both these teams really want Aegises on their carries here. And whenever you're playing Zeus Faceless Void with the support Terrorblade, you got to be thinking about going late. This is not a lineup for XG that is going to take early towers and go high ground like we saw when Ame was playing that Terrorblade under 30 minutes.
Extreme tried to go for a late smoke wrap play to see if they could get a first blood somewhere in there, but fortunately it breaks on mid a little bit, and then it breaks even further on Yatoro, who had a very defensive ward for himself. So Extreme Gaming, who I believe is the team that fails to get first blood the most, they only get first blood in 30% of their games.
They just don't really clump at runes. We've seen them, I think they've lost 4 runes once this tournament too. They tend to just split up, and usually when you split up, if somebody else groups, you're just going to feed it away. Which I still don't really understand why teams do that, but Power to him, I guess it's working out.
It's gotten them this far, that's for sure. Though it is funny, if they get first blood, they go 9-1. 9-1 when they get first blood. So I don't know if that stat reached to Extreme Gaming and maybe why they did that late smoke there or what. But I mean, you've talked extensively about the impact of first blood and what it can do to lanes that are previously advantageous but kind of get flipped on their side when first blood gets given away.
These pre-rune fights matter a lot. They can just ruin games straight up. And generally, if you want to go late game, you should not engage in them because the chance something goes wrong for you is extremely detrimental, whereas it going right for you doesn't change a lot. And if you're the team with faster pace, you want something to happen.
Right.
So if XG are a team that prefer to play a slower game for Ame, they played Faceless Void a bunch, they played Sniper a bunch, then it would make sense to some degree that they don't necessarily go searching for these things. Just not, the payoff just isn't as good compared to someone like, Gaiman, who's played a lot faster on average, or some of the more aggressive teams like Bet Boom, for example, still in the tournament. But so far, lane's looking pretty good here.
Yeah.
For Spirit on the CS board. And the panel was talking about the Zeus versus things like the Sniper and the Lina. It is interesting because I think all of those types of heroes have... What is happening here?
He is not quite going to have enough to be able to run him down. Gets really good damage. And now, actually, the Blood Grenade's going to go the other way. The time dilation is taking
knocked him in
on Mira. Knocks him through the trees to get on top of Mira, but neither... Oh, he actually does manage to get it. The reflection comes out and finishes off Mira. So, first blood goes to DY and Extreme Gaming.
A little weird from Spirit there. I think you just go on eat DY or just let the Lion do his thing, but ends up kind of backfiring that entire sequence. And they'll get some meta usage. Someone else. I mean, does DY die here, though, is the big question. When the Lion comes back, it's close. Yeah.
He does.
So you feed it right back during the meta. Kind of a sloppy death by DY. Spirit will take advantage of it.
Yeah. Coming back with meta on cooldown. It's got to kind of hurt your laning phase. They're going to try and run down Maposhka. Oh, got the disruption off just in time, and he got the Lotus away from them. Nice little twofer there from Maposhka. Big plays.
Definitely some value there. The lane's going well, particularly this mid. I think Laurel is doing tremendous in this lane. Zeus is a high base damage hero. Sometimes he can win these matchups.
Yeah.
But so far, Laurel having a near perfect CS. I think this Zeus matchup is very interesting because I actually still think this hero is unexplored in the later game item builds.
Yeah, I think very favorably of this hero.
Yeah, I think it is almost 99% of the time you should go this Shard Manta because he becomes a ghost lane shover. He becomes one of the fastest creep players in the game, and that's acceleration. It's also just extra stats, tank ability, scouting illusions, all the side benefits. But that build allows you to go some of these late game builds that I think people, once again, have unexplored and are unused to. You could end up on like Hurricane Pike Scotty on this hero, and it's no joke. I'm serious when I mean like it destroys some of these late game magic heroes where you get piked away by Zeus, he hits you, you're getting shard blasted, you're getting nuked. It's a crazy amount of burst damage, and it pumps the hero's tank ability up to where you jump this hero, you're not necessarily just killing him right away.
Yeah.
And I think that type of build thrives versus Leshrac.
Nice
I don't know
catch. That was great. I was wondering how they got that kill, but it looks like Hoodwink just surprised Yutoro there.
We've seen a lot of Morphling lane deaths this tournament, honestly. More than I think in a lot of other metas.
I mean, this is a tough Morphling game because, like they were talking about on the panel, they had some great analysis there. The Morphling versus Faceless Void matchup, like a big strength of it right now is the fact that you now have this new Conda build to play with, right? But that also comes alongside of you remaining very low HP to be able to output the amount of burst damage you need to blow up a hero, which just leaves Zeus in a good spot. Both the magic burst, but also the build you're talking about, right? Like the right-click build that you eventually go to as Zeus turns you. It's very good against these high agility heroes that have a lot of base armor.
This is not a game where Spirit are going to really build a pipe on anybody either. They have 3 cores that want to get in there, deal damage. Again, there's no distinct aura buyer here, so that helps Zeus as well. He's not going to be playing up against an insane amount of magic resist this game. That always feels nice. See what direction XM decides to go here, but of course he usually has his own idea and his own builds.
I think so. I was looking over his build. His build is exactly what you always advocate for, where you get the phylactery, which I think the phylactery is like a great bonus to Zeus. I mean, you're a hero that's based off of magic burst damage. You should want that. Mira's going to go down to the bottom lane. He just gets that phylactery, and then he goes straight to the shard manta.
Yeah, I think. I mean, unless you want something really specific, or you're playing the hero for a different pathway. If you're playing him to scale, that is how you have early game impact and still get there.
This is what XM has done in his last 5 pub games. A quick note, though, the last 3 were all L's. So,
well, what can you do? I mean, that's where you blame the team and you move on.
He also hasn't played it since Bepum Dacha, so he hasn't played it at this event. They brought it back, so maybe there's something that they have a little bit more confidence again after some bad strays there. Mira will go down.
Really messing Mira up. He does get the Obs ward, so at least something for his trouble there, but that is a 3rd death for the Lion. Another support rotation down here. Xinkyu getting very active early, and they're looking for the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. It gets scanned out by Spirit. I mean, you got to TP somebody in to fight this if you want to control it.
Yeah,
or you can split
they're
it.
just going to go take the Wisdom Rune on the enemy side.
Collapse
or
still
maybe
TPs.
try both. Bushwhack grabs him just before he gets speared away. DY does manage to grab the Wisdom Rune, so it is still a split because Maposhka was taking theirs. They're going to get some decent damage on Collapse on their way out, too. Oh, Ame's going to join in on this. Time dilation. That is a bit surprising they go for it.
Who's sold, that's why.
Yeah.
You get him 100 lower, he's burnt out there. And
they're going to keep going at it. They turn back around underneath the tower. XM joins them. He's got the Thunder God's Wrath timed. And Mira, he gets snagged. Fortunately, he has the stick, and now it's going to be the Hoodwink that just might die. Xinkyu does end up dying to the tower.
Okay. Mira gets his revenge. I think if XM committed there, they would have gotten him too. But just thought the Bushwhack wasn't going to land.
Yeah.
A little miscommunication. Nonetheless, this tower being hit down by this catapult the entire time. Ame gets a last hit. That is an incredible sequence for XG here. Now, you did trade Wisdom Rune on the other side, but you stole enemy Wisdom Rune, got a Mars kill, pushed the line to base, your Hoodwink dies, but he's not the saddest about it, and you get a tier 1 for a Void of all heroes. I don't know the stat on Faceless Void getting the first tower in a Dota game, what that win rate looks like, but it's got to be insanely high just because it's probably almost never happened compared to most other carries.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't happen. Like, this is a hero that is supposed to get bullied off his lane by tempo creators, by all the good spellcasters, the Night Stalkers, the Beastmasters, the Venos of the world, historically. Instead, he's taking your tier 1.
This is just the impact of a lot of little things building up, right? It's Terrorblade's laning phase presence, plus he helps you push the tower. It's the tri-lane rotation that happens early on, and then it's the mid rotation added on top of that. Just a lot of little things all add up to a laning phase advantage that gives Ame clear runway now.
And the kill threat for Collapse is not there because, one, he doesn't have Arena, but when this Void's ahead of you in levels, he still has Fairy Fire Wand. You get a little extra HP here from the Seeds of Serenity, so not to go on and burst for Spirit unless they're willing to commit the Leshrac rotation into this bottom lane and push this tower. And we've seen XG commit resources into Ame's Faceless Void before. It's undefeated this event. There's a reason why. They almost always make sure his laning phase is good because they understand the strengths that this hero will pay it off later down the road. Absolutely not afraid to pseudo tri-lane for this hero. And in fact, look at the smoke on the map right now. It's 2 more heroes coming down bottom. They refuse to give Collapse any presence down here versus the Void.
I also love this play, setting up the Void, yeah, but I also love shutting down Mars. This hero has been way too impactful at this tournament.
I think it's a good game plan here. I mean, what are you trading? You're trading presence for your top net worth Primal Beast?
Yeah.
XXS is still just free farming this map right now. I guess the trade-off is you're giving space to the Morphling, who's in theory getting a lot more solo XP than the Void, and you know is getting up there in net worth past that first early death. But
and maybe if you had more stacks, then the Leshrac would be ahead of the Zeus, but it looks like he hasn't really managed to take advantage of all this free space he's had mid, hasn't taken the tower, and hasn't gotten a net worth lead.
I mean, this is where you want to be if you're XG right now. And you're closing in on Phylactery for Zeus. The faster you get this item up, the more he can win these early fights, which snowballs him faster to his farming items, and the hero just comes online. They have a little bit of stacks. 7 off the Shadow Demon, not the worst.
All right, so this will help get Laurel back ahead of the Zeus.
And some extra experience for the supports here.
Yeah. Trying to get them to their 6s. Can't forget that we do have, you know, it's no Lion Storm Spirit, but Lion Leshrac is a pretty decent duo.
Sacrifices the Cobalt. That's GPM, man.
And he leaves the healing salve for him.
Laurel just commissars his Cobalt into the camp. I mean, what can you do? Here's a game rotation.
Sacrifices must be made, brother. Utoro. Didn't expect him to be so far out in lane, but it may not matter. There's a 5-man rotation. He's got one waveform to use, and he was trying to save it for getting over the cliff, but obviously he wasn't going to make it that far. Too much damage. Extreme Gaming, another heavy rotation, and Team Spirit not really keeping up, though maybe they just shouldn't try.
I mean, you need to get something on the map. I think the trade-off is if you make a 5-man rotation for the carry, then this Lesh should be hitting a tower with Edict. This just happened while they were doing that stack, so the Lesh needs to refill resources. He needs to get back on the map. And by the time you're in mid lane with Laurel, heroes can rotate back. In fact, 12-minute power rune contested as well here for XM, though he has 0 mana. Ame looking for a solo kill?
Yeah, does have the Master Madness, so he does have the damage potential if he gets lucky.
Huge smoke for Spirit right here. They need to break something open in this early game. They need to get this Lesh onto a tower. They're going to bring him bottom. This is the big move for Laurel in the first 15 minutes.
Is he going to stay greedy? Oh, his team's going to come to him, so maybe DY breaks this for him.
It feels like XG no.
Yeah, they're coming in with so many heroes now.
They're
cutting through the jungle. They're going to Collapse. Collapse is going to get ganked first. His team is behind the tower. He said, boys, I thought we were ganking this guy. They're killing me instead. What happened?
They have really focused down this Mars this game. And when that tier 1 tower is dead, these ganks are just safe. There's no response that can come out. So XG just continue to poke at the weak point here. And that was a kill that you didn't even have to commit chrono for. Ame wisely holds it. You still have that threat on the map. The Void dodges that smoke gank. You have an Arcane Rune on a Leshrac right now, and he's losing his mid tower to a Primal Beast who rushed Eternal Shroud. It's done at 13 minutes here.
I mean, that is an answer to Leshrac right there.
That is insane. What do you do versus this right now?
I don't think you can touch this guy.
Yeah, I don't think he's killable. I think if Lesh runs at this Primal, he will drain his entire mana pool before this Primal dies.
That's possible. Just drop it. Hasn't had a chance to use his Chronosphere just yet. Holding Collapse long enough in place for the Zeus rotation to come through. XM now dominating, and XXS is going to get involved now. Gets XM yet another kill. Thanks to Thunder God's Wrath.
Nice nuke damage there. XXS did not even notice. He just got lightning.
Oh, almost got him.
This game is turning very favorable for XG right now. They have the tankiest hero on the map, they have the highest damage hero on the map, and they have a free farm Faceless Void between their 3 cores.
Yeah, what does Team Spirit have?
They have Yatoro.
Sometimes that's enough.
It's not a bad thing to have. He's still keeping up in farm. He's going to have to, I think, come into this game earlier than maybe he would have liked, though, in an ideal scenario. Because you can't just keep giving up all this space. And that point at which he chooses to do so is probably going to have to be the back of a 4-man fight from Spirit that is catching multiple heroes in an arena. You have the Blink for Collapse. It's just finished. So you got to get this arena in the game. You got to find either the Void off an initiation and burst him, chain stun the Zeus/Hoodwink. You can find the damage on the backside. I don't think you can go on this Primal. I think XXS is going to push himself up there and tempt you, but 2600 HP with an Eternal Shroud at this point is just nasty.
Time dilation could be very sick. Like, obviously, it's one of the better ways Morphling counters Faceless Void, but if he gets it on the Zeus as well, that could be pretty helpful for these fights.
If Yatoro can find that, it's huge. We've seen how much dilation is done for Ame in the early game here. It's going to be great for Yatoro as well, and they'll take that freebie. Nothing big committed either.
Oh, maybe it's not so free though. XM spots the support, already down to half health. And Extreme just getting damage in from a distance here until XXS. Now he can come through. Oh, Blink just outside of that onslaught.
Did get mid tower off that, so Spirit get a little something here. That was a big bushwhack by Xingqiu. I think there's a world collapse commits with the Blink Arena on the Zeus if they don't get some damage there to cancel it. I don't know if it would have ended too well for him, but you gotta take what you can get.
Pinned. Speared through the chest. He'll die. Now Collapse is going to find himself electrified by the Zeus, so he's not getting out of here. Time dilation coming in from Ame. Goes to Maposhka. They can't fight XXS, so it looks like Maposha's going to just get trampled upon.
It's so hard to make these aggressive plays when XG can respond. It just sets the fight up for whoever's not there, which they have a lot of high damage sources right now, and every fight Ame can join, and he gets kills, and he doesn't have to use Chrono. It's just easy mode right now. Now you have a Blink on this Primal. He was a problem on the front line. Now he's going to be on your back line. And the Zeus is just combing through this map right now. Shard done, Phylactery done. He's already, a third of the way to this Manta.
Yeah. Once you get that shard, it helps you farm so much if you have control of the map, because most of the time you have a little bit of mana problems, but obviously with the shard,
yeah, that's the biggest thing. You can farm as fast as you can using your entire mana pool without using your mana pool, which means you're ready to join any sort of fight or skirmish. Another huge benefit of that build. Shield Rune on Laurel with Voodoo Mask.
Is he going to be able to get it off? He's going to be grabbed, pulverized to the ground, pulled in by the bushwhack, and shot through by Xingqiu.
No chance. Whew. They're going to look to defend as well. This is
DY boldly putting himself out there, saying, yeah, you guys can go on me if you want. And that sort of bait would set up Ame if they ended up going on him for a Chronosphere, but not the case. Spirit, maybe just so fearful of this extreme lead that they have right now.
This has just been a great early game for XG. Really showcasing what they can do when everything's coming together. They've played around the right heroes at the right points. They've shut down Team Spirit's moves, made the first moves versus a lot of those smokes. Got some really valuable early T1s and have played aggressively in Team Spirit's side of the jungle. Just punished the fact that Yatoro hasn't been able to find the same teamfight impact that Ame has so far. And they just could not get kills on XXS like Collapse faced in that early game. He's got 4 deaths in this game. It's just been catch-up for him. Stealing some stacks will be a nice find. I mean, he would love to kill the Zeus here, but there's no help.
Without Spear, that is an impossibility here.
I mean, this is a tanky
Still gonna
Zeus.
stick around waiting for the rotation of Laurel.
Yeah, this is a kill they really want because they know this is the solo on the map.
They thought XM was leaving. They want to be able to catch him now. Laurel is within striking distance. XM trying to fight back. Goes for the hop. Doesn't dodge the spear. But with Ame coming in, Laurel's like, sorry, man. I can't take that fight with you.
And this is where I talk about this. Zeus tanks up more than people expect. He doesn't even have that Manta yet. He's 2,000 HP with 15 armor.
Yeah.
That's a double damage Mars with double bracer. He deals half his HP. You need the Lesh there for that entire kill. Things are not connecting right now for Spirit, but they are down 5k, not insurmountable.
You've got Bloodstone on Leshrac, but Spirit Vessel is already done by DY. Whoops. Bit of a miss there. But it doesn't matter, perhaps. Okay. XM is a little skittish. Maybe for the best. Laurel is within the neighborhood.
BKB on the way. Doesn't even need it, huh? It's a nice BKB game for sure. And Mjolnir done. That is a very fast timing for this Void.
It's going to be lightning all over the battlefield.
Oh yeah.
Lightning Storm, all of Zeus, Mjolnir. And another situation where Laurel cannot back up his teammates because Extreme Gaming just using overwhelming force as these kills come in.
Have to find some overextension or something. Bait, XG into a bad fight, set it up for the Morphling and the Lesh to get the damage out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best situation, right? If they dive into the tier 2 area, then Morphling has a better chance of getting a good time dilation on Extreme, which goes a long way. BKB, next item for XXS. He has indeed not died since he picked up that Eternal Shroud, and the BKB will just cement that.
The Zeus build is online. So these waves are going to start getting shoved a lot more, which could, in theory, set up a lot more vision and control on the map for XG. These things push fast. They're undealt with. The Spirits do have some ways to kill them. But it's not really about you wanting to go and kill Zeus Legions. It's just extra GPM for XM right now. In a game where he's been untouched 7-0, and they're looking at Roshan. They can do it pretty fast here with the Lightning Boys.
Yep, both of them do a pretty decent amount. If you want to pop the Manta for some extra damage, they can.
And I mean, you can,
not necessary.
You can choose who you want to give this Aegis to, honestly. I feel like you probably are going Ame here, but if Ame just wants to farm this game, you give it to somebody else to go fight. It's another route you can go. It just depends on how fast.
It happened! It happened. You know it was gonna happen eventually. It's the trials of playing Morphling versus Zeus. Oh, he's mad.
Yeah, that is a how did he see me? How did he know?
Yeah, he had no vision. What?
Well,
what?
He might have glimpsed it off a TB illusion that was near that ancient spot. That's the only thing I saw on the map.
Yeah.
I don't know if it gave vision for a brief second. I also might have just been a scouting ult because we're roshing. Let's see where they are, you know?
Yeah, that's what I
might have just been bad luck. The only thing I saw remotely close there was that TB illusion. But I think Yatoro...
They immediately smoke up while Yatoro is still dead. They're going to go for it. Arena? No, hop outside of it. Instead, they'll get DY. He'll burn out, but not a problem here because Extreme Gaming, very happy with this initiation. XX has already brought down Maposhka. Ame's looking for the Chronosphere. He has the Aegis, so even if they kill him here, still has a chance to get it off. Bushwhack holds Laurel in, but it looks like they're going to be able to make an escape before Ame is back up and can stop their further retreat.
Didn't want to chrono those two there. Kind of interesting with the SD dead, there's no save. Maybe just too low resources on the Zeus, but that'll be a free Aegis to the side of Team Spirit. They did not give up much to snag that.
Yeah,
one for pressure.
Yeah, DY pinging there. They got to have a lane ward, guys. No, not the case. Team Spirit just made a bold smoke play and...
Yeah, I mean, XM just soul read the best carry player in the world, so what can you do, you know? Ame might have to lower him a little bit on that tier list.
Tit for tat.
I don't know if an S tier carry would have died to that wrath.
This couple, that greatest love affair Dota 2 has had. Somebody's going to be heartbroken after the end of this one because somebody is getting eliminated. Is it Yatoro or is it Ame? Up by 7K, not the worst for Team Spirit, especially if they can connect on one of these smoke gangs. DY, he just keeps on running into them, and that's okay for Extreme. They're well positioned to be able to put the damage in and put Collapse down. Now the waveform on through. Chronosphere does land. He'll bash down Maposhka, bludgeon Mira to death, and now look for some more. Laurel and Yatoro already out, though.
Another move that XG just... The read is too easy for them.
Oh, yeah.
They're just planning there. They break with the hero that they don't give a damn about. And then you get the Terrorblade low. You don't even want to go in that fight because you're just going to thunder whoever jumps next. And the second you get broke like that, Thunder's God Wrath goes out, Acorn, XXS charges in, that fight is over.
And when you got this much... When you're up by this much, any sort of additional catch you have is so scary. And that is a new item right there. The Gleipnir now adds a lot to Jin Q. We also have the BKB for XXS, so he can all in somebody, right? He could just blink, BKB, grab Laurel, bam, 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 you know, do what he can.
It feels like Spirit are just running out of plays to make here.
Yeah.
Like, these keep going this wrong. And BKB done for XM, so they're going to have triple BKB cores here in the next minute.
Like, I got to question how many, like, smokes they even have left on Team Spirit, right?
These BKBs are just going to prevent a lot of your comeback potential off some of the spell damage.
Disruption only sets up XXS as he is going to squash Miposhka.
I've liked this Vessel terribly the more I watch it. Just being able to reflect a core in the fight and toss this Vessel on them it's a debilitating amount of damage.
Yeah.
Very obnoxious. You're slowed, you're not healing, you're ticking down.
For the right carries, for sure.
I mean, yeah, for the more Fleshes game, it's just immense value.
Those guys are not happy with this matchup at all.
So Blink for Laurel. They're going to try and find the damage dealers here. The Hoodwink, the Zeus, the Terrorblade. You have to find these, or you somehow find Ame and just chain stun him down. That is
set up on bottom lane. We're trying to trade tier 2s right now, but XXS is... He was setting up. Maybe his team wasn't ready to rotate for it. He just backs away, cleans up the wave as it pushes into the tier 3. But, oh, Extreme are going to make this move. Instead of teleporting to tier 2, they're going to backstab Team Spirit. And XXS is going to lead the way, but he did manage to get off the more strength onto Yatoro. They spot out Mira. Ooh, doesn't quite hit the stun there. Ame, he'll get the bastions eventually and bring down Mira. Looking for Yatoro. Oh, got him on the onslaught. Yatoro's not getting away. XXS just robbed him of that escape, and now they'll take his life if they can catch up to him. Oh no, the time dilation slowing down Extreme in their chase. XM will catch up.
That's a hard hero to catch.
They can't get there.
I mean, you got to chrono him here. Problem is you can't catch the chrono because he's as fast as you are.
Yeah, he just keeps on waveforming and time walking and waveforming and time walking.
And he's gone. Still finding farm on this morph. Big question is, like, what do you hit here to try and take that fight and turn this game around? He's not going this Conda build, so you're not going to have some crazy burst damage. He is going the right-click morph, trying to meet these heroes head-on. And it'll be the Parasma build-up for XM. So I was talking about, you know, the weird ways you can itemize this hero. Like, there's so many routes you can go, but it's definitely one of the ones that it's going to cause problems if you can land these right clicks on you with a Parasma on these cores and you can't debuff it at any point. Absolutely going to melt because you're going to have a Shiva's on top of the Primal as well. So you're going to have stacking Magic Amp on the side of XG here to throw into that fight. Buff the Zeus up, buff the Primal, buff the Hoodwink up. Double Maelstrom build between the Void and the Hoodwink getting thrown into that as well. And again, you don't have a Pipe Buyer.
So normally he goes Dragonlance as part of this build, but I guess he doesn't need to with a Morphling Leshrac. Oh, that was almost a 3-man. Instead, it's a 1-man, but that's okay. BKB gets him the important kill. That's going to be Laurel. A lot of their damage is out now, and Team Spirit, they're going to have to get out of here. XXS slowed down by the Purge.
Terrorblade.
Terrorblade from behind with a Sentry is going to spot Miposhka, who tried to Glimmer Cape to safety, but instead he'll be stomped by XXS.
One-man chrono gets the job done. If there's a disruption there, that could be a fight Spirit can take.
Yeah.
But Miposhka is just too far away.
Courier has been killed.
Team Spirit are going to stay on the map. They still have that OBS on the triangle, so they want to use it here if they can. You have to pick your targets carefully. You have a lot of single target bursts. That is one thing their lineup can excel at, and that was a gem on the ground?
Must have been Miposhka's?
Yeah, okay. Oh, they recover it.
Oh, that's good.
That is why his courier died. So I guess XG just did not see it at all in the fight. Take a quick Tormentor. Boomerang. Some more Spell Amp, why not? It's going to be Wind Waker off that Aether Lens for Collapse. So trying to get another source of Chrono Save or interrupt for a Pulverize going in. I like the idea because I think you have to kind of play for the other two cores. I think his game was just too slow to provide some scaling force on his own right now, and you have to contest this next Roshan. I think if you give Aegis here to the Faceless Void, that team fight is deadly. So you're trying to hit your own power spike right here. Try and get Yatoro and Collapse their next items. use this Lesh as a front line and use that disruption to bail him out of the big chrono. If all that happens, you can win a fight. You can take down 1 or 2 cores, have enough numbers that you can control Roshan. XG do not want to let you get there. DY is the one lagging behind the team right now, and he has the ores, but he can TP this outpost, and he will. So he will bait that fight on the front line.
Oh, they're definitely going to jump him. And they are going to pay a price for it. It's immediately XXS goes through, grabs the Mars, popped like a grape. He's just gone instantly. They do manage to trade out for DY, but again, it's a support for core. DY will take that every time.
This is for Roche control. All right, Lesh Stun, we've seen Laurel do some work with this shard.
XXS just going into the trees, very often a staging point for these team fights. Ame
got both subs.
He'll got both supports. He'll take that for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Mows down the back line. Team Spirit can no longer fight for this Roshan, but it is not up for a minute, so I guess they'll get a chance.
You say Ame popped those supports like 2 grapes there, Austin?
No. I said that for the Mars.
Yeah, I'm saying, would you say it for that play?
No, I say they got mowed down.
Oh, they got cut down in their prime,
yeah,
huh?
They got sheared.
I see. Just checking here. Trying to keep up with all your catchphrases.
No, I'm adding some variants now. 30 seconds until Roshan.
Later spawn.
Finally, somebody went back for the Mage Slayer. Man, I felt like this was all these hoodwinks. I know Gleipnir is the hot item, but I feel like Mage Slayer is still worth it on the hero.
Especially versus these magic carries, like Lesh. These heroes like Lesh, Pudge, that don't have an alternate route. What do they do versus it, right? I agree. This item is still very strong on the right hero versus the right hero. Maybe it's not universally bought anymore, but it didn't just disappear entirely. XG still waiting for this Roche spawn. And, I mean, Spirit, no, it hasn't been done yet, so there's a world you can test here. There's no Chronosphere, no Thunder God for a little bit, and you just got your BKB on Lesh. Yeah, I think you fight this, actually. Take advantage of the fact this was delayed so long, and XG have not scouted it. They're not forcing it. You have a chance to take no Chronosphere fight for Roshan this game with a double BKB timing between your Morphling and your Leshrac. You have to take some risk to get back in this game at some point if you're Spirit, and this looks like the best opportunity you're going to have.
Yeah, this is your all-in comeback play. Oh, immediately! Ward Sentry gets him on the Gleipnir. No response, though, from the rest of Extreme. But Jin Q just showing he's ready. He's ready for you.
Oh, yeah, Toro going to create his own Zeus illusions.
Yeah. That's an idea. Don't know if it'll actually win you the fight. I would have thought turning into the Faceless Void is so important that you wouldn't put that on cooldown for the Zeus deal, but...
Man, they're just not going to force it. It just lets Chrono come back up here for XG.
Yeah, the roar goes off, and the Team Spirit, I mean, they knew they were around the Roshan pit in the first place. They left for a reason.
I mean, that tells me that Spirit believe they can win this game at that 50, 60-minute mark.
Okay.
Which, you know, late game Dota always comes down to execution, but it's going to be an uphill battle into the second Aegis here.
0 deaths on the 3 cores. You know, this is actually Team Spirit are the only team in this finals whose carry has not experienced a deathless game in this tournament. And Ame is on track for his 4th of the tournament. So,
I mean, deathless games are overrated. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's what a 5 position would say. Deaths don't matter.
You know what a deathless game says? That just means you gave up on the team.
Yeah, what is a 20 death game say?
The team gave up on you.
That's good. Aghanim Scepter up next for XXS, so he is an untouchable god, but he doesn't output the best damage. Once he gets that Ags, though, that'll all turn around. Thunder God's Wrath to scout things out, just like they did with Roshan earlier. Fortunately, this time Yatoro wasn't sitting at 400 HP.
Did kill that Jinkyu courier, so he lost his Mage Slayer for a little bit. A little extra value off the map right now, but XG are looking for the catch, and...
Okay, the arena cuts down the trees. XXS will still catch up to him, skewered the Ame, but it doesn't matter.
A nice little heads-up play. The rest of them get out. They get a tower, deep lane ward. They'll continue to rat this map. And it's the Moon Shard Zeus. Oh my god. This is... some might say the Hobo Harry build. Give him a little bit of a shout out.
A Parasma.
I call it the trash can build. By another name, some might say.
I mean, what would you actually prefer over Moon Shard?
I think this build is... I think you go Pyke or Scotty, or... like, this type of scaling HP is not bad on the hero. I think Pyke is really good on this hero. Just the defensive capability is amazing. Now, the Parasma Moon Shard is like the highest DPS build, technically.
Yep.
If you can get those hits off, but I also think it's a lot more unreliable without the Hurricane Pyke.
I mean, I'd be down for the Scotty just because you're up against Morphling Leshrac.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's a great Scotty game.
Yeah.
You don't need that much to get pretty good value out of it. As long as you can land like one hit on him in a fight, it's going to be annoying.
But they are kind of playing off of burst damage where XSS grabs somebody and then they hit the sharpshooter and they just want to output as much damage in a couple of seconds as possible.
I agree.
Right?
You have Primal and you have Void to go in and set kills up for you with the stuns. So maximizing the DPS here makes a lot of sense. He just has to have really good positioning in that fight to take advantage of it. You can also just BKB and sit there and click these heroes back. Right? Let's say Lesh runs it. You just BKB and start hitting him back. I mean, I don't think he kills you that fast. The Morphling will kill you fast for sure.
Invisibility.
I mean, will he though? Because he can't stay, you know, low HP so often. Oh! He's just dead, just like that. Collapse is able to get the reset with the Wind Waker. A little grounded pound here onto Laurel. They throw the Chronosphere. It actually whiffed entirely. Ame will die as a result of that.
Yatoro going ham right now.
Oh, and he's going to look to drown the entire team as Extreme Gaming stuck inside of Arena, cancels XXS's TP, finishes off XM, and leaves the big tanky boy for last. So much for a deathless run for the core.
What a team fight from Spirit. I mean, that was just beautiful execution here. The first life gone completely. No rebuttal from XG. You use Pulverize to try and set this kill up on the Lesh, but the Chrono misses him. It doesn't matter too much in terms of killing the Lesh, but Ame just gets stuck in here, and Yatoro gets a free fight as a consequence. And he just drives Ame into the dirt here. Collapse will give his life to set up the arena and says, Yatoro, here is the buffet. Load your plate, son.
I'm sorry, what did we say Extreme had? The highest DPS hero, the harder carry, the tankiest hero. What did Team Spirit have?
Yatoro.
Yatoro.
he makes that fight work, but that's the front line from Spirit getting the dirty work done, right?
Yeah.
Like Yatoro gets the highlights there, but that is the Lesh and the Mars.
Dude, this guy
throwing their life down to set that up.
He is just clearing through buildings so quickly. He's already at the tier 3. Maposhka gives him some extra firepower with the disruption. They're gonna take a tier 3 before Extreme Gaming does. He's level 25. He's taking a range barracks.
XG have definitely underestimated how much damage this Morphling does and how much farm Yatoro was finding in this game. Maybe they felt like they were a lot farther ahead than they were, which, you know, 12k lead is not bad, but this Morph was tied with your own cores. And if you give him a fight like that, he's going to take advantage of it. Wind Waker done for Collapse now, so you have double Chrono save up between the Wind Waker and the Disruption. Ame's game is not as straightforward anymore.
What do you think Yatoro thought about Ame's play in that last one?
I'm sure he'll let us know after the series if they win. I would not pretend to put my own words.
Do you think he gives him excuses in his head?
Maybe. I don't know.
He's like, well, Ame's the best carry in the world.
Well, he didn't actually say Ame is the best carry.
Well, I know.
He thinks he is.
Sure.
So obviously he can outplay Ame.
XXS gets the grab onto the Morphling. Disruption is save is there, though. And he's going to be able to waveform back. Same Laurel with the BKB. They actually go for the Chronosphere. BKB, it looks like they tried to E-Blade save him.
Yeah, it works
Yotaro,
now.
they still managed to get the bash through. Yotaro has to be able to hop away, gets it out. Oh, and now Ame has started running the low on damage. They throw out the finger, he easily time walks that off. Laurel pushed forward with his Bloodstone. Down to half health right now. DY's dealing with him. Ame commits. Meanwhile, XXS right in the middle of these heroes, spreading the damage around with his Aghanim Scepter. They get the support, still trying to chase down the cores, and they'll be able to finish up Laurel. A second Pulverize. He started the fight with Pulverize, and they'll end it with Pulverize too.
XXS just putting that team fight on his back. He did so much work just charging in there, takes the brunt of everything. And even though Ame does a lot of damage here, a lot of it goes into the Morphling.
How did the goddamn Shinkyu?
Yeah, everybody just gets damage off because they all have to start backing up and all these spells get thrown out.
Right.
A lot of damage goes in onto Yotaro there, which means he has to morph up really high, really fast. He just doesn't do any damage. He's running around right-clicking people half that fight with 150 base damage.
Grabs the Mars, pulls him back, gets the kill just like that. A little 1-2 punch.
Yeah, Jinkyu, he has the baby crit online. He is doing some deeps if they do not find him.
Goodness.
That type of fight, they do not find him. And it costs Spirit a lot here as they pull this game back, but not back enough. Lane for XG. It might back up here considering there's no Chrono, no Wrath. They're missing a BKB or two. Of course, that fourth core in the Hoodwink is coming online. I go back to the biggest strength of this hero in the current meta is he can always just win you these late game fights. I don't think there's another support in the game that does as much late game damage as this hero as reliably.
He's got the armor corruption off that 20 talent. As you said, the baby crit, soon to be the big boy crit.
Oh, he's got it. He has a full Daedalus if he wants to buy out. Yeah. He's got that armor corruption talent, like you said. So, Grove Bow on top of all of that, Mage Slayer proc, Boomerang going in, it hurts. That is an acorn from hell. That's not an acorn, that's a cinder block. Someone's getting domed out here.
We're throwing a brick through people's window.
Someone's gonna get smashed in the skull.
They can take another Tormentor. This one's for XXS. Speaking of throwing cinder blocks, XXS is now able to throw some boulders around.
And the Moon Shard's coming. Hex for the Zeus. He took a quick stop off for that. I like that. I don't think this Moon Shard is is that good this game. I don't know if it's changing a lot, but casual Hyperstone can be okay. He has Mind Slayer. He can do some extra right-click damage, but generally these fights feel like they're getting decided in those BKB durations as well.
Yeah. 5 shards for Extreme, 4 for Team Spirit.
Double Mindbreaker here means you have to think about when you BKB, you get some clutch silence on the Morphling. Could mess Yotaro up pretty bad.
Love the fact that Jinkyu is still holding on to the Grove Bow.
Well, of course.
In fact, XM only changed out his Tier 2 Whisper of the Dread for a Tier 4. Skip past the Tier 3 entirely.
And Tier 3s are, they're old news, man.
They really are. It's the Tier 2s that are the...
Yeah, they're better.
That's the good shit right there.
And we saw those big level 25s for both carries in this game. Really important talents. Backtrack online for Ame. Can try and dodge out some of this heavy burst damage from the Morphling. And the Morphling with his own level 25 matching him on the waveform cooldown. Really nice if Yotaro can get 2 or 3 of them off.
It also means he's got insane mobility. If he morphs into the Faceless Void, he's just waveform, time walk, waveform, time walk.
You definitely want to find that right now. If he ever gets an Ags off Roche or something too, that
I was gonna say, imagine he gets Ags and he's just waveforming attacking people and time walk attacking people. That's just all he does.
I mean, why not just go Ags Octarine?
Hell yeah.
What can they do?
Yeah, they can't do anything.
It's the ultimate strat. So that'll be a banner on top of Aegis plus...
Yeah, Yotaro's about to turn into Bruce Banner. It's got an amp damage rune.
They got a refresher shard. So they put the shard on Ame, who's building his own, but not there yet.
Charging forward. It says, whatever's here, we're killing it. Level 25 means that Pulverized lasts forever.
Yatoro
Poshka gets put
as a
down
DD.
underground.
That's why Spirit were lingering there.
Yeah.
He knows that's a rare opportunity. But they cannot capitalize. Yatoro with all this strength. But what can you do with it? 2 lives for Ame, 2 chronos for Ame.
Trying to throw damage at him. Whoa, okay, if you don't have the backtrack, you have the Sunder to undo the damage that is being done. It is so hard for them to be able to cut through Ame.
Wants an arena here, he wants a spear back.
He's gonna be able to get it, he's gonna be able to stop this. Oh, they spot him immediately, got the scythe on him while Mira is being run down by the Primal Beast. And he's making a run for it too.
They clipped him with that Shiva's vision.
TP's back in time, so he can try and form a defense for the second Rax. Last remaining Rax.
XXS with his own 25 here. He's just a beast on the front line. This Primal's just been untouchable the entire game. And the flank from Team Spirit.
They're going to catch the back line, go straight for the Zeus.
Good target.
Try to assassinate him, but it doesn't quite work. They get off the Sunder, he gets off the BKB and walks through the walls. Oh, the Mars chasing after him, but it's not going to be enough. While Ame dealt with some of the back line, they're going to be able to buy back here. Chronosphere catching Yatoro. Are they going to be able to do the damage? No, the E-Blade goes off, so he deals with Laurel first, waits for the E-Blade. Now Yatoro's able to get back, but without Laurel, how are they going to be able to hold this? Without Collapse, how are they going to be able to start the fight?
DY buyback, they want to end it right here, right now. Yatoro does not have his peak damage right now.
The second Chronosphere, Ame flogs another one.
At the 2-for-1 special, they are both for you, Yatoro. I gave you my message. I hope you enjoyed it.
Take the mana, Mira, but we're going to take your base. And we're going to take the victory in Game 1. Extreme Gaming looking down the barrel of a pretty straightforward win in this later game team fight. They had that one hiccup, but man, things turned bad in the last couple of team fights for Team Spirit. Now they'll fillet Yatoro, try and cleanse Mira before they get on out of here, but ultimately it is a pretty clean late game for Extreme. They went high ground, slipped up once, but other than that, look like such a damn good team, man. But they're on, these guys, they can take on anyone. TI winners don't matter.
I think a lot of that game just came down to the early game, honestly. They set themselves up beautifully for success with this lineup where when you look at Zeus Void, you're just trying to make it to that 30 to 50 minute period where your heroes come online, you can test the Roshans. If you get those later Aegises with refresher shards and banners, you feel amazing in this lineup. This game was 6k gold lead at 15 minutes almost. That is a ridiculously good position to be in for XG with this kind of lineup playing for those later timings because you have so much wiggle room. You can go and throw fights. You can give some kills away. And they didn't even do any of that. They found the Thunder's God Wrathkill on Yatoro that just mentally set him back. And then they found the later Roshans that just set them for these high ground positions. Even though Spirit make that fight top, that I think is an insanely clutch fight, they're too far behind at that point to gain momentum in that game. Very nice execution from XG.
Team Spirit showed their team fight prowess, but ultimately woke up a little bit slow here on this Game 1. We'll see what happens going into Game 2, though.
Extreme Gaming cut down Team Spirit in this game number 1, and they do it off of another sneaky last pick XM hero. This one's not one that I typically associate him with, though. The Zeus. It was a very, very active Zeus. This Zeus was all over the place, and I don't just mean with his global ultimate. He was moving around a lot. Mira, I was overall, I did not rate Zeus this highly, but I'm impressed. I'm liking it.
Yeah, so am I. Maybe all Zeus needed was for XM to play it, because we've seen a lot of Zeus picks that looked really good in the drafting stages tournament, but the hero always seems to fall short. Not in the hands of Extreme Gaming. They played an incredibly strong early game, and a lot of it was just due to Zeus's early rotation to the bot lane alongside a lot of other XG's heroes. But I mean, he did really well in lane. He rotated faster than the Leshrac did, and they brought the pace, they brought the tempo to the Mars lane, which was Team Spirit's winning lane. They were completely crushing on Mars, the Void was just behind in CS, behind in net worth, but XG made that play for that Wisdom Rune early on. They kicked Mars out of the lane 2 or 3 times, and the rest was history book.
Yeah, no, it was really impressive. I mean, the Zeus hero is gonna rise up in popularity after this, I think. Is he even decent as a flex hero? I see this being the future here. Primal Zeus, I like it.
Yeah, the Primal as well was assisting a lot with the Zeus's movements. We were, like, Primal is in an interesting spot right now, because is it always a flex hero or not? Because there are some mid laners that love it.
Yeah.
Some mid laners that ignore it. Some off laners that love it. Some off laners that ignore it.
Yeah, I think it will definitely benefit if you can play it off lane and mid. Maybe if this becomes too meta, Falcons who don't really play it off lane on Amar, not yet. Maybe he will. It might not be good for them. We'll see.
The hero is definitely growing a lot in popularity, and more 100% win rate for Ame Faceless Void.
That was a great performance from XG. I mean, if you look at Team Spirit, I think if you add up Mira, Maposhka, and Collapse's deaths, I think they had over 30 deaths between the 3 of them, something like that. They were all it seemed like they were all in the double figures for deaths. Nothing seemed to go right for them after the laning stage, and XG were just absolutely dominant. Zeus getting the kill on Yatoro with just we don't know if it was because they'd done the Tormentor, or if he was just fucking with him and just dropped it all and got him, but excellent all way round. I mean, Spirit really did not look like they had a way back into that game. Even when Ame went high ground and it was like, oh, the entire team is dead, they just came straight back and won the game. So pretty crazy.
There was that one vintage Ame moment of him jumping high ground. And they all got wiped, despite their net worth advantage. But yes, I suppose it wouldn't be extreme gaming.
He's got to have one. You got to give him one.
Yeah. There's got to be at least one of those deaths.
Gotta be one.
Come on.
Otherwise, it's like you're jinxing the whole thing.
Yeah. But I just think XG play their first 20 minutes of Dota so well. Like, they don't move around the map the way that you would expect from a Chinese team, or the Chinese teams of the past at least. It feels like they're always making these smoke plays for Wisdom Runes. They've never been inactive on the Wisdom Runes. They're very strong on lane. I mean, this is probably the strongest laning team in all of China, where you're never worried about them being behind at a net worth deficit. And DY on that Terrorblade, this is the second time we've seen him play position 5 Terrorblade, and both times they come out of the lanes with a 6k, 7k net worth lead. I mean, he is completely crushing. Maybe Terrorblade belongs on the safe lane as a support, and not on the offlane as support, because we saw Mira play it on Team Spirit and it didn't look that good. We saw Bavoka play it and it looked way too greedy. Didn't look that good either. But we see DY play it, we saw Ollie play it once, and as a safe lane support, it feels like it does its job better.
You know what? Maybe it's because safe laners are more used to the team and they kind of know what he does. Because they play it so much themselves.
Yeah, fundamentally the hero, you know, depending on massive farm priority, the lowest possible, hero's still the same hero.
Yeah.
But I want to look at the mid laners, and I want to look at it with our tech analyst, Kazio.
Thank you, Neil. Indeed, we have to highlight the mid laners in this particular matchup. So for the Ace Predator head-to-head, I want to show the KDA. You know, it doesn't look too nice for Mr. Laurel, and it looks very nice for XM, but I want to talk about a lot of as the panel and you guys already talked about, the early game rotations that lead to these kind of stats, because I love what Extreme Gaming did in the early game. Like, if I just look at both teams, where your tempo comes from, it's Zeus loves when his side lanes have pressure, right? And the way that Extreme are abusing this Primal Beast in the top lane, just leave him alone. It's against the Morph lane. You cannot pressure through that lane. Instead, they use 3 heroes down bottom all the time. They steal the Wisdom Rune. Not only are they helping Zeus to like potentially have like a play here by walking over or using Thunder God's Wrath, but also Team Spirit's early game momentum is supposed to come from Collapse and his lane. He beat the shit out of Ame in the lane, I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, he did.
But they had no speed and tempo through. Like, look here, minute 7, they stole the Wisdom Rune. They're like diving Collapse in the tower. They end up taking the tower too, and this makes it so easy for XM to just walk over. It's like, yo, what's up, bros? I'm gonna use a spell here, use a spell there, and like already here, this is like where the game's, I wouldn't say it got out of control, but it's very uncomfortable for Spirit to play this game, because as we said, they lost the tower here. They want to play with their Mars on Collapse, but they kind of can't. 2 minutes later, they do the same thing. And then ultimately, a few minutes later, they use all the heroes nice in the top lane. They kill Yatoro for the first time. Like, this was just some textbook, super nice gameplay in like the early game. And I'm not really sure what Spirit could have done other than try to bring Laurel like into some of these early movements. I think he had to match this early aggression in the bottom lane. Like, maybe bring Miposhka with Laurel with a smoke down there and offset it, because other than that, I think from there on, you could just see it's just Faceless Void against Morphling. He's chilling, he's farming. they're just so happy with the game state.
But then why couldn't the Leshrac just push mid lane instead while Zeus is off rotating? Because you said Zeus loves having side lane pressure.
Yeah.
Typically in my pubs, that just means he's just looking at the health bars being like, okay, now I press my ultimate. XM was moving around a lot. He was going to these side lanes to cast spells. And yeah, I wasn't really seeing the Leshrac until he would show up later. But why do you have to show up at all?
I think Laurel maybe had a wrong read. I think instead of pressuring the mid tower or matching the move, like instead of matching aggression with aggression, he used this time off to like farm ancient stacks or farm neutral camps. And I think that was very detrimental to their game because they're not going to get any tempo through Morphling. Like Yatoro's going to chill and farm. The only one is really collapses Mars. And when his game broke down, I think they lost every chance in the early and mid game to like fight back.
Well, hopefully they can get more activity out of Laurel in this game number 2, because it is an elimination series on the line. Let's see which of these teams are going to come out on top in this lower bracket finals. Stick around, and we'll be back with game number 2 after the break. Welcome back, everyone, as the lower bracket semi-final continues. Elimination on the line between Extreme Gaming and Team Spirit, where I think Spirit need to take Extreme out of their comfort zone. 100% win rate on the Faceless Void, 6 games now. 100% win rate on the Support Terrorblade, 2 games now. And then 50% win rate on Hoodwink. You know, Shinkyu's doing his job. 57-ish on Primal Beast XXS.
It's probably not easy to take them out of this comfort zone, but to me, the last game mainly came down to 2 things. I would first attribute it to the Primal Beast. I feel like it allowed Extreme to play in a way that I had the wrong read on the draft, to be honest. I feel like Primal not only enables your team to play away from you, to tempo up the game, but he also can enable and amplify it himself by collapsing mid with them. And secondary, as some of us touched on, with Lara's early game movement. I feel like that really set back Spirit in this last game.
Yeah, I think they really surprised them by bringing 4 heroes bottom. And honestly, they were kind of abusing the concept that Spirit were trying to play around with having Morphling and Lesh in the same team. They both don't really hit their power spikes too early. Like Lesh maybe wants 1 or 2 items, and Morphling is the same. They're not joining any fights bottom. So they were kind of abandoned down there, and I think that was really smart by Extreme Gaming, and I'm very impressed.
Maybe that was the genius of the Zeus pick, is that we were talking about these turret heroes in the mid lane for XM, like the Snipers and the Linas, but could Sniper or Lina have done the early game rotations that Zeus did in that game? Because if you're playing Lush versus Sniper or Lina, at some point, your heroes are just going to be farming versus each other. While Laurel would be in those Ancients taking the sacks like we saw and taking 1 minute out of his time, Lina would be off in her jungle, also hitting creeps. And Sniper would most likely be doing the same thing. Whereas Zeus, on the other hand, if the enemy mid goes to farm, he's not going farming, he's going to these side lanes. And it was just nice to see XM make this hero work, because honestly, it hasn't looked good this tournament.
Yeah, I actually really love the way they use it. Even if he's not moving, if their idea was the side lane pressure, I think we got to see that was just a banger. It literally destroyed Spirit in maybe 10 minutes of the game alone. So yeah, I was a bit of a doubter. I'll change a little bit. I see the value now, but yeah, just really nicely done by them.
I'll make a case, though, to say that Team Spirit will run back a lot of the picks in this draft, because I feel like that game would have looked different if they were simply just ready to match the pace of Extreme Gaming in the early game. And I think that can still happen in a game like this, so long as you are accounting for the possibility that there's going to be 3-man smokes to your Wisdom Rune minute 7.
I love that Extreme Gaming upped the priority on Primal. There's no way Spirit would have given it. I feel like this is a nice understanding of the meta. Okay, moving forward, priority goes up. Spirit still give it to you. Maybe a little bit of a mistake, but nicely done by Extreme to man up.
They haven't done anything with this Terrorblade. I thought it was a big problem for them.
It was a big problem. They were outpacing them with supports as well. Hoodwink, TB, just versus ST line, especially early. These early skirmishes are actually stronger. I think Spirit are a smart team, and they're gonna draft a early game hero that can fight back a little bit this time to complement the supports a bit better.
I can honestly see them running back the Mars still. I didn't see a problem with that hero. I saw a problem with what it was able to do later on, but that's simply because of the net worth deficit. But as far as the laning stage goes, Collapse did play a really incredible lane.
This is such a wild OD ban. I have
this
no
has
idea.
to be for some troll warlord setup, in my opinion. Maybe you saw last game, this Primal Beast, this hero creates a lot of issues. I'm not fully sure how to nuclear counter it, aka give it a really hard game. But I would say you probably want a mid that either threatens it by having the potential to gank him, or matching the early moves, but also a carry who kind of stops him. Maybe that's Troll. I feel like they've ran into this Troll OD problem a few times.
I don't love it because I feel like Troll will get countered by Primal because he has a 6-second BKB window, and if you get grabbed during that, the lane is great though. So if you're playing on lane and you want to snowball the game, I think Troll could be a good pick though.
Do you think there's a better maybe it's also just for Morph again, they want to run it back, but they changed the rest?
It's hard to think about it because we don't know. Primal could be mid still. Yeah. But the Lifestealer, I think, is also falls into the same problem where he grabs you during your rage, but I think it's also potentially a good pick here for Spirit.
I think in this new draft order, and XG have overall last pick again for XM. They're gonna last pick the XM hero, most certainly. And I think Team Spirit just want to take out one of the cheeses that they've lost to in the past. They've lost to this 24 pick OD. And they have to expand one of the bans here so they don't give away their 23 pick hero. So that's just the issue with this new draft order. You don't have enough bans in the second phase, so you have to plan ahead in this first phase. And I think that's what's happening.
Second phase, that decides a lot of games. I feel like this Void pick, nice snag, I think. With the Naga out, what's really left for Ame against Void? What have we seen?
Well, they didn't ban the Lifestealer, but
It's not the best matchup, but it could be good. But when you don't see enemy offlaner, you don't usually want to pick Lifestealer. I think that's usually a must.
That's true. Spirit actually opt to leave the Mars on the table for right now and don't reveal who Collapse will be playing.
I mean, unless they have a really solid carry pick they want here, I wouldn't be even too surprised to potentially hold it until later, because you can maybe get the carry-to-carry matchup now, but if you have to play your carry into Void, which is oftentimes very scary, and you're also then getting counterpicked by the offlaner, I feel like that could add like too many layers that is hard for them.
I think Effie said it in the green room that they're the team that saves last pick for XM the most, right? So that's why I think Ame might come up with something. Honestly, the TB isn't terrible against Void, but maybe they could figure a PL pick is really risky here this early.
Did they grab Avenge or something to help against the anyone getting... Oh wow, Enigma, okay.
The blue Chen finally makes an appearance.
That's a really annoying offlaner for Void.
I do like these. I feel like these are the heroes you want against Void. You want like the, I press my button nicely on you and you will die when you play against Void. It's like Doom, Enigma, maybe like an RP from Magnus, whatever. Like you need this, like just full commit on the Void, because you know when you get him, he should die at least. That's the idea of the Enigma.
Yeah, it's also a solid lane because there's not really Eidolon clear on these Team Spirit supports and on Faceless Void, honestly. Does that mean this Primal Beast is going mid, or is this going to be a position 5 Enigma?
They have so much flex, honestly, with these heroes. I think Enigma can go 5 and 3. Primal can go mid and off lane, and TB can also go support roles and carry. It's tough to call yet. It's going to decide it with this pick right here, I think.
Yeah, so far only XXS has played the Enigma, but it was just one game against Aurora.
Yeah.
But he won that game.
He did win
on
that
Enigma. It looked really solid. But honestly, when you pick this tiny, you're saying that this is a 3 Enigma usually. The Enigma tiny lane is so strong, especially against carriers like Void, who just don't have the way to clear Eidolons early on, and their supports can't help them do that. You just deny everything with the buff to tree grab makes it so difficult for these Voids and these Morphlings to lane against these heroes.
I feel like it's kind of on Spirit to make sure that this Primal, when he goes mid now, which I think he should, you need to give him a shitty lane matchup. Which is not easy, because he can try to like skip, but I think you need to give him a not good lane matchup and like not a good game matchup either.
What sort of heroes would you not want to play against as a Primal Beast?
I think it's heroes that when I go in, they stand their ground and can fight back on me or offer a kill threat.
Yeah.
Not necessarily heroes that will just get away, like say Quap or
I
something
could even
like
see like some Death Prophet type maybe. I don't know if Laurel has played that yet, but I feel like that could fit pretty well into their draft.
He has played Death Prophet before.
I think it's good with Void, it's good with SD behind you. You don't have to like buy some purges. Could also just be like maybe some casual Kunkka for mid. I don't think it hard counters Primal, but it's good team fight. You have X Mark, you offer kill threat.
Yeah. No.
You guys see anything that looks cooler or looks better?
And I think that these ranged punish heroes like Lina or Razor or even Wind Ranger, they're played often on lane versus Primal Beast, because even though, he can charge you later and pulverize you, you should have a pretty free lane against them. I think Betboom popularized just the Wind Ranger mid pick versus Primal Beast. But I'm not sure how comfortable Spirit feel doing that.
Oh, this is so tough for Spirit right now.
Yeah, there's so much flex on Extreme. They don't really know.
You don't know where anyone's going.
Yeah.
I think the only flex that looks confusing right now is a Terrorblade, because you know that the Primal's a core, and it's looking like Enigma's a core. I don't see why you wouldn't want
It could
the
be
core here.
5 and then TB1 and Tiny Mid, but it's less likely. That's a direct counter to the TB carry, so they make the read that this is a TB carry. Can Extreme Gaming maybe draft around that somehow? I think it's still possible to put the Tiny Mid and do the TB4.
Do you want to put Tiny mid when he could just lane with Enigma? I feel like that's such a powerful lane. It would be a shame to...
It's honestly very powerful, but against a Faceless Void, it loses some of its value because he can leap away from the tossback.
I think I would say Extreme should look for a new carry.
Yeah.
Most likely, at least.
I think I'm looking... they're banning Troll, but I think they're looking at Sven. Not the best matchup against Void. The Lifestealers also matches up pretty decently into the Darkseer as well. Less so with the Radiance build, though. Alchemist is also a little bit of a possibility still for Extreme.
Oof.
Do you guys worry about Spirit's ability to play into Extreme Gaming's like early ball?
I'm a bit afraid if Extreme find like a good bally last pick, like I don't like whether it's like some weird ass, let's say even I don't know, Ame can play Lone Druid or whatever. Like if they find a tempo hero and Spirit's last pick isn't well equipped, I feel like they're in trouble.
Because this Darkseer, it doesn't really give you that entry point into the early game the way that you would want out of a stun hero. Like, if you have a Mars, he can TP in and just arena and spear, but with a Darkseer, he needs time to farm his one aura item, and he needs his Void to be strong enough to play with him, because that's the carry that he's enabling right now. But if Extreme Gaming just play in the same way, where they bring 3-4 heroes to a side lane and completely roll it over, Team Spirit don't have counterplay. They had Shadow Demon Lion dual supports last game, and they weren't able to match Extreme Gaming's pace.
Yeah, whatever Spirit pick now has to be fast, in my opinion.
10 seconds remaining.
If you want tempo out of Extreme, Alchemist is still available for an Ame hero.
Yeah. Maybe a Void Spirit for Spirit is what we need here to be able to fight back, or...
I mean, I would kind of like a Spirit, like Ember, Void. I was thinking one more melee hero. I don't like the Kunkka as much as the other two. I feel like you need something like more like casual but fast, like you can like poke in and out of the fight.
Yeah. Fast casual.
Yeah.
Fast casual.
They banned the Sven anyway, even though they have the Void matchup. It's a very good hero against Darkseer.
They have to pick a mid hero here that you can just play blind, like Wind Ranger. That feels like the most comfortable one, but they don't know.
I think it's too slow unless you really bank on winning that lane. I'm worried for that.
Does Kunkka work then? Just some stabilizing mid hero? Oh no, not this.
Oh wow, they go for the slow route. Maybe they will just adapt their item builds a little bit. Early Yule's Rush on Lesh could be interesting.
I guess this Lesh is more enabled by having a Darkseer behind him than he was last game, because he's going to have the Greaves aura, he's going to have a potential Pipe or Crimson later, he's going to be Surged in these team fights. There's not really anything to hold him down in place like there was a Chrono last time, but if Enigma gets strong, Enigma just black holes Lesh. That was always the counter to these Lush Rocks and these DPs a year ago, and they would just run into a team. The enemy team would just pick either Enigma and black hole him, or Faceless Void and Chrono them.
An Anti-Mage, guys.
Anti-Mage carry, mid lane Primal Beast from XM, the core Enigma on XXS, and 5 Terrorblade.
I mean, if they get a good black hole off and they can get on top of this Leshrac, that's a bomb waiting to go off with the AM. That's pretty scary.
I think this is a banger AM pick, but I wanna know what Gork thinks about it.
I think it's very good in the game. I did like Keizu's idea of when you see these 3 heroes to pick a little bit higher tempo safe laner, like the Lone Druid. He's pretty nerfed right now, but the Anti-Mage kind of secures the late game for them. I think I like it. I mean, if Ame performs and wins that lane, which I think he should, I think it will go really well for them.
It feels like a comfortable lane for that Anti-Mage versus Darkseer. He's one of the better heroes to lane against Darkseer. Also, great mana void target, great way to kill him around level 6. The 2 supports on the side of Spirit and Shadow Demon Lion, they're kind of owned by Counterspell. If AM blinks it on them, there's really not that much to do. The only threat that he's facing is the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
But how scary is that threat if Spirit are playing a slower game?
Anti-Mage is actually one of the better heroes against Faceless Void because he tanks up so much, and he also has a save behind him. And he also, with the new Aghanim build, you can kind of poke from far, and Void has a pretty small mana pool, so you can drain him before you even commit to the fight. And then when Void has no mana, he's useless. I'm curious about the Darkseer Anti-Mage matchup because honestly, everybody says Anti-Mage is favored. Yeah. But I've seen Darkseers be a little bit tricky and get that wall level 6 and like solo kill the Anti-Mage. So as long as nothing like that happens, then
I feel like Darkseer can pressure him, and they need to find this timing where I think Collapse gets auras. Like they need to outplay them in like this 4v4 ball, because Extreme's early game is honestly not that fast. They have tiny deep TV supports. It's kind of low damage. I will actually go with Spirit this time around. Yeah. I think that they're just better equipped in like the first 10 to 20 minutes.
I hope they give us a game 3, because this is not how a Team Spirit should go out in this tournament, and they definitely have more fight in them.
No, there's no coming back from that game.
We need one more time for the Ame Yatoro love story to blossom.
Right.
Game 3. It's over.
Half
it's been
the
a bad
drama.
Day. They're both going home. That's it.
You heard it here first, my friends. But will the gameplay prove that? We'll have to find out. Get ready, my friends, for game number 2 with the PogChamp Pandas.
That's right. Everybody needs to put their energy together for the Spirit Bomb to see if we can get ourselves a game 3. Welcome back, everybody. R.I.P. to Akira Toriyama. Extreme Gaming starting off with a hell of a clash, barely able to get away on XM, and are going to be able to find the first blood, backstabbing Team Spirit as they attempted to go for the kill, and instead find themselves losing casualties left and right. XM, he came in and almost died, got away, and now is chasing after the last remaining member of Team Spirit to get out Laurel. 3 for 1. Extreme Gaming, they didn't just get first blood, which we talked about how they rarely do. They got 3 first bloods.
The battle begins.
That is not what Spirit wanted on that high ground push. They get 3 kills and they split the runes, so Laurel gets back there in time to at least salvage something of this. But Reflection plus, I think, a blood grenade on 4. Did an immense amount of work there.
Did he really?
The fact XM was also the target for Spirit first is tough because he's the tankiest hero level 1 in the game, basically.
I think literally any other hero would have died there, right?
Yeah, that is just good positioning from XG, and then they get an Eidolon split.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen.
I don't think I've ever seen an Eidolon split before the game starts, but he got one. So that's absolutely sick fight from XG. Gives them a lot of extra gold to play around with, particularly on the Enigma and the AM. They were the 2 big beneficiaries of that, and not heroes that you want to give a start here. Again, I go back to XG going for like some of this, like not necessarily clunky, but late game scaling powerhouses, right? Anti-Mage Enigma. If you give these heroes a good start, there's not much weakness there for you to exploit. With a lineup on Team Spirit that you have late game of your own in this Void Darkseer used to be a really prevalent combo, but it's not as strong as it used to be, and there's no real good combos for Collapse to play off of in this mid-game transition. He doesn't have a melee support to go in like a Tinier Clock. Right. The Leshrac is okay Shell Surge target, but it's not, like, you know, it's not insane. You could maybe get some Vac and a Split Earth with the Shard later. That's kind of cool. And you of course can Shell the Void here, but there's no big, huge punch in terms of comeback potential. So if you fall behind in this game, the panel was talking about tempo versus Team Spirit's lineup. It could get really scary really fast, and we're seeing Terrorblade just dominate the laning phase now. This was a lane that DY owned last game. XG went back to it. If I'm seeing this hero this early in the draft, I'm just assuming it's the 5, because I think most of these teams are very confident playing this as a 5 into anything and winning the lane.
And it kind of fits the archetype for 5s anyway, because then it, you know, in team fights it could play off of the Sunder if need be. You know, show up, Reflection.
Yeah, of course.
On the front lines, if you don't die, then try and go for a Sunder save, which is kind of a natural 5-position saving mechanism anyway.
Mirror gets forced off the lane, but he makes the most of it with a Water Rune deny. Give Laurel a nice little advantage here, and this offlane not going too well for Collapse early, as Terrorblade makes his presence felt yet again.
Hey, what'd you think? I think one of the downsides of you being a caster is we don't get to hear your thoughts on draft as it progresses, because you were a drafter. So what'd you make of Extreme? Why are you giving me this look like I'm trying to pay you a compliment, right? What'd you think of Extreme Gaming's like drafting process? Because I thought it was pretty cool. It was like
Collapse is gone.
Yeah, he's dead. Nice little body block there.
This is such a rough start. And again, I go back to the pre-rune fights, man. Like, if these backfire on you, they backfire so hard.
This is a Lion lane where he's having to backtrack creep waves here. This is terrible. He's probably going to die for it, too.
Yeah, he has nothing. He's dead.
He's dead. He's dead.
Orb of Venom delivered. You have an extra blood grenade. You just can't play on the side versus this hero, because you could never out-trade him with his insane armor.
Yep.
I don't know. You have to play these dual-on-dual lanes and punish him there, but again, it's like a relatively new support. People aren't used to playing against it. It catches you off guard, and then you're trapped in a situation. I got run down by the Terrorblade. You know, you've never seen it before. It comes and surprises you. You're asking me about draft?
Yeah. What do you think of the drafting process there from Extreme in this one?
I mean, they kept the flex open very deep. And
yeah, it was super flexible.
I think sometimes it works out, and sometimes it backfires horribly. Here, it seems to have worked out. I think they aren't necessarily super happy with the Void getting stolen from them. I don't know if they expected that, but I think they dealt with it fairly decently, and I'm surprised that Spirit went back for this Lion Shadowed even, like right away. I think usually when Spirit lose game 1, they tend to think about why the fights were hard.
Okay.
And reprioritize for that. And I think Darkseer is maybe one of the things they thought about there, but
Lion Shadow Demon just don't necessarily do a huge amount for you in these 5-on-5 clashes. They don't give you big AoE spells. They don't give you a melee hero that can play around these early skirmishes and the runes and another source of initiation. It's just shifting more of the fight starting to the cores once again, which was part of an issue last game for them. So I'm surprised they went back for double backline supports. To me, it's like they just didn't want to let this Terrorblade be a core hero.
Yeah.
But I still feel like that's overreacting to it a bit, you know? Because the second you commit 3 heroes to deal with core Terrorblade and they make it a 5, you lose all that value. Because these heroes are not good versus support Terrorblade. Who cares?
So with this support duo, it puts more pressure on the cores to make plays, and part of Game 1's failing for Team Spirit was their playmaker was Collapse. Collapse got shut down in lane, and it's looking like the same thing is happening now in this game too.
Yeah, this poses the question. If Collapse is getting bodied on the lane, who's going to make plays on the map for Team Spirit? You have to go behind the Leshrac. Again, it just comes down to Laurel. And that tower taking and the offensive power of that Leshrac in Game 1 was pretty slow. Not all of it on him, but just hard. This hasn't been a hero we've seen play ultra fast this patch unless you have very specific heroes with him. Generally, he functions best with either healers or melee heroes, which they don't have either.
Toss back into an Eidolon split there. They do manage to get the kill on Mira in that fight bottom lane. Of course, the Faceless Void is fine because he has Time Walk, but it doesn't like stop the fact that he can't lane after he uses that Time Walk. So
we are already in a concerning phase of this laning phase for Spear because
seriously,
this Enigma is absolutely out of control. He has a very favorable lane versus 2 single target heroes that cannot deal with the Eidolons. He had the most net worth off that early exchange, and his Vlad's is already done. He had a 5-minute Vlad's.
Again, Extreme Gaming making the extra rotation to shut down Collapse very early. Now, he doesn't actually die, and they do counter-rotate a bit here. Maposhka trying to get the punish. Disruption on AM would have been great, but couldn't quite get it. And XM's like coming back into play. Bugged out as he is, they're going to catch Mira. Onslaught will run him over. Trap him in the trees, maybe? Yeah, gets the grab. Now he's dead.
I'm going to try to take the last hit. Cheeky.
Of course he did.
So what's your answer to the Enigma push in this game? Because XXS is, I mean, he's playing versus an empty lane right now. He had the 5-minute Vlads. His net worth is out of control. He got an extra kill on the lane, and this just frees up the supports to do whatever they want right now. So Jin Q is living the life.
Rushing Blink Dagger. I mean, what are your options here in this kind of game as the Enigma with this kind of start? World's your oyster, so what do you build?
I wouldn't mind early Blink, but I don't know. I don't think this is just a Blink BKB game, honestly. I think it's tempting to do, but you have Shadow Demon save, you have Chrono. I don't know if you need to play for it. I wouldn't mind just some auras here.
Yeah, I was thinking, why not just go Greaves and just like match just make it so Team Spirit run out of damage when they're up against Tiny, a Greaves Enigma, and a Primal Beast. And an AM that obviously isn't taking shit for magic damage.
It might go back to how much farm priority XG like giving this Primal as well, because we've seen this hero scale really hard in this tournament. So again, yeah, I wouldn't be afraid to maybe go like another early aura item here. I think casual Blink is also fine, just lets the hero play the fights. And if he wants to go Blink, BKB, Ags, whatever, and just play for big black holes, because they have enough heroes that are going in and forcing Chrono, forcing Disruption out, I think that's a perfectly fine route too. Because if you think his Primal is going to be really strong and he's just charging in, you're going to have to use Disruption early. You're going to have to Chrono somebody. And then you just get this free BKB hole that's uncancelable by everything else.
I guess my problem with that, it still predicates on Black Hole being a big factor when there are counters. Whereas, like, that's why I like the Aura build. It's like, okay, they can stop the Black Hole all they want, but it doesn't stop Enigma's impact is dead. He is. Well read by XXS, man. He had a perfect read of that situation.
And Vlad pumps up these Eidolons.
And look at the Leshrac coming in with the Haste Rune, though. It's not going to be so easy for them to deal with them, especially since there's just 2 supports. It's kind of gnarly sometimes. You imagine some Dota player just tuning in. It's been 5 years since they watched the game. They see tiny Terrorblade. They assume that's 2 cores. No, it's 2 supports.
Times have changed.
You either change with them or it passes you by.
XM's all over the map, man. He goes top lane. Nice vacuum wall.
Could burn some mana out.
And he'll live because of it, so well played. XM went top to, you know, he went bottom early to try and kill Collapse and that whole thing, and then he went top, secured that tower, then he comes back to bottom. He's not sticking around mid long for at all. And Laurel is getting a lot more involved now. I mean, there is a clear difference. Maybe that's what they settled on, is that Laurel just can't farm for his Bloodstone timing. They just need him to be more active.
And yeah, he has to be. This Darkseer lane went way too bad. The Enigma had too good a start. They need to use this Max Edict and get some early game kills that enable the supports. The supports are really good at setting stuff up for the Leshrac. You need to keep playing for it as the Eidolons.
He still got the kill from the Eidolons?
Take out Miposhka.
What happened, Miposhka? That wasn't supposed to happen at all.
He got bodied. Straight, literal bodied. He just took 800 physical damage from Enigma and died.
Did he get ambushed? Was his Eidolons like hiding around a corner somewhere?
No, he just chased him down.
Oh, wow. Wait, are the Eidolons faster than the Shadow Demon?
Yes, significantly faster. Eidolons are not slow. These things have like 370.
Huh. Dude, it's been such a long time since I played this hero regularly.
The Enigma's game continues to become better. And once more, chips or waits to...
Some rotations coming in. He's just trying to slow down these supports. Wait long enough that XM can get here. Mira is going to try and cover Miposhka. They get the disruption. Now the split earth. Oh, he's got a BKB already.
No, he's got a shield rune.
Oh, shield rune. What was that golden? What the hell was that?
You're getting a little too anxious there, Cap. His game's not that good.
I swear to God,
nice.
I just saw
back
all
on the
gold.
backside. We'll get him another kill, and XG overextending. Not respecting this Leshrac's early game damage output. I mean, they have decent net worth, but they don't have survivability yet.
You're gonna see the shield rune plus what? Edict hitting him?
It's the cosmetic, is what it is. The shield rune on that cosmetic just looks dumb. Yeah, it looks like a BKB. I'll give it to you. This is why I said the power creep on cosmetics, man. Nobody talks about it, but it's out of control.
Dude, and you were right. The Eidolons, they get 30 movement speed per level. They go up to 370 at max level.
They're strong.
Damn.
This spell scales really well now. And it does cost you HP on the scaling, so better pay off in some form.
And of course, true to Dota 2 stats, doesn't show that increase.
No, I mean, why would it? This is Dota. It's
but
not...
apparently they get 30 per level.
Austin, if you want to play a game where the game just tells you everything a spell does, because you can't figure it out for yourself, go play League of Legends. Okay, that's what it's there for.
Okay.
And you can read text for your all to your delight all day. Meanwhile, I'll stick with a true game where I don't know what the hell's happening because the tooltips haven't been updated in 6 years. That's my kind of game right there, okay?
Kind of game where you have to test every patch.
That's right.
To see what interactions work and what don't.
I enjoy that unknown element. We should see stuff every tournament where we go, I don't know what that does.
Dota 2 players truly are the explorers of the 21st century. Treading into the great unknown.
That's right. Born too late to explore early RPGs. Born too early to explore AI. But born just at the right time to lose all my MMR and...
smash the desk.
Destroy my computer, that's right.
Second Wisdom Rune, 30 seconds. So we'll see who's going to be making some moves here. Seems like a very even game this time around. Again, Laurel got involved, and it seemed to really halt Extreme's pressure. I mean, the way that bottom lane was going and everything, it felt like they were going to maybe be taking a 2-3K gold lead off the laning phase, but that has been stymied.
Yeah, Laurel did a really nice job bringing it back. They are going the BKB on XXS, so you're going to have to think about that team fight as this game progresses. Again, your 2 points interaction, Shadow Demon save, and Chrono for it. And you already had the Battle Fury done for Ame. We haven't talked about him a lot, but he got a decent amount off that rune fight. He had an absolutely free lane, extra kills on the lane. They rotated to him again. Very fast Battle Fury timing.
Yeah.
He is...
Radiant are scanning.
So they have a net worth lead, but it's probably going to grow a lot for Extreme just because Ame is likely to be out farming.
I feel like the difference between this Battle Fury timing and the Battle Fury timing he had in that Ursa game is an entire Battle Fury time.
Yeah, that was like a 20-minute Battle Fury, right?
He has lowered his average by like 4 minutes in this tournament. This game alone. So feeling himself here, and it puts Team Spirit in a position where you better start taking some more towers and limiting the space this Anti-Mage has. So you feel better about taking those fights, because Ame is going to be able to join these fights and look for the big ults on the Leshrac.
This would be a huge blow to Spirit if Laurel dies here, but they do have some backup behind him. XM, he's going to go for the kill onto the Darkseer. Won't quite get it. The Avalanche a little bit too late. Collapse able to get away. Now the Purge Flow turns around with the Pulverize, and DY's extra damage. Can they do enough? Nice save with the Disruption. Ame has to back away. Created his own illusion of himself while XXX looked for the black hole. Got canceled out immediately. Laurel's going to run down DY. Take that tower too.
Damn.
Team Spirit. They say, yeah, we know what you're going to do. Countered it beautifully.
And this is the risk of going for that Blink BKB. You're a lot weaker at this point in the game for what your net worth shows, because if that black hole gets canceled and they have a lot of stuff to cancel it while you don't have that BKB, you're just instantly dead. No team fight impact there from XXS. A really nice man-up from Laurel, who once again dragging these fights back for Team Spirit. They're just playing behind the Leshrac. They had the mech on Collapse to give him that extra HP, and it really shows versus these early game nukes. Suddenly your Leshrac is the top net worth. That's also just not a fight Ame can join to find that huge mana burst.
Yeah, I think he got walled, and I'm not sure if he had Blink. I think maybe Blink was on cooldown. So as soon as an illusion was created him, he's like, my fight's done. I'm not joining.
I mean, he just doesn't want to join these fights unless it's very clear. Okay, I'm going to TP Blink in, ult the Lesh, and just clean up.
Yeah.
He'd rather just be farming. He's having an amazing game here, so you don't want to kill it by going to a fight, die, and then give a big kill away.
Right.
It's a breathing room for Spirit after a rough early game. So they now hold the gold lead. In fact, Midas on Yatoro paying off here. It's giving him a lot of extra levels as well, and it'll let him keep up with that Battle Fury AM. So he's playing for the late game. Absolutely here. He saw what Ame did in game 1.
Time to step it up.
And he
Prove
said,
myself for Ame.
I can do that too, but better.
Anything you can do better. All right, BKB needs 1,000 gold for that. So Extreme Gaming likely going to be taking a bit of a timeout here. Once they get that, though, they'll have Blink Dagger on Jin-Q and Blink BKB Black Hole. So you could actually toss people into black holes. Like he's been doing over and over again, tossing people into the Enigma for the Eidolon kills. Primal Beast, much needed addition to this team fight for Extreme Gaming, as Collapse is still alive though. DY under a little bit of help there for XXS just to make sure he stays alive. Collapse has managed to make it out with his, what I assume is a maxed out Surge at this point.
He's not going to go back in. Laurel wants to fight, and he's got an Arcane Rune. Absolute beast right now. XG want none of that. They will wisely evacuate.
Yeah, they see DY this whole way too, so.
Man, that go did not seem that promising from XG. The fact Collapse just sits there with this Greaves and there's not much getting done to him.
Yeah, power of some aura items.
I agree. It's Team Spirit bolstering their 5-man, and they need it because you need the sustain behind Leshrac. You need to help this hero run in the fight and be able to tank some spells. And right now that aura item is doing a lot for Team Spirit and their confidence to take these exchanges. It's going to be an Ags rush as well. So this is the anti-mage plan.
He thinks the Terrorblade's down somewhere. Eidolons, some food for LOL.
There's going to be a lot of anti-mage illusions in this game. Ame's going to have Manta, he's potentially going to have an Ags. Then you're going to have Shadow Demon who can create his own. You're going to have Darkseer who can wall him. You're going to have Darkseer who can punch him. Then you're going to have Lion who can kill illusions.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Blade Mail, BKB, back to Eternal Shrouds, and then Ags. think was XM's idea.
I don't think he's gotten too much value out of this early Blade Mail, though, I must say.
No, certainly not.
Like, he got some damage on the Lesh in that one fight, but then he died. That's the one thing I think Spirit have done a bit better this game, is control the Primal Beast momentum.
Yeah, I think I think one part of this equation that's maybe missing for XM is the fact that there's a Shadow Demon with Disruption, right? So he goes in on this Leshrac, he does a bunch of damage, but then the Disruption goes out. Leshrac still dealing damage without tanking it from the Blade Mail. In which case, maybe he should have just gone for the Eternal Shroud like last game.
Yeah, but then you're not dealing damage as a mid, which I think feels bad. Like that game, XXS, he's just tanking up, he's running, and he's making space.
That's true.
This game, XM, I guess he could play that role if you believe in the Enigma, but like here, I mean, it's just not doing enough.
Got Onslaught, but he's not using it immediately, trying to wait a little bit. The Black Hole goes off, catching the 2. Nice save with the Disruption. Mira finishes off the Primal Beast. XXS had no damage behind that Black Hole, so he just dies to the Leshrac inside of his own Black Hole, basically.
This build has just not worked out for him at all. Start is completely gone now as this Leshrac Shadow Demon combination. Like you said, you disrupt him, he's pulsing you the whole time. It feels awful. He comes out, he's still high HP. What are you supposed to do? You need the Anti-Mage to be able to join these fights to finish him off. So far, it's been Yatoro lingering around, waiting for Ame to commit. He's going the Ags Rush, so he wants to be able to poke and prod these fights. That's a big timing for XG if they can get there, but they've given away a lot of the early game lead, if not all of it at this point. And we're starting to see that teamfight scale come into effect for Spirit. The ball behind this Lesh Darkseer, setting the fight up for potential Chronos. It's not a good answer to it right now. No save on your side.
I wonder how well the Ags will dismantle that ball, considering the fact that they have a Lion.
Yeah, these are not the freest anti-mage illusions. Leshrac can also kill them pretty fast if he's not getting stunned.
Sure.
We have to start thinking about some tossbacks or some other way to set the fight up right now, because that's an Aegis on the Lesh, so he is giga strong right now. And you got to remember, like, this pure damage Edict to me has been what's brought this hero back in the meta. They buffed Edict's damage, they made this do a little bit more, but on pure damage spells, that counts for a lot.
Yeah, you have to be very careful when buffing pure damage.
Yes, and it shows in these fights. Heroes like Anti-Mage that, oh, I'm an Anti-Mage. Well, you're not anti-pure, so you just get shredded sometimes. You only have a limited amount of HP here on early game Agi hero.
So, bunch of objectives. Take Roshan, Wisdom Rune, Tormentor. While Poshka will get Demonic Cleanse, so he can throw that one on Laurel. Make him even tankier. Laurel is getting tons of buffs, by the way, because at some point you're going to get that, the level 15 talent on Darkseer. So an extra 250 HP. Then you get the Demonic Cleanse heal. You're getting Bloodstones. All kinds of stuff. You can even throw the Disseminate? Throw Disseminate on the Leshrac, so if they try and do damage to him, he's so tanky, does a bunch of damage right back. There's
can Lion suck him in the fight. Some extra move speed.
Yeah, that's true. Extra mana, extra movement speed.
There's a lot they can do with him this game. I might have underestimated it a little. I think this game's going to come down to the carry impact at the backside of the fights, because I think XG need this Anti-Mage to pay off big time. Otherwise, I don't see their other 4 heroes really doing much to the 4/5 man of Team Spirit here.
Yeah. So Ame's got to be killing Team Spirit heroes without getting caught by Yatoro.
And finding a big mana void on the Lesh, ideally, at some point. Which means you're dodging this Aegis period for sure. Yeah. That is time Yatoro is using to farm up with the Midas. They can even throw the Mjolnir charge on this Lesh.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And XG's lineup has no Dispel for this hero. So any buffs you throw on the Lesh in this game they're free, man.
Yeah.
No answer to him right now. That Eternal Shroud is up on the Primal. That's a lot of extra survivability for him. And we still haven't seen a Tiny Toss, so... Oh, that's an Amp Rune. Even more spell damage.
Scary stuff. Yeah, you better get out there, Ame. You better get out there fast. You got to start split pushing because the pressure is going to be coming in very soon from Team Spirit. They're smoked up looking for a pickoff that allows them to take over. Not finding it just yet.
Trying to use this Aegis period and XG again. No way you want to fight the 2 lives here on Laurel.
DY. I will say, all the bonuses of Terrorblade, I guess the one downside is kind of a shit shard. But he's still using it in an interesting way where he's like moving around the map and then having his illusions push down lanes with the extra attack speed and stuff. So even then, I guess it's an interesting bonus that a support can give you that kind of pushing power.
You can farm a decent amount on this hero. You just have to buy the right auras with it. But he is not doing much versus the Lesh Darkseer here.
Yeah. So the Axe is done on the enemy. So too is it on the Darkseer. Caught up to Maposhka. Doesn't quite finish him off with a Mana Void, but they'll get him with the illusions. Now it looks like they're going to lose Yutoro as well. Grabbed by XM with so many illusions.
Gem
he
on the
dies
deck.
so fast. They lost the gem too.
Ame finds the right move. Commits for the Shadow Demon. Knows if he takes the save out of the equation, you get a free black hole on anybody. Massive swing in this game. That is a play into the Aegis on the Lesh that they managed to sneak through here.
Yeah.
Huge win for XG. Ame continuing to pull ahead.
If he can hit this butterfly timing, then maybe Extreme is back at a point where they can confidently take 5-on-5s versus Team Spirit. Rather than these little pickoffs and such. Pickoffs and split pushing.
Ideally, you get that fight for that next Aegis. Or a fight that leads to map control for it.
Collapse is going to be working on Blink Dagger next, so Ame is going to have to dodge not just Chronosphere, but also the Darkseer punch wall. Like, that.
Yes.
That is also a problem for him.
That was XG catching Spirit off guard. They didn't have the sustain there. They didn't have the Darkseer to turn that fight around to the Lesh to frontline it.
Mira goes searching with his Glimmer Cape.
Aegis out. Spirit still want to take the 5-on-5 if XG will give it to them.
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, you don't have Black Hole. I'm surprised XG are all here.
Yeah.
Like, what are what are you doing in your base right now? In a sense.
They do always have the toss back. I would just be surprised they would do it on a tier 2. Definitely something to think about for Team Spirit if they ever push high ground, though.
I mean, DY's riding bottom and Ame's riding top, so they are getting side lanes. They get a D-ward as well. That's a value D-ward. So not losing too much. At the same time, they're looking mid. If somebody shows for Spirit elsewhere on the map, they will take the jump with the Tiny. They're just playing it patient. Farming up that support terribly.
I like that Ame came down here through the gate, which may present him an opportunity. No, actually, they TP mid now. As a group, they got to go for a smoke out.
Gotta try and D-ward these areas. You did get that stolen gem. They haven't been using it. Spirit going back to their vision right now will take the pick off. It's a freebie.
That'll probably signal Extreme. Yeah, ward on the high ground. You're right about that, Shinkyu.
I mean, the vision fights are very good for Spirit if they can ever hold them in this game. You can just set up your formation really easily. You can protect your supports. Makes the jump from Ame a lot more difficult.
Holding vision was Team Spirit's MO all the way back at TI-10.
Oh, yeah. You're going to steal a lot of farm out here.
Yeah, but does Ame care about that? He's an AM. He can farm anywhere. That butterfly is closing in.
Didn't get that creep, though. It's a big CS.
Big CS.
Yeah, big CS he missed.
Yeah, the big CS. He doesn't even know he missed because it was an
he
illusion.
knows.
And
he knows.
Yeah. Think he was microing that illusion there?
Dire's
Might have been.
tower is under attack.
Canceling backswings.
Is there anything more satisfying than watching the anti-mage farm?
Oh yeah, that is. I wish we could just have a 60-minute game of watching AM farm.
I wish more people. I wish you could pick AM multiple times. We'd have AM on AM action.
Oh god, an AM on AM game where they're just all over the map farming neutrals.
That would be the dream. Just 8 anti-mages and then like 2 pudges. You're just farming it. Oh my god.
I mean, that's prime ASMR content right there.
We could finally figure out who's the best carry.
That's true. It's like SF versus SF. AM versus AM is just the ultimate carry 1v1.
Radiant's top tower is under
Line has been drawn.
They got that butterfly. It's time for Extreme to go on the offensive. They're going to run straight into Yatoro. Immediately throw some illusions at him. They actually caught 2 on the side here with the Avalanche. And XM's going to bull right through them. Go for the line, see if he can finish that one up. Slowed down by the Shadow Demon Purge. It's annoying. Shin-Q is going to be caught by Laurel. The Black Hole goes out. Actually caught Yatoro. Can they throw damage on him? They're going to try to disrupt him. It might have just saved him. Ame is now stuck inside the wall after wall. Yatoro's still dead, though. A vacuum back on. Got everybody for
He's out of mana.
But Laurel is out of mana. He's has just enough to throw one more spell to finish up that AM, but XM is still a problem as he's running around with Shin-Q. Looks to finish off the Darkseer, got him there. Shin-Q stopping the Shadow Demon, but bounced after by Laurel. Bloodstone gets him a little bit back. Is that enough to finish off this Primal Beast who has Pulverized? He's going to grab Laurel, slam him down. Trample's coming up, but the Split Earth, it just keeps hitting. And it's going to be Laurel with the Ultra Kill. Well-deserved carry of Team Spirit in that fight.
He just blinked into everybody there on top of that anti-mage. 0 fucks given by Laurel in this game. Absolutely decimating the team fight positioning here from XG and forcing Ame back.
Yeah,
Yatoro's
to an AM.
This AM got all his mana burnt out from the Darkseer as well at some point in this fight. The whole lands, they barely managed to save Yatoro, but look at the wall illusion.
The wall,
just working
the
on him. Ame ends out of this stun with 0 mana, has to man fight Laurel with 0 mana, but he already used Mana Void. So at this point, you're not winning that trade. Collapse just found his target, and Yatoro happy that his teammates can carry him there because he didn't get to do anything. They single target focused him into oblivion, and despite the saves, no Chrono in that fight. But now you have Black Hole on cooldown, and you have Chrono up, which means you'd put another Aegis on this Leshrac.
Yeah, and add one more thing. That was their butterfly timing. Next fight is going to be Yatoro's MKB timing. So
he is racing towards it here.
Yeah.
Laurel has just been a force of nature this game. They don't have the damage to put into him. Like, you look at this lineup, it's a lot of random spell damage. It's a lot of, you throw down a pulse, you throw down a reflection. Like, these spells are nice, but they're not chunking down this Disco Pony.
It's not the same threat as the Zeus was.
No.
Right? I think that's a big difference.
There's no heavy burst damage outside of you find him with a Pulverize or Ame can connect on him. I feel like this AM needs Abyssal or something. He's going Disperser for increased mana burn. He wants to find this big void on the Lesh, but there's a lot of disruption. You don't have BKB. You're having issues sticking on him. You go on the Lesh. What happens when you get vacked into a wall and then you get punched? Then you have to go on the Lesh again, right? And then there's some disruption or Chrono.
Yeah.
I don't know how easy it is to burn out this guy's mana right now, and if he gets to deplete his mana pool, it probably means your team is dead. Because XSS is, he has to Chrono the Void. Or he has to Black Hole the Void so he doesn't get Chronoed, which means you can't just run in and Black Hole this Leshrac to give you the extra damage. And Aegis on Yatoro is going to prevent that route now. The MKB done, as you said. Team Spirit are continuing to find answers for XG's team fight, while XG, there's no clear pathway to the 5-on-5.
There is still the split push problem, which you solve by just going high ground, but then it comes into, okay, but like what about the toss back and potential high ground defense? You got to try and catch these guys when they're out on the map. It's going to be difficult. Pipe done for the Terrorblade. Okay, that's one way to try and slow down this Leshrac's damage.
You got the Ags on the Primal as well, so you can throw some break in here. Some extra damage off that. And you got Ags on the Enigma. That's a lot of extra damage.
Yeah.
This is like the payoff of the Blink BKB in this game. You eventually get to the Ags, you add in the extra 3.5%, you get the pull-in, which means you might just catch, you know, a third hero instead of only 2. Makes a huge difference here.
It's so crazy, though, to, like, from the get-go settle on, yeah, I want to go the late-game build against Faceless Void. I think that takes a lot of confidence to say that's what you want to do.
Confidence that this Chrono is either never going to come out or get forced on a bad target.
Smoked up the side, running into each other here. Xin-Q is going to avalanche, and they burn out the mana as much as they can. Throw another one at him. He's stuck! Oh, he stuck himself by the time walk. He's going to have enough to get away, and he does have the Aegis, but that is not a great way for Team Spirit to start things. Okay, never mind. It's going to be solved by Mira. We're all good. Everybody calm down.
Still looking for this disperser. I mean, this mana burn is gonna hurt. Really gonna hurt, especially on some of these like random supports. Might just take the mana void on the Shadow Demon or the Lion again. You can find the quick pick off.
I just don't see how they ever like really jump the last strike. Because if they jump with the Primal Beast and Pulverize and AM jumps after that, then you're just probably going to get chronoed.
To toss somebody back.
Or vacuumed. Yeah, I think it's the toss back. It's really what it is.
The thing is, there's instant Hex waiting for you if you jump in with Tiny.
I mean, maybe they just get him sometime where he doesn't have his ult going on. They Pulverize and he just throws all the illusions at it. And the illusions do enough.
I mean, I think that's the plan. I don't think when the Tiny or the Primal jump somebody that Alme is going to jump with them.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You could throw illusions on that guy and then jump somebody else. Use the few seconds of confusion.
Yeah. The fog of war. The chaos.
But Team Spirit seem pretty content right now. This time around, they have the Void that has not lost a lot of late games in this event, as this hero tends to do. Eidolons ruthlessly massacred here.
How many Eidolons have died in this game?
Well, there you go, Austin, right on cue.
I'm just setting up production to look good, you know?
Found a little catch.
Blade Mail and Pipe put onto him. And now he's maxed out on Eternal Shroud, so he gets the full heal, and he's got so much magic resistance. They're still going to go for him, though. Yutaro, he can do the damage with the help of Laurel. They'll bring him down. Okay. Now you're all in on a bit of split pushing going on. I guess they do have the buyback of the Primal Beast if Team Spirit kept going, which they can't, because Ame's always there. Always knocking on a tier 3.
His next item choice is really important in this game, on top of getting that level 25 talent.
Scythe of Ice immediately put to use here. Pops the BKB too. Wants to make sure there's no follow-up from Extreme Gaming that can save Xin-Q. Good force staff, but he, actually got the gem down. Collapse is going to find it, though. Collapse is going to find... Okay, Collapse didn't find it.
Can't deal with the hill.
Oh, he got pushed over the cliff. The punch. Oh, pull him back in. Give him a little bit of hope, and take it right away.
And DY was... Something was messing him up with that D ward. He just lingered there way too long.
Yeah, this is twice now that Team Spirit played around this high ground ward, found an opportunity to hit high ground.
No rat action happening on the AM.
Nope, he already left that bottom lane. You're a Tormentor, closing in on 25 though.
Yeah,
does that make a big difference?
He wants his mana void cooldown is my guess. Could make a huge difference in these fights because it allows him to pick off a support, disengage, and then look for the re-engage.
Yeah.
Which is a big deal.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
a little bit surprised. I thought with the last track he would go the 250.
Oh, he got caught.
Shell. Oh, got him. Into the wall, into the disruption. 1 million illusions. And none of them are going to be able to hit the AM because the chrono.
This game is just becoming way too difficult for Ame to play.
Yeah, that's kind of like your one, right? You get picked off once on the AM, and then everything starts to crumble, I feel. Couldn't get off the Sunder. BKB wisely used by Laurel. Because you killed the AM. You get any extra pickoffs, it's kind of a free high ground push for you.
And they're going to take it.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Just
attack.
waiting on the team.
Now, I mean, you have to think about some really deep tossback and black hole action with the Chrono on cooldown. But that's basically the only threat XG have here.
Yep. And Team Spirit are probably thinking about, you know, the buybacks that could be there. We know Extreme does not have buyback on these two heroes, so...
And they're pre-clicking this Hex. Yeah, instantly
yeah, they got
there.
it. As soon as Shin-Q jumps in.
And he wasn't even going for the toss. He was just going for harassment.
XM. They'll get back 35 seconds until Ame is back up. Team Spirit, though, at that point in time, they've already taken mid, so that's always going to be pushed in. Top lane, it's going to be pushed in as well, this tier 2 tower. Oh, an amp damage rune.
That's a nice little one. Bottle, give it to Yatoro.
Yeah. Very nice, very nice. Use that hand of Midas. Swap in the BKB again, I assume. Yeah. All ready to go.
You know, just your 10-0 Lishrak giving his bottle to his 1-3 Void. Nice little team player.
What a guy. What a swell lad Laurel is.
They're just going to play for next Roche. No reason to try and throw this game going high ground without an Aegis for another lane of racks that doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. And XG are feeling that pressure. They are smoked out right now. They are missing Ame's level 25 by 150 XP. So he's going to have to make do without it. No buyback on this AM as well. He's just all in. They see the obs. Laurel's just going to tank the jump.
Yeah. He's willing to tank it. Illusions start poking at him.
All right, so that mana burn is increased since the last fight.
Yeah, that illusion died pretty quickly, and it still burned through a healthy amount. He's so close to 25-2 on this AM. He'll get it if one hero dies.
This is not a hill you want to go up versus Lishrak Shard right now.
Yeah, they're both taking the same, kind of the same amount of damage here. XM, did he cancel the onslaught, or did the purge screw him somehow?
I think he can. I think
he canceled it. Yeah. Oh, got him on the edge. Tora found his target.
Black
they get
hole,
the black hole,
pulling
him in inside of the Chronosphere. What a disaster! Is that going to be okay though? They get the wall vacuum, and it's all clean for Team Spirit from here. XXS did his best what he could do, but it doesn't change. The AM has no room to play once they lock him down.
Toro looks for his revenge, and he gets it. A Chrono on Ame to end this game. Even though you get sucked through a Chronosphere, that makes no goddamn sense.
Dude, that was a cool interaction.
That
like
looked
on
real
the
bad.
Edge of Chronosphere, and they get pulled into it, they get pulled through it.
It's just, what are you even coming back into in this game? It doesn't feel like there's a point where the AM can man fight the Void, man fight the Lishrak even. And he's your one chip that you had left to play with. This early game was pretty damn good for XG as well. It goes back to, did you have to play this with a bit more tempo? Because they gave room for Laurel to drive this game back for Team Spirit, and he took it 12-0 and 14 on this Lishrak. Collapse backed him up with a little 2-3-2 action, and I mean, it feels like those two cores together, they were just not losing any fight. I also think the Greaves just did a huge amount of work here compared to this Blink BKB build-up for the Enigma. Like, maybe even if you find a Blink BKB Black Hole connection on a Void in one of those fights, which happened a couple times, they weren't winning the rest of the fight. The auras and the strength behind all five punching here for Team Spirit showed, and they made it work. That's the strength of this team. The team fights in the mid-late game, they will always find a way if you give it to them.
Yeah, you cannot want to be going into a mid-game on even grounds against Team Spirit because they are so good at team fighting, and Extreme could not match that prowess in Game 2. We're going to break down that game, though, with our panel, and back to them before Game 3.
And they couldn't do it despite having an Enigma and a Primal Beast. This button pressing on Team Spirit just proves to be too superior. And this was probably one of the main turning point fights. Laurel, what a redemption story from Game 1 of this game. everything's going to hell, but Laurel stands like a bastion of hope for Team Spirit. I mean, minimal mana left.
Huge performance. Great Vac Wolf from Collapse there as well.
Also true.
I always like it when a team loses to a hero, then picks a hero and beats you silly with it in the return game. Even though I wouldn't say the Void was like the major factor in this game, it just feels good.
Sure.
But yeah, Laurel absolutely crushed it this game. Brilliant performance.
I would say that the Lash was just, they didn't have enough range damage against Lash, which gave him a lot of heal with the Bloodstone. They couldn't really bring him down this time around. They didn't have that turret, which the Zeus was last game. And I think conceptually they drafted a little bit too slow to deal with him, and Laurel just got to do whatever he wanted. This is exactly what he wanted to do game one.
Mm-hmm. And conceptually, in that fight that we just saw, the really big one with the Vac Wall and the Laurel holding strong, their draft came together so nicely. Like vacuum into wall on the anti-mage who just drains his own mana, then you have the Leshrac doing AoE damage on top of the vacuum. It just synergized so nicely. Mm-hmm. And we saw that XXS on the Enigma got off to a really great start. He completely crushed that top lane, but they couldn't really get value out of their super strong Enigma because just like Gork mentioned, the range damage for this black hole didn't exist. And that may not have been a problem if XG continued their early game snowball, which it looked like they were primed for, right? They came out of the lanes around minute 8-9 with a 4k net worth lead. But Team Spirit, they capitalize on a couple of out-of-position supports. Mm-hmm. Around minute 8, they get a kill on the Tiny and the Terrorblade. They turn it into another kill. They go top on the Enigma. They get a really important kill there, and they just swing the game around. So Extreme Gaming definitely had a much harder game to play here. But again, Team Spirit, they make the impossible happen. Although I will say I'm a little bit concerned for their laning stage because it's twice now on Team Spirit where it looks like they're just fumbling a little bit on lanes.
Yeah, they woke up in the mid game though. I would say the game slowed down. They got to calm down, and they were playing really well in these fights. Their spellcasting was great at least. But the laning phase is important in Dota. We saw it can really bring down any team if you underestimate them.
So then, what is an ideal team fight supposed to look like from Extreme Gaming? Because they knew that they had the last pick. They're like, okay, we're sending XM. You're going to be mid on the Primal Beast, a melee hero, and we're going to let Ame play a melee carry.
Yeah.
So what do you get? Like an amazing black hole, and then Tiny tosses someone into that black hole.
It's hard to rely on it because you do have a save with Shadow Demon and you have a cancel on Void. Mm-hmm. I think the chaos that Lesh creates when he walks in there screws up your plan of Anti-Mage jumping the backline like he wants to. And Anti-Mage, even though you could see his anti-magic and he wants to jump Lesh, Lesh's mana pool is too big.
Yeah.
He does not counter Lesh in this way. Like, he can't send Ags Illusions in to drain his mana. So the ideal fight really gets disrupted depending on how this Lesh plays, and he played that flawlessly, I think.
Yeah, I guess then, hypothetically, if Laurel had a Game 1 level performance, then this Anti-Mage pick would have looked amazing.
Yeah.
Because you get Mana Void, even like, if Leshrac has half his mana left, the Mana Void will probably kill everyone around him just because the mana pool is so big.
Yeah, theoretically, if they got to pick and choose, they would fight somewhere under vision so Anti-Mage could see the backline and actually do his job.
This AMTB lane mirror, it looked horrible to play against. If you're a Darkseer playing against that, what are you meant to do?
I mean, you just try to withhold as long as you can until you can get backup from your teammates where you can pressure or kick the anti-mage out. I think Extreme Gaming played the lanes incredibly well. They definitely choked a lot of their net worth. Getting the Enigma kill top was really important for Spirit, but then afterwards, XXS went for a Blink Dagger first. And there was another fight afterwards where XG chose to take the fight, but the Enigma blinked in, gets instantly hexed by Mira on the Lion, and they don't get any value out of their Enigma. He just dies again. So XG put themselves in a position where they chain-fed a few kills in the early game that you couldn't have given it away, which, honestly, if that happens after such a good laning stage, it means that your draft was harder to pull off. And you don't want the draft where your window of punishment is much, much smaller than the other teams. But that's what Spirit do. They find opportunities where other teams don't. And actually, this is kind of exciting now. Because the last 4 tournaments that Ame played, when he was top 4, in a top 4, you know who's knocked him out?
Spirit.
Yeah, Toro.
Oh.
Weird. So every time that Ame's gotten this top 4 placement at a tournament, it has been this team that's been the bane of his existence. And it looked really solid for him that game 1 and the start of this game 2. But now he has to be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, that history goes all the way back. So it's TI-10, the first Riyadh Masters, Arlington, and then I think there was, think it was one other tournament as well. But yeah, these, as much as we try to play up the love story and stuff like that, they have an immense amount of history with one another. And at least in Dream League specifically, the history has consistently gone Extreme's way.
Well, I mean, can you say that with just the group stage sample size?
Yes.
I mean,
No, it's true. With stakes higher, maybe it's not so true because Spirit are historically an extremely clutch team. That's like, besides their team fighting, I suppose, they do not crack under pressure ever.
Yeah, they have cracked under pressure before. We've seen it, and hopefully that mental block isn't there for them still. That they can take it this time.
Well, I'm glad we get a 3-game series, put this lower bracket semifinal out in style. So after the break, we will return with the conclusion of this series. feel the intensity of this elimination game now as Extreme Gaming and Team Spirit are fighting for their lives here at Dream League Season 22.
Well, calm down, Neil.
Their lives!
Okay, jeez.
We take them out back behind the shed after that. And so that they will go to up the farm. They go to the farm.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Upstate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they really were playing with a lot of pressure. We saw the interviews before. They were the last hope of China here. I mean, they need to represent. People are disrespecting their region, and they're here to prove what's what.
That's, I imagine, half the reason why all these players come out of retirement.
Yeah.
Faith Beyond said in an interview that he saw these newcomers. They had no guidance, right, Effie? They were just alone, and he felt it a responsibility to come back to professional Dota.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine it's hard for these retired, of course. Retired players to sit in the back lines and just watch these new players make mistakes where they could have made the call to win the game. And that's why we see all of these veterans returning. And honestly, they've been doing a great job. I mean, all things considered, Ame, Faith Beyond, FY, they've all been playing incredibly well since they came back.
That's why I've come to Dream League. The old man.
Exactly.
I'm sick of watching you clowns fuck it up from home.
Guide us.
Decided to come back in and guide you.
Thank you, Ted.
And I think this has been one of the best Dream Leagues ever. So
because of you.
I don't want to say it's all on me, but yes, Mira.
If you were Ame's coach and Ame keeps getting
He would
knocked
lose a
out
lot
by
of
Team
games.
Spirit. No, he keeps he keeps getting knocked out by Team Spirit when he's so close to victory in these top fours. What do you tell him?
I'd get another player in.
I knew it. Just kick him.
I'm not a friendly coach. I'm more like win, and if they lose, I'm like, you're out. We get another one in.
Okay. Well, hopefully that's not going
doing that.
on.
Hopefully they're not doing that right now.
Gaming
Yeah.
right now.
I'm not saying I'd be a good coach. I'm not saying that would be the approach. You asked me what I would do. That's what I would do.
Okay.
You'd whip him in place.
No, I just fire him.
All right.
OG
Mid-series, whole team.
This is why tensions are so high right now. And Spirit run back the first big Shadow Demon a third time in a row.
Hey, it's worked half the time now.
It's worked. 50% of the time, it works every time.
Who was talking about this?
The ET. I was talking about this.
Yep.
But I actually thought Spirit was going to pick the ET because they love it too. But both teams have prioritized this hero a lot. And now, the Primal and the TB are both in the pool. Are they going to earn the bans this time around?
I think it's some classic game 3 in this series. You feel like the team that had very good, or at least last game, I think Spirit showcased that their team fighting was very strong in the mid game. I think now you want to change your priority maybe a little bit, give DY some team fighting hero, maybe step away from the TB a little bit. So I would say I just like the switch up.
And game 3s, you want to play for team fight. That's usually what takes you the extra step. I mean, we've seen ET be very successful this tournament, even when he's not being picked into a high agi carry. It feels like he does so much by way of protecting his safe lane too. It was Team Spirit, I think, who played it 2 days ago, where Mipushka was constantly disrupting the 3-man ganks, the 3-man plays
Yeah, he was owning.
the enemy were making on his carry. So it's also kind of an anti-gank hero, which Ame does need in this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Crit talked about it in his interview as well. It's a very high skill cap hero. You can scout for your team, and it honestly has limitless potential in terms of that too.
So it's also nice of a lot of carries who have the potential to buy some condas, just more heroes who play on higher range and poke. ET helps a lot with that, and also the vision aspect, very underrated. So overall, just very solid.
And the rush control.
Yeah.
And in these game 3s, you know it's going to get hectic, and it's going to come down to these split-second fights. We saw it in Spirit versus OG. And don't want to keep harping on this point, but Ame does have a bone to pick with Team Spirit.
Yeah.
They have stood in his way countless times now.
I mean, if you're Spirit, you know that ET generally gets paired up with a few, I would say, specific cores, ones that help you in the lane, whether it's some PAs, morphlings, and whatnot. So I do think if you're Spirit, you need to think ahead already of what Extreme want, and kind of, think forward. At least for now, it's a PA banned out. I think it's been banned out in every single game.
Yeah, no one wants to see that shit again.
Faceless Void was also the winner of both Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, this 5th ban has been rotating for Spirit. Game 1, they took out the Life Stealer. Game 2, they took out the OD. And this game, they're taking out the Faceless Void. Whereas Naga Siren has consistently been this ban from Extreme.
Yeah.
We still have Primal Beast and Mars, and Primal Beast has been a common factor in these last 2 games.
I feel like heroes like Naga, Nyx, Primal, Rubik should be on very high contest.
Aren't Extreme just gonna ban Naga here and pick TB again? I feel like they did that. Would they want to do it one last time?
I don't like it
No,
too
they don't like
much.
The left was a problem.
They've gone for the Mars.
Yeah.
You just trade Primal Beast now, or does the Mars offset you enough is the question.
I think you could Primal. If you want to go really spicy, you could either go... I see a world where you also pick Lifestealer here. I feel okay, so Spirit could
like
Naga into them, but I feel like then you hand Extreme a pretty damn good next pick. I feel like he's one of the better heroes against Naga generally throughout the game. So I feel like those two heroes and the Primal.
Yeah, with the Lesh also pre-banned, Naga and Lesh DK already pre-banned, Naga looks pretty good for both teams, but yeah, the Lifestealer not something you want to give. I think I would personally snag the Lifestealer then and let them have Naga maybe. But you'd need more counters to it.
Like if you are going for the next +1, I feel like then you want your 4 to be the anti-Naga hero, which this could be.
This is a very good anti-Naga hero. This is probably the best one.
Unless they want to pick like some mid-flex, like Mira's talking about, with maybe some Primal.
Yeah.
But then I feel like you just make... I feel like you kind of make it easier for Extreme, but let's see.
Yeah. The Lifestealer ET lane is not really the best either.
Of early picks, this is the least flexible we've ever seen Extreme this early on. This is very, very telegraphed from them.
Good point, Neil.
Yeah, but it seems quite solid because they've figured out that your safe lane is going to be strong with your ET, your off lane is going to be strong because Mars does not seem to be losing lanes in this patch. And now you can follow up with something like a Mirana or a Hoodwink, just ranged burst damage for Xingqiu. So their drafting phase right now feels a lot easier than Team Spirit's.
Yeah, for as flexible as that previous game was, I feel like they overcomplicated it. And at the end, they were like, we'll keep the TB as a support and Anti-Mage as the carry. Primal Beast is the mid. And for Team Spirit, they pick up the Primal Beast.
And that's a flexible hero for them. Can run it mid, can run it offlane. I think this mind game between Naga and Naix is still going on right now. Between both teams.
I also think Extreme Gaming have to have Morphling on 18 for Spirit at the back of their minds. They need to make sure
100%.
that they have something for it. They do have the ET, but...
Just the Naix, yeah. They take it.
Just any range 4 I feel like would be pretty chill here.
Gotta
for
get some
Xingqiu.
range here.
Like some Hoodwink. I think like anything that just lanes well with Mars, gives you some more damage with like the ET. Okay,
that is a hero that Team Spirit have been picking up the most actually. Extreme Gaming takes it for themselves.
Favorite, isn't it? But
yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of eyeing the morph that
does
you
the
mentioned.
Naix not struggle here a little bit with, like, magic immunity piercing spells? You got Shadow Demon, you've got Pulverize. Like, does that not bother him at all?
I think with the new item build, with the Aghanim, it bothers you a lot less. Because you're more dynamic in your team fights, you can infest enemies. Your infest is very low cooldown.
And even the Sage and Yasha status resist is really helpful.
Too much status resist. Okay.
Yeah.
You can also just infest your allies and get out of these difficult situations. I mean, Pulverize later on can be a bit of a problem if there's a lot of follow-up damage from Team Spirit.
Oh.
That's an old school counter to Lifestealer.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it's as good as it used to be, especially with the new builds. It's definitely a solid hero overall, especially, yeah, it can almost lane against anything mid, and you can still run a safe lane. So the flex is still open for Spirit compared to for Extreme, at least.
I think Storm needs to go. Spirit need to ban this hero out. I think Razor hates playing against heroes that can go in and out or have like easy jump on you. It also helps with like Grim. I think Lina ban is also pretty good.
Speaking of
outranged,
going in and out, I don't know if any of you know this mechanic, but if Lifestealer is static linked and then Lifestealer jumps into Razor, does the static link continue?
Keeps going.
Okay.
So I just checked Razor's stats for this DreamLeague, and he has a 42% win rate. And he's, unless it's Falcons, so these are his stats from very often last picks or second phase picks.
Yeah.
And you were saying, Gork, that he struggles a lot with the new item build. Do you mean the new carry item builds, or just he doesn't have solid items to buy as a Razor?
I think he has solid items to buy. He still like kind of hits an Exodia, we talked about earlier, when he gets a refresher at some point. The Falcons have proven that. But there are some weak points to his game. He usually relies on being faster than enemy carries he needs to link, and Lifestealers are really fast with this S and Yasha now that everybody's buying.
I just checked Spirit have played Razor twice, once on Collapse, once on Laurel. Both have been losses also.
I think Laurel is the better Razor of the two, if I had to say. Fits Collapse more being the Blink Initiator type, often on Blink Stun heroes, he does better. But I can still see them keeping the flex open. I don't think it's going to be
Yatoro this time on Razor. I don't think that's his type of hero. They're not banning for it either on Extreme, as we see. They ban Sven and Luna.
So let's say that this Razor is flexed to offlane, Gork. How does this lane go for him? The Razor plus Lion versus ET plus Lifestealer.
Oh, it's a very free Razor lane. At least there's that. That's a huge plus.
Do they get Morph here on Spirit? Is that a hero they could play? No, Troll. Oh my goodness. Into Lifestealer again.
Yeah, I think this is a bait. I actually think it's bad into Lifestealer now. It used to be the biggest Lifestealer counter, because you just stayed on top of him, perma-rooted him through his rage, and just kept hitting. Nowadays, Lifestealer goes inside of you, your BKB, your entire BKB is gone. I actually think this... I think we saw... I don't remember which team. Maybe it was
the other day, yeah.
Maybe it was Secret that did the same. I've seen several people... No, it was Duracho Troll.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday.
Yeah, Duracho Troll.
Maybe it's a little less bad because this game he kind of has two people he kind of feels like he has to do it to.
Yeah.
With both Razor and Troll, but yeah, this matchup is not the same it used to be. I mean, XM, he always surprises me when it comes to picks.
Sniper. In a Sniper Troll patch, Sniper was the one that won against Troll.
That's true. Oh man, the 6.8 era. What a throwback.
Not the strongest against the Primal though, but if that's your only problem, maybe you don't mind.
A dark time.
I would say you could just look at, if you want to take it more chill, you take the Sniper. If you want to amp up the tempo, I think you go Storm.
Storm? Yeah, that's a good suggestion as well.
At least. But XM, he's honest. I think he's a very unique mid player. I feel like he cares a lot about not just his game, but like shitting on the opposing mid laner too. Like he's very anti-tempo.
There it
is. Sniper.
My bro hasn't lost on his hero
6 and 2. All 6 of the wins come from XM.
Man.
Okay, the only hero that threatens the Sniper is the Primal Beast. And usually versus Sniper, if there's only one hero on the enemy team who threatens him, it's a good game for Sniper. It's going to be a good lane versus Laurel on the Razor. He's going to scale. He's going to provide the damage needed in Arena because there isn't that much ranged follow-up damage for Arena, but that's going to be happening on XM. And the way we've seen XM play Sniper, he doesn't stay mid. He goes to side lanes really early on.
He does shit. He's a do-shit Sniper.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm actually quite surprised they do the collapse Primal here, because I think he would have had a better lane mid, and the Razor would have destroyed them bottom. I think this kind of gives Lifestealer a better lane, and a little bit dangerous. I mean, a lot of risks coming up from Spirit this game.
But you think that there are ways for Lifestealer to play against Troll now? Like he can just
no, it's not a problem at all. Some people pick Lifestealer into Troll nowadays. It's like, come at me.
And then I'll jump in you.
Yeah. Literally come inside. As Synderen said.
It's a hard one to call for me. I feel that Extreme have the upper hand, but I feel that there's definitely a way where Spirit can like fight back in the early game. You creep skip with Collapse and you like try to... I think the reason you put Razor mid is because it makes it easier for Primal to come there. You put like 3-4 heroes there between minutes 6, 7, 8, 9 and you really try to take over. But if the game's even, I feel like it will be hard in the mid game.
I think I've seen enough XM Sniper to fully believe in him when he plays it. The way that Spirit need to play is they need to completely crush their offlane on Lion plus Primal, get as many kills as they can early on, and Mira on the Lion has to have an early blink. If you get an early blink on this Lion, then you can absolutely just wrap around mid, threaten the Sniper multiple times, and you're not playing on Extreme Gaming's tempo anymore. So there's a lot of weight on Team Spirit's offlane right now.
Yeah.
You're not going to beat this Sniper. You're just not.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
100% win rate.
Yeah.
Now, the mental game is important here. I feel like Spirit recovered a lot mentally towards the end, and I hope it carries over for them because I think it's going to be tough, and I think XG got this.
Are you willing to stake your reputation on it, Gork? Because this is the last time we're going to have you on the panel.
I'll stake all of it.
You're staking it all.
I'm out of here anyway after this over.
Well, Gork, it's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate your expertise, and I hope you enjoy this game number 3. All of you at home as well. Let's get into it. The final game of the series. PogChamp Pandas, take it away.
Extreme Gaming have lived by the Sniper. Will they now die by the Sniper? Final game of this series, Team Spirit versus Extreme Gaming. One of them is out of Dream League, and the other will move on in lower bracket to the lower bracket finals. Avery, you got a draft? Felt like the panel felt like it was pretty even. Do you agree?
Not really. I think I would rather be XG in this game.
Why?
I feel as though you have better tools to kite out the fight, and that sniper's constantly going to force you to have to try and gap close him, and you're trying to gap close him into Arena Soulbind ET with a Infest potential save or Infest disarm into one of the 2 right clickers here. That just sounds miserable conceptually. I also feel like the more I've watched this Troll Lifestealer matchup, it just seems awful for Troll. I just don't think it's good at all the more I've watched it. You get early Radiance. You can even go Halberd if you really want to mess with him. You get Ags later. You just jump inside. He's disarmed. It's hard to get these points in the fights where the Troll can lock on the Lifestealer and just 100-0.
Yeah. I think that Ags... I feel like the Ags has completely killed the biggest timing for Troll versus Lifestealer matchup. Right? I feel like that second or third item is just about the point where Troll used to demolish Lifestealer, and now he just doesn't have a counterplay against it, really.
That said, we haven't seen a Troll who's ahead, who can get like a decent basher timing and BKB and run in there and not get his items forced early and kind of set himself up for that man fight and outlive the Infest.
Yeah.
I think that could look very different, and I think the itemization there is really important, because I would also say Troll into Mars, this matchup can also suck, because nobody's buying the break that much anymore. You're not seeing Silver Edge. So you just sit there, you're hitting this Mars for 1,000 hits doing no damage, as Yatoro also dies first top.
Okay, well.
Smashed down by XXS here. I feel like you have to go Mjolnir over Battle Fury in this matchup, so you have a little more punch through on this Mars if you're not planning to go Silver Edge eventually.
Get a replay of it.
But he's going Battle Fury again. So like, I don't know, man. I'm worried for the Troll's impact in this game. For me, I think it has to be Collapse and Laurel. I go back to Laurel. He had a standout game too. I think Razor has been pretty strong in this meta. It's not the easiest Razor game, but it can be a game where he just runs in, BKB'd, forces out a bunch of spells, and drains a bunch of damage from somebody and sets the fight up. And Collapse can come in with, some Ag Shivas later on. Could be pretty strong for dealing with the supports here on XG side. But I do favor XG on paper. I think they have not lost with Sniper. They have a lot of team fight to surround and back him up. And he is going to force the gap close, so tough game.
I think one interesting little bit here is DY's trying to get his spirit. The Elder Titan came back.
Oh, Jin-Q got trapped top, actually. That was pretty nasty. He might get him off.
They get disrupted on trees. 4 poison stacks.
Needs one more.
Can he hit a 5th one? Sidesteps that one. So he'll take a ton of damage, but I don't believe he dies.
He got disrupted on the tree line, had to tango his way out. A lot of damage. Swing this matchup back a bit, but damage has been done. XXS has been given an extremely strong start here. Double bracer.
Laurel going to work in mid. He needs help. XM, he's making a break for it. He actually has the snipe back. He can push back Laurel easily here.
No damage, though.
Oh, can he hit enough times? He just needs one more hit. Laurel, can you get him? Shinku's just desperately trying to right-click him down. He turns around for the headshot hit.
Disgusting.
Oh, man.
Disgusting stuff from XM.
I can't believe they managed to pull that off. I thought he was dead for sure. Just all under tower. I was just about to say how Laurel, I think that last game, Laurel, that was probably one of the cleanest, carry performances from him.
Yes.
For Team Spirit. He took, they had a kind of rough laning phase. He completely flipped that on its head with some of his early rotations, and then he dominated team fights and pushed them through over the finish line.
And he was dominating mid here. He was pulling out ahead of the Sniper, a hero we've seen be near unbeatable in the lane this tournament. He was taking it to Laurel with some early links, getting CS advantage, and that was a solo kill that you're one hit off. That's very different if you get that. You might just explode this laning phase. So XG make a clutch TP, a clutch.
They're going to go for it again.
Headshot, and yeah, they want to dive him. They want to punish the low MS here. Just guaranteed link.
Stick on him, even the rotation of Maposhka. So as DY comes in, trying to halt things, there is way too many heroes, and they're going to get the double, potentially, as DY. Disruption, a couple more hits from Laurel. They do have Shin-Q here, but disables abound, and Team Spirit. What a big move from them. Bringing these two supports in, get 2 kills for it, and this wave under tower just lost for Extreme Gaming.
This is a big setback for XG. The sniper has missed a lot in this early game. He has 13 CS at almost 5 minutes here. And Laurel just once more being set up for success, doing it a little bit himself and making this matchup look awful for Sniper. I don't know if it's supposed to go this bad. XM also did not for the Shrapnel, which we've seen in some of these matchups that he likes, but it has gone wrong early for the Sniper. He has not lost a game here yet. Laurel trying to make a god bleed. Nice little stack here. Nice little glyph to counteract. Okay. Early glyphs used by both teams just for some extra early game value. And Ame's just going to deny the creeps in front of him.
Yeah. As some of the creeps get reset back down the lane, Collapse did not get what he wanted out of that situation. He doesn't want to get close to this Lifestealer. The Lifestealer doesn't have boots, but he does have War of Corrosion. So as soon as he hits the Primal Beast isn't really getting away without Onslaught. CS-wise, 28, 29, and 11 for Ame, 32 and 11. So mid lane sucks for Extreme. That Sniper is suffering, but the side lanes are excelling for Extreme.
Yeah, especially the Mars. And we've seen Mars take games over. We've seen XXS Mars especially take games over.
Yeah, there's a reason why Extreme put so much emphasis on shutting him, the opposing Mars down in game 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of stacks on the map right now. So this is comeback for the Sniper, but acceleration for Laurel. Razor loves these extra levels. Can farm jungle really efficiently here. Bounty Rune's definitely going to help. Yeah, this is just peak efficiency. They're going to give the mid lane to the Lion. This is scouted by XG, but no one can really rotate here or do anything about it.
No.
One downside is you're not pressuring the Sniper, who was becoming a weak point on the map for XG. If you got like 1 or 2 more ganks into him, maybe you're stealing enemy stacks instead of taking your own here, and then this Sniper's game is just completely on.
Sure.
But the Shrapnel point's up now, so he's a bit harder to run down.
Wisdom Maposhka, this is a problem. He's going to try an early ink swell. Maposhka is going to go for the disruption, but is countered by XXS, counter-rotating over. Maposhka gets the deny in the neutrals. They were so focused on the Wisdom Rune, he missed out on the kill.
So some decent value there. Gets a trip to base, gets a TP out of the Mars. You split the runes. And it is the same support duo for Team Spirit all 3 games.
Do you...
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you had some problems. We were talking about the downsides of having this support duo, right? Which means a lack of team fight that your cores have to make up. Is that what I got?
I mean, the team fight can be fine for these heroes, but it's just very single target focused, and it can, if it falls behind, it's going to feel really slow on the map. That's my biggest issue with it, which isn't an issue if you execute well. But as we saw in that game 1, like, you fell behind and then there was just no playmaking available.
Yeah.
The upside is you can stack a lot. You can play the efficiency game. Your laning's pretty strong. And if you spread the map for like the first 10 or 15, you're going to be pretty happy. You get some ganks in. You just don't want to end up sucked in these big AoE 5-on-5s before you have the items to do so. But these are supports that Spirit are really comfortable with on both players.
Wonder
it's
how
no surprise they go back to them.
Wonder how much the strongest teams at this tournament, Falcons and BetBoom, those are 2 very lane-dominant teams, right? So I wonder how much that affects people in the way they think about drafting right now. Ame gets saved! Stomp from DY, counter-rotation by XXS, pins the Primal Beast. They'll get 2 kills in response where Ame almost died there. Big turnaround.
That was an aggressive go. That's a kill they get if they do everything perfectly. It's barely enough. But that kind of assumes that nothing interacts with you at any point during that entire sequence. And they didn't rotate anybody down there. If you bring the Razor down there, it's like, okay, that play can maybe work out. That was ambitious, to say the least, and actually find the punish.
They almost got him there, and they'll get Jin Q instead. Got to get the poison to reveal him. Oh, no way.
And Laurel ran up here, too.
Yeah.
Jin Q taunting his way back to base as this is all space for that Sniper recovery. He got some stacks. He's going back mid. No one's ganked him in a bit. He's level 8.
Yes.
And Max Shrapnel is suddenly online.
He's not that far behind.
I can't help but feel like Spirit just went to the wrong parts of the map, right? Why not keep going back to the Sniper who is under-leveled, under-farmed, and abusable?
No arena, so XXS, no options here. Xinkyu is still going to play for it, though, because the sniper's going to rotate with these high levels of shrapnel. It's dangerous to fight into, especially under tower. XM does manage to push these heroes off the Grimstroke. Nobody else rotated, though, from Extreme.
That was a big find for Laurel. He spent a lot to go up there and look for that kill. He needed some sort of payoff. 10-minute power rune would be an even better reward.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not get it. Nice heads up from DY. He's continuing to stack this jungle for the sniper. They are really prioritizing the recovery. Another reason that if Spirit had collapsed mid more in this game with collapse, then all these stacks probably would have been stolen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Not just like leaning on the sniper, but the fact they have an offlaner that's very good at rotating on mid when offlane. Especially, I think, Dire's side even more so, right? Because you get up on that high ground behind the enemy mid, charge down.
Easy rotation, an area that you wouldn't mind playing in, especially when you're up against this Lifestealer, who is not the most straightforward kills we saw.
More stacks. Who's stacked more in this game? I assume it's going to be Team Spirit, just because they have the Shadow Demon, but I feel like it's close. Yeah, they've got one more stack. And that's because Laurel stacked for himself once. So it's very even in that regard.
And they're about to stack even more. They're about to stack the triangle up, as I suspect Xinkyu is as well. The old Kale.
It's happened a few times for Extreme. So we're going to go Blink Dagger over the Yules build here. I would have thought, like, Yules has been everywhere for this Mars. Yules against Primal Razor Troll? Doesn't that sound really good? I thought that would be a shoo-in this game.
I mean, he could get it after, too. It's not. He's not necessarily going to go it here.
Sure. I just feel like, haven't most of the Yules been pre-Blink Dagger?
Yeah.
That's what I think, right?
Game has not been incredibly fast. I think the blink setup for the support spells is nice, though. Like, you're going to throw this swell on the Mars. You want him to blink in, get the catch.
Right.
And then it sets up ET on the arena. You have the better frontline initiation for a sniper. You can also infest this Mars, and you have a blink infest.
Yeah, you make a good point. Like, if you don't have the blink dagger, then what is infest and Inkswell doing in this game?
Yes, if he had these other cores that don't, if he had other heroes that aren't reliant on this arena starting fights and setting it up that way, then I think Yule setup's fine. I mean, it can also function in that way, but I think Blink makes sense here. They're giving a lot more space to mirror this game. He's just giving a mid Laurel on the jungle. Both sides content with farming. And a very even game 3 for elimination here.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to go late on this one. Because both teams probably feel okay about their scale. I assume Team Spirit is happier with theirs.
I mean, I don't think Team Spirit ever feels they can lose late game.
Yeah.
Even if it's unfavorable.
Ultimately, late game comes down to team fights, right?
Yeah, most of the time.
Team Spirit is very confident at team fights, so.
I think part of them just always thinks they will clutch it out. And, I mean, if you look back over the last 3 years, that's mostly been true.
Yeah, they've been more right than they've been wrong, though maybe not against Ame.
You think there's some unique psyops going on here? That's what you're saying?
No, I just think we have a stat of like the the matchup between Ame and Yatoro is heavily in Ame's favor.
Is it really? Yeah, but what about in clutch situations?
Sure. That stats can't tell you what with the clutch.
That's right. They can't.
The head-to-head record is Yatoro 11 to 22 Ame, so now it'd be 12 to 23.
Yeah, but in the clutch situations, which I can make up because you don't have stats on it.
Well, I guess there's TI finals, but then there's Arlington.
Unseen energy.
It kind of evens itself out.
What do you mean Spirit won Arlington?
Top tower is under attack.
What tournament did LGD win over?
What are you talking about there, old man?
Listen, I ain't cast that event, all right?
Oh, okay, so you don't cast it, it doesn't exist. I see.
Yeah, kind of.
Caster bias
Pulverized into Drain. He needs an infest. Help me out, DY.
Go to sleep. Goodbye.
Really good save with a sleep. Is he still going to get out? No stuns. He's good. DY may still be chased down here, though.
DY continuing to impress with his read of the game and positioning. Bails out Ame on that gank, and that's a big missed opportunity for Spirit. Now they're all going to have to TP top to look for the counterplay on the Sniper.
Sniper gets the tower, dies immediately.
That was very aggressive positioning from Cardell here.
I mean,
maybe just not expecting Spirit to commit that much on the other side of the map after going bottom, but
yeah, that was probably just like a pressure thing.
And look at this, they're gonna gate straight back, so the old 1-2-3 side lane punch here.
Now, Ame still has that infest, and he's healing, salving up right now. DY, he's gonna be caught. They show a bunch of heroes. Ame breaks for the hills. Run, 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 run.
Nice movement here from Spirit.
Yeah.
Getting a lot out of these rotations. They'll secure a tower off this as well. Find the trades, make the space for the Troll Battle Fury.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Now it's kind of like shoes on the other foot from game 1, right? Where it was like the XM was making all these rotations. It was like Laurel needs to be pressuring mid. Well, now it's XM's turn. As a sniper, you got to be hitting that mid tower if Laurel's going to be making all these plays in the side lanes, and he goes straight to it. He took top. Now he's heavily committing to try and take mid.
I mean, why would you ever want to put your shoe on the other foot, though?
Oh my god. You really got to think about that one.
I mean, it just doesn't make much sense if you think about it. Blink for Mira.
XXS.
Can he blink out?
He's going to be able to get the arena on these two heroes. Now, Jin Q and DY aren't immediately going to be able to take advantage, but they'll get there eventually. A staggered hit will do some decent damage. Collapse, though, jumps in onto the bars. The assassinate doesn't finish off the Razor, but the Ghost does. Jin Q, the Grimstroke wife, she'll do the final blow. Collapse will be able to TP out with his BKB. Great jump in from the Mars. It cost him his life. Again, there wasn't that immediate response from his supports. They were a little bit behind him, but it was good enough.
If they had Inkswell in that, it would have gone a lot faster.
Yeah.
But we can see what that team fight looks like from XG. When you land the arenas, people are going to get melted inside them unless you have the BKBs. Double assassinate. A little extra spice for the road and a quick deny from Jin Q on that mid tower. Adds a little insult to injury, and now they have pushed Laurel's game down to the bottom here. So Razor's just lost a lot of momentum in a game he could have been net worth if a little more had went his way on that mid lane and they snowballed him a bit.
Right.
So it's a big win for XG that they recovered the sniper, shut down the Razor, flipped that script, and are now starting to pick up the pace with the team fights around that Blink Mars, which already has shown its worth.
But why would you flip a script? You wouldn't be able to read it.
Well, you flip the script into the other shoe and then you put it on.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
It's just going to be BKB rushes here for everybody, I think. Both teams have a decent amount of spell control, spell damage. I think the BKBs for Spirit are the big ones, though.
Oh, yeah. So delaying the Razor's BKB timing is so big when the arena is such a big counter to that Razor and the way he wants to play these team fights.
A little juke action.
I mean, he still has the arena. He's holding it. Now he's going to kill the Lion, and Collapse is stuck here. So Collapse, okay, no follow-up from Extreme. He won't have to use his BKB again. But yeah, the arena, I think, is such a massive tool to set up these AoE spells of Extreme, but also just protect the sniper, right?
That's why these BKBs just bypass everything.
Yeah.
Just lock onto these heroes, and it will be 3 for Team Spirit eventually, though they're going to come out at different times here. They're going to have the Razor one pretty soon, but Yatoro's is the farthest away. They're going to want to get something done with this Razor BKB. Get some sort of good team fight out of it. And XG are looking for that Radiance on the Lifestealer. Big team fight item for them. Another item to help protect this sniper a bit. Put some extra magic damage in the fray with the Spirit going through everybody. Maelstrom also helps with that on XM, and he's looking for his Ags Conda build, probably. You get that double assassinate off with the Ags assassinate Conda.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
That would cook.
I think the Conda only procs on the first one, but it's still going to look cool.
Just used the grenade to get up the high ground, which means he doesn't have the grenade yet. And he'll get one shot. Collapse, Mira combine their spells together to 100-0.
I mean, Lion Blink is definitely paid off already this game.
Yeah.
Got it very fast.
Radiant's middle
looking
tower
good.
is under attack.
Amazing. Went for the blink over the shard.
Dire's
Imagine.
top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Imagine. 7-7. Dead even game here. Roshan timing.
That Primal Beast is not BKB to Austin, just letting you know.
He doesn't look BKB.
That's not a BKB charge, Austin.
The other one did look like it.
Now he's going to pop that Kobold like a grape.
I hate you.
That was accurate, though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now they're going to...
I'm going to say stomp on them. Like
now they're going to cut they're going to cut their way through this gate here. Make their way towards XXS here. He's going to have to cut his way into a swift escape or he is gone. And they will pop him like a grape.
Think you're funny?
I am enjoying myself, so...
Hey, if anybody wants to cast the TI, I think I'm looking for a new partner. Hey, BKB's done for Laurel. Anybody want a trip to Copenhagen?
Well, maybe you can give me your shoes. It'll work out. BKB timings for Spirit. That's the big one here. You want to find some action with this, and you want to find action that leads into that Roshan for Yatoro. Because, again, his BKB is the latest here. You can wait for that. This haste rune is also really big. This is a powerful haste rune on anybody on the lineup. Radiant's done for Ame. A lot is coming together here for both teams. And they want that Aegis on their respective damage dealers in this game if they can get it. So this next team fight means a lot here. I feel like maybe Spirit are a little favored in that 5-on-5 just because unless you land a crazy Soulbind connection, I just see the BKBs getting jammed in here. You're going to find the Sniper and the Grim probably. XXS will finish his. It's all about protecting the Sniper, finding the jump with the Arena.
Inkswell. It breaks. Immediate stun on Collapse.
That was fast.
They got him good, man. Team Spirit was playing under a ward. They were like, all right, they're going to move through here, but XXS was just too damn fast. Yeah, Collapse was like, what? Damn.
Damn, was that me?
He was hidden in the trees.
That's what I do to
underneath
people.
The high ground ward that they had a sentry for. That was sick, man.
That's all it takes to try and force the Roche here.
Yeah.
So Spirit, they can contest this. They finished their Troll BKB right on time, but this is going to be...
Oh, is he going to get here in time? He TP'd the tier 2.
This is very
close. They got to smoke for it.
I don't think they're making it.
Oh, but well, they might make it after Roshan's dead, but they might clean house.
Yeah, they can take the fight. No Arena. Oh, no, he has Arena. Didn't even use it. So
Roshan's going to die. Smoke breaks. They see some heroes. Time to chase. Laurel, he spots XM. XM, exactly who he wants, but look at that physical damage. Oh, they took out the Sniper immediately, but the Racer's going to come back, and he might just die as well. Locked by the Soulbind. He's dead. Okay, you're locking down the Lifestealer, though. Going to be able to take down the first life, and XXS is dead, so nobody is open to be able to get Ame out of here.
He needs help, but I don't know if there's help coming. Gets another Rage up.
Oh, they actually, they're back. What?
They just had nothing left.
They really didn't think they could take that fight. Man, that's... I would have thought for sure you just keep going. Okay.
I mean, solid exchange for Team Spirit, though, considering they did not really get there in time to stop that, but Laurel still mans up first the Sniper. He got chunked down here, but it's still enough to finish off XM as he has nowhere to go on that tree line. And then Yatoro ult just clears through 2 here. Very solid value for him. Aegis gone, so you got a 3-for-1 there. Very happy about that if you're Team Spirit. A lot of farm going into these supports off that fight as well. Aposhka starting to scale.
This is where you need that Ags on the Lifestealer.
Yep.
Once the Troll starts getting involved, you need to be able to have that a counter to him.
And if any sort of fight goes that way where XM is the one getting beat down at the start, there's not much to bail him out. You either need more Force Staves here, you need Glimmers, more utility. Collapse just scouting everything right now. He'll take the Grim. He'll burst him down.
XXS, beautiful Arena, pins the 2 supports. Disruption save, lies a little bit, but he just comes back, he's instantly dead. Yatoro, he pops the ultimate, hitting the bulwark. This is the problem. All of your damage just pumped into a hero that is directly cutting it in half.
This is where I go back to like the Battle Fury Mjolnir debate. I understand the Battle Fury
timings and the pathway it gives you here, and being pretty damn good at getting you to the items that you want to be able to go into all these spells and take that fight and be able to play it that way. But that interaction is just so bad without Mjolnir.
Yeah.
And it goes back to the question of, are you going to build a Silver Edge in this game, or are you just going to rely on eventually getting the Primal Ags to break this Mars? Which is another way you can go in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a while if he actually goes this Sanj Kaya.
But that is one of the best points to counteract this Mars is you pick this Primal for a reason.
Yeah.
It used to be the counter back in that other Mars Primal meta where you get the Ags, you break the Mars, and then, I mean, that team fight's just super favorable for you. Now you have a BKB on the Sniper, so he did not go his patented Ags build. XM, feeling a little pressure in this game.
And he's thinking about going Linken's next, so delaying it even further.
Did get a Grove Bow, though.
Did.
So he has luck on his side.
Do you think... Oh, dude, this would be so crazy if XM... He loses his first Sniper game, but it doesn't go the Ags Conda build, in which case is it really an XM Sniper build, you know? Does he lose faith in his own build?
I don't think it's a question of faith. It's just... I think the gap close is too reliable for Spirit in this game. They got it too fast, and they have Lion Blink, they have the BKBs to bypass some of the control, Primal Onslaught, I mean...
Doesn't the Ags in some ways help you? First of all, you're not as reliant on the physical damage that you do. Second of all, it helps you poke at the enemy, keeping them at bay in the first place, right? It stuns them for a little bit longer.
Maybe he just feels like he needs to do more damage in the fight.
That's what I was
can't
thinking.
all rely on Ame to run in there with the Radiance and burn them down. Like, somebody has to be dealing some physical. They're going to bait Ame on the front line.
Smoke breaks, XXS. I think he was spotted by the Plasma Field. He got clipped, couldn't blink in. There's the Inkswell, Infest. That's both going to be... Oh, what an Earth Splitter. That was a monster hit. And the clap afterwards.
Two-man
sleep. This is the scary part about Extreme. Anyone can step up in a fight, and this time it was DY's turn.
I mean, we just saw every bit of synergy their lineup has there, right? Grimshard, the Lincoln's on Ame to bail him out of the initiation. Plasma Field clips XXS. He gets chunked down, but Infest save. Pushes this hero back up to near full. He re-engages the fight off a nasty Earth Splitter from DY, and you sleep 2 at the end. That is just a beautiful bait and team fight from XG. Ame lines up that bait, and Spirit took it just enough. They overextend.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yatoro making some bold moves to try and dissuade Team Spirit, or excuse me, Extreme from hitting Team Spirit's high ground.
And that Sniper build does a lot more in that type of scenario where he's not the one getting gone on. He can just sit there and lay into this Razor, lay into whoever's soulbind.
Yeah.
He does a significant amount of damage.
Oh. I almost feel like, though, if he goes Lincoln's as well, that's almost too defensive, right? If you're going this build to be able to do damage, well, you're building double items that don't really do damage.
I mean, it like prevents this lion jump or pulverize type thing. Yeah, it seems pretty defensive.
I think at some point you got to just trust your team, right? You got Infest, you got this Inkswell, hard to spell, you've got Stomp. There are a lot of things to like make sure you get off BKB.
I mean, the flip side is defensive items make all these spells better in a way. Like, if you outlast the BKBs from Spirit, you're going to win that fight off the control.
Yeah, okay, that's true.
So one could argue, you know, what's the best way to do that? Lincoln's, Hurricane Pike, Shadowblade. I think he had a lot of options this game. But ultimately, what does Sniper come down to? Sniper doesn't come down to items. It comes down to faith and accuracy.
Faith? Faith got in country like a good old boy.
That's
man
right.
With a gun. Yeehaw!
You put on your raccoon hat and you do a little shooting. And you don't need gold or frivolous riches to accomplish that, Austin.
True. Preach, brother.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Lead has been built here for XG off some nice teamfight execution, and they're ramping up the pressure on Spirit in a elimination game right here. Looking towards that next Roshan. See what Spirit can farm up in the meantime, because they're falling a little behind on these cores on the map. Ame looking for the S and Y. I think Halberd would have also been interesting in this game. But once the extra move speed, can't blame him. He is the carry after all.
I mean, I wonder if at some point he does do that break apart where he goes Manta and Heaven's Halberd?
I doubt it, just because there's still an Ags he could get. There's a Shard for some extra lifesteal. He could also just go in Abyssal. Like, Abyssal is interesting when you have Soulbind versus BKB lineups.
So curious. No Ags on either one of them. No Sniper Ags, no Lifestealer Ags.
Oh, it's a quick smoke here off that finished Shivas for XXS. He's a monster on the front line. This is not a target that Team Spirit want to have their right clickers lay into. Even if you kill him, it's not going to feel good here. And they have the high ground. Even a high ground ward from Jinku in the base. That's sneaky. They're going to see the outpost being taken here, though.
But they might get backstabbed. The outpost being taken, a long wraparound from Spirit.
This could be a really nice angle for them if they catch XG off guard. Particularly if they see Mira here.
Go for a power rune.
Radiant are scanning.
They're going to bait out the power rune.
Oh, this is
it's going to break down.
Nice flank.
Get DY first. Try and blow him up immediately. Soulbind and double silences on these BKB heroes. They're going to chase after Collapse. The onslaught's away. No problem there. One Sniper is in some trouble. They get a nice pin onto Yutoro. Yutoro has to pop his ultimate now. But once again, he's left within a Lifestealer or a Mars. Neither one is going to be a good deal for him. He is left alone, completely isolated, abandoned by his team.
That is the Troll Lifestealer matchup. That's what I've just seen this whole tournament.
Yeah.
You don't do anything.
You don't do enough.
He just sits there and hits you back and doesn't care. You need Basher for this matchup, but you just can't get to it because there's too many problems you have to deal with first. You need Evasion Pierce. You need mobility in the fight. XG take another teamfight win off Team Spirit finding the ET first.
Yep.
It just doesn't matter.
Didn't work.
The damage ramp is too slow here. You need spells to come out from the Primal. You need a Link to go off to build the damage for the Razor. And while that's happening, XG are just throwing everything into you. This is going to be a lane.
I mean, something split their focus. Like, two of their heroes went to the power rune.
Yeah, they were trying to bait the rune, and then they ran into the ET on the other side. And then Yutoro sees Sniper, so he's trying to get on the Sniper. And the control and the damage did not sync up there for Team Spirit, as they now find themselves down Arax, down 12k. And can you contest Roshan? And the arena even got dodged here. Poshka blinked out of it. No real control off that for XG, but it doesn't matter. Ame runs into all three of their cores, and all three of their cores are basically trying to run away from him. You just can't win team fights if that's what's happening.
Yeah. I mean, Larl just getting peeped by the Sniper almost immediately goes down to half health. So he couldn't actually just run at the Sniper in that situation.
And I think
he already used the drain.
I think this Grim Lifestealer combination is one of the undervalued combinations of this tournament. I think it has looked absolutely near unbeatable. Because Lifestealer stock is rising incredibly fast. And Grim gives him almost everything he wants. Just the Inkswell Shard. You throw it on him, he's max move speed for a long duration. It's super nice for this hero. Gives him an extra stun on the chase down, so you can't TP out, you can't run away, you can't do anything.
Yep.
And he can also hold his rage, because you can bail him out on a stun initiation. Like, this is a very difficult target for Team Spirit to deal with. You have to get through Linken's, you have to get through Radiance Evasion, you have to get through some status resist, you have to get through the Swell Shard on this Lifestealer that bails him out if he ever gets jumped.
Also, it's kind of a meme, but like, he also gets double open wounds.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Which then spreads to the other teammates, so you get like 4 units that are open wounded at least.
And Soulbind is really nice for this hero, because Soulbind deals with some of the mobility heroes that Lifestealer gets kited out by.
Yeah.
Like these random Puck Weavers, Storms, whatever. You just lock them down. I think this combination has looked great every time I've seen it. And XG got it in that second phase. They were just gunning straight forward. I think they understand the power of it here, and it's just propelling Ame into a monster in these fights. Team Spirit do not have an answer. You can throw this Purge on the Lifestealer, but again, you have to get through the Linken's, and then you have to have someone actually kill him. And that's another problem. MKB done for Yatoro. That's some damage. He's looking towards the Bash or Abyssal. But damn, is it a long ways off right now when your Rax is getting peeped by XM with full Mjolnir and Lincoln's done.
Yeah, how do you get out there? How do you get outside of your base to address the sniper?
They're gonna smoke and they're gonna flank.
Here comes.
They need to find XM.
Extreme. They break through the Lincolns. Disruption on Ame. He's also being used on him. That's a lot of saves being popped. They already killed the support, but once again, they're not getting on top of XM. XM is getting free reign to shoot down whoever he wants. They maintain a nice perimeter around the sniper while they wait for the Grimstroke buyback for him to join the team here.
They know which target they wanted. They got it, but it took the Link to do it, which means you cannot take that fight.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
They do have a lane in, so that'll be another Rax here. Team Spirit's still behind XG here with some cores, but they don't have the BKBs.
Still gonna come back, but yeah, without BKBs, it's like he still has arena on XXS. You can't fight without BKB.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Now you are looking at Megas here. The waves got cut, so backdoor should come back up here for Team Spirit. But you still have 2 minutes on this Aegis. Actually, you do not want to leave.
A little bit here. Backdoor protection just doesn't come up quick. Now it's up.
Soulbind on Illusion. That's a nice
They're
bait.
going to spot Shin Q. Maybe get the dieback on him. They're going to go for it. The last mirror for this. They had to get this kill, but immediately pinned. They don't get it. Now Team Spirit have gone out there to get a hero kill that they failed to get. They've thrown buybacks out this, and now the diebacks are going to be coming their way. First is Maposhka. Larl's just still sitting in this back line, still looking for an opportunity, but the sniper, he's going to start laying into him. Larl can't get close to him. He can get a support out of it and make a run for it. Collapses on top of the sniper with his Ghost Scepter right now, but eventually that's going to wear thin. He has to BKB, make a run for it. Once again, it's cut lanes or die.
I mean, Yatoro, he just got melted. And all that finishes an Ags. Refresher for XXS. This is 3 waves pushing in. No carry for Team Spirit.
I just don't see how they do this without the troll. They're going to have to play against Megas.
Yeah, but they do not have a Broach PA to try and bail them out this time.
Nope.
Aegis is still up for a minute here. That's the most disgusting part. They have not been able to find Ame once in this game. 8-0.
Rage blocking out the stun. He's basically just telling Team Spirit, you could go on me if you want. You don't have your troll. Larl's going to go for the back line again and again and again. He keeps on trying this. Nice man to dodge on the spear. Doesn't get pinned by that one. Does manage to kill DY. And doesn't die. He can maybe kill Ame. Oh, he got on with the Ags. The sniper is being grabbed by Collapse. Collapse pushed back with Hurricane Pike. The sniper dies before he can kill the Primal Beast. The supports go to work here on Team Spirit and will help them hold without the troll.
Yatoro's going to come back to an empty base, though, as you can't help but feel like the damage has been done.
Self-portraits.
That was about max value out of an Aegis period. You took a whole base, a lot of kills, and a lot of gold. 22k gold lead now, and Megas at 37. XG very comfortable in their position. And these fights just don't look like they're getting easier, man. Like, it takes so much to kill one of these supports. And then what are you doing about the rest of this lineup?
So much more.
And Ame might have his Abyssal before Yatoro does. Which again, Soulbind going into these heroes. Level 25 already up. He has extra duration here.
Yeah, if he stopped the Chain Bash and let Ame return fire with an Abyssal Blade of his own, kills a lot of the Trolls matchup in this. He solo takes out the Tormentor. Everybody's got theirs. Refresher on XXS, Wind Waker next.
I just have so much support utility here.
Yeah, you have to get so much done in one BKB timing that they're all down to
on
6
who?
seconds.
The Glimmer Yules Vlad's ET or the 4-staff Lotus Psychic Headband Grim.
Yeah. A Blink Dagger, Laurel. That's one way to try and get to that back line. But what do you do once you get there? Because he's been like kind of going for these supports and then running to the other side of the map, getting away from the sniper. But the objectives are falling as a result.
Labs just got scanned up here.
Spotted, blinks away just before XXS hits him with the Shivas.
Give him a little rock.
Yeah, give him a present. Tier 4s, both almost down for the sniper and Ame. I mean, he's just been going at it. Keeps trying to force a reaction. XXS trying to get his initiation. Doesn't quite work, but that's fine. He can just bulwark his way back. Mirror jumps in, they go for XM. Laurel, refresh, double it up, but he's been disarmed. Oh, the damage that he was training gets taken away with one Ags. And now they're just bodyguarding XM, making sure the lad gets out. And now that he's safely in the back again, he can start going to work.
XM Sniper. He had the roughest early game we've seen this entire tournament. But it doesn't mean a damn if you can't kill him in the fight. He's got a whole team to protect him right now.
And he goes the right-click build as well. All right. And
that's
didn't
over.
do anything. It is over for this series, and it's over for Team Spirit in the playoffs here of Dream League. Extreme Gaming will move on to the lower bracket final.
And they look damn good doing it. That was an impressive series from them. A variety of drafts. They showed their prowess in the early game, which I think has been, a volatile point for them in a lot of these matchups. They just cruise through some of these games versus two-time TI champs here who will go out in fourth. Maybe not a disappointing results for a lot of teams, but for Team Spirit it probably is, as I think they go into every tournament knowing that they can come out in that first position. But for XG, big sign of life and momentum for this team, because if you remember at Bet Boom Dacha, they had top position in that groups and then kind of just flunked out of that tournament.
Yeah.
Here, they're going through this lower bracket saying, hey, we can actually win some clutch matches when it's do or die on the line and get a top 3 berth. That gives a lot of confidence to this team that was looking for it and looking to do really well this year. People expect a lot from both these rosters, but in this particular matchup, Ame delivers 10-0-11.
Another deathless game for the carry of Extreme Gaming. They move on to the lower bracket final.
And thus continue the trend of defeating Team Spirit in this Dream League specifically, but I guess bucking the trend, Effie, of Ame always getting eliminated by Yatoro.
Ame has finally taken Yatoro out in these top 4 placings. He has been plagued over and over again by Team Spirit and finally gets his revenge here. His team has just been playing so well this tournament. You never know what you're going to get out of them, but you do know that every game is going to be entertaining with Extreme Gaming. And this game, honestly, their team fight just reigned supreme. They made the right moves around the map. They protected their sniper well. They pressed their buttons correctly. They had some really clutch plays early on in that game where we had the smoke where Mars was just ink-swallowed and then he caught the Primal Beast in the last minute when he was TPing out. And it felt like constantly you were seeing Extreme Gaming just making the clutch plays that Spirit made against them in the last game.
I'm going to be honest with you. I have not been impressed with Troll when we see him picked, especially not as an answer to Lifestealer. I don't get it. I'm not smart enough to see what the plan was here. And I also don't understand. Stop giving XM Sniper. Surely the lesson has been learned. Like, stop it. This Spirit at the start of the tournament, 2 weeks ago, I was singing their praises and saying when this team plays, they're the best.
Yep.
I don't know what happened, but their form has definitely dropped off. Obviously, they made top 4, so one cannot complain, really. But I would have expected them to win this series, and I think they just don't look anything like the best that we've seen from them. But they still look good enough to get top 4, so credit where credit's due. I just kind of expected a little more.
But a lot of this game could have gone differently. Like the clip that we just saw where XM gets the headshot proc on Razor. It was little things like that that kind of built up where the early game fights felt like they could have swung either way. But it really was XXS on that Mars who was the hero of that game. Because you saw him TP and make so many clutch arenas in the early game when they were going on the Lifestealer. He was arena-ing later on as the anchor of those team fights. And then the draft synergy from Extreme Gaming just came into play that much better than Team Spirit. On Team Spirit's side, as the game progressed, it was so hard for them to take these fights because honestly, what target do they go on? Like, what target do you see on Extreme Gaming simplifies the fight for Team Spirit? They have one initiation in the Primal Beast with the Lion follow-up, but who do you go on? Sniper's not a good target because he gets protected by his team. You can't go on Lifestealer because he rages. You either take out the ET or the Grimstroke, but if you're focusing your initiation on ET or Grimstroke, guess what? You're getting arena'd, and that's what was happening. We even saw some key fights where they would go in on the only target they could see, which was the Grimstroke, and at one point, Grimstroke survived, cast his spells, Extreme Gaming take the team fights. So for me, it felt like the drafting conceptually, like hero to hero, was making sense, but as the game actually played out for Team Spirit, we saw that they really couldn't do anything, especially if Extreme Gaming had the vision. And when you're winning every fight, guess what? You have the vision.
You talked about a headshot proc and a bit of luck. Let me tell you something. You don't go 7-0 on Sniper if you don't know how to click the headshot secret button, which of course all Sniper players know about, where of course it procs. Of course it procs. It's all part of the plan. There's no luck.
So true. So true. I mean, some Sniper players are just elite. And I just want to give a shout out to Extreme Gaming for the way that they look at the Sniper. I mean, even Brian was pointing out that Sniper plus Lifestealer have really great synergy just conceptually in Dota, where Lifestealer is a self-sustaining carry that can simply be left on his own while the supports can rotate. And similar to Morphlings and CKs in the past, teams would pick them when they want to rotate their heroes mid. And Extreme Gaming identified that the way Spirit were going to play against Sniper was they're just going to throw bodies at him, right? Which we saw multiple times. They were just tossing in 4 heroes, 3 heroes, take down this Sniper. But Extreme Gaming were able to rotate their supports because of this Lifestealer pick. And that's just the kind of thinking that comes out of a team with a really good Sniper player. So it was really cool to see play out.
And a really good Lifestealer player, because for as much praise as we've been heaping on XM, Ame has also a 100% win rate on the Lifestealer as of this game, 6 games played. Earlier, he played the Faceless Void, also 100% win rate, 6 games played. So I had mentioned at the beginning of the draft, maybe the idea is to take Extreme Gaming out of their comfort zone, because they've been playing a lot of heroes that they have been highly successful on, which I would never knock the idea of banning meta heroes like the Sven, but we see that Extreme have some signatures of their own that they like to stick to, and they know them extremely well.
Yeah, you got to ban around that. I mean, we see that they banned Collapse Magnus,
Exactly.
Things like that. You see people banning heroes. Ari's Hoodwink gets banned. I think, when they were back at the tournament, Aiden, as soon as he played Oracle, everyone's like, oh yeah, he plays Oracle. Ban that. So I would say Sniper and Lifestealer would be heroes that you would want to ban. The funny thing is they banned heroes that, like Spirit, I'm pretty sure Spirit banned Slaughter. I'll let you get the phone, Neil.
I'll pick up the phone because there's another 100% win rate that I get to speak to. It's the Terrorblade 100% win rate in the hands of DY. And I believe we'll have Jin translating as well. DY, congratulations on moving forward in DreamLeague in this playoff. And I want to ask you about the Terrorblade. Were you a believer in support Terrorblade as soon as you saw it? Or it took you a little bit of pubbing experience before you were finally convinced that it was viable?
首先 ，DY 恭喜你们2-1拿下雪碧战队，然后晋级了本次比赛的前3。然后就想问你关于这个辅助 TB 啊，就是当时你刚看到这个辅助 TB 的时候，你是看到就立马就相信它了呢，然后就开始使用的，还是你也是缓了一会儿，就是感觉这个东西有点搞吧，然后看可能是等比赛过了一段时间之后，你才觉得哦好像是可信的，才开始用的呢？
没有，我就是打电梯被那些路人教训过，就是酱油 TP 现在对线真的很厉害，所以我就开始使用了。
Well, I honestly learned about it from my pub games. I actually faced quite a few support TPs and they absolutely dominated me. So I was like, wow, this is actually really strong. So I started using it as well.
And it worked out very well. I've got Kazu standing by for some questions for DY as well. Kazu, take it away.
Hey DY, I have a question about Game 2. I thought the lash drag from Lara could become a problem, but with the lead you had at 8 minutes in the game of 4K gold, do you feel like you guys threw that game away, or was it going to be a hard game eventually, no matter what?
就是这主持人呢，他当时看你们第2把的 BP，他也分析下来，就认为这个拉希克可能后面对你们来说是个挺大的一个问题。但是当时你们前期其实线上处理的还不错，然后你们前期有就打出了一个大概4000的经济优势吧。然后就想问你，你认为那第2把可以算是就是相当于打得更好一点的话就可以拿下了呢，还是你觉得是阵容上面他们确实有比较大的一个优势呢？
没有吧，我觉得第2局挺好赢的，就是我们打的有些着急，把节奏放缓，等敌法成型，就应该能赢下比赛吧。
I do think that we could have won Game 2 there. I think we played the game a bit too rushed, and we probably made quite a few mistakes in terms of decision making and taking fights. I think if we took it slow and allowed the anti-mage to become 6 slaughtered and take over the game, I think we could have taken that game.
Okay, understood. And one more question. I'm a very big fan of DY's post-5 gameplay. I think his laning and his team fighting is very good. So I'm just wondering, what does he value the most out of a position 5? Like, what does he think is like the most important thing to look at if he had to choose just one thing?
就是这主持人他也很欣赏你的5号位的这个打法，就是他认为你无论是在细节处理上面，包括团战方面都非常的强然后就想问你，你个人认为就是5号位最重要的一点是什么呢？
我觉得是视野吧。
I think the most important thing is vision, just being able to obtain the right amount of vision to enable all the team fights and the game.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much.
And one last question before I let you go, DY. You were on your Vici gaming squad for an extremely long time, like you and Ori and PYW and Eurus. What's the biggest difference between your old Vici squad and this Extreme Gaming team?
就是之前你在 VG 上面也打了很长一段时间，然后而且跟之前的队友也相当于度过了就是相对来说很长的一段时间，也很稳定。然后就想问你，现在换到了 XG 战队上，你认为最大的区别是什么呢？
说实话，最大的区别，我感觉没什么太大的区别。说实话。
Honestly, I think there is not much of a difference. It feels kind of the same.
Well, then that explains why his gameplay has had a seamless transition as well. Shesha, to you for joining us. Congratulations on this victory against Spirit, and we'll see you in your lower bracket final. That's it for Extreme Gaming, because we got a winner bracket final ahead of us. That's right, it's Falcons versus a BetBoom team. You won't want to miss it. Stick around and we'll be right back with that after the break.
welcome back. You are watching Dream League Season 22, and we're in the middle of the day. We had our first round of lower bracket, and that was very sad. We had to send Team Spirit home. Now, the next series won't be as sad because nobody's going home, but we will know one team that will make it to the grand finals tomorrow straight away. So let's get ready for Bat Boom versus Falcons. Yeah, we're going to have a fun upper bracket finals here for sure. Thank you very much, PogChamp Pandas, as well, for welcoming us in. And this would normally be the point where I welcome Jenkins, but seriously, he's late. And this is this is quite unprofessional behavior. I will say this is. Can we get Jenkins on the set, please? Jenkins! What are you doing? Yeah, park your steed right outside. Great.
Just gonna have to support my boy.
Yeah.
Harley boys, stick together. Shannon rode in on the Harley. You didn't wear the jacket today, man. I thought we were coordinating this.
Yeah, I definitely knew about this bit that you're doing right now. That's really funny.
It's not a bit.
It's a really expensive bit for you, too. You're not going to be able to wear that on any other
Wait,
occasion.
is this actual leather? It is.
I think this looks good. I think I could get away with this.
Okay.
Looking good.
Yeah.
Are you jealous of his getup?
It actually does look quite nice. We're a little restrictive, though, for my taste, but to each their
Where?
own.
What's restrictive?
Just everything.
But you have a jacket like it.
No, that's a puff. It's not even leather, Shiva. We've been over this.
It looks
It's
just
how
like
it
this.
looks.
How do you think Shannon would look with fingerless gloves?
You can try him on if you want, if you are okay to part with it. Can you put maybe the aviators on as well?
See, if you wore the jacket, this would be a whole lot better. But you
And
don't
this is the
listen.
most dressed up you've been for this event, these gloves.
Do they fit?
This is going well.
Here, baby boy, I got you.
Damn.
This is very important, of course.
Jacket next.
Yeah.
One glove's enough.
No,
One.
here you go.
Okay, a glove again.
He's got to wear the jacket and the glasses too, surely.
In the meantime, while we're waiting for his setup to be ready, are you excited for today, Sin?
Of course. It's a I was going to say it's a rematch, but yeah, most teams have played each other at some point this tournament. But yeah, I think it's the right upper bracket finals probably, you know. Both
It actually looks really good.
I can't. He still needs the jacket, Jenkins. Come on.
I actually think that he does need the jacket.
Come on.
Bro, you're blind.
You got to complete the look.
I can't see a thing.
That's actually a very weak prescription.
Do I look googly eyed?
You know, it doesn't look. Can you change the jacket? It actually looks really good.
Hey,
They look good on
glasses.
you. Yeah, they look good on you.
Yeah, they
You want
do.
the jacket?
Yeah. Let's change that too.
You look like you are an analyst.
I am an analyst.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Had me fooled. Holy shit.
Oh, boy.
But you're excited for this series?
Wow, looks good.
Oh, that's really restrictive. This was not made for fat people, which is ironic because that's usually what bikers are.
Can we take a look at the brackets while Sussman gets comfortable?
Well, I can't see them now, Shiver.
No, it's
Yeah,
fine.
neither can I.
But you know,
Kezu, you got this.
Did you just call me Kezu?
I can't see who you are, dude.
That's good enough.
all right. So we just saw Team Spirit get eliminated by Extreme, and therefore Extreme makes it to the lower rank finals tomorrow. And then we also have, of course, one team that will be secured grand finals in just a little bit. That's our upper bracket finals: Falcons versus Betboom. And are you okay? The way you wait a second. Do you need your glasses to cast?
Sorry, I can't hear you. What?
Do you need your glasses to cast?
To cast? Yes, definitely.
Can you not hear because your glasses aren't on?
That's right. It affects all senses.
Yeah.
I will say you should invest in some glasses next. Makes you look super duper smart. Great. And I think you should switch back because it's about that time when we're getting ready for the upper bracket
the
finals.
bit's already
Let's
over.
get going.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's it. That was a very
That's it.
expensive. Shiva, you're gonna give me a second. This thing's not coming off him over here.
It's all good. It's all good. We don't need you. We are having a table full of the smart people right here. BSJ, Lacoste, and Purge are joining us for this upper bracket finals. As we got two great teams here today. Purge, why don't you take us through what you have for us first?
I would love to. What I focused on a lot is what heroes were banned in the first phase between these two teams. They played twice already this tournament, and in the first match they went 1-1, equal wins-loss. In the second series, Team Falcons beat them 2-0. Now, the first phase bans are something in Dota that we all kind of like roll our eyes over a lot of times because it's standard. Like at the bottom, for example, every single team that has second pick always bans Chen so that the other team doesn't pick it. But in the first series, BetBoom stuck with 5 heroes here. Razor, Dragonite, CM, Timbersaw, Kunkka. They banned all those heroes before Falcons got a chance to pick them. And Falcons at the time thought Lion was good, Mirana, and the Enigma and the Naga Siren. In game 2, they whittled that one down. They had some storm problems. And if we take a look at the clip that we have here, this is the game that BetBoom managed to beat Falcons with. In their first series, there was a Storm Spirit that made it through. They did a Coddle and a Storm. And what was so fantastic about this combo is that it just allows Storm to do so much without needing as much net worth because he just constantly gets mana pumped into him. He would have died in that gank if not for the Coddle. So he basically gets a kill, spends all of his mana to do so, clears out 2 creep waves, finishing this one, getting map control, and then he instantly moves to gank. So in the period of like a 1 minute, he's used like 3 entire mana pools with only the itemization of an Orchid and a Null Talisman. So it basically allows him to gank and also get tons of stuff done constantly on the map, threatening kills, taking towers, things like that. So you just get way more oomph out of it. And then if we go back to the previous screen here, BetBoom is refining their bans a little bit. They're worried about Amar, certainly, as the hero that they have to worry about. And that's not necessarily as straightforward because if you look at the KDA leaders of the tournament, Skeeter's up there at the top, and they normally pick his hero at 17th, 18th, basically the end of the second phase when he's at a position where they can pick his hero and then protect it with bans. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see a mix-up in these first phase bans in this series because it could really change how the drafting goes. It might be Razor first 2 picks again, or it might be somebody completely different.
Yeah, I do feel like Falcons generally does have a more, I don't know, free drafting style. Maybe it's mostly because of the heroes they pick, but they do seem very free in terms of their first phase bans. We'll be curious to see what they think is going to be working against BetBoom here. One thing that I will say, though, if you're talking about KDAs, one thing that's very important to look at is also the assists to those kills and who comes to help. And we got our US Air Force Wisdom rune right here, which is the most assist Lacoste of the tournament, where Snaking and Crit are both incredibly high up. Toronto, Tokyo in the middle there as well. You're surprised to be seeing these 3 players here on the top?
No, these players have been heavily focused. I think at one point after Group Stage 1, we had like Shopify Rebellion support duo being at the top because they had really good Group Stage 1. But in this second one, coming into the playoffs as well, they just look the best. They're on the next level, and we talk about like what they're doing. Because one thing that surprised me the most is that Crit still stacks the most. Like average stacks that he does per game is done by him, but they're also heavily focused on the laning stage, so being very active. So he does so many things at once. Stacks, secures the rune and goes for the kills. Very active early on, and I think Crit is probably playing the best Dota of his life right now.
Yeah, that's why we chose him for our spotlight. If we focus our attention on Team Falcons here, Crit has been talked about a lot, and then there was definitely, when we chose our spotlight player, I'm like, should we talk about Crit again? But Brian, sometimes you just need to talk about Crit again.
Yeah, there's just a lot of things to talk about. As I think the biggest thing is we've seen he min-maxes really hard for a support player. Like a lot of the min-maxers I think of as like former core players, and I think this has to do with the fact that Crit does like to play all of his heroes as cores when it's like a meta for Earth Spirit. He'll just go mid in half of his pubs, and like the fact that he's you've been raving about his Shadow Demon throughout the entire course of this tournament, and I think he's the one that pretty much made this hero come onto the map in terms of like just how much you can do with him in the laning stage as well as the mid game. Like people don't think of Shadow Demon as like an active roamer, but he somehow makes that happen because he's known for his tusks and Earth Spirits and such.
Yeah, we see, I think, Shadow Demon as a last pick for Falcons a couple of times, Jenkins, and it's always by the Falcons indeed, and it's always for Crit, and so far, every time they were able to do that, they win.
Yeah, it's been worth it. I mean, I think part of it is the fact that Amar plus Crit is such a strong lane, so it frees Crit up to go do other stuff, such as stacking, such as going to the mid lane and winning that lane. Like, in a lot of Falcon games, you'll have either like Malorine or Amar or Skeeter. Like one of them will be so monstrously huge they just cannot be dealt with. And you go back in the replay and you watch why, and it's like their lane was good, it was normal, and then Crit shows up at a certain point and does something cool. And then that player gets a kill, and then they snowball, but they're good enough to continue the snowball. But it's all set up by our boy Crit.
Yeah, one player that has to really be careful for Crit is, of course, the carry player on the side of Bedboom. That is the player we want to spotlight on the side of Bedboom, Nightfall. And Brian, you are a carry player. You're looking at the carry player first and foremost. So this guy always catches your eye.
Yeah, something about this team, Bedboom, has always been the way they falter a bit later on in these events. And I think that they were heading in that direction before their series against Aurora that secured them this upper bracket slot. And I just wanted to give my hats off to Nightfall as basically clutching the shit out of that game. He made some really ballsy plays as a Morphling, heavy committing onto a Medusa to kill her, and that's like a hero that most people are very afraid to hard commit to bring down, and it's just stuff like this.
You gotta do the mental math.
Yeah.
Get it perfect, otherwise you're done.
Yeah, the fact that he just like was in that spot in such a clutch situation, I think that's traditionally the one weakness of Bedboom as a roster. It was just cool to see like their emotions after that game, and I feel like they really did rally behind him, and that's what they need if they want to really take the gold for once.
This team has always been known to play these strong lanes, and of course Nightfall, great laner, but it also comes down to Toronto Tokyo. His hero pool like completely different. He doesn't play many heroes, 6-7 different heroes, but they've been first phasing his heroes quite a lot. These Crystal Maidens, these Undyings, Enigma whenever it's possible. So I think these like 3 heroes, Mirana as well, I think that's something that they picked up from Falcons because they were the ones who were doing it first. So a lot of emphasis on that hero definitely coming into the draft, but I feel like Toronto Tokyo, you know, it's not the shift that you see usually from this mid lane to position 5, start of 2023. He had a bit of a rough time playing basically Clockwork and Undying, and now he's like a real superstar from that position 5.
He is a real superstar from position 5. Snake King and Toronto Tokyo, I believe, both share a fairly similar hero pool. We heard Snake King talk about that as well in one of the interviews we've had, because we've had many winner interviews with Falcons, as they are the team with 7-0 record right here. Bedboom a little less dominant, 5-2, but still very, very good. Both teams coming to the upper bracket here. It's going to be a best of 3. Nobody's getting eliminated, but it's going to be very exciting. So let's get started.
Team Falcons, I mean, it's obviously probably the best team right now. It's obviously going to be hard games.
I think in terms of playing against Bedboom, it's a team we know very well. I feel like we usually have a pretty good result against them, and hopefully we can keep that.
Oh my god! Peter heals up to full, destroys Miero. Nightfall also getting gone on.
We're playing mediocre right now, but trying to make conclusions out of every game. We have chances to win, of course.
Here comes Jabs via the gobble up. Arena comes through, but look at 23 Savage. Life number 1 bursted by Nightfall.
It's still important that we stay focused and not think too much about what the group stage was, because in reality, in the playoffs, the group stage doesn't really matter.
Falcons are going, and 23 Savage falls.
All right, and here we go. We are in the draft of the first game of this best of 3. There's a history between the teams. They face each other at BB Dasha as well, where Falcons also took the series. Bedboom was able to take a game, just like they were in Group Stage 1. But we already saw it when Purge was talking about it. They did not take a game in Group Stage 2, and it will be the question whether Bedboom has learned enough, Purge, to be able to take a game off them, or and hopefully for them 2 games here to do it.
Yeah, in the second time they played, both games Falcons opened Razor. It gives them great flex pick. They can either put it off lane, mid, or if they really wanted to, they could put a carry, even though it's less traditional. So they won both games with it. Now Bedboom moves it up to the first phase of bans, so that means something else gets through, like a Centaur or a DK.
You guys even think Razor is a good hero, or is this just a Falcons specific?
It's Falcon specific.
Yeah, other teams don't prioritize it unless it's like, I don't know, 23-24 a lot of the times against like certain matchups, but...
Lifestealer, for example.
Yeah. And Dragonite here, this hero is just super good because it's a flex pick for them as well. They don't play it as a position 1. I don't remember seeing them play it. On Nightfall, they can definitely do it, but most of the time it's going to be either coming out from the mid lane or Miero. I think Miero has been the shining star of this team. Like, when he first joined the team, people didn't probably believe in him. His, like, big downgrade from Pure, because Pure was considered to be the best player on that team. And now he has expanded his hero pool, and I think he shines the most on these, like, Blink initiators.
Naga's still in the pool, something that Falcon has typically been banning. They opted for techies instead in the first phase, and so a lot of heroes still in the pool that we're seeing as tier 1.
Yeah. Crystal Maiden, Mirana, both also in. Yeah. Good with both of these heroes on both sides.
One thing I think that about these first round drafts or bans is that sometimes it's just going to be the broken heroes like Chen, but I think when you see the Razor ban, you see the Techies ban, I think
Storm as well.
Yeah, the way I view these heroes is that they think the other team just knows that hero better than they do. Like BetBoom is 4-0 in Group Stage 2 with Techies. It's just like that hero being in the pool is to the advantage of the other team, so it's just worth getting rid of it unless you have something else that's like absolutely so busted you think it in that given patch.
Yep, and they have an 83% win rate with the GPK Storm as well. Yeah. So just highly specialized heroes that the teams understand fully.
It's crazy how much that matters, that the whole team rallies behind that guy that just has like this in-depth. He could probably write a college dissertation on Storm Spirit.
And they're willing to entirely draft around it.
Yes, giving like Keeper of the Light, sometimes both Keeper of the Light from the mid lane and Lion. Not from the mid lane, from the position 4, just so that you can have this extra mana for GPK.
And we'll see what they prioritize in terms of bans. So far as the Bat Rider that's been removed, we've seen it both for crit and for snaking have great success. So they are targeting supports with this. But then the question is, would you rather face a Mirana or a Crystal Maiden, or don't care and just ban out Sven instead? Because Skeeter has been the one to make that hero rise in stock.
I feel like if you're Falcons, you probably want the CM here instead of the Mirana, because the CM actually lets you kill the DK eventually with the Mars ult. The Mirana doesn't, and the Mirana will poke the DK in lane, which DK doesn't care about if it's an offlane DK. Whereas a Crystal Maiden, with a little bit of extra magic damage, you can maybe actually kill the DK.
You also need to start thinking about Lion potentially. You want to have something to kill off these Dragonite illusions, good pairing with the Mars in the lane. Yeah. And we've seen what Shave can do during BetBoom Dacha on that line. That has to be one of the best Dragonite Lion performances that I've ever seen.
True. There's a lot of thought going into this ban. They can only ban one. They will, of course, get the pick straight out of ban, which is a little bit of an advantage.
I mean, I'm sure they're thinking about Naga. I feel like Naga's the one they're really... I don't know who the other hero is, but Naga's got to be the one they're thinking about.
They ban out the Doom.
So they pick... This leaves Morphling as an option. This is the most obvious thing, with Doom being banned in the second phase, which is abnormal. So does BetBoom let them have Morphling in the next pick?
They could Lion here for Shave preemptively, which means that the Morphling is no longer a good pick.
I'm also down for some, like, I think as meta develops, we're going into these playoffs, people will start to pick more of these carries early on, like Faceless Void, he's the ultimate late game carry, and we might lean towards that. Good in the lane, of course, always against Mars, but there's that Lion.
Lion Mirana?
Yeah, potentially. I think that's fine.
Or Lion in the core.
They still have the Undying, beats the Mars in lane. I know they like to pick it against the strength offlaners.
I think you have to consider Lifestealer as well. Both these teams had a ton of success with it. You already see Enigma ban, Doom ban, like a lot of these BKB piercing disables. Razor's already taken out in the first round. I think both teams are eyeing this. It's also a good carry matchup against Naga, so like I think both teams would be happy to kind of cover the other cheese picks with it. You just have to consider Morphling as the counter to Lifestealer, so there's a little bit of like a rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, Lifestealer's stonks looked like Bitcoin in the last like a week, I would say.
Yeah.
Just huge stonks.
Up.
I'm really sad I'm here not playing pubs, because that's my boy and he doesn't get to be
I feel the same about the offlane meta right now.
Yeah.
It's so easy.
Oh, and the sniper, of course.
Of course.
Naturally.
There needs to be a pudge there.
Yeah, there does.
For setting up the hooks with the headshot.
Okay, so this Undying is purely Toronto, Tokyo, probably the best Undying on the planet currently, and then it does very well against the Mars in lane. Obviously a strength hero, Undying will just run him down. CM, Mars, both heroes that don't like to sit there and right-click a tombstone. The amount of times I've died as a CM to like 2 zombies.
Once you get level 20 though.
Yeah, once you get level 20, then it's a hard counter.
Yeah. It's all about timings in Dota. We've talked about this many times.
Yeah.
Lifestealer is a great tombstone hitter.
Yes, he is.
they still wanted to go for that route.
But the issue is like BetBoom going for the Lifestealer is a little different because they have the Lion already to counter the Morphling counter pick. If Falcons picks a Lifestealer, then BetBoom can pick a Morphling, and this is already a good Morphling game.
I think Lifestealer's counters they just act differently based on the Radiance build because you're not on a clock like you used to be. This hero actually scales insanely well because he has a built-in free BKB and items like SNY going up in stonks as well, like very good for Lifestealer specifically. It seems like they have multiple builds in the late game. You can go like a Scotty, you can go Ags, you can go Basher, BKBs. So I personally feel like the carry matchup for Lifestealer matters very little this patch from what I've seen.
I agree.
Compared to a lot of other patches.
Yeah, the item build is just too good on the hero right now, having that extra status resistance as well. You know, the stuns have been lowered, a year ago or something, so some of the stonks have been also on the rise, and it feels like he doesn't have that many bad matchups. Even some of these like bad matchups, like Troll with the addition of the Aghanim Scepter on Lifestealer, he just wins it. Even without it, I still feel, nowadays with how everything is going, we can't just think about, these two guys hitting each other in 1v1 scenario, but it's all about the team composition. But sometimes it is like that, where one carry just outfarms the other one and just outcarries the game.
Kind of cool by Falcons here to grab the Pango and the TB, since TB is very clearly, if you watch the previous series, a flex pick, so they still don't reveal what the carry matchups are going to be. And BetBoom at some point has to pull the trigger themselves. So it feels to me like Falcons got to continue playing the game, and now BetBoom's kind of locked into their lanes a bit.
And TB's got the Reflection. He's an illusion creator for DK. Like, you always want like a Shadow Demon, Terrorblade, Darkseer. It's so, like, to get an idea, like, people usually ask if they haven't been playing too much Dota, why does DK go Manta? His literal hardest counters on Dota buff are all heroes that just create illusions.
Or kill illusions.
Or kill illusions.
Yeah.
So it's like the entire hero's kit's based on this. So the Terrorblade, as a support, already has like a purpose in the game if they do decide to flex it. I don't think the matchup versus Lifestealer is terrible, but I also don't like buying MKB on TB because like the bonus damage part of it doesn't work on illusions. It's only the true strike. So I think just because Lifestealer goes Radiance, they're already going to lean towards TB support.
And you're playing into Lion, so I feel like you don't want to play a core TB when you can just insta-kill all the illusions with this hero. And I think Sunder is a very effective saving tool in this game because everything BetBoom has right now is like pretty much single target. So they're going to focus one guy. If you can Sunder and save him, it's very nice. I just wonder, what is the lane going to look like for Falcons? Like, how does a TB Mars do against a Lifestealer Undying? That sounds hard, but every single time I doubt a Mar on Mars, he somehow wins the lane. So we'll see how that goes.
They're really good at finding like new opportunities in the lane when they can't play, dragging the creep waves, killing the range creep before something even starts, like this first creep wave. And I'm really glad that BetBoom decided to ban this Medusa because they know how big of a threat Medusa is because they really love to run this hero. It's a Scotty buyer, it's a BKB piercing ability against Lifestealer when he goes in, something that can easily kill the Tombstone in a team fight. A lot of good things, and even though there is Lion on one side, they're still not afraid of it because they really respect how strong of the hero is right now in meta.
Also a hero as a carry role that holds the tower against DK really well. You just like snake the wave and leave. Usually DK boots most carries out because they have to be on top of the wave to kill it, and his breathe fire plus ult is just really annoying. So it's like, yeah, it's just a great ban. It covers like everything they need. So
it's kind of amazing how much less stocks have increased since the start of this tournament. Like the Bloodstone getting buffed a little bit more kind of made all the difference, and teams are happy picking it even without a combo.
Yeah, I don't think this hero would be picked as often in the previous patch where Mage Slayer did last for 6 seconds compared to 3 seconds right now. That's the biggest one.
that was the biggest gimp for him before because he is a hero that would walk in and kill you over time, and Mage Slayer just countered any hero that fit that description.
You could heal through the damage that he was doing.
Yeah.
It felt so
It was
bad.
pathetic.
He was like
for
the
sure.
worst hero on that.
And then they buffed him too. I feel like that's the kind of stuff that maybe the balance team is missing a little bit of. Like, Leshrax's being held back by Mage Slayer, so you can just nerf Mage Slayer without buffing Lesh, and he probably would have still seen play. But they also gave him relevant buffs with his ulti mana cost and his Diabolic Edict doing way more damage at max level. So
He does very well. He does very well against a lot of the popular mid laners too.
True.
So there's a range of things.
So carry for Skeeter, almost certainly. I don't think they'll be leaving TB core. What's left?
Is Naga still in?
Yep.
She's in, but there is a lot of AoE. I think they wanted them to pick Naga Siren. Skeeter's Naga Siren, one of the best out there, most definitely. But having Dragon Knight, having
Slark,
Lion,
maybe?
Radiance Buyer,
I thought maybe
AoE from
Slark,
Kunkka.
I mean, I like the Slark against the 3 cores of Bet Boom. They're all very tanky, lots of stats to steal.
Yeah. Well, didn't we figure out at the start of this tournament that Slark was just a loser?
Slark is bad.
But I think Slark's one purpose was DK. But yeah, I like the Luna a lot more. Just Mars utilizes the damage really well. Same with Pango. Even like Terrorblade as a support. Like I always think of Luna as like the 5 to 10 minute mark. You're a carry that just gives your other lanes momentum with the global aura. I also think she's a very reliable hero, but I'm actually liking Bet Boom's draft more, I think, here. What do you guys think?
Crit has been talking about in an interview that he thought Terrorblade support is stupid, and he kind of
like good.
Yeah, no, he's like it's dumb. He has to check how dumb it is. And
did he?
Yeah, he did, and he played it, and he's like, yeah, that's good.
This is broken.
This is broken. It looks really nice, but yeah, I have to agree with Brian. I think I'm leaning towards Bet Boom in this one. I know that the Bet Boom did manage to pull off some wins. Like they're always had a weakness where they can't come back even if they like lose game 1 or like when things go difficult for them. But this team, I think everything has been on the rise for them. And I said I think at the start that they're going to take the whole thing. So I'm going to go with Bet Boom as well. I like that draft a lot.
Yeah, I really like the team fight they have. It feels like they have overwhelming team fight compared to the other side. So that's the thing that I'm looking at as a nice advantage as the game continues.
2-0 Falcons. I think that the only place where they are going to have issues in this game is the Amar plus crit lane. And anytime anybody doubts the Amar plus crit lane, they destroy anyway. So that's the only option for Bet Boom to get into the game, and they're not going to have it.
What if I don't doubt them, though?
If you don't doubt them, then they're fucked. It's 2-0 Bet Boom.
Okay, 2-0 Bet Boom.
That is that simple.
Yeah. No, 2-0 Falcons.
2-0 Falcons. And what does Bet Boom have to do, in your opinion, in order to make this happen for them?
I think destroy Mars. Make Amar go for this stupid Ether Lens build that he goes for when God knows what, actually. I'm not even sure what the criteria is. He just randomly... He did it in this tournament. He did it a few series ago. He was winning. He was doing fine, but... Yeah, destroy that lane with the Undying, snowball that into a solid Lifestealer game, and see what we can get going here.
All right, well, let's find out who's going to take game 1 of this best-of-3 upper bracket finals coming your way with Sunsfan and Synderen.
Everybody to this best of 3 upper bracket match. Falcons versus Bet Boom. Sunsfan here with Synderen. Give him the horns, Synderen.
Oh, it's too late. We're off camera.
Rock on, bro. And we have
that would have been really nice if you were wearing the jacket.
Yeah,
I would have liked that.
I'm feeling some of the remnants of it, if you will. Yeah, we're gonna see a support Terrorblade again. It's been doing decently at times. It does seem like a decent game against the DK eventually with the reflection. And I mean, honestly, even Sunder, if you look at it, they do have 4 strength heroes. I'm not sure how easy it is for Crit to be able to get it off in a team fight, but there is that potential. What do you think?
We were casting a game. Was it yesterday that there was a Terrorblade support plus Sven, or were we just? I don't actually. Never mind. We weren't casting. We were just watching that one. But I was like, this Sunder on the Sven is not particularly helpful because once he's used all his stuff, getting the life back doesn't really help. Like, you use your Satanic and you've used everything. I think it's way better with a carry like Luna, who can keep standing her ground. Maybe she can get off the glaives a second time with her shard and stabilize. So I think that's definitely an upside here for Falcons, is the type of carry that they're playing the Terrorblade with. Save. Big damage.
He's in a bit of trouble, and he's going to get disemboweled from the first blood as Malrine will take it. So Falcons already on the board, and I think you can ask anyone in the green room around the world, potentially, Synderen. Falcons are the favored ones in this series, for sure. Bet Boom, they've had a lot of cracks at Falcons, and they've not come out on top. They have taken some games from the past tournaments and earlier in this tournament as well, but the thing that I look for is when you lose, you do learn more than when you win. So can they use that information to take this series?
I kind of like Bet Boom's draft a little bit more, to be honest. I against what Falcons have here. I don't think Luna's matchups in this game are particularly good into the Dragon Knight and the Lifestealer. There's going to be the boat as well, and I worry that Falcons won't have enough damage to actually break the fight open. These are some tanky frontline boys with the Ghost Ship, let me tell you. They're very difficult to kill. And the laning stage, as the panel talked about as well, should be quite good for the safe lane. The Undying Lifestealer against an off-lane Mars plus Terrorblade should be quite easy. This mid lane on paper, I think, is maybe even slightly DK favored as well, so that one is good. It's a lot of... And you know, BetBoom is a heavy laning team. They're exceptionally good in lanes. They build a lot of their advantages early on.
Yep.
And they have the recipe for it this game. I think all 3 of their lanes could go well.
Having said that, we've said that before against Falcons, and it doesn't seem to matter. I think Jenkins is the one that was bringing it up, like Amar. Sometimes, they pick his hero early, so of course it's going to get countered, and then even if it's countered, he still comes out on top of the laning stage and just befuddling everyone in the process. So
he is the best player this tournament at playing bad matchups. I will say that. We've had some mid players have some quite good games as well when they're counterpicked, but to me, Amar is just outstanding in his ability to min-max in lanes where others would just kind of crumble. He can... It's not necessarily that he wins them hard, but just drawing, right? If you draw a lane that you're supposed to lose, it's a major win, relatively speaking. That's always what's going to be the concept that they're looking for. So far, so good for him. 5-3 against the 8-3 on Lifestealer. And with the pulls from Crit, they've effectively move this lane around enough that Amar can get a little bit of a foothold.
Bottom lane, Lucent Beam's going to slow down the attacks a bit, but Save just finds the range to take out Snake King.
Yeah. Maiden is very vulnerable in this lane. Luna does not offer much protection against the double stun from line into Torrent combo.
Oh yeah, look at that reflection. Juicy stuff. Are you a fan of the support TB that we've been seeing?
As in... Would I like
Just
to play
generally.
it myself and think it's fun, or do I think it's good?
It's up to you, Cinder. You don't need to ask.
I think it's quite good. Am I a fan of this hero being a support? I mean, it's fun for the game when heroes can flex, but it feels a little bit weird at the same time.
Yeah, it's a little filthy, isn't it?
It's a little off somehow, but, you know, if it works, it works. Teams are playing to win. They're not playing to have fun.
But
maybe
they
they're also
have
playing
fun
to
in
have
the process,
yeah,
I think.
They generally go hand in hand.
Toronto Tokyo puts down the Tombstone, trying to force Falcons back a little further. Blood Grenade onto both as Amar needs to use the Rebuke to get some distance. And Nightfall can be getting all these last hits, all these potential denies. Actually misses a couple last hits to harass here onto Crit. But so far, Amar, despite being pressured, doing okay. Could be worse.
17-5. That's great.
It's really the mid lane that's surprising. 24-6 for the DK, 17-1 for Malrine on the Pango.
Do Tombstone zombies count?
As CS?
Yeah. I actually don't know this.
Huh.
Because they're like worth nothing, but it's still you're killing a unit. So if that counts, this might be, you know, warped a little bit.
Well, do wards count as last hits?
Yes.
Okay, then they should. It's a gadget. As Snake King is kind of torrented down. Well, what? It's a gadget.
Ward is like a category in the game.
Yeah.
Who are you telling a zombie is a gadget?
It's a gadget that just has arms. Don't mistake it.
So you go to like
for a
Home
living
Depot
being.
to buy a zombie is what you're saying.
I mean, have you seen the people in Home Depot? It's probably where the zombie apocalypse will begin. Between that and Walmart,
You
that's
can't
for sure.
buy the employees, Shannon. That's not how it works.
Well.
Or the clientele, for that matter. Also not for sale.
Surprised you've even been
Although
to
I
Home
guess
Depot before.
everything that has a... I mean, I had to think about it for a little bit. I've never been.
Oh, look at the fortification coming out. And the Dragon Tail, more denies for GPK. Just being a very annoying presence in lane. 32-9 right now for GPK. Just having himself a terrific start to the game. He's going to hit 6 here relatively soon.
This is one of the worst starts we've seen from Malrine. And he even had first blood on the rune. Imagine if he didn't have that.
Yeah, true.
This could have been even worse. So that's a very good sign for BetBoom that GPK is doing well in lane here. And obviously, something that's always a problem when you're playing against Dragon Knight mid is rotations always come at a cost. So Malrine on this Pango has been very happy to rotate around and find kills in side lanes. Actually, he might just be the recipient here.
Yep, Impale from Save, who makes his way over Toronto Tokyo from the other side as well. And a Decay finishes the job.
Very good timing. Connecting right as GPK hits the 6. And what I was going to say is if Pango starts rotating to the side lanes, well, guess what? Dragon Knight's going to be pushing a tower. So you can't really just let up control in mid entirely. Crit will see Toronto, Tokyo, and Toronto, Tokyo will see Crit, and neither of them cares.
That's correct. Crit came for the one reflection onto GPK and is now going to try to contest the rune. Toronto, Tokyo takes it though, so at the very least they do deny it onto the DK. From the Falcons' perspective, that is.
One more thing about this game, this is a very uncharacteristic Crit hero. I think that's something we need to pay attention to as well. For the way Falcons operate and the way the games generally work, Crit has quite a significant playmaking role. The panel was talking about this pre-game, that a lot of the time Crit is the one who breaks the lanes wide open. You generally don't do that on Terrorblade.
Gonna have a bit of a clash here. Toronto, Tokyo came to gank along with Crit. Tombstone is placed. Big decay to follow. Impale onto Skeeter. Should be able to run away though, as Crit's meta forcing them back a bit. Snaking with one more Frostbite for the road. Actually pops his Lotus as well. Now Miero in a bit of trouble. Into the trees he goes, but Crit, he's going to heal up dramatically as well. Don't think this is going to lead to a kill either way.
It always looks funny when Terrorblade uses Wand. Just heals like 40% of his health.
Oh, he's actually going for the 7-minute Wisdom.
Yeah, this is really, he's not going to make it. Miero has to TP. And now he's going to die too.
Crit will fall as a result of this. Good attempt, though. He's going to get one more reflection for the road. The Falcons will be able to get their Wisdom Rune. So it'll just be a trade as it is meant to be, of course.
Oh, what's this button? Nice.
Yeah, just play around with that.
They defended their rune. They get a little fanfare.
Can we get production? Can we get another soundboard above the bet boom button that is just a screeching falcon?
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
That would be a perfect way to cast this game. I would appreciate that. Take your time choosing a good selection. I'm sure there's
How
plenty of
about
that.
you do your best attempt at a falcon sound?
Oh, that's gonna bleed some ears, as they say.
I'm ready.
Maybe I'll wait for the right moment then.
Okay. I can't wait for you to incorporate that in a team fight.
I'll do it when you least expect it, when they lose a fight.
That's when it's funniest.
The dying falcon.
Pretty even game right now. Across the board. Lifestealer doing surprisingly not better than this. He's tied with Amar in this lane, 47-7 against the 47-13. But at the same time, can we really be surprised at this point, right? Like,
yep,
it just happens. It
it's
just seems to happen
expected
every
at this
time.
point, which is pretty ridiculous. Frostbite with the TP from Malrine. Ult to follow. Miero gets his boat off. That'll keep him alive a little bit longer. Toronto Tokyo trying to get the Luna in the meantime, but the wraparound from Malrine connects again, and now Toronto Tokyo on the run. Gonna continue to get blocked. There's a shield crash slow. More blocks to come. Lucent Beam, Reflection, and an eventual cleanup as Malrine secures the double kill. Nice rotations.
It's going to cost him a bit in mid. We'll see who TP's over to try to defend this tower against GPK, but it's a very successful move, getting the 2 kills for none. And in one way, maybe you should just let this tower fall and just be like, you know, it's inevitable. As long as you make good moves and bring other heroes into the game, it's probably worth it. At the very least, I definitely don't think Pango should be pinned down in mid. Somebody else has to pick up the slack and defend that tower. It's not really his job, and Crit will do it for now on the TB.
That's a really fast blink dagger. That's a 9.5-minute blink for GPK. And he probably will have to wait for the next Dragon form, though, so a little bit of awkward timing potentially. He's going to go straight for the Manta next.
I mean, you can still gank without Dragon form, obviously. It's a DPS loss, but at the very least he has Lions who...
7 minutes and 45 seconds faster than the average, but that's mainly because you typically won't see that first pick.
Yeah.
10-minute rune about to spawn. It'll be bottom, Invis.
And Miero looks to be getting that just barely.
Yep. Nice grab.
Still 2K lead from Falcons, just raw net worth here. Actually, quite the significant amount, given that this is a 3 to 4 kill game, but a large amount of it is sitting on that Luna, just having better farming potential, but also the 2 supports, each ahead by about 500. Starting to scale a little bit more. Now the thing about Terrorblade support is I had this discussion with Mira backstage about Terrorblade 4 versus Terrorblade 5 and what you itemize. We'll have to wait with that.
Hold that thought. Swash comes in only on to save, so Toronto Tokyo trying to run away, but the Frostbite keeps him in place, and now he's going to get Frostbit again. There's a swap.
He could
should be able to
field
clean
this.
him up eventually.
Oh,
Tombstone was placed, so that's going to provide some extra gold for Malrine and company. They'll be very thankful to Toronto Tokyo for that.
I feel like Undyings do this too much. It's just a...
Yeah, I would agree.
It's just a bad habit. Like, don't drop the Tombstone if you have no teammates coming over. It's going to make zero difference. You're just
Maybe
giving
he
away
thought
gold.
he had teammates coming, Cinderin. You ever think about that?
Yeah, I do. But they never show up.
Well, it is an Undying, after all. I mean, this is Toronto Tokyo we're talking about. He's used to having people TP for him from the mid lane. It's muscle memory. So surely someone's going to help pour Undying out. Then he forgets that he's position 5. Then he ends up with still a ridiculous amount of farm.
Probably routinely forgets that, yeah. This is...
hard to break that habit.
This is a quite good timing on the Pango Diffusal, given how the lane started. Malrine 5-1, and Crit next to him almost completing the drum. So what I was getting at with the itemization is we were talking backstage about Terrorblade 4 versus Terrorblade 5 and what you itemize, and kind of came to the conclusion that the first 2 items you get are the same. And then the problem Terrorblade 4 runs into is, I think compared to the 5, if you're distributing the gold within your team, what's the next item you can buy on a TB that is going to be great to have on a 4, more so than a 5? Because usually they go drums or vessel, and then boots of bearing, right? That's been what we've seen most of the times from these 4 and 5 TBs. And after that, I feel like if you're playing it as a support, you'd almost rather have the net worth on another hero that can use the utility better. Either somebody who spellcasts better, or somebody who carries auras better, or whatever. So by putting it on 4, I think that's one of the issues that's a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see if this game goes late enough, what Crit's going to do. Because you're, like, realistically speaking, are you really going to transition into a core if it's not like a 60-plus minute game? You're not going to get that
Well, that's the
Yasha
question.
and start farming, so...
I mean, we have seen that, of course. It has not been that successful, though, I think. Drums is definitely a good start for him. As Blade Mail now picked up by Miero. Let's see if Beppu can finally use this Blink Dagger again. Like, it's been 4 minutes since GPK has had it. They haven't really had the opportunity to do anything, though.
Yep.
As, ooh, the stack is being taken by Skeeter. They need GPK. Gonna start out with the Impale, surely. There it is.
Oh, they overlapped.
Yep, the Tombstone outplaced. And look at all the TP rotations from Falcons as they come to play. Save super dead. And Toronto Tokyo is going to be next. Can Malrine find another? The 2 supports are going to easily get stripped of their lives. Although they will be traded for the other 2 supports. Is going to see the arena come out as GPK is infested currently. The DK will die. The Spear actually did connect on the Nightfall, it looks like. And that turns into a triple kill for Amar. So 4 dead for Beppu, where they felt like they had the upper hand, but just absolutely punished.
Honestly, this initiation, it's kind of mind-boggling to me. They're being... Look how patient they are. And then they somehow stack their stuns. Like, they had 10 seconds to plan this, and then they stack Dragon Tail and Earthspike. And because they stack them, they hesitate to commit on the Luna kill. Crit comes in, gets the Sunder. He will be traded, obviously, here by Save, who can just finger the TB instead. But this was not the kill that you were going here for. This needs to be better coordinated at this level. The Dragon Tail or the Earthspike needs to start. You just full-on burst him with everything you have before the TB can react. Put down the Tombstone and everything. Instead, they end up in this awkward limbo where it's too easy for Falcons. And keep in mind, the best teamfight hero on the Dire isn't even there as part of the move. Like, Miero is bottom, and I think it makes sense for him to not be a part of the smoke because it makes it too obvious. They have to show someone to not make the counterplay too easy for Falcons. But yeah, messing up the spells is...
They force out his rage, and now Snaking. Oh, the Yules is going to set some stuff up. Nightfall in a lot of trouble. Even the Eclipse coming out from Skeeter. And this is officially out of control. Falcons are destroying right now. Was that to your satisfaction?
I can't, dude.
I actually don't know what a falcon sounds like. I'm pretty sure that's probably more of a hawk.
Okay, I really hope they're going to clip that sound and actually make that the button. So I can just invoke your screech whenever I want it.
But Cinder in this, I mean, we're 15.5 minutes in. Falcons.
They
up
are
6K.
crushing them.
This is, I mean, Betboom, when they're typically behind, they just end up losing a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Which is actually normal for most teams.
Yeah, but it's the way in which they lose. I think a lot of the games we've seen from Betboom where the early game doesn't go well, they just default to farming and then they just lose. Like, they don't try to fight their way back a lot, which is something we saw from Falcons that I was very impressed by in the second group stage. They had a game that looked terrible. And they just started making a lot of moves. It was pretty clear that the communication was, all right, guys, this isn't looking too good. We have to take some risks and keep finding fights around what our heroes can do. I think in this game, if you're Betboom and you just default to farming, I don't think that's how you win this. Like, you need to use your Undying when he's strong. You need to use the Tombstone when it matters.
Save, tanking the gank,
Oh,
goodbye.
he's very dead. Yeah, I just hope we don't see Betboom fall into that pit of nothingness where they just farm it out until it's over. Use your Kunkka, use your Undying, and then maybe it's fine to farm and wait for a key item, as long as it's not just this one item takes the next kind of thing, and you never accomplish anything.
Okay, what is the key item?
I think Lifestealer Radiance is absolutely go time. If you're gonna not fight with that, I think you're just giving up the entire map. So.
Yeah, I mean, they have... We talked about the Blink Dagger on GPK already, but the Blade Mail from Mir, this is a fighting item.
Yep, they both bought fighting items, but they haven't fought together yet.
Yeah.
So they haven't really got any value out of this net worth. And on the flip side, Falcons are just buying these hybrid items and just keep farming. The Dragon Knight could have been a lot richer had he bought another item than this dagger and not really put it to much use. These key moments make a really big difference. Of course, Falcons have really been on the ball with responding. I like the smoke of, you know, getting something done.
Malrine would be a very nice pickup. Boat's coming for him. Will be the death of the Pango. That's a start for Betboom. Gonna need to get some more going their way. But you can see Falcons have split the map. Back to farming they go. And when it comes to the inevitable Roche time, I know we're a little early here, Cinderin, but do you give, like, outside of the net worth discrepancy, do you give one team a favorable fight in that scenario? Because there's two types of things you look at with Roche, is how fast can you take Roche, but how good can you fight in that area as well?
I think both teams are quite bad at taking it, but really good at fighting there.
So. Oh, Spear actually misses
Rare
from Amar. He's going to get X back. Is there going to be any TP support? Doesn't look like it. Miero will walk it off.
He could have got a guaranteed setup there by Blink Yuling into Spear, but I think the logic for Amar here is this play needs to be fast. So if you start with Yules, you give the enemy team 2.5 seconds to TP in, and it's just too long. So he has to go for it this way. I think he could have maybe Blink Speared and then Arena'd instead of vice versa. But either way, he did Arena first, right? Or did he Spear first, miss it, and then just instantly Arena? I actually think he did Blink Spear, just missed it. And he's so confident that he's going to land it that he immediately just changed the other spell. That's probably what happened. It's relatively inconsequential, though. Just going to keep farming and pushing out. Betboom don't really seem to be interested in trying to take advantage of the Arena being down.
Yep,
they have enough problems with the waves.
He's got the Sacred Relic, and not too far off from the Talisman of Evasion, so the Radiance will be there in the next minute or so. Less than that, even. See if Betboom group up and try to find a fight. As this would also line up with that mech that Toronto Tokyo picked up. But Malrine has his Ags already. Only level 13, though. We now have Blink on to save, so see how they want to defend this. Toronto Tokyo putting down Tombstone very early.
It's very defensive, but it's better to get it off than just getting caught and dying. He had a feeling they were coming for him, so he's just going to immediately drop it in case a fight breaks out. And now that it doesn't, he looks like a fool, but I think that was a very nice quick reaction from him at the very least. Save.
Yeah. Getting hounded by Amar.
Oh, that was not good movement.
Swash is there. Goodbye. Another freebie for Falcons. As we can see, Betboom, I thought they were going to group up here, but I guess they just wait for this Torrent Storm. It's only 100 gold away.
Yeah, Torrent Storm and Radiance, and then fight before Luna gets too big, because she will inevitably out-farm everyone in this game. She has the whole map, she's on the winning team, she had a good lane, and she just inherently farms faster than Lifestealer. So Skitter will eventually be a full item ahead, currently 3,000 up on Nightfall, which is a lot. 20 minutes in. But yeah, the fighting potential should be there now for BetBoom. Amar gonna buy the Aetherlands, Jenkins in shambles.
Yeah, what is that all about?
It just gives you way more... I'm not gonna...
Snaking.
Oof. Yeah, so it gives you way more reach for the Yule. It gives you more cast range on the arena. So it makes your initiation options way cleaner to play.
Okay, so why sometimes he does not pick it up?
That's a good question for him. I don't know what the exact mindset is behind buying this item over other items, like when he does and when he doesn't do it. But you can rest assured there's a very good reason.
All right, GP. Oh my goodness, that blink from Amar. Wow. That is... Yeah. Surely he didn't actually... Is that just instinct? He didn't see anything.
It's the hidden power of the Aetherlands. It comes with a radar.
I see. Yeah, that's very strong indeed. It does need a buff. I mean, you still can't upgrade that to anything, right? Unless I missed something.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
E-Blade, but you're not buying that on Mars.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
There's no like meaningful build path on Mars for this.
Oh, you didn't mention... I thought you were on Light Collector duty, Cinderin.
Oh, who bought it? Who got it? Who got it?
Snaking.
Snaking got Light Collector.
Good job.
It's very good.
Off.
The best neutral item in the game right now.
Apparently.
And with that, Snaking's move speed on Crystal Maiden is now 400. That's quite fast for a CM. The slowest hero, one of the slowest heroes in the game. Tranquils, and that will give you 401. You pop drums. It's nighttime. Then you're closing in on 500.
Yeah, you might as well be Bloodseeker at that point. Amar, Yule's initiation, but the Torrent is going to hit him. Gets the spear into the arena. Rolling Thunder from Malrine. As looks like they're going to focus on this Kunkka. Eclipse coming in as well. Freezing Field in addition. Toronto-Tokyo, though, is the first to fall. Miero gets infested. Swashbuckle that follows Malrine, kind of left on alone, but they find Skeeter instead. The burst is there to kill him off. And now Amar in a lot of trouble as Nightfall with that Ghoul Frenzy chases him down. 2 for 1 to start as Crit will have to try to fight his way, but he is surrounded, and he is a support Terrorblade after all. 3 for 1 as BetBoom come out on top, so not able to burst down Miero fast enough.
They finally found a team fight, and it was brought to them, but they keep Miero alive really long, nice and fast, and eventually the whole team connects and they get the counterplay. The Tombstone was up very long this time, so this was the type of fight I was looking for BetBoom. I thought perhaps they would be able to force it themselves, but if Falcon brings it to you, even better. Like, then it's just easy to connect your heroes over, get that counterplay. And of course, take advantage of the fact that Falcon's burst isn't really the best, right? Like, this is something you're sacrificing when you go for Terrorblade as your position 4. This hero does not deal very much damage as a 4, I would say. Like, you can pop meta, you can get a couple of attacks in, but it's not like, let's say Lion, right? Which is going to instantly dump 600 magic damage on your target. And it gives BetBoom the time to respond here and find a major counterplay. All of a sudden, this game is now wide open. 8k down to 3. Start closing in on some more meaningful items here. Dragon Knight almost has the Ags. Lifestealer's closing in on Sanjin Yasha. The Undying Will of Greaves, which is quite the big item here too. So a lot of things coming BetBoom's way soon.
Yeah, only a 2k lead, so Falcons with a bit of a misstep. Perhaps too much confidence, considering that they were winning that laning stage handily, but now kind of brought down back to earth. As Roche will eventually be taken by Skeeter and company, so Aegis for the Luna.
This is a strong timing for Falcons, despite losing that fight. Aegis Luna with BKB, you just got the Pango Dagger. And looks like they want to put it to use immediately on this bottom tier 2. BetBoom want to fight though. They're going to TP back their heroes. This is perhaps for Falcons an unexpected defense. We'll see if they're positioned properly for it. They're not full committing.
Yeah, they're backing away a bit. Miero, his smoke will pop. Crit, gonna spot him. As the X comes in, GPK with the Dragon Tail. And Thunder not available because he is still stunned. Amar gets off an arena onto basically everybody from BetBoom. But where is the damage? Malrine with the Rolling Thunder as Skeeter tries to run away. Gets Dragon Tail. That's life number 1. And Fest takes him out.
I mean,
and now they're going to completely surround him. Skeeter's in a lot of trouble.
Here? Yeah.
Impale wouldn't be able to get off the BKB anyway, it seems, as Skeeter does get destroyed. And BetBoom coming out on top in the second fight in a row.
I think this is the kind of fight where you have to pop BKB on your first life, and the teammates have to connect. And if that's not happening, I guess they... I mean... You see, they're using the arena. Skitter's kind of going... He's just going in, but not popping BKB. And you're using your arena and Rolling Thunder this time, keep in mind. So a lot of the time, it's better to save your BKB for your second life on the carry, because you can force enemy spells. But in this kind of situation, you used your entire team's kit, which is when you get to do the damage. So if you don't pop BKB during that, I think your second life is just worthless. So that was very, very easy for BetBoom there.
All right, so...
Now the game is, for the first time, the whole game, I think BetBoom have a gold lead?
Yeah, I think so. Production has just told me, everybody, very important announcement, that we do have a Falcon sound. Let's see what it sounds like. Ah! That does sound like that was me, actually.
That is definitely you.
All right, good.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, they're gonna need some. They're gonna need a morale boost here. So I think. Imagine Falcons go to LAN and the audience cheer for them with that sound.
That would be so obnoxious. I love it. Let's bring that to the next LAN for sure. And you can see Falcons making their way towards the bottom. And they're going to take the gate to try to connect here.
Yeah, looking for
There's
potential
no Aegis,
opening on Nightfall, maybe?
There's no Roche, nothing like that.
He's just not an easy target.
Yeah, he's opting for the BKB next.
Falcons don't have an instant stun, right? They have a blink spear, but if you're fast on lifesteal, you're going to get off that rage.
Yeah.
It's
the blink in. No Dragon Tail, though. Nice Yules from Amar, as GPK is going to focus everything onto Skeeter. Boat's coming. Good Sunder from Crit, keeping Skeeter alive. He'll pop the BKB in retreat. The arenas have been on point for Amar, but they just don't have the damage, it seems like, as BetBoom looks like they want to fight. Rolling Thunder from Malrine, using the roll-up to keep the Toronto-Tokyo Undying stun-locked. GPK going to focus on snaking. Meanwhile, Nightfall coming in for a little right-click action.
Toronto-Tokyo didn't even die.
The CM there. Eclipse to follow for Skeeter as he tries to dodge out the Torrent Storm, but there's the finger, there's the burst. Again, Skeeter will die. And now Amar gets clipped by the Torrent. Dragon Tail will be his inevitable doom. 3-0 as BetBoom are getting everything that they want. Now Nightfall has enough to finish his BKB as well, so it'll be that much harder to contain him.
Yeah, that really feels like it's the name of the game here, is can Falcons find the damage? I think that's kind of the... See, first of all, you look at the total damage numbers of 4,000 advantage for the Dire, but it's also about where does the damage go, right? It's nice that Luna deals 4.2k, but if it's split across 3 cores with Boat on them and one of them has lifesteal, it's not translating into any meaningful kills or anything. You're not finding the supports. BetBoom, I guess you found the Undying, but he didn't even die with his Greaves. Super tanky Greaves double Wraithband Buckler. He has 26 armor on the Undying.
That's a big boy.
Yeah, it is a very big boy. This item will help from Crit. He's finally getting a Vlad's. So it's something, but I can't help but feel like this Terrorblade support has almost run its course by now. At this point, he's kind of...
It was a good Sunder.
It was a good Sunder, definitely. It was necessary for that fight to even be remotely playable for Falcons, but...
It does feel like...
He's done more damage than the Luna, actually, with Reflection. That is...
Okay.
It's quite surprising. I mean...
That is a lot.
There are some good targets.
Do you feel like Falcons, for the first time in this game, throughout all our coverage of them in this tournament, feels like they are a bit hesitant at times? Like they can't make up their mind what they want to do. I feel like it's cost them a couple fights now.
I think it's by draft design for BetBoom, though. It is just difficult. I think a lot of Falcons games has been super clear-cut how they initiate fights. They haven't been playing against Dragon Knight very much. They've been picking that themselves as the overall first pick of the draft, but BetBoom came in with that prep. Snaking's dead here to GPK. Yeah, I don't blame them for struggling. I think strategically this is a very difficult game to initiate in. You only catch is Blink Spear, but who do you Blink Spear among Kunkka, Kunkka, Dragon Knight, and Lifestealer? Like, your targets just aren't appealing. And if you make any mistake, that's the other thing. When you commit in with Amar, you're not necessarily getting back out again, so you better make it count. Nice
the
tombstone.
Trees
Wow.
were taken out by the Tombstone, which means the spear does not connect. Now Amar using his arena to try to retreat, but that is not happening. That was gorgeous. My goodness.
The timing on that.
That's disgusting.
Toronto, Tokyo.
8K lead for BetBoom now. They have flipped this upside down, and now they try to go high ground.
Yep, they know there's no arena. They feel like they can just disengage if Falcons initiate on them. It's going to be very difficult for the Falcons side to the type of fight they want, but they'll try. Skitter isn't even here. They're using the Rolling Thunder to delay.
Thunder. Miero has to use his BKB, and it looks like BetBoom are going to be forced out, so...
Delay tactic successful.
Ends up being, a good choice for Skeeter to just chill and farm away, but Miero can reset.
I really like this from Save, by the way. While this mid-fight was happening, he TP'd top. He was looking for Luna out in the top jungle, assuming that the Luna was going to be farming up here in the Mighty Mines, and they went for an Infest play with Lifestealer. Unfortunately for them, Skeeter was bottom, so he dodged a bullet there, but that was a play that would not have been particularly easy for Skeeter to read. He's just happy to be on the right side of the map. That was a beautiful well. We do love a well.
So there's the Mighty Mines, there's the well, right?
I forgot what it's called.
I think it's called the well, isn't it?
But what's the buff called? We need the creeps to spawn so we can see it.
Yeah, that's true. That's too far.
The mighty well.
More important things are happening here as Crick gets caught off guard, and you can see Amar gets bursted to a pulp. Still has a little bit of HP left, but we'll have to use the Yules in defeat as he will drop easily. Snaking gets axed back from his TP. Nothing. And just a really casual 3 kills for BetBoom. Not breaking a sweat at all.
Oh yeah, it's called Well Wishes, Shannon.
Well Wishes.
Of course it's a pun.
Tier 3 taken by BetBoom. This will be a set of racks. They don't have the Tier 2 bottom. They do have the one top, so they could go for the second racks in that lane.
Yeah, Falcons have just run out of steam. It's really fascinating to watch a game like this where they're doing everything right. They take one bad fight and they just hit a wall.
Yeah.
Like after that, they've not been able to do anything. The items have just been too overpowering. The heroes are too tanky on the side of BetBoom, and they're just going to keep rolling. And Falcons were proposing a solution to this Lifestealer with the Luna, but unfortunately, Lifestealer cannot lose.
Apparently.
So,
why do you think this hero's so strong? Because you were bringing it up backstage that basically at the beginning of this tournament, this hero was not picked, basically.
Yeah, teams were not playing this for the first week. And then all of a sudden, it is starting to become more and more beloved in the second phase and just winning the vast majority of its games. I think going into this game, it was 15-6, which is very, very high for a carry that is not even a cheese pick or overall last picked in the draft. Most of these Lifestealer picks are picked like 3rd, 4th, and teams are struggling to find solutions to it. I can't tell you exactly what the problem is. Like, maybe it's like multiple buffs happening at the same time. The hero gets a bit stronger, Radiance gets a bit stronger, other carries got nerfed. He's inherently, in the meta and the way the game is played right now, having a carry that has innate BKB is incredible. He's very hard to kill when he's farming the map.
That was Skeeter's butterfly, by the way. So not able to get it off the Courier. Courier's
They're
dead.
gonna try.
Nice
That's
spear,
good.
nice eclipse. That is more than enough. Nightfall
shit.
bursted, 80 seconds. No way to get back. BetBoom likely will just have to retreat and delay. As they're gonna find Toronto, Tokyo, gets off the Greaves. Save is there as well with a nice impale onto 3 heroes. Might as well have been a Ravage. Dragon Tail the follow from GPK. Sunder onto Skeeter, but the damage is too much from BetBoom. Double kill for GPK. And Crit and company looks like they are all gonna fall other than Amar as Falcons lose the fight to BetBoom.
Wow, what an S-tier play call. I actually am quite shocked that BetBoom were able to pull that off. So they lose their
4v5.
They lose their Lifestealer, and I don't know, they were all tipping Nightfall after that. I don't know if he said, you guys can still win this fight, just do this or that, but somehow they find a 4-for-1 trade after their carry dies. They get this amazing spell combo from Miero there on the high ground and kind of just pile on them with the Tombstone, with the Flesh Golem, Dragon Knight coming in. Ultimately, Falcons kind of run into the same problem even when the enemy carry is dead. Like, okay, what's next? Where's the damage then?
Yeah.
They had to use everything to kill Skeeter. They went for the Blink Mars into Arena, so they don't have the Arena for the follow-up fight to contain them. And they used the Pangold as well. So 2 of their very big teamfight abilities down the drain has BetBoom confident they can take that one fight while being outnumbered. And they were very right. Now Amar's in trouble.
Yes,
caught by the X-Mark. Yule.
But the Yules will counteract it a bit. Nightfall's coming with that rage. He's hungry for some Amar action. But
X.
The X comes into play again. And it's just a matter of time. Amar dies. As the Boots of Bearing finished by Crit. Always a classic item for Terrorblade.
Ah, yes. Vintage.
So here's the thing, Sinner. I'm not saying that there's no use of a Terrorblade as a support. But I just wonder, in like most of these games, I feel like it's mostly just a draft thing to try to throw off the opponent. Like you're giving up a lot in a support, right? Would you agree with that?
I think part of the hero's strength is being a flex. I can't believe I'm saying that, but that's the state of affairs right now. You pick it early in the draft, the enemy team has to constantly be on their toes. Okay, we can't make it too good of a core Terrorblade game because then he's going to run us over with the farm.
Yeah.
And if we do counterpick him too much, they can put it support and counter our cores. So obviously that's part of the rationale here. I also think he's a quite good laner depending on matchup. You saw in this game they still managed to do fine top, but they didn't win, right? And I don't know, do you know what I mean when I say I feel like it's wasted to put crit on this hero? I think if you're going to play this, put it on snaking, because the way your team dynamic works, you're better off giving crit a playmaking 4 and then using the Terrorblade. If you want this decoy pick or whatever you want to call it, that's fine. But
I mean, if he got Ags, then maybe it would be a bit of a different Terrorblade type game.
Blink Ags is like 7,000 gold.
Yep, exactly.
to do a little bit of a fear and set up the fight. I mean, sure, but yeah.
You want a playmaker, that is a playmaker. It just takes forever. But yeah, no, I totally agree. But it is interesting that they're using this as kind of a resource to, like, I know it's not maybe the best analogy, but when you pick a Terrorblade support, surely other supports would probably do a better job throughout the game. But because you're forcing them to make certain picks, it might just be worth it in the end.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thought process for sure.
Oh, they found Skeeter!
The burst! Skeeter, are you dead? It's close. Gets off the BKB, trying to run away from the Ghoul Frenzy as Nightfall will continue. But the Moonglaves end up saving him. That shard definitely very good as Malrine. Rolling Thunder is going to be ending here pretty soon, and likely this game number 1.
That's Sunder and BKB on the Luna. She can't fight now.
The spear is going to be dodged. Nightfall with the quick rage. Takes out Snaking, who buys back. Amar is next. He has no buyback, though. And now GPK and company focusing on the buildings. Fortification is used.
He's infested. They could blink stun here.
Tokyo, yes, that's indeed what they're going to do. Double Impale to follow. Skeeter
GG
will be next as GGs are called, and Bedboom absolutely crushed game 1.
Keep in mind, this was an interesting game specifically because it was looking terrible for Bedboom, right? Remember, they were 8,000 gold behind. I want to say 20 minutes into this game, Falcons were in complete control. One moment is all it takes for this lineup to completely come online and swing this game around. And Falcons, I guess if you're looking through this replay, that's the moment to watch. What went wrong? Was that the wrong idea, the wrong play call? Could they have itemized better? Was this maybe a little bit too much, the way they set up this draft? Not sure. They're definitely in on the Terrorblade bandwagon, but for them it did not work out this game. Crit ends with the highest hero damage in his team. As much as we're talking about this hero not doing that much, I mean, the damage from Reflection is definitely there, but it's at the expense of... It's at the expense of utility, right? How did Malrine do more?
21k.
Oh, I misread that. Okay, he did second most damage in his team, Shannon.
Yeah, that's still impressive,
He did the same as his carry, but yeah, it's a trade-off. Curious what the panel thinks, if there's like some more depth to this Terrorblade than it seems at first glance, but for me, definitely a bigger fan of this on a 5.
Yeah, so Falcons, they drop game 1. Can Bedboom get to the grand finals, Sheever?
Well, let's find out, Shannon. We're going to find out in the next game, though, because obviously it's the best of 3. We're first going to break down this one, and Zinnerin, I will say that you can't criticize the Terrorblade as much as you did, because Brian was very upset with that, because that was not the problem.
Was that an intended pun? Criticize?
It was not.
You can make it a pun, though.
Yeah, we can make it. Go
Don't
ahead, Brian.
criticize.
Yes.
I was just going to say that, like, Lifestealer's been proven to be broken in this patch. You literally have a Master Tier Lifestealer on panel where we're like, wow, these first-round bans are really set up for a Lifestealer pick, and then you just don't pick it as... You kind of go for, like, the cute flex pick with the TB, and I don't think the TB itself is the problem. It's that you prioritize that flex over the broken hero that's winning every game.
So we need
And
to
a
flex
life
this
game
life stealer to position 5 potentially. That has been done before in the pubs.
That one patch was, oh my, like, you literally could just take your hands off the keyboard. I'm infesting my carry and just leave. That was a good patch.
Oh, they had a pretty good early game on side of Falcons. It was what, like 5-6k gold lead at one point, but some of these fights you could feel, I think this is the big fight with the Torrent Storm where they do manage to get like, it's just huge. It's very difficult to fight into Kunkka's Ags, Lifestealer with 2 items, Armlet Radiance, maybe a Sanj in between. Can't really burst the hero. Like, he becomes almost impossible to kill. Maybe the grab ally will come to a play, some mech. I want to see this hero being picked on like second pick immediately. Maybe not in the first phase, but you know, after the first round of bans, I could definitely see teams picking it up because he was not picked in the group stage. The people were staying away from it, picking different heroes. But yeah, in terms of priority, I think you should prioritize this hero.
I do agree with all the Lifestealer stuff, but I also feel like there were some other issues. There were some serious damage problems. Like there was that fight by the Dire Tormentor where Malrine in a Mars arena was rolling on literally all 5 of them. 5-man roll. How does this not go well for you? This is the best roll I've ever seen in my entire life.
But it doesn't do any damage.
But it doesn't do anything.
They're fine.
Because they have damage issues. So the follow-up here where the Luna gets stunned, she can't BKB. This is beautiful play by Save. This is why the guy's the best line in the world. But where's the damage? And that's where the Luna last pick becomes a little strange. We were talking about maybe a Slark, because then when you have these extended fights with the, you know, the DK, the Kunkka, these like very tanky heroes, then at least you'll steal stats.
You're building over the course.
You're building,
of
or like you're abusing the fact that it's a very long fight, but the Luna just couldn't do that. We saw, I think it was Arteezy play the Luna versus a Lifestealer. I don't remember who they were playing against, but it was a very similar thing where he just gets locked on by the Lifestealer in the fights, and it looked miserable. It looked extremely miserable, and that's we see it again. It looks miserable to be Luna versus Lifestealer, but they last picked it. It's a little strange.
It is a little strange. It was definitely a struggle. Although at some point I did feel like Falcons was gonna edge ahead because there was also the bet boom. Well, they went into the triangles, try and kill the Luna. Didn't really go so well. And at that point I thought maybe Falcons got a good shot, but yeah, then they stopped advancing at some point, Brian. They just flatlined.
Yeah, I mean, I think BetBoom also did a good job of just purposely not fighting them when they were weaker. We saw that fight, they were down by 7k, and they just said, like, we're going to get our Kunkka Ags, we're going to get Lifestealer's Radiance plus Sanj, like, just enough items to eventually hold our ground. So I think that their discipline and patience on BetBoom, you could tell they kind of knew, like, our timing is coming later in this game, and we can just give Falcons that one mistake where they're going to overstep a bit. I think Falcons had to play that game near flawlessly on the Luna side. Like, in my experience playing the Luna versus Lifestealer matchup, you're either way out farming him, you have way more control of the map, or it looks like that. So
yeah, sometimes the game just comes down a little bit to the carry matchup. Potentially this is one of them. And when we're talking about the carry matchup, of course we got to feature them for our Acer Predator head-to-head.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, for the Acer Predator head-to-head, the carries are the heroes that I wanted to focus on because they were such an instrumental part of the game. Skeeter played the Luna this game, had a great laning stage. They had that massive 8-9k gold advantage around 20 minutes. Nightfall on the other side was playing the Lifestealer, the one that Brian loves so much. KDAs by the end of the game did not look so good for Skeeter, and the hero damage was actually semi-comparable between the two, but something Sunsfan and Synderen talked about on the post-game screen was the damage dealt per hero, and the fact that Skeeter's damage was actually very close to the Terrorblade's damage at the end of the game is a bad sign. Here's that teamfight bottom with the glorious Pango roll, and one of the things that was actually a big problem in this game, I think, was the chain stun and the burst damage against Crit. He died a lot of times here. And the problem with Luna is that you actually can't really defend yourself very well outside of BKB. He didn't want to pop it while his Aegis was still available, and then now that he's respawning without it, he either got stunned first or didn't have an opportunity to press BKB. Frankly, he probably would have died anyways before he TP'd. So these like couple fights that just went really good for BetBoom led to a case where Luna spends almost all of her time running away from these engagements. And she took a lot of damage here. The shard helped a lot, and Crit sundering her was very helpful, but the constant team fight that BetBoom put out and the tankiness that the Lifestealer can wield, it just made the game really hard as the game continued.
If you were to choose, hindsight, whether you are going back on Falcons and you, instead of Luna, pick a different carry. Or instead, you yourself pick the Lifestealer on the 17-16 slot, so right before the 18 slot where, in this case, Bedboom got their Lifestealer. Which one of the two would you go for? Which one do you think would have been more successful?
I think I definitely agree with what Brian said. By picking the Terror ability and leaving that cute potential of it being carry or support, kind of put them in a weird spot, because then by the time they get to the last pick, most of the best carries are gone, and then you're having to play some Luna who's strong, but not as good as Lifestealer and as safe as Lifestealer. Then you have to put them against each other. And it would have been fine anyways, because you probably were going to lane it against Dragon Knight, which is a good matchup for Lifestealer. So they probably should have just picked it there and said, all right, that's our draft, screw the flex.
Outflex themselves.
Yeah, maybe.
I guess they flex very frequently with a lot of their heroes, so maybe we're like, ooh, this is going to be our flex this time around.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit trying too hard to make something work that in the end did not. But of course, it's a best of 3. Who knows what's going to happen in game number 2? Well, you'll find out if you stick around.
Stars covered in gold, covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams, we will shine, only believe, only believe. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it we just
little muscle ache is fine. I'm sure that the Falcons have some muscle ache as well from that first game. We're going to see if they can bounce back in game number 2 because BetBoom definitely had a strong, firm grip on that first game. A lot of it, though, came down to the draft, so we're going to hop right in, or at least in a second we're going to hop... Oh, we're going to hop in 2 minutes. You see the timer. So good. I have a stat for you guys.
Okay.
The cost. This one's for you. So far, BetBoom, their win record on first pick is 13-2, which is fantastic. It's really good. When their second pick, they're 8-10, which is like average. Is that because of the 18th pick? Like, are they just bamboozling their opponents every time?
Yeah, I mean, they've been, as I said before this one, they've been first facing a lot of Toronto Tokyo's heroes, getting something that they find really strong, but they also know how to utilize the 18 pick. A lot of the times you'll see them pick Nightfall's hero on this one, where they can protect him with 2 extra heroes in the third banning phase. So I think they got it figured out, and they are also a team that like heavily focuses on the laning stage. Even if we go back to like Riyadh Masters, they've been doing the same thing. People always talk about you gotta figure out how to beat this team in the lanes because they're gonna pick something strong for the lane. So I want to see something slightly more explosive on Falcons, especially on crit, because there's a reason why he talked about Terrorblade in his interview. Like, this is not his type of a hero.
Like a reason he didn't like it.
Yeah.
It's not really his style. It's not flashy.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a high skill guy. I agree. I think Snake King is a
high skilled reflection.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Lacoste. Snake King's a very high skill player. He did start as a core. He's 12k MMR, but on this team, the identity really is you give Crit a playmaker. We talked about it before. You see Malrine having a really good game, and either he's Huskar or you look through the replay, and at some point Crit showed up and tossed somebody into a tower for Malrine. Or you'll see Skeeter have a good game, and it's because Crit went through the portal. And what is a Terrorblade going to do? Showing up to these lanes, make illusions. It's like good in fights. It's good in the game. He's had some good sunders, but it's Crit. Come on.
And it's hard against all the chain stuns they have. Like, they had to play against a Kunkka, and TB's weakness as support is like stuns and magic burst. And that they definitely had that. He was getting hit like Torrent into boat, plus like 2 nukes he dies. It was very difficult for him to have an impact.
Yeah, your whole presence in a team fight is going to be using Sunder on a core, and once Kunkka picks up his ags, you get hit by one random torrent, you're not going to get there in time. Suddenly you're like, okay, what do I do? My carry just died. Who am I going to Sunder?
And they need the carry matchup to be good for the Sunder to even feel good. So ideally your carry would be better than their carry. Imagine if it was a lifestealer who could be magic immune and up there fighting, gets very low, then you Sunder him, and then he gets like another rage off or something.
I would like to emphasize that they went 7-0 in the group stage doing this whole flex pick thing. So I'm not like too surprised that they went for it. Like, I think it was a bit overly zealous or maybe disrespecting the lifestealer as a hero for this patch, seeing its win rate. But I'll just say, like, that has worked for them so far, so I don't mind that they really stuck to the flex idea, because that's been pretty much every single one of their drafts. I think this one was a bit too telegraphed, though, and if you look at BetBoom's bans, they didn't think it was cool at any point.
They didn't believe it for a second. They only bamboozled themselves. I will say, in the first phase ban of previous game, as we do have the drafts coming your way, we saw the techies ban, because you got to ban techies against save. But it was, the previous game was pretty good case to ban out his Lion as well. Almost, right? Because that was, he had a fantastic game.
He played it really well. I think maybe the most one of the most valuable parts of them playing Lion last game was the fact that it just prevented the Naga pick at any phase, which is a hero that they consistently
and the core
playing
Terrorblade, which makes the Terrorblade flex telegraphed.
Yeah. Are you looking at me? I can't tell.
I'm looking at you, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Looking into your soul.
Every time I look at him, I'm like, is he looking at me or something? Are his eyes closed? I really don't know.
Maybe he's just snoozing.
This would be a good poker outfit, too, because you can hide your expressions.
Did you know there's glasses that look like sunglasses that you can have where you can see, for example, streams or videos on the side?
Google Glass.
No, it's not a Google.
Oh.
I think it's not a Google.
Yo, shout out to Google, everybody. Shout out to Google. Press 1 on the chat for Google.
All right,
you could pull off the legendary Jack Chen on panel and just fall asleep.
General manager of G2XIG.
He needs to be playing anti-mage in a ranked match.
Nobody would know.
For that to really drive home.
All right, we're in it.
Home, of course.
We got Falcons with first pick this time round. They go for the Mars. They ban out the Enigma Techies and Storm Spirit. Whereas BetBoom ban out the Chen because they have to, together with the Razor, the Timber, and the DK. Meaning that they have to open with something else entirely compared to previous game.
So that leaves Shadow Demon in the pool. We did talk about the hero coming into this series, how strong the hero is in terms of like providing the saves and stuff. So if they don't want to pick it, BetBoom might take it. It's always going to be a good save against the Mars Blink Arena initiation. And they're just going to snatch Kunkka, which is a flex for them, of course. You want to play it from the off lane, but if it's a good matchup in the mid lane, you might also shift it towards it.
I honestly really liked the Kunkka versus the Mars in the last game, and I know people have always thought that the Kunkka versus Mars matchup is good, obviously, because Mars is trying to burst people in arena. You throw the boat in there, you prevent that. But Mars, the way people are playing it now because of Amar is they're taking kind of longer fights. They're going in, they're rebuking, then once the rebuke slow is done, they're dropping arena, then they're spearing at the end of arena rather than using the spear into arena, then they're rebuking again. It's about playing like this long fight, looking for as many spears and as many rebukes as you can get. And if you're playing into like a Kunkka with Torrent Storm, with X's, with the Rum buff, like this hero wants to take that kind of duration of fights against you.
Well, you're also on the Mars team supposed to, in theory, want to be in the arena.
Play in an area,
yeah, in this specific circle. And Kunkka Torrent Storm as a response is just nice to just throw
put
shit
it
on the
in the
ground.
circle, yeah.
And then the Luna doesn't even feel comfortable entering the fight or any other character.
Yeah,
for that
it gives
matter.
you a little reticle. It's like, here, put it right there. It's like, all right.
In the Kunkka build, you get really HP tanky right now as well. The Mars never really goes money damage items anymore. They're spending items on Yules and setup things. So like if he just stays alive with the Rum buff, it really disjoints fights. In fact, the fight that they won where they were 9k behind on BetBoom, it was because he happened to like torrent catch Mars as he jumped in basically. And that led to them running them down. And if you take these chaotic fights, then you can wield X marks the spot to guarantee extra kills too. It just gives you even more comeback potential. So if it works, it works.
I want to see the BetBoom pull the Lacoste that you recommended for last match, where you just straight up pick Lifesteal second
out of this phase. Yeah, I see Doom, I see Razor out. I feel like it could just happen.
Oh, and they even banned. Okay, you're picking Mike.
Yeah, but now surely
I think
BetBoom
Falcon's
bans
destroying
it.
this. No, BetBoom's gonna pick it.
Yeah,
I think BetBoom takes it.
Oh, they pick it out of the
I
face.
think this is a
they
huge
got
throw
first.
from Falcons actually, because like you need to leave at least one counter in there to give yourself like that advantage on the 18th pick. Otherwise,
Unless it's mind games and they have a different answer to the Lifestealer.
What? It's got to be a mid answer. I mean, normally I'd be like, oh, ban Slardar here, but it's a Mars, certainly. So there's no Slardar.
Well, no. Melreen also has a level 30 Mars, I believe.
Oh, look
he
at
does
that
have a lot of
Pango.
those. Oh,
It's the Rolling Thunder.
No, it's the shard.
he has a much lower channel time.
roll up.
That's like a
It's
very
roll up,
buffed
just
Yeah,
Pango.
that's the
Thanks.
shard. That's the shard.
Oh, that's
Magic
a good point.
immune.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe you consider banning the Slardar here. And I mean, they could ban...
You can ban to protect the Lifestealer right
Yeah,
now. Like
they-
you can just pick it.
I mean, if they don't want to pick the Lifestealer, if they have a different plan, surely they should ban it. Right?
Yeah. They're thinking about it clearly. I mean, they're actually thinking like, what is the worst case scenario here if we just pick it? Because Lifestealer is notoriously really good against Kunkka. Like Kunkka hates playing into it as well. So if you don't pick it, you're already like giving them a pretty decent Lifestealer pick on Falcons. And they've clearly banned to protect that. Morphling's like the most telegraphed ban
I mean,
I've seen in a while.
maybe there's some... BetBoom picks Lifestealer, Falcon sets up for like a Medusa draft or something like that.
Is that even like that bad of a matchup?
I don't think it is, but I'm looking at Skeeter's hero pool, and I'm seeing very few good heroes that are good against Lifestealer. And the Batrider ban, I was thinking that's the only support that has a BKB piercing stun for the Lifestealer. So the heroes Falcons would normally pick right now are like the Mirana, Crystal Maiden.
What about Primal Beast? I think it's the Ultium.
They could primal, yeah. It's not so good against Kunkka. The same thing with the Mars. Like you just pick an area to fight in, and then Mars is, or the Kunkka's like, all right, well, I'll just drop everything.
I
in
would
that
love
area.
to see Venge support, personally. Like, as a Lifestealer player, I hate Venge because she can swap you through Rage, but also because minus armor and AoE physical aura from her passive. So it's just like, you need to have physical damage against this hero. So I wouldn't mind if they swapped that up from like the normal CM.
I would like
Mirana.
SD a lot, just so they can, save during Kunkka's torrent, great against the Lifestealer, and they do pick it, and it's also going to be a setup. Because the way I liked it more is you have something that Lifestealer is going to be afraid of in a fight, and they're also like, just pick 2 support so they can still think. And also, I think there was a potential that BetBoom takes Shadow Demon, because I could see Faceless Void to come out for Falcons. And right now, I don't see any saves for BetBoom, because you want to have something that can lock down this lifestealer, something that he's really afraid of.
I just like that both of the supports on Falcons are relatively good against the Lifestealer is the one upside. Obviously, if there's X marks the spot, Mirana can't necessarily stay alive, but Lifestealer does not want to chase a Mirana around while his Rage is going and she's leaping.
I feel like BetBoom just goes for...
I gotta interrupt.
They just go undying.
I feel like I gotta interrupt here. Lifestealer is no longer the hero that most people know him as. He's a Radiance guy. He'll just walk at you. He doesn't care if you're running from him. He'll just keep walking at you. That's like the entire point of the hero now. So I think like heroes he has a tough time hitting, he doesn't actually give a shit.
Yeah,
Like,
where's the damage to kill this lifestealer?
You have to kill him. You actually have to, because he saves his teammates.
2-3 items. Let's say Kunkka gets the boat off. Like, who's gonna deal the damage? These like last 2 heroes, it needs to be a lot of damage. I could see that Team Falcons might be going for some more like stacking-oriented lineup. And they also could be prepping for this potential Medusa pick that would come from Falcons, because it was banned in the first game, and there is Lion on the enemy side, so Mana Drain always going to be good against that hero.
Would they really go Undying again, and then just because they get overall last pick, so they can counter the mid hero, and then just see what would be good for it? Like, go for the Phoenix.
Counter on the team fight again. Kind of like the same idea as Undying. You plop a building on the ground, in this case the egg, that just meant to say like, you're in this AoE, we don't want you to control it, we do.
That also presents a problem for Falcons, where now they have to answer the Phoenix and the Lifestealer, which are both unanswered, which I guess Ursa, but I don't even know if Ursa is a counter to new Lifestealer with like Radiance and the potential for Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. They go for the Void. I mean, the Mirana is kind of an answer to Phoenix. Like, you do, like, Mirana's not bad, so maybe, like, the Void doesn't necessarily have to deal with the egg. I guess just, it's one of those things where I'm going into this, I haven't gotten the chance to play Lifesteal in this patch, but the fact that he's 15-6 and they're not, and there's a lot of games where he's dealing with, like, more Fraser on the enemy team. It's not, like, perfect Lifestealer games. Like, I just have to imagine what I know this hero to be good at is broken right now, and I just don't know if, like, Void solves this problem. Like, he's gonna need like 4 items on Void before he actually kills Lifestealer.
BetBoom's gotta ban Lina, right? It's one of Mallory's best heroes. It plays with the Void. It does damage into the Chrono. Okay, they do ban the Lina.
Okay.
Brian, I feel like you're kind of upset right now because it's not you getting to play Lifestealer.
I am. I literally am. This is just MMR.
The amount of times on Fart Studios that I begged you to play Lifestealer and you asked for fucking Necrophos, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this on a panel.
I actually, we were talking about this backstage, that like in a patch where a hero that you love is absolutely broken, there's always like this Dota bit of hipster mindset of like, I'm too cool to play this when everybody else is playing. But yeah, but no, I'm saying Nightfall's silver tier Lifestealer, while Skeeter is master tier Lifestealer. Like, Skeeter's a Lifestealer extraordinaire, and I feel like there has to be some degree of like, like, is it really that good? Like, that's like something you would say.
I'm master tier. I know that it's counterable. Just pick me the Void. All right, we'll see how it goes.
And Nightfall's just like thinking nothing more than broken I pick because it's just a silver tier hero. He has no, sentimental attachment to it.
Do you flex this Kunkka? Keep it as a flex, or do you pick something, or do you like want to pick up something like a Slardar just to ruin Faceless Void in the lane? Faceless Void has trouble laning in this hero with Lion, a lot of kill threat, Shadow Demon or Mirana, not your strongest position 5 support, and it also synergizes nicely with the Lifestealer. You would have a good vehicle for him once he picks up the Blink Dagger. Because all I'm looking at is this damage. Like, Team Falcons, last pick, it needs to be some kind of a damage, because right now there isn't damage that they can throw inside a Chronosphere. Faceless Void early on doesn't provide you with much, and BetBoom, they have a lot of team fight on their side.
I would love for BetBoom specifically like a Lesh. I think just like you have this ball again that you want to control Chrono, like the AoE that Chrono is, you want to control the Mars Arena. There's going to be a lot of disables thrown out from Falcons, so I just want a hero for BetBoom that does disable or does damage while it's disabled. You ban the Slardar, so they ban out the hard lane counters to the Void. I don't think Kunkka is like that bad in lane versus Void, depending on like what the mid-lat matchup is. But like something like that should be nice.
Causes some issues, and it's going to cause issues for Faceless Void, even with the BKB. Phew, I don't know.
Pango again?
There's a lot of bad matchups for Pango in this one. I do like the Puck. I think Puck is a good choice for them because, again, you have a Lifestealer vehicle. You also have, if they want to flex this Kunkka to an off lane,
Oh, the Miero special.
I was thinking maybe he would do a summons hero. I mean, both the Beast and the Lycan do extremely well against the Void in lane, and they destroy these two supports.
I just don't really see him dying. I feel like Team Falcons hasn't completely addressed their damage lacking, and once he gets Helm of the Overlord, he's going to have tons of HP, armor, and he's going to cascade that into more items that just make Lifestealer even stronger.
Bite the Lifestealer later on.
Looks about the same.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 tanky heroes on
cosmetic
side of Bedboom with Sunray behind them. A lot of team fight, a lot of heroes that come online very early on. I'm liking Bedboom's draft one more time.
You were the one saying, like, theory crafting the Lifestealer second overall pick going into this draft. Like, the Stonk similar to Sven, I think, early on in this tournament. Yes. Like, let's just see what happens with this hero over the last 3 series of this event, because Sven did the same thing, and then people were like, okay, maybe we prioritized him a bit too highly. Is this too high priority of a Lifestealer? I don't think so. I think Bedboom's got this one. Easy 2-0 Bedboom, right, Jenkins?
Yeah, maybe Aoi's cooking something, though, you know? Maybe TI, whatever the TI Tundra one vibes.
Are you looking at me at Purge right now?
I'm looking at all of you.
Okay.
I'm splitting my eyes right down the middle. Because you know, I do feel like it's if it's obvious to us, it's obvious to him, and he's trying something. I'm gonna trust my boy Aoi here and say 2-0 Team Falcons.
Okay, well, someone had to be the tiebreaker, because otherwise we have a complete jinx on our hands, right? So I will say that it's been 21 series, 1 in a row for Falcons.
Wow.
And that is a lot of series. Will Bedboom be the one to break him? Everybody said yes, apart from Jenkins. Doesn't really count.
I still believe in Falcons.
So why did they ban out the Doom and the Morph if they're just gonna... Because, like, that's the question mark that I have in this draft.
Because Aoi is a useless coach, and he pretends.
Here we go
He gets
again.
off, it just pretends to do things. He doesn't do anything. You gotta trust his players. When Skeeter says, give me the Lifestealer, give him the Lifestealer. It's Aoi vetoing that.
Yeah.
I believe
Well, or Bedboom vetoing that by just picking it earlier. That's basically what happened. We'll see. Will the 2-0ers be 2-0? We're finding out. Game number 2 coming up right now.
Game number 2 upon us. Bedboom versus Falcons. We got the Lifestealer back.
Oh.
Sunsfan here with Cinderin. Forgot to introduce ourselves. Sorry about that. Apologies. But we also have a Lycan with the Lifestealer Cinderin. Very exciting from Bedboom. And Falcons going for, you know, they pick up the Malrine Pango again, the Amar Mars again, but this time Skeeter goes for an extreme late game type carry, which, you know, if given enough time, will beat the Lifestealer. And then I think more importantly, and I think you'll agree with me on this, we get to see crit on one of his best heroes, which is Shadow Demon.
Yeah, he's been probably for me the standout Shadow Demon player in this tournament. Every game we've seen from him has been super clutch. He's had great laning. He's had a great game understanding about who to save when in fights. Disruption is a deceptively difficult spell to use at this level, but he makes it look really easy most of the time. Speaking of specialists and their heroes, Miero and the Lycan, we cast that earlier in the tournament, you and I, him playing a game of that. He's very, very strong on this hero. He had the same offlaner to offlane matchup in that game as well. He was playing against the Mars, where he ran into this awkward timing of just getting caught in the arena and then dying. We'll see if they can bypass that problem this time. My biggest concern for Falcons is honestly kind of like they talked on the panel. Do they have the damage?
Yeah.
Kunkka Lifestealer, tanky hero. Lycan will be tanky. Lycan will get axed. I mean, Lifestealer is one thing. It's going to be a wolf?
Yeah, I don't
the
think...
zombie wolf.
That was unnecessary. I don't think we're going to see the Aether Lens on Amar this time. Just going out on a limb here, Cinder, and we'll see if that ends up being correct or not. He wasn't really able to... I feel like the BKB just came too late for him. And at that point, they were already down. I think maybe he went for it because they definitely won the laning stage, and he's just like, oh, it's another typical game for my team. You know, we just won the last tournament. We're gonna be making it to the grand finals surely in this one. We didn't lose a single series in the second group stage. I can afford to go for Aether Lens, and the BKB can just come after. A little bit greedy, but ends up biting him in the ass.
Yeah, I don't know how big of a part of
agree with me for once.
I don't know how big a part of the loss was his items,
No.
though. I feel like it was like a...
That's just part of it.
It was more on a macro scale. His BKB would have maybe helped, but I think they still had the same issue, which was damage, right? So whether he buys a BKB or a lens doesn't really
So
make
what you're saying is you want him to go the Deso build. Or the Rapier Brooch build.
I mean, for what it's worth, I actually think Deso would have worked better in the previous game than what he bought, but I think it's like an exceptionally difficult judgment call to make, and you could not have predicted that the game would go that way. It was specifically because they lost that one fight so horribly that Bedboom even got back in the game. So as much as we're talking about this, gotta remember Falcons were kind of running the show, and there's no saying that they can't do it again. However,
Amar getting gone on.
is running to his grave.
Gonna have to try to help out here shortly. Not gonna be able to do it though, as Toronto Tokyo's right click is enough. Amar takes a tumble as Toronto Tokyo gets the first blood on the Phoenix.
Is that the first time this tournament Amar's been first blooded?
It's the first time I remember, but as you know, my memory is very bad, so that means literally nothing, which means that me saying this is actually just a waste of everyone's time to listen to.
We've been talking about this one in our cast, that Crit and Amar have not lost a lane all tournament. And last game they also didn't, despite losing the game. I feel like they did very well in that lane with Terrorblade Mars. This time around could be their first lane loss, and it's not just them. The mid lane is going very poorly for Malrine, 15-4 against 7-1. So this is even worse than the Dragon Knight matchup was. And the Lycan top is doing great against Void, which that one I think is the most likely to go this way. Faceless Void does nothing to Lycan. You can't kill the Wolves. He's going to overpower you with damage and get last hits more than you. And Mirana, you can try to poke the Wolves a little bit, but there's always going to be the Lion covering them and harassing you back. So this is a very healthy start for Bedboom.
Because we're going to see a Hex onto Snay. We'll leap away, though. Save continuing to get those right clicks off. But yeah, the Void, I don't know. The games that we've been casting, obviously, it's won a decent amount of games for sure. But it does feel like it just takes way too long. And from Falcon's perspective, just a little bit worried about the pacing. Because we saw what Miera was able to do with Lycan. And pressure is just literally part of how you play this hero.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he opts for the Helm type build. He did end up going Ags in the game that we watched. I think he went third item Ags, I want to say.
Yeah, and then they took a terrible fight, GG'd out. He ended up not biting anyone.
That's correct.
But
the game looked really good for a while, and a big part of it is because Miera was top net worth, like really early. As he forces Skeeter out, and Snake Ink still pretty low. Save.
Save is playing
Force out the leap again.
really well, by the way. It's all the little things. It's kind of difficult to go over it all, but all of his positioning, all of his trades and movements, I mean, he's actually destroying this lane as Lion. Taking full advantage of the fact that Faceless Void's absolute biggest weakness as a hero is the first few levels in lane. Just doesn't offer anything, and he's really squeezing every advantage he can out of that against the Mirana with the help of the Wolves. So keep in mind, when you're playing Lycan in a lane against a matchup where you're inherently at an advantage, then you get to use the Wolves to help your support. You don't need to use them to CS all the time. And the communication in this lane has been really good so far between the two of them. Amar will get out, but again, pressured out of lane.
Yeah, and he TP's back to actual base. A lot of times we see to the tier 1, but he's going to have to walk all the way back. Crit does get a bounty rune, though.
All right, Toronto Tokyo will miss every single Fire Spirit, going for the Guinness World Record here. And he might even... Okay, if he also dies, then it would be extra tragic, but he does have a lot of wand charges, so I think he will be okay here against
Unless he
Crit.
forgets to pop it, of course, which we have seen, believe it or not. And, okay, pops the wand finally. So he will survive. No fails here today.
This is a worrisome last hit distribution for Falcons. This is unfamiliar territory. They have had a poor laning stage before, but I felt like the pacing in their lineup in that game was a little bit different. Malrine is going to have to come up big here on that Pango to solve some problems in the side lanes soon.
Are you surprised at all that Falcons... I mean, I know it's a totally different lineup, but they do remain with two of the same heroes. I feel like this is a team that, other than like these, you know, the Mars Razor types that they can flex to a high degree, I feel like they don't really pick the same thing every single time. So I'm a little surprised that they stuck with those picks. We'll see how they work out, though.
You mean the Pango specifically, then?
Yeah.
Because you're not surprised they picked Mars, right?
No. Like I said, it's just
I could see it. I feel like there might have been a better option than the Pango as well, but perhaps we're reaching the point of the tournament now where Falcons are getting a little bit figured out. That's not to say Malrine has a small hero pool, because he has plenty of options, but if you're making the other options unappealing with prior picks, then you can definitely take a bit of advantage of it.
There's Nightfall. Gonna be going for the same build in all likelihood. Armlet into Radiance, and then S and Y. And my eyes are on Amar if he switches anything up. We'll be getting this next Bracelet, and we'll see if he goes for the Yules, which is definitely his standard.
Yeah.
I haven't really been seeing the Deso on any Mars lately, I feel like.
No.
I think the last one we saw was maybe Jabs early on in the tournament.
Oh, did he actually buy it once?
I think so.
Oh. I haven't seen a Mars game with Deso this tournament. That doesn't mean there wasn't one. But yeah, it's not popular by any means, and I also don't think it's a frequent build you should be buying. But I do think sometimes
Malrine
is in trouble here.
Yep. Going for Miero. This would be a nice pick off, and indeed it's going to go to Malrine as well. So rotation's certainly worth it. And they needed it because this Lycan can definitely get out of hand early. I mean, in terms of the farm, in terms of like the Skeeter Faceless Void, net worth-wise, relatively close to Miera as a result of this kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And we talked about the Faceless Void just having kind of a slow upstart in some respects. Typically, we'll go for that Maelstrom build-up. Malrine, next rune.
Doesn't get it that time.
Grabbed by GPK.
You got the amplify damage on the first one, but this time around it will be going the other way.
Do you prefer Kunkka as an offlaner or a mid, generally?
If I had to pigeonhole him into one role, I'd probably pick offlane, I think. Because this hero suffers hard if he loses lane mid. I think you run out of steam very fast. But obviously, BetBoom are picking him when they know the matchups well. But if you had to pick it blindly, I think it's better to put it offlane on average, because even if you have a bit of a tough start, you can still offer some utility and have better matchups around the map instead. And quite a few of the carry matchups nowadays are okay. Like you can lane against most stuff with Kunkka if you know what you're doing in that offlane. So
yeah, the thing I like about the way they picked it though is a lot of times we see, not always, but a mid lane Kunkka, it's like a crowd control tank. That's typically an offlaner.
Yeah.
So if you're going to pick that mid, your offlaner feels like it needs to be something that can
do some damage.
Yeah, and I think Miero gets to do just that. Nightfall getting forced out for the time being. Actually levels his Infest, and here comes the Chrono as Skeeter comes in from the south. Swash from Malrine. Spear connects, and that is enough. Nightfall taken out. Snake King getting pursued in the trees. This should be a kill. Not a great trade for BetBoom, but they are pressuring this tier 1 quite a bit.
And they should be able to hold their own bottom. Already have Toronto, Tokyo rotating over on the Phoenix. So all in all, honestly a fine trade for them. Losing the lifesteal obviously sucks, but gotta keep in mind how much Falcons need to invest in kills like that. I don't think they're gonna find Toronto here. They might have been thinking about it, but it's just not really possible. Instead, Skeeter took the gate.
Oh, dear.
All right,
GPK with the kill.
Well, now it definitely wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
'Cause now you traded the carries as well.
Ouch. Look at Miero. He's got the troll. So a lot of these Skelly boys will be hitting the tower, and that rally is no joke. Eventually, it will hit the tower, and that's no joke. Look at these things. So strong and buff. It's good to see some summon heroes back, though, I have to say. They kind of taken out of the limelight. I think a little bit here and there is good. You don't want, I mean, except for Broodmother. Okay?
Oh yeah, okay. As long as we can bond over that, I'm fine. Like just summon heroes are one thing. Just keep Brood out of it.
Does Arc Warden count as a summon hero?
It's okay. It's fine.
I don't like that one. But yeah, Lycan's cool.
Spoil that shot.
Miero runs into Snake King, but likely they won't be able to connect on anything. Still 3 leaps there.
I think runs is a bit of an exaggeration. Cautiously waddles.
Yep.
That's what Lycan is doing without his ults. A very unique part about this hero, doesn't have to buy boots. There's very few heroes in Dota that can bypass that item. It's basically Lycan, Io, and sometimes Weaver, I think, are my list of heroes that can skip. I'm Monkey King, I guess, support.
Yep.
And what that does is, if you are farming well, your key big item timing will be 2 minutes ahead of the enemy. Because by bypassing the boots, you're going to have this Helm of the Overlord 1.5 minutes, maybe, let's call it that, earlier. And that can make quite a big difference. Getting these key items that bit earlier can make them seem quite overwhelmingly overpowered at the time, actually. Miero is still on good pace. The death obviously sucks, but he's still approaching a quite healthy timing on that Overlord.
We have a smoke here. And of course the Wolves are following a support on the Falcon side, so just the patrol. They will be spotted by the tower eventually. But just the fact that this is a possibility, just such an annoyance for Falcons. They have to have sentries up, and if they don't, then maybe they're being followed. I mean, the vision game is, especially at this level, can be the difference between a win and a loss.
It's still probably an undervalued part of the game from commentary and from observing just how much vision matters. And I think we're doing a better job than we were 1 or 2 years ago trying to illustrate how much vision does. But obviously, it's kind of crazy when you look at how well these players play, and then you stop for a moment and realize, oh, right, they don't even see everything that we do, and they're still playing it like they did.
Yeah.
It's actually quite incredible. And I think it can be very educational for viewers at home to try to watch pro games with one team's Fog of War and then with the other. Like, if you're trying to improve and understand some of the movements that are going on and what information teams have access to.
Save. Impale and a finger. Very easy kill on Skeeter. That's death number 2 for him. And that's going to set him back. And this is a hero that, like we said, ramps up very slowly. So any kill you can get is just going to add insult to injury. And now a smoke from Falcons. As Nightfall and GPK. Oh, GPK has shield rune.
Oh, they have Purge.
Yeah, Blade Mail's popped as well. As Malorine's going to get torrented. And now Nightfall and GPK kind of on the offensive, despite this being 2v4, but you can see the reinforcements are coming. Crit will get out. So no kills will come from this, but still.
It's kind of a non-move. It's weird. They walk into each other, they cast some spells, and then they leave. The good old, what's that from The Simpsons? Who is it that walks into the saloon, spins one time, and then walks out again with his hat? Is that the grandpa?
Oh, boy.
You know memes.
It's been a while.
Anyway.
Well, Mo is the bartender.
All right. All right, we're starting at ground one.
Barney is the Belcher. That's my favorite character in the show, as you might imagine. And that's it.
All right, so I haven't watched that much. Correct me if I'm wrong. Homer's dad is in the show, right?
Yeah, the grandpa.
Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure it is him that walks into the saloon, spins for a round, whistles, and then takes his hat and leaves or something.
Okay. Good
All right, we're getting a
Link reveal coming for Amar. He opted not to go for the Yule, so it is a change of pace. Nice spear onto the lifestealer, but where's the damage?
Follow-up.
Absolutely none right now, as Nightfall's going to have to use his Infest on the egg itself as well. Can they kill the egg? It's going to be close. They do. Nightfall comes out. Now the focus is on Mallory, but he's going to get rebuked in the meantime. Nice armlet toggle, staying alive. They're not going to finish him off. Has a Shadow Poison applied. Still not enough. Nightfall survives because of the boat. It's a big, juicy right click from GPK. Helps him develop that double kill. And Amar on the sidelines. It was definitely a good initiation. They just had zero follow-up initially.
Exactly, and Nightfall was extremely vulnerable there. I think you could argue it was a mistake from him to even be put in that position, but Falcons weren't ready to follow through on Amar's go. Might get saved here for their troubles.
Yep, eventually he will die.
To Amar. But yeah, it really looked like Nightfall was just going to get burst there. If there's any extra core ready to get the damage out immediately, I think you just clean up there on the lifestealer kill and defend, but if you give, that's the thing about this hero, I think that's part of it. Its strength is, you see Malorine's TPing in here and it's too late with the swash. A big part of this hero's strength is the amount of effort you need to put into killing it and the punishment if you fail. Like with a lot of other carriers in Dota, if you don't kill them 100-0, you force them out of the fight at least.
That armlet toggle.
Lifestealer just resets. You know, if you don't kill him, it's wasted damage. He's going to infest something, come out with more health. He's going to turn on you with the armlet on and the rage and actually fight back. If you would have done what they did to a Sven, I mean, sure, maybe he lives and has to run. The Lifestealer got to output the, you know, a really high amount of damage there. And while you're killing him, he's also dealing damage with the Radiance.
Yeah.
So plenty of problems. Now, honestly, this is scary for Falcons because now Miero's online too. We haven't really seen too much of the Lycan just yet. But the map is going to start being terrifying. There's going to be wolves scouting you. The Lycan can connect with any of this. I mean, especially the Lion, I feel like has a lot to do. But Lion or Kunkka can offer so much time for Lycan to just do damage during their long duration stuns and catches. So you got to be very wise now for Falcons with how you move your resources around the map. And at the same time, you also need to make sure you don't get out farmed. This is when it gets difficult because you need to choose. You need to pick your poison. Are we going to group up a bit more so we're less vulnerable, but then find less farm? Or are we going to spread? Oh, no. They found Skitter again.
Skitter, you cannot die again. Impale is there. There's a disruption save for the time being. Skitter will come back out. The Phoenix is dead. Nice chrono on top of basically everyone, including his own team. Skitter gets fingered, but time walks most of the damage off. 2 dead for Bet Boom. As Snake King looking to get chased. Miero will get that kill at the very least. GPK totally out of mana right now. Rebuke into the spear, but no connection onto the trees, but the swash is there to finish the job. Now Amar with a TP attempt, and he is out, so Falcon get away with murder.
That was such a good result for them. This time around, Crit was nearby, saving Skitter with a disruption and turning everything around in this instance. It was crucial. We've talked about his Shadow Demon. Right place, right time. Almost every single time, and this is the perfect showcase of what that hero can do with a well-placed and well-timed disruption. They save Skitter, he gets a chrono, and he survives the follow-up part of that fight, so that's a big part of the lead cut down now by Falcons, and keep in mind their supports are starting to make some distance here. Save is not particularly rich, so they're starting to offset him a bit with some utility items.
But Toronto Tokyo did buy a Midas.
Yeah, going for that late game, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the best support in Dota to buy Midas.
Oh yeah, 100%. Save gets destroyed. I mean, that hero with items is absurd.
Yeah.
Shivas, eventual Ags, something to that effect. If you really want to get cheeky, Radiance, but of course Lifestealer has one already, so no need.
For me, the biggest part of Midas and Phoenix is actually about the levels, more so than the gold.
No, it's the gold.
Getting level 18 on this hero is massive. I mean, obviously, you want the items too, but the Phoenix is a very special support in how insane impact it can have. Let's say it has 0 items in this level 18. Is there a better support in the game? If you just cast your spells on level 18 Phoenix versus any other support,
it does,
do ridiculous amounts of damage
level 3
control.
egg, generally people won't even try to kill it, right?
They need to tailor their lineup
right?
to do it, basically. Oh, Light Collector for Amar!
There you go. Good job.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. Thanks for the coverage.
Man, you've been really slacking today.
Yeah, I didn't notice it. Not Light Collector for save.
You can see Amar is
Only
going
one
for the build, by the way. So BKB next, and it's going to be the Brooch into Divine. So that's where they're going to get their damage, Cinderin. No more Yule's Aetherland.
Yeah, this last game was a mess. It's time to chat it up on the Mars. I mean, look at the hero.
Yes?
This hero does not buy Aetherlands. Look what it looks like.
I mean, he's won some games with Aetherlands.
He's a walking mugshot. This guy buys damage.
He's got a major overbite, doesn't he? Or is that an underbite? I always get them mixed up.
He's got some bite.
He's got some real issues. And it's a beard without a mustache. Like, you have to be insane to go for that. Actually, it's so stupid.
Yeah, why would you pick this hero?
Shout out to all the people out there with a beard and no mustache.
Radiant are scanning.
It's okay as long as you have an overbite. You complete the look.
That's right. As the axe is picked up by GPK, so the Torrent Storm is there. And Nightfall maybe finishing the... Well, does he have Yacht? No. It's just a Sange for now is what he's going for?
Yeah. It's the standard.
So it's not... well,
standard
typically
order.
you go S and Y.
Oh yeah, but it's just the standard order to buy the Sange first, right? I guess he's keeping his options open, but I don't really see a reason to buy Halberd this game. I think it's too difficult to pull it off.
Yeah, you're not going to... I mean, the evasion won't come through with Amar and his Rebuke Divine Rapier build.
Yeah, and you also need to be able to Halberd the Void for it to make sense. So.
It's a cheeky play.
Gonna steal the Tormentor and then try to get the Wisdom afterwards in 20 seconds, potentially. It's quite the slow Tormentor, and they're taking a beating, but they will do it. Save gets the Shard, and he will TP over to his own Tormentor. They're actually abandoning this one.
Yeah.
I thought they were gonna maybe stick around with one hero, but I guess they'll deny it with the Lycan Wolves. So, at the very least...
Oh, they're even TPing for it.
Oh, he's not paying attention!
No micro! Crit! He's going to get seen. He's going to get destroyed.
I guess Miero was busy over here.
Yeah, he saw a hero and he got really excited. The second Tormentor will come out. No, Toronto Tokyo! Not again!
Shard for Lycan.
The Tormentor continues its reign of terror on this tournament. Yeah, Miero Shard, so the Wolves will be part of a wave at every step of the way. Even Save almost died there too. So now they have the Lycan Shard, they have the Lion Shard, and Phoenix Shard. And Phoenix Shard is probably top 10 in the game. Best shards. Just
gonna buy his.
S tier.
You don't wait 10 minutes for that one. You have a Midas.
Oh, he has it already.
Oh, did he buy it already?
I'm saying those are the three heroes that have Shard.
I see, okay. Yeah. Yeah, the Lycan one's gonna add a little bit of extra pressure on the map. I don't know. I feel like I've chronically underrated the Shard's impact.
Rage from Nightfall.
Got a Chrono here.
Yep, the Chrono to follow. And he's all alone. No Infest for 7 seconds either. Even put the Arena just in case. As Nightfall gets taken out by Crit of all heroes. There's a Rolling Thunder now. Focusing on Save. Inhibit used to slow him. Is there any follow-up? Do they need follow-up? Shield Crash? Just perma-stun basically. Gets 1 Hex before his demise.
It's kind of funny to think about that this hero was way better than this. Like, this hero used to be, I don't know, 20% better than it is now.
Well, but people were also worse.
Yeah.
To be fair. Especially, like, early on. But it's a cool design.
Are scanning.
One of the coolest designs in Dota, for sure, but it really is hard to
Have you been on the receiving end of a perma-stun Rolling Thunder?
Yes.
Were you just sitting there like, wow, this is such a cool design, while he drove all over you?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm sure that was what you were thinking.
Just blinded by rage, of course not. Miero, once he gets that BKB, he's going to have to worry a little bit less about the Arena.
Falcons have recovered nicely. This looks like a very winnable game. I mean, keep in mind you're running a Faceless Void super carry here for the late game. You have very well scaling 4 and 5 supports. The Shadow Demon we've seen do truly game-winning plays 40 minutes in. You have all your comfort picks. You have a Mars that's this time around scaling in terms of damage, and the enemy mid hero will not, to say the least. This is a mid Kunkka who is going for the Torn Storm route, which it can do good damage, but it's not quite in the same category as the Pango, in my opinion. All right, they're going to find Snay here.
Yep.
Missing the combo a bit.
He's still going to get X back. Finger deletes him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As he will pick up Greaves from the grave.
Yep. Guardian Graves.
Guardian Graves. Okay, into the pit, Bet Boom goes. And you can see on the minimap, Falcons don't really have any response yet, so this might just be a freebie.
Radiant's top tower is under
If they could delay them just a bit, then Roche would move top. Because this is not that fast. There's probably going to be like 10 seconds to spare at most here. With Lycan arriving this late, it's going to help. But yeah,
it's theirs.
Timed it to a T. They'll get it down with 10 seconds to spare. So
interesting. So Amar originally was going for the build we were talking about, but now switching up to the Orchid.
Huh.
So wants to find some solo pickoffs.
He's had enough of Lion shit this game.
Well,
maybe it's for the Phoenix.
I mean, it could be
more so than the Lion.
Even.
True.
Rage.
Yeah, true.
I mean, we did see the BKB last game on the Lifestealer, so would assume after the SNY that is probably what Nightfall will go for.
Wouldn't mind it. Obviously, you're a little bit more stifled against Shadow Demon than other heroes, because even if you BKB, if you're Demonic Purged, you're not moving very much. Sticking on targets. Right? Rage still works.
Interesting.
Getting a little bit of movement speed efficiency to get to that camp, or to the bottom wave. This Moonlight Shadow not really being used for much. I'm not sure what the mindset was. Was he just warding and trying to grant safe passage?
As there's a gem on Amar. With the Light Collector, of course. Good combo.
Yeah. Light Collector goes with anything. It's kind of like Guile's theme.
Okay, whatever that means.
Yeah, that's fine, Shannon. We'll get there sometime.
is under attack.
Tier 2 tower is going to be a freebie for BetBoom. Let's see how much they can get out of this Aegis. There's still a Tier 2 top and bottom. Still plenty of time to go for both, but obviously opposite sides of the map here.
Map is shrinking though for Falcons. They're starting to lose their Tier 2s. They've taken two Tier 1s themselves, yet to take the mid one. They've lost.
That means they're farming a little bit more efficiently considering the tower advantages on BetBoom, and the game is dead even net worth-wise.
Yeah, the problem is the game starts getting scarier and scarier when you lose map control against a hero like Lycan for this reason. Your heroes are going to start moving out in the map to try to find some sort of initiative, and the Wolves are just an added X factor in these situations. Save.
Yep, looking for the opening.
This is a difficult go. They're going to infest him.
All right.
But I think Falcons make the right read that it's time to back out. They will not find anything.
As the SNY is there, and oh, Aghanim's already for crit. That is super early. Holy crap.
Yeah. So now 2 charges on the Demonic Purge against Lifestealer. I guess you just drop both of those on him back to back, right? There's nothing else that you really need to purge, I think.
It breaks Feast as well, so that's even better.
True.
Save still infested. BetBoom want to use this Aegis in some capacity. Mira, like you said, waddling across the map. His BKB's now.
He's got boots now.
In his inventory. Oh, does he?
Yeah.
He looks so slow still.
He does have boots.
Yeah, it's because his creep is just always faster than it feels like.
Yeah.
Unless it's belching fire, of course.
That's true. It is faster than him.
And he's going to be going for the Ags next, so very interested to see how that's going to work onto the Lifestealer as, oh, the Orchid and the Arrow on top of the Phoenix. Chronosphere is there. Finger of Death onto Amar. They take on Toronto Tokyo first. Amar is going to be the trade, though. And on the bottom side, Skeeter focusing on save. Will get that easily as Nightfall trying to get support, but Snake King able to leap away. Both, though, reserved just for Skeeter. Tidal Wave on top actually makes it a little bit more awkward, but they do get the kill nonetheless. 3-4-2 with the buyback coming out from Save. And now this is the scary part when you're playing with a Lycan, or against the Lycan. You lose a fight this close. Mario onto the high ground they will attempt. And still the Aegis. Over a minute left. And there's no buybacks. I think this is just racks for BetBoom.
Yeah, just Lycan things. That was honestly, it looked like a quite good fight for Falcons at one point there when they combined all their spells. But
save.
Okay.
Gets the perma-stun on Tidal Wave back, but there's a disruption from Crit. It's off the Demonic Purge as well. Are they actually going to be able to defend this? The Infest onto GPK. There's the Arena from Amar. Going to try to focus down Save first. That's a dieback for him. And now you can see GPK with left no mana at all as Nightfall jumps out, begging them to go on him, but he still has the Aegis. They will continue to ignore. Now they're going to get illusions with Radiance of their own, as somehow BetBoom are forced out of the base. And now Falcons thought they were going to retreat here, but the Orchid from Miera is going to try to turn this around onto the Pango. That's going to be a lot of damage. The burn, not quite enough to take him out. Malrine is able to get out of dodge, and Miero will follow suit.
Nice heads-up play from Crit
Great
there as
defense
well.
from Falcons.
I really think the Shadow Demon could benefit a lot from getting the shot. Okay, he is queuing it up now, because having that Orchid dispel could be quite massive in these fights. But yeah, they don't get the racks. They try to chase a little bit into the tier 4s instead of getting the buildings. They would have definitely got one lane, or at the very least the melee racks before they had to back out. But they thought they could get more, and I understand it. You know, you get the X mark into Torrent combo, you can pull him back with the Tidal Wave, but the disruption breaks up the play very easily. And BetBoom at the end, when all's said and done, don't really gain anything from this whole situation. I don't think that base tower is particularly important. The gold remains the same. Falcons still weathering the storm. This is a game that can, similar to the previous one, just later down the line, can swing in one fight. Like if Faceless Void finds one good team fight and they win it convincingly, then I don't think Falcons are going to be looking back at any point after that.
Radiant's middle tower.
So BetBoom going to be very cautious here about how they approach the next few minutes, as they don't have Aegis. And Falcons know that this is a power play time, so they will go for it. Bringing the chrono.
Into the Ogre. Miero on the high ground. Gonna spot this out. Tries to get off his shapeshift. He does, but now he's getting perma-stun. Arrow's gonna connect. They're going to try to surround him. They don't have the damage yet, though, as Nightfall gets the Infest off onto the Lycan. Amar with the BKB in retreat, it seems. You see the Life Stealer still inside. As they're going to try to turn this around onto Amar. He gets off their arena, but he dies right afterwards as the egg was placed. Amar's arena actually quite effective keeping them there, because it looks like they wanted to chase. So after all that, 1 for 1.
This time Phoenix got its spells off. That's a really huge difference. They've been doing a really good job at shutting down Toronto Tokyo in a couple of these previous fights, Falcons, but that time they don't find him. And they go on the Lycan, who gets really good protection from his team. A difficult kill to begin with. You need to commit a lot of stuns, and, well, all right. Guess it was time for Toronto.
Oh, he actually dodges the arrow. And X onto Skeeter. Force him to try to retreat. Now the disruption on top of him. I'm not sure if Beppu want to go high ground here.
Uncharacteristic mistimed arrow there from Snaking. Could have led to something bigger if they connect that one on the Phoenix. I think that turns into a full-on fight.
And we have a pause. And it's not from BetBoom.
It's from?
Very good boys. Wait, did you? I didn't know you could double tap it.
I didn't even do it on purpose.
That's a big mistake.
All right, that wasn't us. The quadruple call was not us. That wasn't us either, but nice try.
Good try, production.
Can't pin it on us anymore.
All right, I request for the next Dream League that we have a bigger version of the device that we have here, and we can just have an entire soundboard of 1 million sounds. That would be good.
No! I love that this is the standard response that players start doing now. What is the reason for the pause? He's not connected. We had a pause earlier this tournament as well. We're just like, he disconnected.
Yeah.
It was like, okay. Yeah.
Well, it's good to be specific, just in case. Yeah, a very close game. BetBoom could have had racks there, but definitely punished by Falcons. And we'll see if Falcons can bring this back, as I believe the Ags for Miero is pretty close. Yeah, 500 gold away from the Wolf Bite on the Life Stealer.
Thanks for that, Slacks. Wonderful idea. We've always appreciated your contributions to the game.
Yeah, I feel like you're trying to be sarcastic, but it is cool. It's definitely cool.
I never liked Wolfbite.
You never did?
No.
God, it's so fitting for your lore.
What's my
A robot with no feelings doesn't like Wolfbite. Of course not. Why would you?
You would have said that
like
no
fun?
matter which hero I said that about. How does that have anything
That's
to
not
do with
true.
robot lore?
It's just robot lore. They don't like wolf bites because they can't take advantage of the vampirism that comes through. That's the lore. Because you're a robot. You're a device.
All right, you had to dig deep to come up with a good explanation. You had no idea when you said it the first time.
No,
just admit it.
I know
Admit it.
exactly what I was saying.
Admit it.
Okay,
He's
so
back.
Why,
No, he's
why,
not.
why don't you like Wolfbite? I'm actually interested to hear this. Your stupid reason. Let's hear it.
You wouldn't understand.
Okay, everybody type stupid in the chat, please.
But don't direct it at anyone.
No, just stupid.
Actually, direct it at each other. Tag each other and write stupid. See how many of you get auto-timed out. Let's go for that.
Yeah, if we can get everybody timed out in the chat, that would be great. All right, so what's the reason? We got to pause here. Might as well talk about it. Think of me as your therapist. Everything is safe here. It's a safe space. Unless you say something stupid.
Well, you've already judged me on my first step, which is a really bad thing for a therapist to do. So I think I'm finding another therapist. Thank you very much.
Well, we're still in our session. You might as well get your money's worth.
Well, I haven't got any worth so far, so I think I'd rather not. I want my money back, as a matter of fact.
I don't know why you're so
I
afraid
can take
to
someone
share
else
your
for dinner.
feelings. If you can't open Dota, that might be an issue.
That's fine.
Try the old restart.
He's fine. He has light collector.
Yeah, of course. That's probably what crashed. He probably used it. Crashed his computer. It's just too many particles. Watch this be one of those pauses that Valve has to code something into the game for them to reconnect. You heard about that one, right?
I did.
Who was that again?
But the reason they gave wasn't that he can't connect. It was that he can't start Dota, right?
Yeah, it's
different. So hopefully this is a...
Hopefully it reinstalls Dota. Yeah. I mean, he's uninstalled it so many times before. I'm sure he's familiar with the process, at least. These young kids love to
switched.
uninstall, reinstall.
His camera went off, so I'm guessing he's full rebooting the PC a bit. I don't know how you reboot a bit, but he'll do that.
Yeah, that's good. Good tech support, Cinderant.
Yep. Have you tried switching it on and off again?
You know, that is a meme. I worked in tech support.
I know.
As you know.
Most of the time, it's very useful.
Most of the time, that is what fixes things.
Yeah.
So if you call tech support and they say that, like, obviously if you're like savvy like me, they don't know you're savvy though. So that's why I find I have a lot of empathy now for people in that position because, you know, most people calling it are actual morons, like complete dunces, you know? So yeah, restart it. That'll fix it most of the time.
Yep.
Okay, restarting, good.
Oh, we're getting closer and closer to the granite golem. Starting to get a bit spooky there.
Hey, can we get a zoom in on the ancient ice shaman, please?
All right, is this the ugliest face in Dota?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're getting up close. Can we get right on the face here? Just imagine this thing is looking at you, dead in the eye. Just wait. Dead in the eye. You wake up to this face and it says that. Just imagine. Imagine the fear. God, that is actually just atrocious. Good lord. Ugh.
These look more like zombies than Undying does.
Yeah.
Actually. Oh.
Yeah, there is some clipping issues here, though, it seems. But the funny thing is that these just have like 20 times more polygons than Morphling still.
Yeah.
It's like, what do we need to do?
This could be the Morphling Arcana. This demon drinking milk.
Drinking milk? What does that even mean? What do you mean drinking milk?
Wasn't that what you wanted the Morph Arcana to be?
Oh, I actually forgot about that meme already.
That's fine. It was a joke you made a week ago, so it basically never happened.
Yeah. If it doesn't make it to Reddit, it's not successful, Cinder.
Well, that was a bit nauseating. Let's spin around a bit more.
Oh, it's a leaf with cherries?
Those are not cherries.
What are they?
I forgot what these are called, but it's not cherries.
Some sort of berry?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a pine cone, though.
Holly, we're being told. That's right.
I don't know what holly is.
That's type
a person's name.
Yep.
Or
Amar's back.
All right. And into another pause. Reason? Misclick.
Oh, Snith wrote, please wait. So I think the admins wanted the pause. I think they wanted Amar's camera back on.
Okay.
I had to guess.
So getting back to the game, since this will be starting up again, who do you think is happier with the current state of the game?
Probably BetBoom because their PCs work. Thanks for your question.
Okay, good. Thanks, Cinderant. As always, just straight to the point. And you can see Miero has a major net worth lead right now. This hero, though, we have seen it fall off quite a bit when it gets to the late game. Do you think that's still an issue for the hero, or less so these days?
Yeah, I think it's...
I mean, some of your net worth is you're putting into Lifestealer, right, with the Wolf Bite.
It's definitely still a problem, especially given his matchups, right? The Faceless Void will always be a problem for Lycan. He's heavily reliant on mobility, and you can just freeze him in time. And the Mars Arena, even when you have BKB, eventually Mars is going to get some refresher, or something's going to happen, you're going to get hexed. So I would definitely say we're around the time of the game that Lycan, for the most part, peaks. It'll be interesting to see how BetBoom play around this. Like, if this Ag's timing is now, it's just flat-out go time, and they're going to force something to happen. I would imagine they still want to get at least one more Aegis before they plan to siege bottom.
Oh, the instant hex from Save, Impale, but the disruption save onto Skeeter as a Rolling Thunder being used to take out the line, but the Torrent connects onto the Void, and he's dead! Beautiful timing. The disruption sets it up, actually. And now Falcon's on the run. Miero in that wolf form with the Orchid as well. Does he have the damage? Oh my god, no. The Greaves come out at the last moment in the base for Snake King.
He did not want to BKB out of that disruption, and I understand why. Like, a lot of the stuff had already been used from BetBoom. They killed the Lion. You kind of just want to time walk away, but the Torrent from the Torrent Storm was perfect. He
was it from the Torrent Storm?
He died in a chain stun that his Shadow Demon was a part of.
Yeah.
Actually.
I mean, that's a combo we've seen from when they're on the same team, right?
Ah, the good old times. Don't remind me of Shadow Demon, Kunkka double roam. God, I loved that time.
Kunkka as a support should not be a thing.
It absolutely should, more than Terrorblade.
Okay, well that's true. Roche is up in a minute. So Falcons won't truly get punished for this. Not as hard as they could have been, that's for sure. I think the Aegis is pretty damn important for BetBoom because they're not necessarily on a timer per se, but they do want to get these buildings. They want the building advantage, and they kind of messed it up earlier when they could have gotten racks, but dove. Like, imagine if they were up a set of racks right now in that bot lane.
Definitely be a lot easier, especially you're playing with Lycan, right? So this blood push is extra dangerous. There's going to be wolves on some of the extra creep waves and stuff, so just gives that little bit less time to the enemy team. Xmark.
Welcome back.
Of mission. They are going to swap sides, knowing that Roshan will be fought for in the top half now.
They're close by.
Arrow
is going to provide some vision. Actually hits the Lifestealer. Rebuke to follow.
Oh, that's
Skeeter
good.
gets the Chrono on everyone else. The Phoenix is dead first. Rolling Thunder right on top of that Chronosphere. As Nightfall trying to do damage here. He's going to get Wolf Bit as well. Out of mana pops the BKB now. Finally, somebody dies on Falcon's side. He does have buyback, Amar. As Skeeter goes in and out, Nightfall has the open wounds onto Skeeter. He's going to get impaled. Do they have the damage to finish the job? Mirror's going to get to the other side and try to do just that, but the Phoenix Head comes through. Malrine doesn't have the right clicks to take that out. And the Void will survive. And now Miero, he's going to be spotted. Does get out in time. Toronto Tokyo dodges the arrow, but has no escape. The Yules just delays the inevitable. So Falcons, wow. I actually can't believe the fight went that way. That could have gone 3 different scenarios.
I was going to say, if Falcons don't win a fight like that, what fight can they possibly win? They arrow the carry, they get a 4-man Rebuke into 3-man Chrono. I guess they layered their arena a little bit awkwardly here, but come on, like this is still super good. But the heroes are just so tanky. If GPK gets off the Torrent Storm here, this could have changed everything, but he only got off the boat.
Saves infested. Roche is low. Is he actually going to go for this?
Oh, they're trying to get vision.
Save. He actually goes in. Oh, takes the Aegis! He gets the Aegis. Malrine with the Rolling Thunder in the pit, focusing on save for now, as Crick getting gone on by the Lycan and the Lifestealer. He will drop as a result, but now Skeeter on top of Nightfall. The Torrent Storm is there as the Kunkka finally arrives. Amar with the arena on top of all of them, though. They're going to lose the Kunkka as a result. And now Miero left with Nightfall. The gem drops to the deck as well, as these two cores need to get the hell out. Miero with the BKB. He's going to get bashed, attempting to TP.
First hit bash.
First hit bash is there, and he will die. So an incredible steal from BetBoom, but they still lose basically everyone.
Yeah, and they lose the Aegis. If they would have somehow maintained the Aegis, you could argue that would be worth a few thousand gold, but the follow-up in that fight,
Dire's middle tower is under
honestly kind of crazy. Hard to keep track of everything that's happening, but like just clutch save from Crit. And Amar comes back in with a huge arena, and he's really doing damage this game. You can tell. You can tell the difference. And he doesn't really have a damage build, but the Orchid and the type of fights that they're taking, probably really happy right now he didn't buy Aetherlands. Gonna go back down there. I mean, this is honestly, these fights, it's tooth and nail. It's very little things that can change absolutely everything. And Falcons keep calm when it's the most important and stabilize the game one more time. And sure, you don't have the Aegis, but I think this is more than good enough.
Yeah.
You just need to outlast this Lycan spike, and you're doing it just now.
Oh, Malrine gets caught off guard here. The Rolling Thunder, and the bash comes through for Nightfall. Making use of the basher here. Otherwise, I think, I mean, for sure Malrine gets away, so that ends up being a nice kill for BetBoom overall.
That's a big find. They have 80 seconds, 5v4. Malrine not happy about that. Nerf basher, he says.
Skeeter does finish his butterfly, so now this is the point where that Faceless Void is going to start to hurt quite a bit. And we'll see how this Lifestealer, Mr. Nightfall, can match up against him. So you get Chronoed. I think with one more item, a Chrono is just the death.
Oh!
Crit gets out.
They saw him with the Wolf, and I thought for a second he might catch up there on the Lion, but cooldown on the Ogre Seal Totem, I believe, prevented him from getting there just in time. And that would have been a big kill, too. Crit with a 6-minute buyback cooldown. I honestly think this is the kind of game where if you kill the Shadow Demon, you can force high ground. It feels like the disruption is just that important. that him not having buyback means you can force a 5v4 in the enemy base. But Crit gets out with no time to spare. Needs to not die to the Tormentor. Okay, we're good.
Good start.
And Amar reaps the reward of the double spear. Oh, imagine. Well, two-man spear. Double spear would be something.
Yeah, once he gets that refresher, I'm sure.
Yep. And a lot of tier 4s coming out. So Trickster Cloak for Lycan. Get the Telescope on the Phoenix. And Crit finding the Ninja Gear on Shadow Demon. Be quite nice to keep his distance and protect him from wolves. I actually think that's a really big part of this.
Oh, that's true.
When they're going to go for moves together, if he smokes himself, the wolves can't find him to get the Orchid opportunity to, or the Blink Hex for that matter. The side of Bet Boom. And Skitter gets a Mindbreaker, the best tier 4 neutral in Faceless Void. Attack speed is amazing. Get more bashes and you get that.
I would say Pango
nice
as well.
Silence too.
That's the best neutral item for Pango in general.
Yeah.
Not just the silence, but makes the swash just do more damage inherently. Incredible. So now they have a lot of damage to go along with that Chronosphere. And the question is, with this Butterfly, does Nightfall... It looks like he's going for the Abyssal, but does he need to go MKB at some point? Doesn't feel great to do that, but this Void is going to be an issue.
Yeah, you wonder if the approach you take in this game is to kill his team.
Yeah, maybe, and then you can just focus on Miero getting the Bloodthorn.
Yeah. He's going AC for now, though. Wonder if he's going to change his mind, but seems quite committed to the idea, at least.
Oh, bounty!
Shot.
Well, actually, he bought the Bloodthorn recipe for Miero.
Oh, he changed.
So he's actually changing.
He
his
is
mind.
getting it. All right.
Listening to the cast. Good job.
If they were listening to the cast, we would have not seen a banner placed in the last week. So they don't.
Yeah. It's true. We haven't seen a single banner this series.
Yep. Some nighttime
I'm sure
Roshas.
the viewers are very happy about that, so we don't have to talk about that shit.
We still find a way to talk about it.
That's
clearly.
true. The fact that it's missing is just...
Strong timing for Bet Boom. They smoke up with their newly picked up Bloodthorn.
Who gets the opener? Skeeter. Oh, that Chrono.
Oh, save's gonna break.
Light Malrine with his ult to follow. Amar goes in deep with the BKB. Not really finding a good connection, though. They get the break onto the Lifestealer for now. He uses the Abyssal Blade. The Torrent is there, but the Disruption save onto Amar. Now the focus for the Skeeter. Looks like Nightfall is going to be able to get out here. Likely to try to infest onto a teammate. He does eventually take out Amar, and the Chronosphere hits one hero. Not the greatest target. Finger of Death onto Skeeter's going to time walk it all off, but now Nightfall is on the run. Basher there, Bloodthorn on top, Tidal Wave brings him to his knees. 90 seconds with no Faceless Void, and Malrine now X'd back into the fray. Stuck on the low ground, though, attempting to TP out. Very ambitious play, had no other way to get out. And that is another core dead for Falcons. And Bet Boom, they only lose Toronto, Tokyo. And this is where they have to get racks.
Oh, yeah, I mean, surely. The only hero they can buy back on the side of Falcons is Mars, and he does not stop them at all. This is, I think.
Yeah.
They might just go for it. They might try to poke the tier 4s and be like, hey, do you guys actually have buybacks on your other cores?
Yeah, that's one buyback.
They don't have to be scared of Chrono. I actually think Nightfall could really start knocking on the tier 4s, but...
Play it safe.
He'll opt for the potential
I can't
megas.
blame him here.
No, of course not.
So many times we've watched Bet Boom in scenarios like this, and they drop the ball. They want to get to the grand finals here. So this is going to be minimum 2 sets, and there's no tier 2 tower bottom, so there's nothing stopping them from trying to go for megas. Now that I say that, though, the Pango has buyback. Crit picks up the bounty rune to ensure it.
I mean, there isn't even a range Rex down here.
And there's the buybacks. Oh, that's true. It's just one barracks. It's Nightfall. We'll try to take it out. Swash not even going to hit. 15 seconds on the Void.
The waves have been cut. So.
They're going to back away. And snaking in that Moonlight Shadow. Amar going in. Oh my god, save gets destroyed. GPK has to use his BKB and run away. As Malrine able to find a connection onto Nightfall for now, but he just rages and runs away. GPK is going to have to use his boat, but attempting to TP out. Do they have? Yeah, they have the stun there. So at the very least, Falcons will get something, but we can see both heroes with buyback if they want to try to force the issue. But only one single barrack remains.
Don't think you can say that in singular.
Single barrack.
Unless you're talking about the ex-president of the United States. And you can.
Barack is up and running. One more term.
Bet Boom, say yes we can to defending the base. Oh, see what Falcons can get out of this. The mid-tier 2, definitely that. But don't know if they're going to go any further than this. This feels risky, you know? They also have cooldowns and buybacks, but at the same time, maybe you'd kind of just have to go for the jugular. See how much you can get out of this.
That was the MKB, by the way, on the Courier, so Nightfall will not have that for this fight. There's a full Demon Edge on there.
Skater with
Falcons.
Skater with a damage rune.
High ground.
This is
They're going to get the mid-racks, but look at their base. Their base is under attack.
Yeah, Miero going to force them back with the split, so they don't get more than a side, but this game, dare we say it's almost 50-50, despite them having 1 melee Rex left against Lycan. We're approaching the...
Oh, Miero spotted. Still in that Lycan form. Will pop his BKB. Demonic Purge not going to slow him down yet.
I have the vision
Still has
from
plenty
the
of time
yeah,
with that Lycan throat form, so we'll be able to connect with his team in the end. Very intense game, I have to say. Imagine if they got that bottom racks earlier.
Actually.
This would be megas.
Yeah, you're right. The earlier push. Everything in a game of Dota is just... It's snowbally. It always was, it always will be, and decisions you made 20 minutes ago might not seem like the biggest of deals, but obviously could have made a big difference here. And now this is going to be about the Roche. So yes. 5 seconds here until we'll see the respawn.
They spot the wolves. Save is infested.
If BetBoom keep their calm a little bit here and just scout the Roche, it should eventually be theirs from just wave pressure. Not only do they have 2.5 barracks, they have the Lycan Shard, they can use his wolves to push with as well, they have his Dom creep. They just need to check the pit, and they're not doing it right now.
Yeah, they could always send a wolf.
They have plenty of ways of scouting the pit, just not happening yet. Looks like now Toronto Tokyo will be demoted to less than a wolf. Nope. Yes, he will scout the pit.
They're making their way over there, and this is Aghanim Scepter for someone. I would assume
Falcons are going straight down mid. They're trying to force them to defend their base instead.
Okay. Is it going to be enough to force them?
They're smoked.
They see them, and here comes the open wounds onto Roche. Aegis, Cheese, and Ags as Skeeter shows up on the doorstep. Does Betbu want to give up a set of racks? They're going to fortify, so this is going to delay things a decent amount. But once that's out, it's going to be free reign on these buildings. So it is Aegis, it is Cheese, and Ags. Which we'll see who they put it on here.
Oh, they don't even lose a melee.
Yeah.
This is a very good trade for BetBoom this late in the game. This Roche is exceptionally valuable. The Cheese on GPK is huge too. We've seen how long it takes Falcons to kill him. As long as he gets the boat off, this Cheese is likely getting maximum value in the fight. Where was that Supernova? Did he?
Oh, you're right.
Did he just Supernova in the fountain?
Huh.
Maybe they really wanted daytime. He was trying to give them vision.
That's next level. That's the case. All right, they hand over the Aghanim Scepter to Nightfall, and he's still waiting for the MKB on his Courier, and he is basically at max output once he gets this. So can infest into enemies, disarm Void. I mean, the disarm's not going to be probably that effective this game. We'll see.
Depends on the situation.
Yeah, I mean, the Chrono is... You have to time that perfectly to be able to do it that way. As Miero, shapeshift.
They find Amar.
Find Amar. He's on the high ground. Finger of Death on him. Nightfall coming to try to finish him off. Basher as well. Chrono comes out. Skeeter is going to get Toronto Tokyo. He has buyback, though. Will TP in as fast as he can. As Nightfall still getting bashed up by Skeeter. And here comes Malrine rolling in. Aegis down. Miero still has the wolf bite. Nightfall not interested. He's going to infest save.
Wow, that is such an insanely good outcome for Falcons. They burned the Aegis and a buyback for nothing. They didn't even get a support kill on the side of BetBoom there. Nightfall using the BKB on his first life, but still getting killed off. Doesn't feel confident to take the follow-up fight without one of the important items in his arsenal. And yeah, Falcons keep this very much alive with that play. And again, notice how much focus they've been putting on Phoenix all game. I really feel like Toronto Tokyo needs to have better positioning than this. He's bought a dagger for a reason. He needs to be super far behind everyone.
You think Eon Disc should be purchased by him?
I don't think that should be necessary. I think he's just, like, this is an uncharacteristically poor game from him, in my opinion, because he specifically itemized to solve a problem that he identified that he has, but then he's still not playing it that way. He needs, if his teammates are fighting, stand 2,000 range behind the fight and wait. Clearly, Falcons are waiting for you every single fight and are going to jump you. So what if you just do nothing? It's actually the best play is to just wait. And if they're suddenly going to open the fight on someone else, initiate on them, you just blink, egg, and sunray that person. And then you've had your impact.
Oh,
but
boy.
instead, he's just dying. Double refresher.
Well, it's technically triple because Amara's had his for a decent amount of time now.
Oh, baby.
This is
Falcons.
Quite the reveal.
Falcons are powering up. The Faceless Void one, obviously the biggest one here on Skitter. And he does have the Scotty, so the mana pool is there. This is approaching the kind of late game situation that we've seen time and time again. Lycan-type heroes run into this wall now where you just need one fight, but you just can't win it, you know? I think it's getting so much harder with this Void Refresh, and Betboom should have been able to at least get the Megas before this point. Now it's getting spicy.
I mean, you could theoretically do a backdoor type deal, right? With the Lycan.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to accomplish.
Do you think Megas win there?
No, but
I don't think that's enough anymore.
Megas doesn't win it, but it makes it a lot harder for Falcons. We've seen... Like, Megas isn't everything, but against certain lineups, it's really hard to push out constantly.
Yeah.
Like, that game we were casting, what was it, Spirit with PA in the base? Like, if they had even just one set of barracks, they win that game.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not going to say Megas don't matter. They definitely do, but also would be foolish to just consider it a done deal at that point. If you get Megas 51 minutes in against this kind of lineup, you're halfway there.
I mean, they have a hero that has Rage, so you can right-click buildings a little bit. Kite, Lycan, obviously, a lot of push potential. So, I feel like eventually, with those Megas, it could really help.
The Chrono's just the ultimate trump card, because you don't have a save.
Yeah.
So, unless the Phoenix somehow gets Aether Lens Ags and can protect you in the Chrono, you can always just Chrono and kill a core when the Void is big enough. Especially if Amar starts getting toward the damage items.
What's the range on Egg with Ags? Chrono, like, depending on how you position it, it had to be kind of close, right?
I think it's like, it's 500, and then if you get, obviously you can get Lens to extend it, right?
Yeah.
You can catch, or rather you can save people in Chrono anywhere inside it if you have, even without Lens, I think, but you might need to be a little bit tight. There's another refresher.
Yep, refresher game.
Now,
incoming.
this refresher does nothing unless Toronto Tokyo's positioning is tighter. He really needs to be sure to get off the first egg. So while this item looks extremely powerful, Falcons have really had his number this game. And if they continue to do so, then this item will change nothing. If he does get one good team fight, though, we have seen what late game refresher eggs can do.
What is save going for a nullifier? Goodness.
Yeah, he did that on Techies the other day, remember?
Yeah, so there are a couple Eon discs. For Amar and Malrine specifically. Then there's the Force Staff on Snake King. There's no Yules this time around. It's just funny to see that on a Lion. I mean, this feels like a game that E-Blade might be the play, actually. That's a save for Chrono, theoretically. Then you force a nullifier onto the other side.
Yeah, I think at that point I would probably rather see a Wind Waker, because then you can also get people out of arena and stuff. Like,
I mean,
it's more expensive.
It is.
But, I mean, you're buying Nullifier on Lion, okay?
Oh, there's a Nullifier on Miro as well.
Yeah. I don't know if they should do double. I kind of like the Wind Waker idea better.
All right, so it's a wait for the next Roche for both sides.
Time to smoke to get some control. Key for Betboom is don't get Toronto Tokyo caught and make the fight chaotic. You don't want your heroes to stack and get chronoed or arena'd. You really need to split up. Use the fact that Lycan is super mobile and fast. Use the fact that your other cores are tanky. And for the side of Falcons, try to find some sort of entry into the fight that's pretty straightforward, where you don't commit big spells. Could just be a Blink Spear, or maybe just getting a Demonic Purge on the Lifestealer just to buy time and get information. This is a crucial moment for both
Smoke will
teams.
pop. The X is there, and the Snake King actually uses his BKB. Imagine Snake King having a BKB at this stage of the game. Nightfall going to focus on him at the start. Abyssal, but the Moonlight Shadow can provide some level of cover as Falcons now backs away temporarily. Rage now on cooldown. Skeeter, number 1 on the Chronosphere. He gets bashed, and he's actually going to get disarmed because of the Agnum Scepter. A beautiful Infest move, completely wastes the first Chronosphere. Now turning their sights on him again as the Egg is inside the Chrono this time. The Egg does fall, but do they have the damage to actually finish the job? Nightfall now focusing everything on the Skeeter. The Mana Drain is there as well. Malrine with the Rolling Thunder. It's Nightfall. You can see he's going to use the Nullifier onto Skeeter. He's going to get hit up and stunned and destroyed. Does have the buyback available as Nightfall trying to chase down Crit as Amar running out of juice here. Malrine with the second Rolling Thunder of the game, and that's the buyback onto the Skeeter. And Lycan feels like he's basically alone. Here's a triple Impale comes out as Amar pops his BKB. The Spear is there, save dies. Their buildings are going down quite swiftly to these creeps, but now the Lifestealer completely surrounded. Nightfall looks like he's eventually gonna fall as double kill for Amar comes out. Two players for BetBoom's side have buyback, but the Lycan and Phoenix do not.
These mega extended fights are really favoring Falcons over time. The Shapeshift runs out. They keep poking and prodding with their Pango. They keep poking and prodding with their Mars. And eventually they whittle the heroes down with enough time. The Skater buyback's obviously huge to have to use, but you'd imagine they get something going the other way here. Pushing out these waves, they did not lose the barracks, so not mega. It was just a tier 4 tower. With these 50 seconds they still have until enemy cores respawn, you can push out every single wave, place aggressive vision, and get Roche.
Yes.
So very good position to be in now for Falcons. At the same time, BetBoom with a clear recipe for victory kills Skitter and it's over.
Yeah.
But if he has the Aegis, how do you kill him twice with this lineup? And again, how do you protect your Egg? Once more, Toronto, Tokyo just gets shut out. And this time it was Skitter soloing him.
Aegis, Cheese, and Ags.
And you can't rely on that Infest play, right? That was a really
that was absurd.
Super clutch moment from Nightfall that is not necessarily going to happen again.
I didn't realize that the Infest disarms through BKB. Did you? That is insane. I know you can cast Infest, but
it does, yeah.
That is incredible. But yeah, that felt like a once in a game type thing. You're not going to get that opportunity in all likelihood in the future here. All right, so 17K lead for Falcons. Trying to push this to a game number 3 to decide who goes to the grand finals here at Dream League. And now you just wait. Well, I'm sure it's been enough time almost. Yeah, 18 seconds left on the refresher for Skeeter. And that'll essentially be go time.
Dude, Snaking's inventory.
Yeah, it does not look normal, does it?
Force Staff, Gleipnir, Greaves, BKB, Drum, position 5 Mirana. 25,000 net worth.
State of Dota.
He has the same net worth as the enemy team supports combined almost 60 minutes into the game. On the what has been losing side for the most part of the game.
Yeah.
Just ramping up. Finding that farm. He has 250 CS. The Lion has 26.
They scan. BetBoom knows that Falcons are up there. They can hear their cry. Ah! They're ready to collide.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
58 minutes in. Haste now by Skeeter. Infest Bomb onto save. He's gonna get blinked over by Amar. Spear's gonna connect. The Lion's in a lot of trouble. Nightfall jumps out, gets the Abyssal Blade onto Skeeter, but now he's inside this arena. As somehow the Lion is surviving. Finally save falls as Skeeter gets the Chronosphere onto 2, but the Egg is gonna be placed as Skeeter focuses all his efforts on just the Egg. Double Chrono ensures the death of Toronto, Tokyo. Boat comes in. Amar's Eon Disc proc, but the Sheep is now onto Skeeter as GPK. A nice Impale comes out from save as Nightfall not able to find the connection he's looking for. Malrine continue to wreak havoc with that Rolling Thunder crit. Uses the cheese, it looks like, as Nightfall is trying to 1v1 him, but the disruption will delay, and now Nightfall has to run away. Save is dead. Just like that, only 3 alive for BetBoom. The Infest onto Skeeter is not going to be enough, as he will continue to survive, still with that Aegis intact, by the way. And now the Demonic Purse to slow down the Lifestealer. And this looked like it might be the end of game number 2 here shortly, as Nightfall trying to get to his high ground, but he dies. Triple kill from Malrine. Toronto Tokyo has to limp back to base, and now Falcons, with all the time in the world to get these buildings, but there are no creeps yet. That is actually quite the oversight here.
What an
Be a bit of a
absolute
delay.
late game masterclass, though. Everything in that fight from Falcons was borderline perfect. Skater gets 2 Chronos back-to-back. He kills off the Phoenix. Every time someone is in trouble, Crit is literally just waiting behind the fight, standing patiently waiting for something to happen and counterplaying it immediately. They get 2 great arenas. They kite out all of the spells of the enemy side and just winning the longest team fight I feel like we've seen in a very long time in this tournament. Just clean.
Fortification used. Bet Boom, they only have 3. They're trying to delay things for Miero to come back. And Falcons looks like they are pushed back a bit, so not going for Throne this time. We'll get the racks on the top side of the map.
Speaking of, don't lose track of your own Ancient, Falcons.
That's true. The tier 4 is taking heavy damage. Malrine is the one that has to fall back. So Falcons, thinking they might have had the win there, will have to back away. The tier 2 is still bought as well, so it's not like Mega Creeps really on the table. But this is a 44,000 net worth lead now for Falcons. This is an seemingly insurmountable lead as long as they have buybacks, which they have 4 of right now.
Yeah, they have a humongous advantage. Not just that, but the enemy team's buybacks are so far out, right? If you wait 2 more minutes, Skitter will have his, so it's just a 1-minute window between this Aegis expiring and getting his second life from the buyback. It's really hard at this point to find a way for BetBoom to structure a team fight that works. They're really trying to take some sort of initiative and catch, but Falcons are just so stupidly durable at this point. The Void is hard to kill, and Disruption, that X factor in every fight. Magic Lamp on Faceless Void.
He wants to survive.
We've seen it all.
That's all he cares about.
A lot more help.
Oh, he's going to find Miero on the top side of the map.
He doesn't have
Close
buy.
to his own base inside the arena. He will use his ult to get away along with the BKB.
Trying to bash him.
Arrow not going to hit. As Malrine finding more connections into the base there. As the Chronosphere comes out and Miero looks like he might actually be dead. Indeed, that is the case. Infest was used offensively as Nightfall will have to be pushed back. Don't think they can go on here as the Torrent Storm already expended from GPK. And Falcons still looking for a potential connection here. Gnar with a nice spear out as GPK has to pop his BKB. As they're forcing out all these important items from the side of BetBoom as Skeeter goes in and out. Now the arena plays from Amar, but they're going to disengage for the time being.
They still have a Chrono.
And
they didn't use it.
Gets 1 tier 4 to his name. He's got this second Chrono ready to go. Snake King able to outrange the tower at this point. Impale, gonna delay a bit, but still 45 seconds without this Lycan. Another in and out. It's gonna force out the rage from Nightfall. He's gonna get bashed up by the Swashbuckle. He gets a bash and toe onto Skeeter, but he's just focusing on the towers now. Torrent Storm is there, Rolling Thunder to create some space. As Nightfall, another offensive usage of his ult, but the disruption is there. Nightfall actually jumps out of the disruption now, uses the BKB, now trying to put all of his efforts onto this Faceless Void, but the disruption again from Crit, as he has been so consistent all tournament long on that hero. As the rest of Falcons now focusing this Ancient, the Chrono is used, and the Ancient will explode in favor of Falcons, surely. As the delay from BetBoom is likely to not be enough, but Sunray coming out.
Okay.
Skeeter gets to the other side, and that'll be the end of game number 2. Falcons come back from almost being down Mega Creeps. And they force this to game 3.
God, that was an awesome game. Both teams playing really, really well in that one. And I gotta say, there's just so many what-ifs in a game like this for both teams, right? Especially for BetBoom. They get 2.5 lanes of barracks. We talked about it. What if they had just not dove that hero in the tier 4s earlier and taken the bottom lane of racks? They could have had Megas the last 20 minutes instead. There's the little melee barracks that could. Crit looking extremely excited with a very clutch win there. Cool, calm, and collected as always. Malrine wearing the shirt of his coach.
He looks quite a bit different, not playing terribly. He actually puts his skill to use, it feels like.
Pretty much night and day. I gotta say, standouts for me in this game, I think Crit played an amazing Shadow Demon game once again. Amar and Malrine on their trademark heroes. And if you want to look at a little bit of the negatives, Toronto Tokyo had a couple of fights in this game that just really didn't work out when BetBoom needed him the most. Got chronoed multiple times in the mid game. In the late game, I think it's more forgivable. Like, Skitter just has too much stuff. Like, you're going to get caught somehow.
Yeah.
But right when Toronto got that dagger, I think BetBoom really needed them to come up bigger in those fights.
That's right. So Team Falcons even it up 1-1, and I have to say, it seems like they have some good momentum going forward. Isn't that right, Sheever?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Shannon and Zinran. This was a fantastic game. This game shows us why these two teams are at the top, are in this winner bracket finals. It was very back and forth. There's a lot to break down. I'm joined by Jenkins, Lacoste, and BSJ. And Lacoste, I'm gonna go to you first because there's a lot of things we can talk about in this game, but I'm gonna leave the honor all up to you. What do you want to start with?
We can start early, like BetBoom, super strong at the early stages of the game. They managed to focus down this Faceless Void. He doesn't deal well with the summon, so this top lane was a complete disaster. GPK on top of the net worth, and the bottom lane was also doing really good. It's, I think decision-making sometimes can be slightly off the mark when it comes down to BetBoom. When the pressure is high, they became much better at not like throwing the games. They can reset mentally and everything, but I think if they don't dive that tier 4 tower, if they get megas, this gives them another window of opportunity to potentially close out the game. You have Lycan, you have the Shard, Helm of the Overlord, so you can TP in, maybe force like one bad fight where they don't have a buyback and try to go for the throne, because like the creeps would be stronger, they would be pushing in, so something, you know, that you can still win game off, but pretty difficult when it comes down to late game with this like triple refreshers, multiple Aeon disc, too much tankiness to go through.
Yeah, it didn't seem like there was it was like a repeat of the first game, except in the other direction, where it was like BetBoom just didn't have the damage. No matter how much Nightfall like stuck on a hero, they just weren't dying. And the chrono, the double chrono late game coming out from Skeeter was enough to at least get like 2 to 3 kills before the fight even really starts. And it seems like Void is a pretty good answer to the Lifestealer, at least if the game goes to 60 minutes.
Yeah, they really planned for that power spike in the late
I don't know, man. Does Lifestealer fall off? Am I crazy?
No, I honestly don't think the hero really falls off, but I think their late game lineup of 3 refreshers, like there's no such thing as long fights against Refresher Pango, Refresher Mars, and Refresher...
None of them were taking any damage.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly looked at that game, and I think Falcons will still probably ban Lifestealer in Game 3 because that game looked really hard, as they had better teamfight and better ways to like... The first game, it felt like Falcons had a tough time choosing which target to go on because of the Infest and Lifestealer being hard to kill. But they just had so much AoE this game, and I liked Mars change of going like, rather than the Yule's Ether, he went BKB Orchid. Like, this is much more of a anti-Lifestealer build. So I thought that was like a cool way to see Falcons adjust from Game 1 to Game 2 to the problem that they feel like they faced. But I guess I'm not exactly sold on Miero's offlane pool of the Lycan, because he's always #1 net worth, but they don't end the game. And I don't know if that's something about this meta. If maybe it's just the fact that they dove tier 4s. Like, I liked their draft still, but I feel like it's just, there's a reason nobody else is picking summons.
I was going to say
you have your flare, but after a game like this, like I would, with the way games are going to 40 minutes, 50 minutes, would I rather have this Lycan, or would I rather have a Mars type hero, like a team fighting guy? And I guess I'm moving into Game 3. I think Falcons is going to consider banning Lifestealer, and BetBoom's not going to consider these like summons guys anymore.
I do feel like part of it is that Octarine Refresher are really broken items for the offlane. They're both very cheap. And if you look at all the top offlaners right now, pretty much all of them are going for like very low cooldown spells, like high uptime. What does Lycan do with Refresher Octarine?
Yeah, he needs to get stuff done during his BKB, during his ulti, because once your ulti is down, you're gonna die. Like, you don't have the boots, they can easily chase you down. But I think it's very important to point out that Crit played an amazing game.
He did.
Like, it's one of those games where you have pretty much one job in the late game, keep the distance. Even through the mid game, his positioning was top tier. Sometimes it does get difficult playing into Kunkka Torrent Storm, because you might get like random like clip bites, some like random damage on the ground, radiance, whatever, but he kept his distance and managed to get some really clutch saves.
Yeah, it's why we sometimes see, or frequently see, the Shadow Demon banned out against Falcons. He's just that good on the hero. We're also going to head over to Purge to see what he thought of this game.
Thanks, Shiva. Yeah, for the head-to-head here, I wanted to focus on the mid laners because the mids were they're similar heroes from game one, but they have slightly different play styles, which is basically team fight disruption, but the way they do it is different. Great KDAs for both players, excellent performances from the two of them, and there's their hero damage. Surprisingly, Pengo did a lot more than the Kunkka. That's probably because Kunkka is a little bit more disable setup on one area and on one person, whereas Pengo is more of a team fight disruptor kind of a thing. And in these longer team fights, they're just aiming to basically, with the Kunkka side at least, disrupt the team fight by landing a ton of torrents on the enemy heroes and getting them stunned as much as possible. And that's kind of the same thing for Pengo. So between the two, I think they both played excellent. I mean, every single one of these fights was just insanely close. This fight was really cool because they chain disabled the Faceless Void here with the Hex into stun. He got hit by the Torrent Storm and got hit by a second Torrent to kill. So this is the game that they're playing basically the whole time until the late game when Faceless Void has so many items that doesn't really happen anymore. So it's kind of a game where they're just trying to get as much net worth as possible, compound those advantages, and look for the right opportunities. But they're such high-level players that they see these things coming. There's counterplay. There's saves upon saves. Just such a good game.
It was a fantastic game. I felt like we saw both teams having great fights. I will say though, having the Kunkka against the Shadow Demon, I know Crit played a fantastic game, but you still can time your stuff off of the saves, right?
Yeah, and we did see that in that one clip there, the torrent after the disruption. But at that point, usually the fight you spent at least some of your abilities at that point when the SD comes to save. So you might not even have the things to layer afterwards. It's a little bit chaotic at times, as we could see. But that's why you buy a refresher orb, or you get the Octarine with that torrent cooldown talent, so you just keep pumping it on the same target. So yeah, it's very complex, but cool to see at these high levels.
Yeah, very cool game. I just hope that we're gonna have a game 3 that lives up to the expectation that this second game has set. We're gonna find out what type of game is coming our way after a break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Welcome back. You are watching DreamLeague Season 22. We're in the upper bracket finals. And that means it's the second to last day. Yes, it is. And that means tomorrow you get to watch the final day. And that's great if you want to do that from the comfort of your home. Lovely. Love it. Keep it up. However, if you're from the UK, there's actually a watch party going on tomorrow in London in the Meltdown bar. In London, you can hang out with Tigov. He'll be there, and he'll actually do some on-site reporting for us. So be warned, you might be on screen a little bit. And I know
you can be famous.
You could be famous, and also it is Mother's Day tomorrow in the UK.
Bring your mother.
You can
Mothers
bring your
love
mother.
Dota.
They love Dota. Also, they also love flowers. So if you send flowers, and then you can go. You know, you're free, basically. You can still check out some Dota in the Meltdown Bar. There's themed cocktails. The doors open at 11:30, so you can also watch the lower bracket finals there as well. So, keep that in mind. We already know that Extreme Gaming made it to the lower bracket finals, and they're about to find out their opponents. And we're also about to find out our first finalist as we are in Game 3. Should be moments away from the draft. I want to talk about something that we briefly saw mentioned regarding Game 2. It's a hero that we don't see Toronto Tokyo on that frequently. It was the Phoenix. Obviously, there was still an Undying in the pool, but we did say they might wanted to have some more team fight, but hindsight, Purge, he just didn't seem that confident on Phoenix.
I mean, he did press his ulti in the fountain.
He did do that.
He did, yeah. We all heard it.
I think he played it relatively fine. Like, it wasn't maybe as impactful as we would have liked. I saw it getting killed quite a few times, but I think I think it's correct that teamfight is very, very important right now in this patch, because if you don't have it, then and you lose a fight badly, or if you're really far behind, you just can't win those fights. So it gives you a little bit of security as long as you get out of the lanes with like a relatively close position. But in a game against where BKB is now very popular, Sunray is just worse. There's one time he like ultied and Sunrayed the BKB carry who just killed him anyways. So I don't know, maybe there's less impact on Phoenix than we expected.
Yeah, I don't know. This Blink Dagger pickup, Yules as well, I can understand against, Faceless Void going in. I think he needed a little bit more protection of his own, maybe an Aeon Disc, maybe like something more aggressive like a Hex could be on this side, also using Ult Chat when the game's not over, so it backfires as well.
The karma.
All these things combined, so let's see how this is going to affect BetBoom as a team, because, they had problems in the past with this. They looked much better recently, but... all right, I believe we have a draft already.
We do, and important to note, it's BetBoom that has first pick, which is the side that they are most successful with. Instant opening with the Shadow Demon, though. I mean, is the best Shadow Demon, why not, right? We're gonna see Crit play that one. Also, Kunkka first phase pickup. What do you want to see, Brian? Where do you want this to go? And are you happy with these openings so far? Even though we don't know that much yet, I guess.
I'm actually interested that BetBoom already banned Lifestealer in the first round.
Oh, they did?
Picked it twice. I thought it would be Team Falcons considering it, but once again, like Skeeter is the master tier Lifestealer player, so the fact that hero's in the pool and maybe BetBoom feels like they don't want to give its second pick, or like they think that because they picked its second last game and it still did well, that maybe after first picking Kunkka, maybe Team Falcons would have first or like second overall picked the Lifestealer. So,
Beaver, what did you notice?
Oh,
What'd you see, Chiefs?
The one that's not banned is the Techies.
Ooh,
And
that's explosive.
Also Mars. I
Mars.
think BetBoom is kind of baiting Falcons, like, hey, we got the Kunkka. We think this is a good counter. It's looked good 2 games in a row. Go ahead and pick it. Okay, I'm glad that they did that, though, because then there's sometimes where you are baiting the pick too much, where it goes so far into the draft, where it's just a really good Mars game anyway, and you just bait yourself, which Brian is an expert at. You were saying?
Yeah, masterfully.
Do you want to give that Techies away? The save is 100%, 9 out of 9 games. This guy is just a completely different beast on a hero. I think you might need to remove it. Also, this time around, if they decide to play this Kunkka from the off lane, I feel they need some backline jump, like more backline jumps for the Shadow Demon. I think they're not going to make the same mistake again. Even though GPK looked good throughout the whole game, at one point you could feel that they don't have enough to deal with this Shadow Demon.
It eventually runs out, and I like the SD opening for Falcons because it's obviously very effective on them, but it feels like there's a lot of melee carries that are popular in this meta right now. So having SD ulti against them gives you this really nice window in the middle of the game where you can just mega slow them and prevent them from doing damage in fights, or you can kill them.
Yeah, the Lifestealer, I think actually I was considering why Jengenju felt like it fell off last game, and I think the fact that even though he was like wolf-bitten and raged, he's broken by the SD ulti consistently, which disables the feast and it disables the ghoul frenzy.
Yeah, 2 abilities.
He just did. I think that's why he felt incredibly underwhelming, is that's like 70 attack speed and, 30, 40 damage a hit. That's also supposed to heal you, so.
Percentage damage in the late game where everybody has like 4,000 HP.
Yeah.
Very, very impactful.
Ooh, okay, this hero's back. Team Falcon's one of the few heroes that was still winning with him over the course of this event. It feels like Sven started out really hot, and now he's about at a 50-50.
He got banned last game, I believe, and when I saw Lifestealer and Void banned, I'm like, okay, well, I guess they're just going to have to pick Sven now. And they had the ability to do it in some ways because they already had the SD as well. Because then if BetBoom takes it, it's like, okay, well, we can counter Warcry, keep you separated.
You want to know a Techies fact? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
My Techies fact is that Save, before 2023, did not play a single pro game of Techies. And 2023, Techies became popular, and now he's the second most played. He has played Techies the second most of anybody else.
That's easy because for the most of its history, Techies was the old Techies.
I was going to say, when did it get reworked? Because I feel like a lot of people started enjoying this new Techies a lot more.
Now, what were you going to say, Lacoste, earlier?
I was about to say that they probably pick another support here and they save something. Because they want to have a hero that can stand his ground against Sven, something that's not afraid. I think Morphling is a good one, maybe even Medusa for BetBoom team. If they were leaning towards Medusa, I would feel they would maybe pick Lion instead of this Mirana, but we'll have to see. Because a lot of the times you'll see this Sven having such a good game. You have Shadow Demon behind you to save you, the spell mechanic from his shard, and he just has a free reign in the fight. Like you see these heroes and he pops the BKB, they start to run away. 2 hits, the hero dies immediately.
Yeah, they finally get the Batrider. This hero has been second phase banned. And the other...
That's what happens when heroes like Lifestealer enter the first round. Some of the heroes that were first round banned virtually in no drafts are now 3rd or 5th picked, 6th pick.
Lets the bat through, and on Falcons, both Snay and Crit have played both the Batrider and the SD, so depending on how they're feeling about which hero's better at scaling in the game, they can swap that up.
Not an easy carry pick by any means. Now you have to play through Batrider and Shadow Demon. These are like BKB piercing abilities, anti-carry. They can also be buffed up by Sven's armor, so they're not gonna go down as easy.
Guys, I have a question. Is this going to be the first Batrider core game that we've seen? Malrine Batrider core. If you can get it versus Kunkka on the mid lane, that is a very good matchup for the Batrider.
I mean, I asked him, I remember when I interviewed him, I asked him, like, why isn't Batrider a good core? And he's like, well, I mean, if you can play him core, like, you can always pick him, but he's just much better as support. But if this is the game for him...
If they pick a good draft to play Batrider into, the hero can 1v5.
Well, part of his reasoning also was that there weren't very many good supports in the meta, so if you picked him, you, like, had nabbed one of the good supports. But they've already got Tiny, which is, like, a flex support core role, so... I actually think Jenkins is onto something.
And all the supports got through because of all of the bans that have to be allocated towards the cores because of the specialty picks. The Storm, the Slardar, the Lifestealer, which we've seen in this series.
It might be both Tiny offlane and Bat mid, and we still look for a 5.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here for Falcons. I like this flex because, unlike the first game, we don't know.
Yeah.
They're not showing their hand.
It could be anywhere, their hand.
Yeah. Never know.
Under the desk.
Purge?
Jenkins.
Back to you, Jenkins.
Yeah, so this pick is likely going to be the offlaner or the mid. Or they could go for the carry, actually, because they know the carry-to-carry matchup. Brian, what's a good carry matchup versus this fan? We've seen the Luna. It's not looked so great, but teams have still picked it.
It would be Troll. I think Troll would be a really good carry-to-carry matchup.
Good call.
Thank you. As I actually think this is a really tough Troll game. I don't like playing Troll into Bat. I don't like playing it into Shadow Demon. Any hero that can force you to change targets, which Shadow Demon Disruption can do. Tiny's really good at kiting, Natural Yules Builder as well from the support role. I'm thinking Core Bat here. I would love to be Core Bat against pretty much every hero except for maybe the X from Kunkka, but you also lane against him well, so...
So what's the reasoning for going for the Troll? Because the Shadow Demon alone should be a reason to not take him.
Still don't know like the matchup because there's a lot of flexibility on Falcons, the way they can lane it, offlane Batrider, offlane Tiny, mid Batrider, whatever it's necessary, but I don't know, I've seen so many times Troll being picked into these like specific heroes. You're playing into Warcry, a lot of your physical damage will be mitigated against Shadow Demon, like multiple abilities you don't like to play into, the tossbacks, Avalanche, a lot of control that the Troll just hates to play into.
And they don't really have like poke on the side of Bet Boom to like make Team Falcons use their spells before Troll ultis and stuff. Like I think you can be very patient on Team Falcons with any defensive items or spells, and once Troll then presses BKB or ulti, you just respond, so.
They do have a lot of magic burst, though. It's one upside about a potential, like, Kunkka Techies, is that if you could do X into Torrent, into, like, Techies Jump, there's just a lot of magic nukes, so pre-BKB, they have kill potential.
Don't be stupid, Bet Boom. Ban the Huskar. Don't be stupid. They can still pick Huskar, even if they had plans for Bat Core. All of the flexes would allow for a Huskar pick.
I do think Bet Boom needs someone who goes the hell in, because Troll, I would want to be very patient in these fights myself. Like, the best answer as Troll is to buy, like, SNYs and Satanics and just say, like, I'm going to outweight you, basically. Like, I'll have extra buttons to press once you've pressed your buttons on me, but if you don't have somebody that goes in for you first here, like, Kunkka doesn't really do that. He's actually more of, like, a backliner, generally, with the Ags and the Octarine and stuff.
What would you prefer? Some, like, Storm Spirit, Void to go in?
Yeah, I think a Spirit at this point, like, yeah, probably Void Spirit or Ember and then ban Huskar. Maybe Puck. Puck's pretty disruptive. I actually think they go for Puck. They probably ban
Huskar, get Puck.
Yeah, or no, you have to ban Sniper. I think because it's Malrine. He plays Sniper, right?
You gotta ban the Huskar against Malrine, my dude.
You only get one.
I would much rather play against a Sniper. I think they just can't pick Puck, honestly. I mean,
if they have bad backline jump though, playing against Sniper would also really suck.
I just feel like Troll needs something like Puck. Like I think
Yeah.
if he doesn't have it, then I would be very sad if I'm Nightfall here.
They're all pretty tanky though. I feel like killing SD is maybe the one obvious target, but I don't really like if I'm playing Puck. Like you have to deal with a Tiny and a Sven.
Yeah, what are you gonna go
hard.
for?
What else do you like the Void Spirit more, Purge, or do you have something else in mind?
I mean, Void Spirit's a little bit more damage, certainly, and a little bit more HP, so when he does take some nukes, he's more likely to survive, but he has got some solution against SD as well. If you get Demonic Purge, you can zip out. I think that's better, but it's definitely a worse hero.
They ban the Puck themselves.
Lina.
Okay.
Lina against like Tiny Bat and stuff, though? Like, it's a lot of displacement.
How does Lina do against Bat Core mid? I feel like probably good, but Bat can kill Lina.
You win the first few levels, and then there's like a timing, where Bat can kill you between level 4 and 5. I think.
You don't want to Huskar the Lina, although I wouldn't doubt that Mallory would do it anyway.
I'd be so down for them
He's
to
not
play Bat
laughing
mid here.
I just don't.
They are not laughing.
They're not laughing. Maybe some Lesh to keep the distance away from this Lina. I wouldn't mind builds like into Yule's map, not necessarily as your first
I
item.
like Lina versus Lush though, because you
like it the other way?
You just burst them, yeah.
The one thing is, we're talking about how many flexes they can do, and they're busy.
Oh, he's
thinking about-
laughing.
Uh-oh. No, you can't Huskar.
He's laughing as
No,
well.
what? You can't Huskar here.
Oh, that's the Huskar
They're not
laugh.
going. No, they're not going.
That's the Huskar laugh.
It's a Viper laugh. Oh no.
The Malrine Viper? Is that, or is this the Amar
Viper as well.
Oh,
It's a Mar
see,
Viper.
It's a Corbat.
Corbat.
Okay, cool.
Wow.
Yeah, okay, well, Tiny Viper is an amazing lane. That is going to destroy a troll in lane. And they don't have much to kill the Viper either. Honestly, I think they need to start with 3 heroes, level 1, kill the Viper. I think that's the play.
I think this might be the easiest 2-0 from Falcons I've ever seen.
This is definitely a 2-0.
Yeah.
If we forget the first game that they played, could be a 2-0 for Falcons. I think they kind of put themselves in a little bit of a pickle where they like had to choose which lanes they're gonna lose, and now like Troll is super strong laner, and then you have Mirana 5. It's gonna be like a lot of harassments from the distance, but you're playing against Tiny Viper, super strong lane. I like your suggestion, Jenkins, where they just bring one extra hero for the start, get the kill, give a little bit of advantage in that lane. But yeah, I think I'm heavily favoring here Falcons with the draft that they have.
Yeah, or even if they don't get the kill at level 1, maybe rotate save a little earlier as the techies send him through the portal, go for this jump kill, because that's what you have to do against Viper to make sure that he's not just planting himself in the lane, beating up the troll the whole time. So some kind of reaction is going to be really important.
But you also would favor Falcons in this one then?
I'm not sure. I think it's a little bit more up in there. Obviously, the laning stage is much, much better, but the team fight from Betboom is pretty solid as a whole.
I'll make the classic panel mistake and say I think this might be the biggest outdraft I've seen this event. Like, I actually think Falcons owned them with this draft. Like, I don't feel good as Troll. I feel like Malrine's Grandmaster tier bat. It's a really good bat game. Jaggeds?
Shiva, you know I'm not one to make bold predictions, so I'm going to go ahead and say this is about 50-50 draft here. I like the Lina versus Bat matchup, but Malorine, if he can get a kill on that lane, it's going to be very good. I think if they can kill the Bat Rider in the off lane with a rotation, I think that's going to be very good. Both teams have opportunity to win the game here, just at different timings.
But and so who do you favor?
2-0 Betboom.
You flip-flop just like that, huh?
There's no flip-flopping.
He's wearing
Kind
shoes.
of it. It's fine. We're going to find out. This is the last game of the series. Winner of this game will secure themselves a spot in the grand finals tomorrow. Who's it going to be? We're finding out with Sunspan and Synderen.
To game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Sunspan here with the Cindermeister. Crit says have fun. Let's do that.
Doesn't mean it.
Yeah, he wants to win, of course.
He doesn't say good luck, though. He doesn't mean that. It's fine, you guys have fun as long as we win.
Have fun, bad luck.
Yes.
Is what he's trying to say. Falcons versus Betboom game number 3 of this upper bracket finals. Winner goes to the grand finals. Loser goes down to the lowers to face off against Extreme Gaming.
Which will not be an easy matchup for either of them.
I'm kind of on the same page as the panel here. And I was saying this as the draft was underway, Cinderin. I feel like BetBoom completely overreacted.
Right.
And, like the picks, the first phase bans, like the Shadow Demon, if anything, it feels like that was the biggest issue. But it feels like they should have won that game, though. Why switch it up so much? Now you're looking at a Troll, which against Sven, sure, I can understand that, but against literally every other hero, it just feels terrible, doesn't it? Am I crazy?
I think this is a pretty bad Troll game. And I don't even think the Sven is enough of a redeeming factor for me. Because I don't even think that carry matchup is very one-sided to begin with. Crit will die here for the most likely. Maybe this Avalanche can get him away, but I think they're just going to run him down with another set of axes. And
well, that's a good start.
Yeah, Troll's going to need another 10 of those the next 3 minutes. Then and he'll be popping off. Okay, so in all seriousness, Disruption is really annoying for Troll. Everything about Shadow Demon basically is annoying for you. You have a bad lane matchup against Viper. You have 2 displacement abilities in the Lasso as well as the Toss. And while the Sven matchup might be okay, he also still offers the Warcry for himself and his team to tank through you. So I think there's plenty of problems for BetBoom. Now the upside for them is they got their hands on their techies, which they've looked absolutely outstanding with on save. I really like it more when they play the Kunkka and Miero than GPK. Not because GPK can't play it, but I think the dynamic in their team, for me, works better when the Kunkka is the offlaner. So all else aside, my only real problem with their draft is actually the Troll. And
Which is arguably the most important part.
we just see this hero lose so much. I feel like, have we cast a game that it won? Is my question. I feel like every time
when it wins it, I don't know. This hero is just weird. We've talked about it to death for sure. But I mean, you mentioned some of the abilities that counters that hero, but there's also builds that are just part of these heroes inherently that will make him way worse, like the Shadow Demon getting the Ags eventually, which it is snaking, so maybe he doesn't.
We'll say so far so good. He's 6-6 against this 0-0 of Amar.
Okay.
So
yep, that's one way to go about it.
He's winning his lane. I'll tell you that. That's quite the beautiful stat line, really. Amar yet to get a CS.
That is crazy.
He gets one.
All right, congratulations to Amar. We'll keep the camera on this just to make sure that he gets his last hits. All right, let's talk about these weird picks, though. So the Viper picked to counter the Troll in lane. How does this hero fare as the game goes on, you think?
I think Viper's matchups in this game are quite good. There's a lot of magic damage, which you're very good at facing with your skin, and against the Troll, your ult obviously always going to be amazing. So as long as the lane goes fine, I think it's a good game for it, and obviously Amar will be playing this as a carry. I don't think we're going to see Amar buy Ags and go nosedive.
Oh, Skeeter. It's in a bit of a pickle here. Miero continuing to chase. Right click
to one more
save,
swing.
not enough. Miero, can you catch up? The X should ensure the sticky bomb, which should lead to the kill. Oh, nice pick off there for BetBoom. We're talking shit about their draft and their owning so far.
There's one more thing that we didn't really cover here. It's snaking on Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
It is not crit, and I think it's going to be hard for snaking to play it as well as crit, because in my opinion, crit just played it the best out of the whole tournament whenever we've seen him on it. Snaking is also a very good Shadow Demon player, but I think the hero is quite different as a 5 compared to a 4. This hero benefits a lot from reaching, I want to call them certain breaking points in the game at the right time. We saw in the last game how massively impactful the Ags was. We saw how impactful the Blink was. As a 5, you're not going to get the same luxury. So perhaps that is going to, change the style of game a little bit.
Well,
like when we talk about how much it counters the Troll, part of that is itemization. And maybe you don't get there as easily.
But we have seen some scenarios where Snake King will end up turning into the 4 and Crit kind of just, backseats it a bit to go to the 5. Maybe we see that after like the Blink Dagger comes online for Tiny or something.
Could be.
I agree. The Ags, this game seems like it would be just a no-brainer that you would want it at some point, but...
Yeah, Breaking Troll is so good.
Yeah, even just the slow against the like you talked about, there's just so much to deal with. And you mentioned the Ags for Viper that you're assuming he's not going to go for, but that could theoretically... That's another kiting potential onto the Troll Warlord.
It's just Amar, and I know how he usually builds his Viper. It's Dragon Lance, it's Scotty, it's damage.
Yep.
It's level 25 talent.
It's level 25 talent, huh?
Yeah, he builds the level 25 talent.
Okay. So the universal hero one?
Yeah, so I mean that's why that build is so powerful, because you buy these items that give all stats, right? That's why Scotty becomes absolutely incredible on this hero at 25, because you become a universal ranged hero with all these slows and tankiness. Still, so far so good. You gotta say for BetBoom, the top lane is going very well with the head start that Nightfall had. 23 and 12 denies against Viper is very good news. You don't want to have the Viper overpower you in lane. It's a big part of the dynamic here that Viper gets, say, level 5 in particular, so you can start playing aggressive with the poison. And of course, level 6 is a no-brainer there. The Kunk, however, not having the best time for BetBoom, so that's the one downside. But I think it's the best hero for them to have a bad lane on. I think it's way more important that the other two lanes go well. Mid seems like a draw. I was very curious to see how this lane actually does play out, but looks like the bat against Lina is kind of a wash.
Well,
better for bat than I thought.
Yeah, how does this game feel for the bat core, and why don't we see it generally, other than support?
So because of how good of a support it is, you always need to ask yourself, how much more do we get out of putting this hero on core? If it can do the majority of its tasks in the game in a support role and you can counterpick with a better core pick, I think it's very appealing to do that most of the time, and that's what most teams have been doing. Justifying this hero in a core position, it needs to be an outstanding game for the hero where you cannot imagine picking a core that makes it better. And that's just very unlikely to happen, but this time around they thought the Viper was it.
You can see a good amount of XP was stolen by Save, just by shadowing Malrine in the jungle. They were looking for a potential pickoff, and Malrine ends up back into the mid lane, halfway to his boots of travel. And 6-minute rune is upon us. It will be top. Malrine will secure it. Is he holding a point for Lasso? Because the Invis certainly, yeah, he is. Invis could definitely be used to set up a kill.
Yeah.
As the support rotating means that Amar can kind of have his space.
And it's also the fact that Bat has an Invis that actually makes top dangerous. Because at any given point in time, you can now TP Batrider, top use Invis, and go for a quick move. So Nightfall has to be very careful, and that will give up space to the Viper to get a better laning stage going now. Arrow the siege creep here. Will Toronto Tokyo to stop the push.
Toronto Tokyo, of course, coming off of an underwhelming performance, let's say.
That was not his best game. I think he would agree with that.
And I think BetBoom as a whole probably feel like they dropped the ball. I mean, we've said it time and time again. This team can play at the highest of levels, but it feels like there's certain games where they just give up a lead, and they do it quite consistently, especially at these later stages of the tournaments. As disruption from Snaking comes out, forcing out a TP from Save, but it's going to turn to a good old-fashioned tri-lane.
Yep. Don't think the Kunkka minds this too much. I think the lane against Sven is actually fine, 1v1, but he is kind of low on resources, so perhaps a little bit scary. But Miero will definitely not be struggling here.
But I think the reason that the draft was just so weird for me is like I said, you're overreacting with what happened in the last game. It didn't feel like it was mostly a draft thing, but you're giving up the Sven and the Shadow Demon, which I would say are the... Like we've talked about Amar and Malrine sharing a hero pool, and they've been so good this tournament, but it feels like the Sven Shadow Demon, specifically for Skeeter and Crit, even though Crit's not playing it here, have been their best heroes theoretically in this tournament. Arrow can be dodged. Oh, actually, it's the Shadow Demon instead, as a Laguna comes for Crit. Toronto Tokyo claims him, and now Snaking gonna get blood grenaded, pops the Fairy Fire. Toronto Tokyo looking to finish him up, but the neutrals get him instead as Amar wants to fight. This is a 1v3 situation. He just drops. And now GPK on the TP out, but he will die just barely. And Skeeter now coming. Another neutral will kill off Toronto Tokyo this time.
This neutral camp got as many kills as the teams did.
Yeah. So 1-for-1 split with a double kill from the neutrals.
It's like the Tanner in Werewolf.
As the lasso comes out onto Miero. Nice pickoff here for Malrine. That's his first true rotation now that the Boots of Travel are up and running.
Yeah, he's the biggest winner out of all of this. Because with the Lina being traded away, and he's the mid-hero that doesn't die and then immediately makes another move, we'll start creating quite some distance to the Lina. 700 ahead currently. Getting some information about the enemy. Actually stacking their big camp so he can farm it on the way out.
Yep, and blocks their Ancient as well.
Maximum efficiency here from Malrine.
What a nerd.
Yeah.
Toronto Tokyo will try to kill the creep, but just arrows the shield rune, man. Crit not able to find the connection there onto Toronto Tokyo, but yeah, overall laning stage. See how much work Malrine can get out of these boots of travel. Already found the 1 kill on Miero.
There's no
Keep
counter
the
to his
tempo up.
BKB. I think that's worth keeping in mind. The enemy team does not have a save, and they don't have a BKB piercing stun. Those are generally two of the biggest utilities you want to have against Bat, and probably a big part of why Falcons chose to put it in a core role this game was that they just identified if he gets off to a good start, he can catch anybody he wants, and they're just going to die.
Yeah.
So, expecting the BKB blink in either order. Looks to be the dagger first that Malrine is considering here. And he will be kicking up the pace. And this hero is a bit different from what you might remember from a couple years back. If you're playing core Bat, back then you felt like, oh, if I don't find a lot of kills with my lasso in the first 20 minutes, I'm going to fall off. This hero can be a monster late game.
Yeah.
There's definitely scaling potential.
Oh, Miero.
So
he's going to be spotted here.
if he gets off the boat, they might be able to counter this play unless he walks down the lane. Nope, not happening.
All right, good play from Miero then, as Malrine going to go looking for somebody else. But we can see the triangle is fully empty right now.
He's going to steal the stack.
Yeah, why not?
Now, when you have invis on Bat, or Smoke, excuse me, the camp doesn't move, so you can just...
Yeah, easy peasy.
Really makes you question the intelligence of these creeps. If you can't see what's burning you, are you really burning? It's kind of like the tree falling and nobody around to hear it. That's what it's like. Am I really on fire if I can't tell where it's coming from?
Yeah, we certainly need an upgrade to the AI for these neutrals. Very dumb. Of course, there was a time in Dota 2 where they didn't sleep either. That might have something to do with it. I think that causes brain damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, not sleeping for 7 years will probably... I don't think that's healthy for anyone.
Yeah. So, understandable that they're going to have some defects in their brains, of course. Can't blame them.
The first ones to go were the... What were they called? The dragon spawns in the big camp. They were the least tolerant of lack of sleep.
That's... You know,
what were they called again? Why can't I remember this?
The... oh, man. They're in Artifact as well. This is...
So there were jungle...
Prowlers.
Right, they were called the Prowlers, yeah. And before that, in Dota 1, we had Jungle Stalkers.
Yeah, those had evasion. And we never saw them in Dota 2, which I'm a little bit surprised by.
Yep.
And
Malrine looking for save.
Break has
Not
the
gonna
Arcane Rune, and he's going to blast off immediately in the opposite direction to get away. Looks like they disengage, but the Moonlight Shadow from Betpool. They're going to spot Amar. Do they want to set something up here? Looks like they do. Sticky Bomb to slow down Amar.
He's going to
X
get
as
arrow
well.
here.
Boat is coming. Arrow coming from Toronto Tokyo. Will hit. That is the death of the Viper, as they will try to give the kill to Nightfall and be successful in doing so.
Big rotation, but a good kill.
There's a blink getting closer for Malrine. And in terms of the Troll Warlord, not too far away from Battlefield. This is going to be quite a good timing for Nightfall.
Yeah, this game is very much going to come down to how can they enable him. Because he could be as farmed as he wants, but with these bad matchups, if all the spells are correctly going on him for kiting, for slowing, it's still going to be difficult. So I think my hero to watch for this game is probably going to be Miero on the Kunkka. If he plays very good utility around the Tidal Wave and around the Torrent Storm, that's where you can create the type of fight that Troll can thrive in, where heroes are just bouncing up and down left and right, and you keep repositioning them so Troll can hit them. If we end up in a situation where Nightfall needs to just pop his BKB and run in and ult, I don't think that's going to work most of the time. So really got to enable it. Good news for BetBoom is, once again, the Techies has been outstanding from Save this tournament, so he can definitely offer a lot in the way of AoE stun and damage.
Yep, that's true. I mean, we talked about Sven and Shadow Demon being like the heroes of Falcon for this tournament in some ways. But like you said, the Techies from Save, that's definitely a comfort, and he's played it better than... it's not really close on the Techies that we've seen.
I would agree. He's just clearly better than every other player we've seen.
The scan is there. Save. Oh, he's going for the bigger target onto GPK. Gets the flame break into the lasso. Will he have the backup? It looks like that's not the case. As he gets hit anyway by the blast off. Interesting interaction there.
I've never seen that before.
Gonna have to get a highlight of that one once this fight is over.
There was literally just a flying nothing. Imagine you get stunned by thin air.
That's how powerful the mines from techies are. You're in another realm, and you still explode properly.
Did he take the self-damage?
Well, we'll
Probably
see
not,
eventually.
right?
Here's
I don't know.
Malrine. Don't have the vision. Might be careful here. Nightfall's on his way over.
Oh, I don't
the
think he meant.
TP.
I don't think he meant to do
Arrow,
that. Oh, I think he misclicked on Toronto Tokyo. That didn't seem like it was on purpose.
But Amar, he's left alone. Boat is there. Easy kill for Bedboom. Okay, here's the highlight. Let's see. Let's see his HP here. So he's about half HP right now. And he did not take damage.
Well, it's the tree throw that gets him so low. Okay.
That's pretty funny.
Skitter will claim mid tower. This is clearly the best team at playing Sven in this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see if
you
Skitter...
knew they were going to pick it, though, right? So save.
Nice flame break.
Getting gone on.
He's done.
He's done.
So I think, for me, the thing that sets this team apart from other teams we've seen play Sven is that Skitter has an incredibly good understanding of when to join and when not to join. All of these top-tier carries can farm. It's not particularly difficult to farm effectively on Sven if you have a free game. You run from camp to camp, everything dies in front of you. You need to pay attention to the map, of course, but at this level, all of the players have very good map awareness. So where he really sets himself aside is patience with teamfight selection. So he will be very patient with going in, depending on the circumstances, and he will be very selective with when he even joins to begin with. Many of the games, Falcons are fighting 4v5 for like 25 minutes before he truly shows up. For a lot of the other teams, they feel a little bit more forced to bring the carry, and then the fight goes wrong, and you miss your timing, and then you're not an item ahead anymore. So we'll see if Skitter can keep having masterful display on this hero. It would be a fitting way for them to go to the upper bracket, or grand finals, rather. Snaking, nice catch there from Miero.
Yeah,
X mark, and...
Arrow.
Oh, that's close to actually hitting regardless.
Snaking gets Gleipnir, though. That sets up the boat, and the Laguna, and the death. Yeah, like I said, I'm surprised that they let the Sven through. If they make the finals, honestly, I feel like I'd be surprised if they play Sven once. I don't see how that hero gets through. Feels like they've won every single game. As Skeeter, he gets a toss target, trying to beat down Miero. Has the blade mail, so he's going to take some damage, but he shrugs it off. It's the death of the Kunkka. Now Toronto Tokyo on the run, but the lasso finds him. And we'll find the right clicks of Skeeter to get that double kill. And he is far and away the top net worth in the game right now. Nightfall, number 2, has the Battle Fury, so that's going to be amplified quite a bit. And he's going for second item, BKB.
Dire are scanning.
And I wonder, I feel like it's going to be very telling what he gets after. Is this an Ags game? Is it...
No.
What do you buy?
I think you have to go S and Y, right?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean... He's going to show us...
That's just my problem with this hero.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I feel like a lot of the time, no build really feels amazing. You know, you kind of get the least bad one.
You know, I'm just gonna, I know we're hating on this hero, and I'm going to continue to hate on it, by the way. I made it seem like I'm going to change it up, but I'm not. I feel like this hero has been picked way more than it has than it deserves at this point in the tournament. I don't understand why it keeps getting picked. I know a lot of these position 1s are getting banned, but surely they could have come up with something better. But Nightfall is going to show us something, Cinderin.
Yep.
He has to. He's going to show us how to use that ult. Lose control of your hero.
The good thing about that is if you press ult on troll, your team can't blame you. Because it wasn't...
Because you can't control it anymore.
It's like, as soon as you've used that, it's up to destiny how the fight goes.
That is true. But you can pop items now, so if you don't activate an item on time, then it is your fault.
But that's why you don't buy active items.
Okay, so no BKB then, you're saying?
No, you just buy Scotty, AC, Heart, and Butter.
Oh, that's
and hope it works. And then you press your one button.
Whirling axes, yeah.
Oh yeah, true. You also have that. Yeah, okay. You just don't skill that. You go stats.
Watch him destroy this game. Make everybody here look like a complete moron. That's the thing, though. I love this hero. It just bothers me that he's being picked when he doesn't seem good. But we'll see. We'll see. Snake King gets Philly Stone, Cinderin.
Oh boy. Time to become crit.
Yep, that's right. He's going for support items, though. That's unacceptable. Has the mech now.
If you had the Philosopher's Stone, wouldn't your wish be to be crit?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so it's probably the same for snaking, right?
Yeah, that's true. Right. Oh, Nightfall initiated on Lasso. Skeeter is there with the Stormhammer, but they don't have enough damage, or do they? They
Here
do.
it comes!
They're kiting.
Run!
That ultimate is really strong. Lose control of your hero for just a little bit of mana, and he's dead.
Guys, I pressed ult. I did everything I could.
All right, it's not your fault, Nightfall. It's not your fault, buddy.
To be fair, you could question his positioning of being there at that time without any support nearby, but that's not necessarily his fault. It could be a communication error, and honestly, most of the time this would feel a pretty safe position 20 minutes in, so I can understand. But obviously Falcons, it always becomes this game of, I wouldn't say rock, paper, scissors, but you're kind of like trying to outsmart each other with they think we're not there, therefore we're going to be there kind of thing.
Toronto, Tokyo.
He is dead.
Avalanche will cancel the TP.
Burned to a crisp.
Absolutely. 4K lead for Falcons, and now they're going to try to steal this Tormy. As we can finally talk a bit about Amar's item, since we were questioning what he was actually going to go for, as Snake King will get the cleanse. Did go for the Mage Slayer Dragonlance, and
yeah,
of course he gets the Grove Bow as well.
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Love that one. We were talking backstage. I raised the question, what do you guys think? What do people... Is Light Collector ever not the best tier 2 neutral item on every single hero? And the general consensus was some ranged heroes, you want to get Grove Bow. And in some cases, you want to get the... Wow, it's eluding me right now. The Specialist Array.
Well, there's also the dodge item for TA.
Yeah, Gossamer Cape for TA specifically, more or less. And aside from that, it was just, yeah.
So situational.
Probably Light Collector just best.
Yeah.
Most of all. But, of course, for Viper, Grove Bow is just S+. It's probably not replacing it until tier 4.
S+ or S double plus?
Is that T tier?
That's a Kezu tier.
Oh.
He's a big YouTuber now, so you got to get it right. S double plus.
S double plus.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with YouTube?
It gives him credibility. So you just copy him now.
Oh.
But he also puts E as a tier, which is just unacceptable. So
I see.
Forget what I said.
Yeah.
7K lead for Falcons.
Never liked that guy.
That's right.
Ah! Okay. Kazu. Never liked that guy. 8K.
Yeah.
Okay, so Troll generally doesn't tend to do too well playing from behind. So I think he's going to need a lot of help from...
Can we go 2 minutes without talking about Troll?
I think Kunkka is going to
Lasso,
be... Oh boy.
X into boat for Miero, but the Skeeter BKB, GPK is dead.
They need Miero Ags, and they need to fight. And they need to do it soon.
Save.
Before it's too late.
He's out.
Because this is falling apart for BetBoom really fast. They were actually doing quite well in the first 10-15 minutes. But the last few, the lead that Falcons are building is growing very quickly. The Tormentor, now the Lina kill.
And now the pit. Mr. Roche is available.
It was quite slow. God Strength expires, but they probably feel confident that BetBoom can't do anything about it without their Lina.
BetBoom will get as much as they can out of the map during this period of Roche taking. It looks like Octarine is on the menu for Malrine.
Fun fact, that's where his nickname comes from.
What?
The Reen is from Octarine.
Okay.
And the Mal is from malicious or malnourished, depending on the day.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you. Dota
What other
players
words
typically
start
are
with Mal?
malnourished. Maleficent.
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 Yeah.
Oh, Amar is spotted.
Malding. Uh-oh, Amar.
Yeah, blast off. This is the one core they've been able to take out continuously in this game.
He was worth quite a lot. They got 1,000 for that. Okay.
It is a trade for Roche, though. And Skeeter, I don't know what his record... I mean, I know that Falcon's record in general is pretty damn good.
I don't think he's lost on Sven.
I was going to say, I wonder if they've lost on Sven once this tournament.
Maybe in Group Stage 1?
That's the only time... Because I think the one game they lost was against Aurora, and I don't think he was playing Sven. Could be wrong, of course.
They were playing against Dusa. He was Luna, I think, in that game.
Malrine giving Amar a little tap. Like, bro, we're roshing. Don't die. You died. So how much can they get with his Aegis is the question. And when can BetBoom fight? You got the BKB on Nightfall. You got the BKB on GPK. And I guess Miero is what they're waiting for the Torrent Storm.
Get the Torrent Storm running, and
Still
then
1,100 away, though, so it's not like it's going to be super fast. Oh, wait.
150 away. He does have the...
Okay,
he's just
that's
queuing
part
up
of the
BKB after. Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to get it.
That's the timing, then.
Crit with the vision. They might turn this into something. Malrine from the right.
Yep, Avalanche finds Miero. Arrow is going to hit crit, but the last onto the other side. He bounces him back up, so Skeeter can right-click to his heart's content. The pirate has died.
That was a really funny sequence with movement. So first they Stormhammer in, and Skeeter ends up on the high ground while Malrine is pulling him to the low ground. It's like, oh, that wasn't good. So he knocks him back up with
That's just
the
a
flame
little
break.
casual game of ping pong here at DreamLeague.
Kumka does substitute well for a volleyball. Oh, that's nice.
I said ping pong.
Yeah, but I said volleyball.
Ping pong's cooler. 8K lead for Falcons, running away with this thing. Ags on Skeeter. And finishes the Harpoon as well. So even more ways to connect. And there's the St. Joshua for Nightfall. That extra status resistance, which I mean, it is very good this game. It's just, it does feel like they have way too many tools, does Falcons, to kite the troll.
I think he can still find impact in this game if they somehow manage to kill Snaking as the initiation. Maybe they catch him with a blast off or an arrow and just nuke him down with the Lina, and then Troll starts entering the fight. Because he can definitely stand his ground against the Sven. He's not going to be happy to get Viper ultied.
Oh, Viper strike. Miero's coming in from behind. This is going to be a surprise Aghanim Scepter for him, but the Troll is dead already.
Oh, okay.
Are they going to still fight? Yes, indeed. The boat is coming. The lasso onto GPK. He's completely surrounded now, trying to TP out. Will be successful as a Stormhammer connects onto 2. In the midst of the Torrent Storm, Miero will fall. So just like that, 3 dead as Falcons extend their lead.
Yeah, that's not how the fight is meant to start for BetBoom. That's about as bad as it can get. You get jumped on the Troll, he dies and doesn't even get BKB or ult off. And then you try to fight after. You need his damage in the fight. Yep. You also get in an awkward position. The enemy team has the high ground ward. You don't have vision. Lina gets caught running in. She didn't die, of course, but the rest of the teammates kind of have to throw themselves at the enemy team.
If you get Viper struck as Troll, you can't fight your way out of it. You're broken. Like, your fervor doesn't work. Like, what are you going to do?
Yep.
Like, Trolls are typically here. You get initiated on, then you pop your ult and you fight through it. You can't do that if you're Viper struck.
He's queuing up Ags. I think he should buy Lincolns, honestly. And I know it probably feels really bad, but, like, it's probably the least terrible choice, I would guess.
Oh,
they don't have the
great.
best breaks for it, right? I guess, I mean, Bad Rider could just buy a Force Staff to take care of business himself, but aside from that, there's a Force Staff on Tiny that could break it. Stormhammer. It's also nice to Lincoln the Sven stun. Or to Lincoln a Demonic Purge would also be great, as we talked about. That's going to become another break eventually. I think the Lincolns would be nice, but he's still going for the Ags. So what can he dispel here?
Let's see.
Poison attacks. Corrosive Skin.
Sticky.
Sticky.
And then in terms of stuff you take off the enemy, Warcry until the shard comes in.
Yeah.
And that's it?
I think so.
I mean, you do lower the cooldown dramatically. As we hear a lasso, Miero's going to take the initiation and die. No buyback. As the Laguna Blade, oh, nice disruption. It's going to keep the Bat Rider alive a little bit longer, but stay with a beautiful initiation onto 2. They're going to be able to take out Crit as a result. And there's the Nightfall ult focusing on Skeeter as he tries to take out GPK, but he's going to try to turn his sights now as the arrow's coming in. Will do some damage, and that is the death of Skeeter, surprisingly enough. But now Nightfall, kind of left to his own devices, will get kited and eventually brought down. So a better fight than I was expecting from BetBoom, but they still lose 4 and only get 2 in return.
Yeah, this is the perfect target to open on if you can. I mean, this or Troll. Either is good as long as you finish the kill immediately. Nice disrupt there. as you said, from snaking makes a huge difference. If Malrine dies in this burst, I actually think BetBoom might just win this fight. But Malrine keeps playing the outskirts of the fight. He kills off the techies. He keeps the control onto Nightfall after this as well.
And this is where Troll is good. In a 1v1 with any carry, he's going to do some work. As there's no way he's going to die again on this Kunkka. Nice disruption coming in from Snaking again. As Malrine, he's going to get blast off by Save. Double mines are going to be there despite the lasso.
Did they bite over too much here? I think they might have just.
Yep, Amar is going to get X back into the Torrent. Toss back from Crit into the Ava. Trying to take out Toronto Tokyo. And they will do that. I don't think they can stay any longer, though, as Amar will walk away the rest of his supports. So BetBoom showing a little bit of a fight back here, but it's just not enough. I feel like it's going to need something to go their way emphatically.
I'm trying to wrap my head around what the perfect way for a fight to start is for BetBoom. If they are the ones getting initiated on, and it's either Troll or Kunkka getting jumped, I feel like the fight is almost already doomed. Like, that person is going to die, and the follow-up 4v5 is stupidly difficult without either of them. But if you're the ones initiating, I guess the dream scenario is that you find and kill Shadow Demon instantly with some sort of Lina burst from the trees, or... Because even an X-Mark start is not great, right?
Yeah.
It's Shadow Demon ruins this hero so much. Like, you find this opening, the target just gets disrupted during the combo, they turn around, and then in the follow-up engagement, you can still offer the ult onto the Troll.
I wonder if Nightfall is going to take the 25 talent for the Whirling Axes pierces Magic Community. I assume the fact that it pierces mean that the miss chance is there. And I mean, you have a lower cooldown, so basically you can have these Whirling Axes perpetually on the Sven. But he can eventually go for MKB if he wants.
Yeah.
And you're still only answering one hero when the other four are the ones kiting you, essentially. See how that works out for him, though. I'm interested to see.
There's definitely problems aplenty right now for BetBoom to figure out. Big part of the net worth differential here, which is 17,000.
Dire are scanning.
About, what's that? 10k of that pretty much, or 8 is on the supports alone.
Yeah.
So half the lead is on supports and half the lead is on cores, which means these supports will have an extra item each.
So BetBoom, they did scan the pit and it procced, but then they saw that somebody had walked out, so then the red icon or whatever went away. So I think they know that Roche isn't quite up, and it actually is quite the long spawn.
Yep, they have plenty of time, but they don't know it.
Well, I think they do a little bit because of the scan. It's Miero. It's going to run into Malrine. Sticky Napalm initiation with the BKB. If they get Miero right off the bat, which they will, no Torrent Storm this time. BetBoom have to run immediately, but now the Viper Strike onto the BKB. Lina trying to fight her way out of this. It's not to be, as the Yules will cancel a TP of Save, as the question mark from Amar comes out. 3 dead for BetBoom. And this is where BetBoom might tilt. They definitely have the propensity to do so. As Skeeter leading the way, the God Strength about to end, but we can see there are no buybacks on these heroes, so it should be at least one set of barracks.
I think you just continue bottom. We've got plenty of time.
Yeah, they know that Kunkka has all his spells since they bursted him down before he cast anything. So maybe they try to respect that as
they already have lasso again, though.
They spotted out Miero. Lassoed again, but he does get the boat off this time. And the Whirling Axes come through with the Battle Trance as well, as Skeeter trying to run away now, but Miero already fell, and on Nightfall basically getting kited, tossed back. We talked about this pregame. This hero just does not feel playable against these heroes. He's dead for 80 seconds. And this might be it. GGs are called as Falcons will go on to the grand finals here at DreamLeague, and BetBoom to the lowers to face off against Extreme.
Yeah, they just got rolled this game. There isn't really that much to talk about in that regard. Like the panel said prior to the game, especially BSJ thought this was the biggest outdraft in any game of the entire tournament. Just really thought BetBoom had been completely answered, and a 33-minute game in the upper bracket final kind of does indicate that in this like considering the average game length we've had in this tournament, this was a complete smackdown from Falcons. BetBoom didn't really ever get to show what they're made of in this game, and to be honest, it's a little bit disappointing, right? Like the previous game was really, really good, very close, and then BetBoom with some adjustments that just did not work whatsoever in this one.
That's the question. Why does the draft need to be adjusted that much?
Yeah.
When, I mean, maybe they looked at it differently than us. It felt like they could have and should have won game 2.
Definitely could have won that
Just a couple of missteps here and there. Yeah. But yeah, they switch it up. They give up the Shadow Demon. They give up the Sven. Just, I don't know. Just a weird game for BetBoom. But yeah, Falcons, like we said, will go on to the grand finals. Shiver!
Yeah, Falcons will go to the grand finals. I think overall that does not surprise anyone with the results that they've had. Though I bet BetBoom's going to be very frustrated at the second game they played today because, yeah, that should have been theirs. This game, though, it was pretty one-sided. I mean, Brian, I'm going to you first because you thought already that this was going to be a near unwinnable game for BetBoom.
Yeah, so I don't want to talk too much about this specific draft, but more so about the meta of the tournament and want to nerd out a sec and say that, like, so Sven was winning a lot early on and then got bumped up to, like, a first, second round pick, and then people were losing with it, so it wasn't getting picked early on in the draft anymore. And that was because they were losing to Lifestealer. So then Lifestealer, over the course of the tournament, became a second pick overall in this game, and then it got first round banned, and now they're able to second pick Sven because Lifestealer is not in the pool anymore. So I just think this kind of shit's really interesting. That I think that's part of
what is he doing? Is that a
to BetBoom.
Superman or what is that?
Oh no, he's stretching. He's been sitting like this the whole time.
No, he's the bat.
I don't know if
he's the bat.
or if he's the
Why?
Superman Sven when Skeeter's doing something. This team has way too much fun when they play together, and I like to see it on camera, what they're doing. Also, what is this piece of garbage ulti? Like, this needs some serious rework. What's going on with Troll? Like, every single time I see him isolated, it was a difficult Troll game to start with because you're playing into Shadow Demon, you're playing into Batrider, Viper, you're gonna get kited, tossbacks, Avalanche. You just can't deal that much damage. And you're like, he was really good at the start of the game. Like, he was popping off in terms of CS. Viper had 0 CS after 2 waves. Not sure what happened there, but yeah, it's just that you're playing against Sven, who has a built-in innate ability to farm. You need to get the Battle Fury, and it always feels difficult. Every single time I see this Troll, like, it sounds like a good pick on paper a lot of the times, especially on 24, but yeah, a lot of the times this hero just falls flat.
I don't think it's fair to even talk about Malorine being a Grandmaster on Batrider because I feel like there should be a rank that's like above that. For
the rank 10 on the server and Grandmaster.
Yeah, because that was like a flawless Batrider game. There was one point in the laning phase where we saw him napalm the wave, grab the wave, bring it to 3 camps, 2 of which he had already stacked, and then farm 3 camps at the same time as the wave. At minute 5, there were fights where we saw a frontline engagement going on, and then he knew that in the trees that GPK on the Lina would be, hiding in the trees there, and then he grabs the Lina. Doesn't result in a kill, but he's thinking about all of these things at once.
He is thinking about all of those things at once, just like Brian is always thinking about all the carries, just like this guy is thinking about all the carries as well, I would imagine. Hey, Skeeter, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
Glad to hear it. Were you able to catch any of the carry talk that we had a second ago, like it was before we started talking about Malorine's bat?
None at all.
Okay, well, I would love to hear your opinion because you got to play your Sven. And earlier this week, you played a lot of Sven, and then you probably saw that Sven moved up in priority. You saw first pick a couple times, and then it lost horribly in other hands other than yourself. And now you get to play your Sven, and you crush with it. And I would love to hear where you stand on that hero, and also how bad you think Troll is. Thank you.
I mean, I enjoy Sven in this patch. I think the hero is better than the other carries because of multiple reasons, but I don't really want to get into that. But I think this series there was like a Nikes that came out of kind of nowhere. I was thinking this hero is like up and coming in this tournament, and then I was like planning on picking it game 2, I think it was, and then they stalled on 13, and I was like, okay, so game 3 is gonna be all about Nikes, maybe Kanka as well, and they ended up banning it in the first phase and stealing the Kanka. It was a mess. Like, carry's priority went up in the whole series, and it was just a mess and high pass series.
Wait, game 3 or game 3's draft, according to you, that was a mess for you?
No, both game 2 and game 3 were there were a whole bunch of weird shit happening.
Okay, on hindsight, after the draft was done in Game 3, Brian here on the panel said this was the best outdraft, or in BetBoom's case, the worst outdraft that he had ever seen this tournament so far. Would you not agree?
Game 3?
Yeah, Game 3.
No, I'm not saying we lost the draft. I'm saying the whole, like, a lot of this, like, a draft structure got broken in this series, but we definitely outdrafted them in Game 3.
Yeah. How excited was Melreen to play his Bat core finally?
I mean, not too excited, I guess. But I was, honestly, for me, I was the most hyped this series. I don't usually get too loud or hyped, but the way we won the Game 2 and just this whole series, I don't know, it was so fun to play.
Do you expect to see BetBoom again in the finals at this rate? Is BetBoom or Extreme?
Yeah, I think we're gonna play BetBoom for sure.
It was a great series. I also have Purge. I'd love to ask you some questions.
Hey Skeeter, in the first game, you guys picked Terrorblade and you flexed it to support. Do you regret not picking Lifestealer when you had the chance in that game as well?
Okay, so the plan was we're gonna ban Doom, we're gonna pick Crystal Maiden, and we're gonna pick Nyx 16-17 in case they're gonna 18 slaughter. We have CM to help the Nyx out of the lane. But then someone came up with a different plan in the draft, so they kind of ruined all the prep with the bans and picks, and we ended up losing. But yeah, that was we planned on picking Nyx 16-17.
Gotcha. And with Terrorblade, how does it feel to lane with Terrorblade support right now? Is it as overpowered as everybody says?
I don't think I ever laned with post 5 Terrorblade, even though Snaking says the hero is pretty good on post 5. I haven't had a chance yet, but it is pretty annoying to lane against post 4. The Meta and Reflection, obviously very good spells, and also the fact that you have to keep track of the Thunder and all these shenanigans. I mean, I'm personally not a big fan of a carry TB. I think this hero has been very outdated for carry role, but I'm glad it found a place in Soup.
Okay, and finally, Faceless Void also has a really high tournament win rate. Why isn't it being picked more in your mind?
I mean, I'm quite surprised about the Faceless Void stats because I thought the hero was already not very good last patch and it got nerfed quite significantly. But the stats show otherwise, so I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, great. Thanks for answering the questions.
I got one more question before we let you go, Skeeter, because you're saying like, oh, that was the plan for Game 1, that was our plan for Game 2. Of course, you guys did your prep before going into this series. How much prep was put into it compared to some of the group stage series?
I think we treat each series very seriously and very professionally, and most of the prep is being done by AOI, and he makes sure that we are prepared for every opponent the same way, and that we don't underestimate anyone.
Fair enough. I mean, it showed today. You came in prepared. Even if you're saying the draft order didn't go exactly the way you wanted it, the result is still very much there. So congratulations on your spot in the grand finals, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And with that, I mean, yeah, our first grand finalist, that is Falcons. And again, I don't think many people would be surprised. Hey, Bert.
Hey, I teleported.
Oh, good. But that was, I mean, the way that they did it, maybe Game 2 was definitely a little bit closer than we thought. I love that game. I hope we're going to have a lot of that tomorrow. I don't mind if it's with Extreme or with BetBoom. But now that we've seen both of those teams win today, Lacoste, I'm going to ask you, what do you think? Are we going to see BetBoom in that grand finals?
They need to reset because this is going to be a tough one because I think this could have easily been a 2-0 for BetBoom. But Extreme Gaming, they're also hot and cold team. It really depends which Extreme Gaming shows up at the day. But yeah, I think BetBoom might take this one and meet Falcons again in the grand finals.
Are we in agreement with that?
I am personally. Like he said, Extreme is hot and cold, but I feel like this is the hottest that BetBoom's ever looked before. So I just feel like as long as they wash off this loss decently, I think they're gonna bring a better game than Extreme tomorrow, and I assume they'll beat them in the BO3.
Yeah, at the same time, we just saw BetBoom being beaten. They definitely were shaky in that third game. Extreme, Jenkins surely has learned something from that as well.
Of course they have. I think regardless of who makes it to the grand finals, given the fact that we've had so many goddamn 70-minute games in this tournament, it's going to be a good grand final. I would be in shock and awe if we didn't get at least 2 70-minute games in the grand finals. Cheever.
How many games?
2 70-minute games.
Oh, okay.
How many games total in the grand final?
I'm like, it's a best of 5, sir.
I hope that I worry for BetBoom that they are going to tilt. And that if they beat Extreme because they're just a better team, they're going to get 3-0 by Falcons in the grand finals. I hope we get the winning Extreme showing up tomorrow.
Yep.
They win, they get momentum, and then they really take it to Falcons in the grand finals. How long has it been since we've seen the classic China versus Western EU grand finals? I want that back. That's the golden age of Dota. Let's see it.
Are we going back to the golden age? Potentially that's the case.
I gotta follow up on that about BetBoom because they did the same thing in Group Stage 2 where they were ahead 1-0 in the 6th series, that if they had won that, they would have been secured upper bracket.
Yep.
And then they lost the next 2 games. And then they came out firing against Aurora in game 1, but then they lost second game and looked really bad in third game. And they look like a different team. And they've done this so many events already that like part of me wants to root for them and say like, come on, you could overcome that mental blocker. But also part of me is like, there's a reason this has happened like 5-10 times already. And I guess if I'm a BetBoom fan, I'm going to be cautiously optimistic or cautiously skeptical about what's going to happen tomorrow because I think they could easily just fall flat, sadly.
Sounds like you're not a BetBoom fan.
I like watching them, like when they're on their like vibes and they're just feeling comfortable. But like that game 3 was honestly just so BetBoom. Like that series was incredible going up to that point. Even Skeeter was like, all the drafts and all the strategies, like so much shit happened in this series. And then game 3.
Yeah, the way he talked about it was like BetBoom legitimately drafted well in some of the games. Like he was like, oh yeah, we're gonna pick Lifestone, and they stole it, which undercut their entire strategy. Like they were close to beating them there. Game 3, bad draft potentially, but yeah, so they have the spice. They could do it, but they didn't.
I mean,
do
they're
it
obviously
today.
an amazing team, but it's so weird to see them at this point in the tournament compared to every other game ever.
Yep. Well, BetBoom might have lost the series just now, but they did do something today. They secured something today because the amount of points that they are guaranteed getting, they are confirmed to be qualified for Re-Up Masters at the Esports World Cup. So congratulations to them, and I believe Extreme joins them in that as well. So they get something. Final day, they get, I think, 2,800 points confirmed already by just being in the lower bracket. And of course, both of these teams also got points out of ESL Kuala Lumpur and I believe some points from DreamLeague Season 21 as well.
I just want to say that they really deserve it because this tournament was hard. There was so many good teams in this tournament. To make it through 2 group stages and to get top 4 of that second group stage just to win their next games is very difficult to get to this spot.
Yeah, definitely want to see more of this team. I mean, the steady progress, because they always struggled showing up on the main stage, like especially when they're playing in front of the crowd. That's always been a thing with them, but there's always some slight improvement. Like they're getting better and better results with each tournament, and I definitely think they can overcome this one.
Yeah, they get top 3 every time. They get top 3 this one as well, but maybe they get top 2. Now, all of that's going to play itself out tomorrow, and we have a little bit earlier start than today. We are going to be live at 12:30 with the match starting at 1 p.m. We're in Stockholm. So that is CET, because it's not yet summertime. That's right, I think. And is it correct? Yes, thank you. We're still in March. I have to check that kind of stuff. It sometimes feels, well, actually in Stockholm, it never feels like it's spring at the moment. But you know what I mean. So that's 12:30. And then we have the grand finals, of course, the best of 5 after that again. And again, if you're in London, you can watch it live in the Meltdown Bar in London. That's right. And you can do that together with T-Gov. You can bring your mom. You don't have to. You can also just bring her flowers and then leave and then go to the bar and watch some Dota with some cool Dota people and have some Dota-themed cocktails and everything that you want out of watching Dota in a bar. I think that's a great...
Bring your mom for cocktails. We'll have a great time.
You're not going to be there.
Go ahead, Cheever.
It wouldn't be the same if you looked like in a normal outfit today.
This is normal. What are you talking about, dude?
Sorry.
This is my style
All right. Thank you for tuning in today. We got a top 3. I'm super excited for tomorrow. I know you are too. But for now, we will say goodbye and we will play you out with the PogChamp Palmas!